digital goods. Now, I personally, as a gamer, as somebody that plays titles digitally, there is no such thing as digital fucking scarcity. If Chris Roberts and team want to create a ship worth $1,000 and only sell like a couple hundred of them, yeah, they'll get sold out in minutes. But guess what? That doesn't have to be a limited time drop. They're just going off the psychology of a lot of people who actually will look at these things with FOMO, all right? People who have the fear of missing out, the need to want something a little bit scarce. They're literally appealing to the whales in this situation. Now, this is where I have a serious problem with this game and like the absolute crap performance so far, even in the alpha. And I get it, it's an alpha. But this is an event week where they want to basically raise money. And from what I've understood, they've raised millions of dollars because, of course, whales will buy ships and people will just chuck money at stuff. The thing about this is, had the game been more polished, they probably could have made a lot more. Now, it's interesting that for a game in alpha, they constantly run these events to try to get people to keep constantly funneling money into this project, which honestly should pretty much stick to its roadmap and focus on not just releasing their single player component, but also fixing up the general feel of the multiplayer. The entire period of the Invictus launch week, I was marred with server issues, severe lag, trying to get off of my primary residence, Area 18. The spaceport computers did not work, so I couldn't even summon my actual ship, couldn't access the vehicle like repair menus had I wanted to, and thankfully the community is awesome. There was one player willing to fly us all out to a nearby space station so we could just summon our ships there. Well, I tried doing it, we almost got off the planet, and to be nice, I wanted to pay this guy some money for doing this for us in the first place. It was a nice gesture. Literally trying to transfer credits to another player caused me to have a crash, and again, this wasn't just one crash. Every time I tried to get off this planet, for a goddamn hour, I was crashing over and over and over again. And this was recorded at like 2 in the morning, meaning that peak server time was nowhere close by. Again, this game has some severe issues. And instead of like, you know, fixing that core, instead of having a solid foundation, we're just focused on adding in gameplay elements piecemeal from time to time. Honestly, the entire progress and development of this game is a giant mess, okay? And I can't even blame CIG. They're honestly doing way too much. A single player, a persistent universe, God knows what other projects as well too. And this game is parallel developed as well, so there's different modules being shuffled in from time to time. It is a goddamn mess. And of course, obviously, I want to also say that you don't have to buy every ship with money, from what I understand. You can go to a dealership, which is admittedly pretty cool. It's very immersive, and you can buy ships from there as well. One thing I wanted to add on top of the limited ships is one of the examples CIG gives is they want to have a ratio of ships, smaller ships to larger. So they want, obviously, not everyone should have a capital class ship on launch day. But to be honest, I don't really see this as sort of a logical point. To be honest, I think most of it is down to the fact that if they have $2,000 ships, they can sell a bunch of them by claiming that they're limited releases and probably incentivize whales to dump more money at a quicker rate. It's not just Star Citizen that does this. I would argue Star Citizen's one of the games that laid the foundation. Tons of other games release limited time DLC, so they can incentivize people to just come in and throw their money. It is a wild, wild world of psychological warfare when it comes to getting whales to give away their cash. And Star Citizen, with how much money it's raised, seems to be the goddamn masterclass in it. But again, that's just my theory on it. Obviously, CIG wants to keep a certain ratio of capital class ships to standard ships. I personally don't really believe their reasoning. But then again, that's the entire, that's just analyzing this game in general. Anyways, let's get back to the piece. So here's the other reality over here. You can buy other ships like the Polaris, for instance. The Polaris is a nimble Corvette-class capital ship. And if you look into the buying options, it's $750. Now you might be like, whoa, at least if I pay $750, I can fly. The ship is in concept, meaning it hasn't actually been made. Yeah, Chris Roberts, Robert Space Industries has actually found a way to sell goddamn JPEGs to people just on the...
Hi guys, I love you. Sorry, I'm just letting time pass here. Uh, let us. Uh, yeah, here we go. Clear my throat. A little bit of water. Wet the whistle here. Ah. Okay, here we go. Hi, IOY. You know what I'm saying? How you doing? Gotta do an extra video capture device and I didn't realize, so let's go do that as we start this video. So you can see my pretty fat face, right? Video capture device 2, device default, all that stuff, and then we take this and I want you to I want you to unlock. No, not yeah. Well, yeah. Unlock both of them. One hide. Two can't do this. What? You can't add another video capture device. Is that really real? I don't believe you. Video capture device 2. Logitech Brio. You cannot do a second device. Wow. Alright, well, I guess, sorry, I just learned about OBS being a little bit less competent than I thought, and something that Streamlabs can do better, which is kind of funny. Anyways, there we go. Gonna make it big for you. Centered on the screen for a minute. Hi, guys. How you doing? You know what I'm saying? Good to see you. It is 10/8/2023 and 1:30 in the afternoon on the west coast of America. It is a Sunday, October 8th, 2023, and I really love you guys. This is the second day in October that I have ran OBS. I had no crashes yesterday, and the Streamlabs has exited my life, at least for a day, and it is the best day of my life in 2 years. Having gone 12 hours without dealing with Streamlabs, I got to tell you that today is the best day of my life, hands down. The day I discovered that I sent the man who threatened me and terrorized me and my friend to jail, that didn't feel as good as waking up today and realizing that I didn't have to deal with Streamlabs anymore. That's weird. I just want to make an analogy about that. The idea of being forced to use a piece of software like Streamlabs that tortures you and disconnects and breaks and breaks all the time, sometimes 50, 100 times a day, is more aberrant to me than jail or, like, and the idea of not doing it is makes me more happy than when I got closure on my assault case and all this. It literally getting Streamlabs out of my life. I got more happiness out of that than I did sending the guy who beat on me to jail. I really did. I got more joy out of getting Streamlabs out of my life today. Streamlabs was really the darkest, shittiest period of my entire life. There was a man beating me who I put in jail. That was not as dark and as shitty as what Streamlabs did to me over the last 2 years. It was not as like the physical anger, the violence, the fear, the freezing on the streets, all that stuff. I would take that over the 2 years of Streamlabs that I just did. That other stuff, it went away faster and caused less heartache and less emotional and mental damage. Streamlabs caused me a lot of sanity damage this year, and I will never ever use their product again. And I went to OBS today. So, at the beginning of this video, I just really want to speak out about the woes and the sorrows that Streamlabs has caused me over the last 2 years. And I feel today that I'm finally getting my closure. I'd rather deal with OBS, which at least is open, and, and be happier than dealing with Streamlabs 4 to 8 hours of every 14-hour day that I do. And so thank God, I gotta say, The 5 hours of streaming I've done on OBS that was uninterrupted by constant 5-10 crashes inside of an hour has been more refreshing than the last 2 years with Streamlabs. 5 hours of no crashes. I've not experienced that in 1 year and 6 months. So man, it is a really good day. It's as if the monkey who had cemented themselves to my back and was just stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing me between 20 and 60 times a day. Streamlabs crash, Streamlabs crash, Streamlabs crash, Streamlabs crash, Streamlabs crash. And literally his feet were like, cemented to my back so I couldn't get him off me and shit. And he would just stab, stab, stab. I liken Streamlabs to a monkey who's been cemented to your back that is just stabbing and stabbing and stabbing trying to get free of you. And that's what using Streamlabs was like. It was like a monkey who had been super glued to my back that was just stabbing and stabbing and stabbing, trying to kill me. That's what Streamlabs was like. That's the metaphor that I'm going to use. It was a monkey that had been super glued to my back that was stabbing me with a fucking dagger over and over and over and over again, 60, 100 times a day. And I gotta say, now that the dark ages of even just 5 hours on OBS the next day, after 2 years of the dark ages of something like 40,000 software crashes on Streamlabs with, I don't know, 85,000 retunes of the options or something like that. Sometimes 60, 100 times a day, I would retune the options. Some days of streaming, I would just talk about it. I would just talk about it for 5 hours straight about how Streamlabs is fucking me in the ass. And I did that yesterday for 5 hours. I just talked about Streamlabs. I'm doing it now. But I'm happy now because I don't ever have to do it again. I'd rather take OBS because I can already see that I've got like double the latency that Streamlabs had. And I went looking into Streamlabs last night, and it turns out that they are actually basically the focal point of a giant software cabal that's been basically copying open source software for like 20 years, building billionaire fucking empires on it, and then releasing buggy, fucked up programs that don't actually work, jading the open source content worse. So literally Streamlabs is OBS, which is open source broadcasting, right? And Streamlabs is the same exact program, but with a bunch of like broken code wrote in. And I didn't know this until yesterday. Now I've looked and I've seen a lot of indications of this, but I never had anybody explain it as well as I think CoffeeZilla did, which was that you don't really understand this, but actually OBS was like, the open office, beautiful white hat people who really tried to give like 1 million streamers a way to monetize themselves. And always think of them as like in a Jesus Christ pose. They try to save me. And then there's Streamlabs that for 2 years torture me for every second that I use them. Stole their program from an open source thing. They're running an open software fucking like child sex cabal with the big Bill Gates people of the world because they're software thieves and they fuck children and they steal code and they just sell it again as something else. And I would say criminals. I would say Streamlabs is full-blown criminals. And after 2 years of 40,000 crashes over 2 years and stuff, and suddenly 5 hours of no crashes on OBS. I don't care if OBS crashes 40,000 times. It's still gone longer per capita already on average than Streamlabs has before a crash. And that's a definite improvement. I will never touch Streamlabs ever again. Streamlabs is the most evil program, and maybe some of the most evil people too, that have ever graced our criminal scene. And by criminal scene, I mean software development. And I mean this. So I'm recording a video today here. You are now about almost 8 minutes into this video. I want to thank you guys. I'm going to get to the gameplay now here. I just wanted to do my opening soliloquy and give you an idea of the heartache and the monkey stabbing me in the back 40,000 times over the last 2 years. It's finally gone. I got the Streamlabs monkey stabbing me in the back with a dagger 40,000 times over 2 years, over something like 60 times a day, crashing 60 times a day, crashed 60 times yesterday. It's on the stream. It's on the, I tried to do a video, but Streamlabs crashed that too. I did a 6-hour video. Streamlabs killed that too. So, I mean, yeah, like not only does Streamlabs fuck me on 35 crashes yesterday, it also erased the 6-hour video. So if Streamlabs was a person, I would torture them. I mean, they'd torture me. So I really feel like if it was a person, I'd kidnap them and torture them the way they have me. They kind of kidnapped me for trying to use their program and tortured me mentally for like 2 years. Now I've got a vendetta against Streamlabs, but I do because I paid them like $600 or something over 2 years. Or whatever it is, it's like $25 a month to multi-stream and get all the cool support and everything. But I learned that all of that stuff is superfluous. You can get that anyways for free from Stream Elements. And B, you don't get any support from Streamlabs whatsoever. They say go to their Discord, but they don't actually talk to you. Or if they do, it takes forever. And so, now I'm in this place where, like, and I'm going to move the camera back now. Sorry, guys. Where I just won't do it again. I'll take OBS crashing at 1/10 of the rate. I'm sure OBS will crash too. But I'll take OBS crashing at 1/10 the rate over what we're seeing here with Streamlabs. I'm never going to use Streamlabs again. I kind of want my $600 back. And one day, if I'm ever talking to somebody at Streamlabs, I'm gonna say, "You give me my 600 fucking bucks back, or I will destroy you." And I mean that. I'm gonna go. I'll go after him, and I'll cause problems in the real world, because the amount of problems that Streamlabs caused me over the last 2 years, I will leave flaming bags of shit on their fucking doorsteps. I'll send lawyers after them. I'll dance on their company's grave, and when they're foreclosing, I'll show up outside the front of the building and throw a fucking barbecue. Like, the amount of mental torture and shit that I've faced because of Streamlabs was far worse than the man who threatened to kill my ex-girlfriend, beat me up physically, and bloody and battered my face like 15 fucking times, and went to jail for 2 years. Streamlabs was far worse than that. It was mental, and it was passive aggression, and it was stealing, and it was wasted time and broken code on purpose, and all this other stuff. And so the difference is, the man who beat on me, I couldn't do anything about that. He was just sick. They told me at the end that he needed mental health, and he was going to go to he was going to go see some doctors and stuff, and I had to accept that. I was like, well, some people are fucked up. And when I did PTSD recovery afterwards, they said, yeah, you're going to assume that it's your fault, you're going to assume that it's his fault, but nah, his damage and your damage was when you were a kid, you were mistreated, and so you're acting out. And he's, well, I wasn't acting out, but he's like, he was mistreated when he was a kid, so he's acting out his damage and has nothing to do with you, and you were mistreated when you were a kid, and so now you're acting out your damage every time he beats on you, and you were beaten by your father. And the PTSD specialist was like, these are two ships that pass in the night, but they're not the same damage, they have nothing to do with each other, they don't have causality for each other, and they don't have a connection. It doesn't matter what you did or whether you're innocent or not. That guy's just fucked up because he was hurt as a child, and now he's going to hurt everybody else because he was hurt as a child. You were hurt as a child, so now you look for other people who want to hurt you now that you're an adult. And I was like, really? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, yeah. So get the closure, understand that, nothing's perfect, and this guy isn't perfect any more than you are, and he's got problems, and he's just living them out. And if you understand that, you can get closure and let him go. And I was like, really? And that it was true. And so then my closure now for Streamlabs would be, I would like to sue them. I'd like to pay the lawyers to sue them, take all their money in a class action lawsuit, part it out to everybody who ever used Streamlabs. When they go belly up because I sued them and got all their money, they're going to foreclose, and they're going to have a business somewhere, and I'm going to throw a YouTube party out in the front fucking lawn, and I'm going to tell stories around the barbecue fire about the times the Streamlabs fucked me over. It caused me to cry on stream. It caused me to lose my sanity, and it forced me to be a slave for 2 years to a program because of a monopoly. And when I loaded OBS last time, it was not performing as well as it does now. And I'm sorry for the bad video quality. We'll fix that right now. Sorry, I didn't realize I was in the wrong capture. Here we go. As you can see, OBS isn't too good either. So, and so yeah, OBS isn't too good either for different reasons. But yeah, and so that was my little soliloquy. We're gonna get to the gameplay of Rust here now. This is what I'm dealing with on the daily basis. This is the MMO lifestyle. I've literally been betrayed by the large anus, triple anus. And like literally attacked, and one day I will sue them. I feel full-blown attacked by a corporate entity, like it affected my physical and personal life. And I know that the system, it just isn't real, and I know revenge isn't real, doesn't ever happen, and, you can't ever actually get any closure in this world. I'm not stupid. But I do know that, like, I will say something in the future, and if they ever go belly up, I'll show up in that fucking parking lot, and I'll throw a YouTube party, and I'll celebrate their death, because the amount of fucking bullshit that Streamlabs put me through, and the lies that they told, and the theft that they committed, in an open source fucking arena, and all this shit, and all the stuff that they've done, done and the people that they fucked over was unacceptable. And understand, it was actually very, very traumatic to me. Understand, I'm going through the PTSD process, getting closure by venting to you guys rather than going to a therapist with it who just won't understand what I'm actually talking about. But the gamers will. This kind of abuse over a 25-year period and stuff. I mean, Streamlabs has only been around for 10 years, and I've only been using it for a year and a half. But I mean, this kind of abuse from all these software developers and this bad buggy code and this shit that really affects our life very badly. This stuff has actually really mentally really affected me pretty fucking bad. And the Streamlabs did not help. The Streamlabs did not make this easier. Streamlabs make that a much fucking harder problem. The belief that I couldn't fundamentally trust some software, this weird belief, I watched a video about it yesterday, this weird belief that somehow, some way, all software is buggy and all of it breaks all the time, and you can't really rely on it. But no, I've written software programs myself, and if a piece of software breaks, it's either because of negligence, bad coding, or bad coding on intention. And I think Streamlabs is a combination of all three. I think it's bad coding on intention because they want you to constantly be complaining about Streamlabs and putting their name onto the internet and getting like crowdsourced and free PR out of your complaints. I think one of the reasons why Streamlabs is broken on purpose is that we constantly complain about it on YouTube and Google. And if you think about it, that's the best PR that you could ever get for free, isn't it? So which is why they broke Streamlabs on purpose. They're getting free PR every time one of us complains about it. And so that's where I really fundamentally believe this, and I'll say it right to their fucking face, and like, you know, nothing's ever going to change my mind on this. After seeing the abuse that Streamlabs put me through over the last couple of years, I tried so many other programs and I didn't see anything better, but this time when I loaded OBS, I was like, wow, I'm getting twice the performance, half the crashes, and a quarter of the bullshit. And already, like, you can see, I'm not facing the crashes like I was, and I went through the settings really carefully again for like the 50,000th time, and I really set everything, and I'm trying to get a good performance for you guys, I hope, you know. Now, why am I in Kisago? Oh, I'm on the wrong character, sorry. So, and then we'll pop over so you can see what I'm doing. So yeah, and so we're gonna get on EVE Online here right quick. Gonna get to mining passively to replace the ship that I lost yesterday because I misclicked. What's this now? Oh yeah, the insurance and a contract. Contract needs attention. Oh, ore ice harvester? Yeah, delete. That's fine. Oh, I have ore ice harvesters here, huh? Cool. Got to double check and make sure if the mining hold is empty. It is. So we're going out to the belt. The procedural has reset because of the server update this morning. So we are looking hunky dory on a mining session here. Dealing with Streamlabs was so bad for me. It was so bad for me. All my life I've had software fail me, but this was like software failed me and then raked me afterwards. It was really like being raked through the fucking coals. And I'm not kidding. If they ever go belly up, I am definitely going to show up in that parking lot and throw a YouTube barbecue to celebrate their fucking death. Because the amount of fucking pain and hardship they put me through with their buggy ass fucking program, I can't think of another program in history that was as bad. Not even Windows, you know? Streamlabs was really bad. I had such a bad experience with it. I'm explaining to my stream every day 25, 30 times, like, what's going on. And they know because they've seen it 25 or 30 times a day for 5 months, you know? They know what's going on. It's Streamlabs. It's a piece of shit. Worthless piece of shit. So, there we go. That's all I had to say about that. So now we're going to get to the content. Last night... Oh, cool. You immediately froze. Did you? Yeah? Did you? Oh, yeah. All right. So let's see if we can get a game capture. Yeah? Can you do that? Yeah, you can. So, I threw down the bench so I could research something, but I don't remember what. Oh, yes, that thing. So we're going to learn this large furnace. Yes, very good. And now we're gonna play some video games. Enough with the Streamlabs drama. It's the end of a dark ages era of 18 months of 60 crashes a day, reformats, reinstalls, deleting app data files, hunting through, changing computers, changing monitors, crash, every day, 30, 40 times, crash, going to forums once a day for 12 months straight to 14 months straight, going to the forums, reading about whatever's new that day, trying to figure out how Streamlabs is, I can finally beat the Streamlabs dragon. And it turns out that no, you can't fix Streamlabs. You just got to get away from it. And there's no other options out there. I mean, OBS and Streamlabs are the same thing, but OBS obviously has a little bit more stability. It definitely does. It's definitely got more stability. You can see it. So that's that. I mean, that's where I fall on it. Like, it's got more stability. It really does. I can see it right away. So we're just gonna, I don't know if OBS is better, but let's see if we suddenly go a few months without even seeing a single disconnect or crash, and I suspect that's what's gonna happen. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think I got the Streamlabs out of my life. I really wouldn't have wagered my life on the idea of actually managing to do that. I really would not have wagered on me with this one. I would have wagered on Streamlabs winning. But I think I actually did get the demon Streamlabs out of my fucking life today. It's really something that only I really appreciate, but I don't care. I still think it's something to really rejoice. It's like Hitler died today. I really feel this way. I really feel that getting Streamlabs out of my life was like the end of World War II for me. And that's fucked up that a piece of fucking software can make you fucking feel like that. You know, I know my mother's looking forward to old age because there will be this point where she can tell her friends and family that she just can't do email management on Outlook anymore because it's just caused her too much heartache and it's too much work each day and she's too old, right? And I can see my mother enjoying going into the old age because she won't have to deal with Outlook anymore. And I understand that. I have my mother's problems with this. My mother goes through this with programs too. And her solution to it is to call up the tech support and scream at them until they fucking like remote desktop come in, see the problem, and admit to her that they don't know how to fix it. And that's happened to her like 200 times. They'll get in. I've done it with her. She'll force me to sit there with her while she calls the fucking tech support because she knows I'm better than this at this than her. And she said, oversight this, and I'd sit there and I oversight, and I get on the phone. I've done this with the tech support like 200 times or something. I get on the phone with her for 2 hours and I sit on her computer and I'm sitting there remote desktop while they look at her problem and they scratch their fucking head. And one time I called on my own problem, which was I bought a crappy i9 computer from China like 3 years ago, and they had sent a partition computer with 2 drives on it. One was a C drive and one was a hidden a hidden E drive, and the hidden E drive had terrible Trojan that was hard coded. It wasn't a Trojan, it was like an actual like virus hard drive. And the virus hard drive was removing the permission on all of my files, so I couldn't delete or change anything at all. I think this was particularly because they were just data mining me and they didn't want me deleting anything. And so, you know, and it was really, really inane. And so I called up Microsoft and I was like, I need you to figure out like why I cannot get permission. And the guy has me remote desktop, and then and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna demand a Windows refund if you cannot let me delete this file. And he was like, I absolutely understand, sir. And he scratches his head for 45 minutes and he's screwing with registries and he's changing it, and he's like, I cannot figure out why you cannot delete this file. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I start showing him, I'm like, here's the registry signs for this, and here's all this. And it leads up to the point of this story, which I'm gonna finish this story, I promise. So the Microsoft tech proceeds to tell me, I don't know what to do. We've gone through every knowledge base article, and I've exhausted my 10 years of knowledge. I don't know what to do about this. You have the worst problem I have ever even conceivably heard of in the Microsoft space, much less a solution. And I was like, sir, you know, I really worry that there might be something hidden on the computer, because what could be causing this? And he said, sir, I think you are actually right. I don't know what could cause this beyond some kind of crazy piece of hardware or some kind of crazy piece of Trojan. He was like, I can't have you cell phone a video to me. I can't have you cell phone video for me, or I would have you open up the inside of the computer and show me what you see in terms of the hardware. And I told him, no, sir, I know what hardware looks like. I can build my own computer. There's nothing new inside this case. I have built like 7 computers. I had a blind man who taught me how to fucking build computers, believe it or not. When I was like 24, my friend Dave, who's probably isn't with us anymore because he was like 60 when I met him, That was like 20 years ago. He's probably like 82 now if he's still alive, and he was a methamphetamine addict, so I doubt it. But a blind methamphetamine addict actually taught me how to build computers with just his hands. I know it sounds crazy, like I'm making up this story, but it actually happened. And my friend Dave can, if he's still alive, he can, or any of my other friends can attest to this. My friend Dave was a blind man, and when he went legally blind, he was very depressed because he was one of these county fair guys who would drive around in his 70s van. You understand how I'm not making this up? He would drive around in his 70s van, and he would and he would go to county fairs, and he would win the sound stereo competitions because he had the most booty bumping van bass in the entire state of Colorado, and he would win competitions, and the girls would get in his van and all this stuff. He was very happy and proud of what he did. But then he went legally blind due to some genetic thing, and when I met him, it was about 2 years after he'd gone legally blind, but he was losing more and more of his vision every day, and it was just tragic. And he was getting fatter because he wasn't moving much because he was blind, and you could see he was in a bad problem, right? So he meets me, and he's like, and I tell him, I was like, man, you are super good at hardware. I see that you have like these 300 computers in your hallway as I walk to your room to come smoke speed with you. And he was like, yeah, man, I'm super fucking good at computers. When I went blind, I was a car audio technician. But when I went blind, I couldn't do car audio anymore, and also they wouldn't let me drive my vans with all of my fucking booty bumping, rattling bass around and impress all the girlies and get laid, even though I'm fat and all this other stuff. And I was like, oh man, that is like the most tragic story I've ever heard. You can't go to the county fairs and sleep with the girlies anymore because you can't see to drive to the fair or fix up or do your car audio anymore. And he was like, yes, I can't do the car audio anymore. I'm a car audio technician. I'm one of the best in the world. But I can't do anything. I can't see to wire anything. And I was like, man. And I was like, so why do you have so many computers? And he was like, well, when they found out that I'd gone blind and that I was particularly good at installation, I started messing with computers in my house because I couldn't go to my van. That meant going upstairs when I was blind and learning how to tap around with a stick and all this. It sucks when you've had your vision for 60 years and then you lose it. That's really bad. That's really tragic, right? So Dave proceeds to tell me about how he fixed up a couple of computers for a couple of family members for him. And when the kids went to school and the school figured out that David fixed the kids' computers for them and they were suddenly like turning in their homework again and all this, for some reason they told 9 News about this. So 9 News in Denver shows up at Dave's house and asks for a fucking interview. And they're like, we want to do a hero piece on you. And Dave's like, what? And they're like, yeah, we want to do a hero piece on you. We've heard that you fix up computers for inner city kids. And he was like, no, I fixed 2 computers for my nephew and niece. And they're like, oh, well, are you blind and can you fix computers? And he was like, yes, I am blind. And yes, I can. I taught myself this year how to take computers apart and put them back together. And I can make a computer like with my bare hands by just feeling the microchips very carefully. And this was a man who had seen all his life. He had to adapt to becoming blind, and how he did this was by feeling through computers with his fingertips and imagining what he was seeing. You can see that this man really was like maybe the best car audio installer in the fucking world, because he could literally run his fingers over motherboards and imagine what he was seeing, you know? I love Dave. He was one of my best friends for like 4 years or something. Really great fucking guy, you know? I love Dave to death. So then when the 9 News finds out that he's fixed a couple computers for inner city kids, they go do a fundraiser drive for him because they like the story. The 9 News like the story, so they do a fundraiser drive and they say, if you would like to donate computers to this blind man so he can fix them up in his spare time, he's got nothing to do anymore, he's blind and he's stuck in his house, he would like to fix computers and give them away for free. And so the community in Denver sent 400 fucking computers to Dave. And it sounds like a crazy thing, but I'm not kidding. They sent like 400 Pentium 3 to Pentium 4 cases that were all had hardware issues only. None of them really had software issues. They were all hardware issues, right? And so then he proceeded to begin to fix up like 400 fucking piece of crap Pentium 3, Pentium 4 computers that they had sent him. And he sells some of them because they were gifts, and he you know, and once he fixes them up, and he gives a ton of them away to inner city kids like he promised he would, and all this stuff. And I love Dave. He was this crazy methamphetamine drug dealer. He was also doing like 4 ounces of business every day on the side as a methamphetamine dealer in his basement. But honestly, the best human being I ever fucking met in my entire fucking life was a fat, ugly, balding baby boomer drug dealer who was slinging like 4 ounces of methamphetamine a day and kicking the crack birds out of his house and shit, right? He was blind and he was dealing 4 ounces of meth every day, and he hadn't been robbed in 5 years. I mean, he was, and I knew this guy. I loved him to death. He would love me if I told the story, if I tell the story. This is one of my favorite stories of all time. And so what he did, because he liked me. I hit it off with him immediately. I was like, I believe I could face the sort of odds that you face, and I would do the same as just as well as you did. And he was like, I think you could too. He was like, I've never met anybody else who I thought could do what I did except you. And I was like, yeah, man, if I went blind, I think I probably would learn how to rewire computers, because what else would I do? I wouldn't be able to play video games. I'd have to run my hands over something physical to be able to do anything at all. So I was like, yeah, if I couldn't play video games, I'd probably fix up consoles and computers. And he was like, you get the vibe. I couldn't do car stereo audio installation anymore, and it broke me. All my friends who worked on motorcycles and vans their whole life, they never lost their lifelong their lifelong vocation. I did. And I was like, I feel for you, man. What can I do for you? And he was like, well, you could tell me what you're seeing. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, tell me what, okay, like watch my hands as they're running over the motherboard and tell me what I'm pressing. And he was like, yeah. And he begins to tell me, is this the RAM chip? Is this the heat sink? Is this the CPU? And I was like, yes. And he was like, is this the GPU? And I was like, yes. And I was watching him run his fingers over the stuff. And I was like, yes, it is. And he was like, okay. And I was like, wow, I didn't know what these things were until he had told me. I was like, I'd never opened up a computer before. I had to install RAM, but I didn't know what I was doing. And he starts telling me what each thing is and what each wire is going to what. And he's blind, you know? And I'll never forget it. It was like one of the most formative things in my life. I was like, no matter what your fucking problems are, not only will the community take care of you and make sure that you don't starve, you will also probably take care of the community if you still, even if you're a methamphetamine dealer with a really bad past. Like, we had another friend who's dead now. She shot her sister to death when she was too high to know any difference, so they let her out afterwards. They let her off that because everybody around them like testified that she was just too high and crazy and drunk to know what she was doing. She shot her sister to death, and that was the woman that Dave was in love with, who was a dear friend of mine, passed away of Hep C. Don't ever do methamphetamine. You'll catch Hep C and AIDS and all that. They never talk about that, but it's not from the needles either. It's the pipes. So you'll catch lupus, and Hep C is what took our friend D. I could say her name now because she's probably passed. Denise. And so Dave dated Denise for like 20 years, but Dave was married to her sister. Denise shot her sister to death and then married Dave. And this is how crazy of a story this was. I mean, it was monumental for me. I knew Denise and I knew Dave. And this was like a really true story. I mean, it's true. Denise shot her sister on her sister's wedding night her sister got married, and at her sister's wedding night, Denise got too high and too drunk and shot her sister to death by mistake. And now it was Dave's wedding night. It was Dave's wedding night. Seriously, it was Dave's wedding night. No shit. And so Dave not only forgave Denise for being too high and too drunk, he also married Denise afterwards and took care of her for 25 years until she died of lupus. And so and this is that thing. Everybody trains you to think something's really evil. The government tells you the methamphetamine is evil, and it is. It'll destroy you. It's the crazy powder and all this. But the people that do methamphetamine might not be evil. They might be the greatest saints you ever heard of. This man, I believe he qualified for sainthood, and he was a he was a blind methamphetamine dealer. I personally watched the man commit 4 miracles just when I knew him. When it was I mean, Jesus is a blind methamphetamine dealer. Our saints are blind methamphetamine dealers. Ignore, I'll hit you with biblical shit like this. I'm saying Jesus is I'll hit you with some biblical shit on this. I know the right-wing boomers want to fucking cast judgment on everybody fucking else in this community. And I will fucking remind you, it is God's place to judge, not yours. The stone that the builder refused, I'm gonna quote Bradley Noel from Sublime and biblical shit at you, right? The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. If you pariah and cast out people like me and Dave, we will be your leader in the end. This is how Jesus and all this works. This is how the energy and the nature works. And so really, the greatest, ethically, morally and ethically, the greatest man I ever knew was a fucking debased, degenerate, blind methamphetamine dealer. The greatest moral man I ever knew. And I'm not saying this story because I'm trying to make a point about, oh, meth's good or meth dealers are good or anything like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying your judgment is fucking bad. It's bad. It's against God. Every time I see you doing it, I think there's someone going to hell. And you think you're going to heaven when you judge us for doing drugs or having a problem or something or prostitution or something like that. Nah, man, that's God's place to judge. And so, man, and that's my story about that. So how I learned to build computers and stuff is, in that Microsoft story, is Dave taught me how to build computers, and I'll finish up this story. It's an interesting story. So I'm on the phone with the Microsoft rep, and he says, I wish I could tell you to send me a cell phone video, because I would like to see the interior of the tower. And I was like, trust me, man, there's nothing in here. There's 2 drives, but that's it. And one of them is not working. And he was like, 2 drives? And he was like, no, I checked your drive. Like, you only have a C drive. And I was like, well, I have 2 drives in here. And they said that I had 2 drives in here when I bought it. But I don't know. I've never seen the D drive. It was supposed to be a terabyte drive, but the D drive never showed up. And he was like, oh. And he was like, okay, well, let's go figure out what your partitions are. And I was like, oh, well, I can just go do that. And I did. I went to the fucking, the registry, and I ran and I checked for partitions and all this and got in DOS. And he was like, Jesus Christ, you are far much better at Windows than anybody working here at this Windows Help call center. I think you should apply to our call center, sir. We will pay you between $30 and $50 an hour to answer these poor people's questions about Microsoft. You know far more about computers and Microsoft than anybody I've ever met, including the people who work here at Microsoft. And I was like, really? And he was like, yes, you are far more qualified to work as a call center person than I am. And I was like, oh my God. And he was like, I'm saying this because it's true. It's not because I'm trying to, flatter you or something. He was like, you have impressed me with that, like, I'm a trained individual who's been doing this for 10 years. And you know triple what I do about hardware and software. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, okay, well, cool. I just did this so I could be a gamer. And he was like, yeah, that's often the story when you hear this stuff. The gamers are always the best at the Windows because Windows fucks with the gamers the most. And I was like, yeah, it does. And he was like, so, okay. So then we determined that the D drive that's been sent from China has not a Trojan, but a full-blown operating system designed to lock me out of my permissions on the C drive and steal all of my data. And so I just gave the computer away. It was like $499 when I bought it. That was in 2018 late 2017 or no 2018 it was. I bought this like $500 computer because my laptop busted out and I couldn't play Final Fantasy 11 anymore. I saved up for a long time and I bought a piece of crap $500 computer, right? And I just gave that motherfucker away like a year later to my friend N. Because I was like, yeah, and I warned him too. I was like, yeah, don't you ever, he was like, I don't ever put credit cards on computers. And I was like, good, because don't you ever put any any personal information on this computer because the D drive is a spy. And he was like, the only thing I'm ever going to use this computer for ever is surfing YouTube and playing Tarkov. That's it. The computer won't do much else. It's a piece of crap computer. It barely runs Tarkov. And he was like, I don't want it to break any earlier than it already is. I'm not using it for anything but the game and YouTube. And I was like, good, because if you ever type your credit card in this motherfucker, somebody will steal it. And that was my Microsoft story about how about really how bad this stuff can affect your fucking life, how bad a program can be, or how bad, like how bad of a hardware situation you actually are facing. This stuff can be very bad, and I've seen the full gamut of it. And this was my little story, my long, rambling, crazy intro story that took 45 minutes about Dave the blind methamphetamine dealer who qualifies to be a saint. And so you shithead right wings that are trying to fucking judge everybody for being pregnant or black or gay or drugs or Latino or dreamer or any of this stuff, I have two things to say. Jesus could be a blind methamphetamine dealer. The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. That's the first thing, right? The second thing is, judge not lest ye be judged. God helps those who help themselves, and if you help yourself to judgment, he's gonna help you. He's gonna help you with his judgment. So like understand, like it's that kind of thing. So I see a lot of judgment in the scene, and I really don't like this. I mean I'm sorry, but I don't. And I see a lot of it. I think I see people judging me because I'm so angry at Streamlabs because they just don't know how bad of a monumental problem it actually is. They think I'm just stuck on fucking loop. But no, this is an incredibly bad, to the tune of billion dollar, like corporate theft on a massive fucking scale. We're talking Bernie Madoff here with Streamlabs. It's like Bernie Madoff. Look at the fucking bullshit they did for 20 years over Bernie Madoff. This shit trumps that. They made more money. They hurt more people. Streamlabs is worse than Bernie Madoff. But I mean this. It's not like I'm trying to be sensational about it. They have been recorded in public, like saying that they basically Streamlabs stole the OBS program and just reskinned it and made $1 billion. They're not a good company. I learned this yesterday. I was like, oh, well, I didn't know the difference between OBS and Streamlabs. When I went to look at the videos last year, they said there is no difference. But there is. I mean, obviously I can go 45 minutes without a crash. That has not been happening on Streamlabs for 3 fucking weeks. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know. I don't know how that's just going to go. It is currently 3:20 in the morning. I'm going to make my move out of this place in the dark so nobody sees me leave. Gotta make sure the display adapter is on. Game capture, yep. There we go, yep. And we're gonna do some Rust content here, guys. Sorry for the long story, but I mean, I really want to start off each video with maybe a story so you can understand it's not just my intention to play video games here. I'm trying to actually be a troubadour or a raconteur or an entertainer, like Billy Joel, Piano Man type shit. I actually want to entertain you with an interesting story that I just came up, not came up with, but that I can just tell you inside of a second because it was so interesting that I remember it well. I want to be a storyteller in a way. Not a storyteller, but like a troubadour, like a bard. I'm gonna be like a bard. So Dave was a very important thing for me to understand. When I met Dave, he scared me. He was like one of the most evil people I had ever met. But deep down inside was somebody that I felt rivaled Jesus and had Jesus, had a Jesus history behind him too. He was like helping inner city kids and he was fixing computers and shit. And he was like, he was like marrying the sister of the woman who shot the other sister and stuff. I mean, this was a saint. It was like a saint. I personally watched him commit like 4 miracles while I knew him. And this was a fucked up, fat, ugly boomer loser. Like, I know he would probably agree with me. Dave is a very self-effacing person. I'm not saying this to hurt him. I'm saying that Dave would agree with me if I were to say that, he's a fat, ugly boomer who kind of let himself go at the age of like 50 and then went blind and was dealing methamphetamine to the scene and may have even caused a woman to kill her sister. But I mean, it's not like, he told her to do this. She just did it. So he was not at fault for this, and he felt so bad afterwards for dealing the drugs that got the sisters killed, essentially, that he married the other fucking sister. He did not pariah her. He did not hate her for killing his wife. He married the other sister eventually, like 10 years later, after they finally got their closure and all this. And it's not like I'm saying that he like it was some weird thing and there was some murder and he took the sister as a wife or something. He waited 10 years before he ever even told her what his feelings were. I mean, he was You know, he was there to make sure she didn't kill herself, you know. He told me about this. And then he married her afterwards because they just fell in love. Denise and Dave, they were some of my favorite people in Denver. They're probably both dead. And you know, and it sucks. They're probably both dead. I knew their kids. I knew their family. I used to roll with them out on the east side and shit. One of my other dealers was connected to one of my other dealers, and one of the loves of my life was my ex M. And I dated M for 2 years. She was a stripper, right? And I met M because of Dave, like 10 years before I ever dated her. And that's an example of how I think Dave like committed a miracle. He introduced me to M. And I don't know how he did this. He was blind, but he did. He didn't introduce me to my friend T introduced me to M, but like without Dave, I never would have seen M again. And which was, you know, so see, I really feel that Dave, the blind methamphetamine dealer, was actually, you know, more Jesus Christ than, you know, say Jesus Christ, because I don't think Jesus Christ had a methamphetamine addiction. He was doing all the crazy things that Jesus Christ was kind of doing, but he was also a meth dealer and had a methamphetamine addiction. So I'm just saying, you might just want to, like, your weird right wing boomer leaders and Trumps of the world might urge you to distrust these people or something like that. And sure, you should distrust them. It's a judgment call to trust people on drugs. But I'm saying, like, not everybody on fucking drugs is actually evil at their core. This is the point I'm trying to get at. You'd be surprised where, like, even you'd be surprised, like, where you might meet really interesting good people. Like in the darkest places of the earth. You know, Rumi said, the greatest treasure is found in the greatest ruins. Or ruin. I mean, I don't know. It kind of got lost in translation. But the greatest treasure is found in the greatest ruin is the traditional quote, I think. And this is the lesson that I'm trying to impart with this story. If you think you just need to cut off people because they ruined themselves, or pariah them because they don't have the same sexual orientation to you, or they've got a drug addiction, or they're a prostitute or something like that, you never know. You might be fucking talking to Mary fucking Magdalene. Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. Your fucking judgment is against God, and I will fucking speak out against it every single fucking day. Your judgment is against God. If you think you need to judge gay people or black people or druggies or whores or any of that stupid shit, I say you're taking God's job and you will descend to your place in hell at the end of this life. I really do believe this. God told you it is God's place to judge, but yet I see the lunatic alt-right acting like black people are bad or gay people are bad or women aren't as good or whatever the fuck. I see this all the time, every single fucking day, and the way they move and the language they use and the words like fucking femboy and shit that they use all day. You know what I'm saying? You can't fool me. You guys are Satan's minions. You're Satan's minions. You took God's job and judged us. Fuck you. You are no better than Satan. And I'm speaking biblically, not that I'm a believer. I'm trying to speak in a dumbed down, idiot's guide to theosophy sort of way for a Christian to understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe. I'm just using terms that a Christian would understand because I believe this is often a Christian purview. You know what I'm saying? I'm not speaking out against Christianity. I don't mind. I love Christianity. Got no issue with it. I'm not a believer, but I don't care about Christianity. I believe that God is great. Unlike Christopher Hitchens, God is great, and I think it has very great effects upon this world. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, Allah Akbar and all this. You know, like whatever. God is great, but like, it's God's place to cast others out, not fucking yours. And the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. This was what happened to Bradley Knoll. He was a heroin addict like Kurt Cobain, and everybody pariahed him except his drug friends and his family. And so he wrote this, the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. But ain't nothing right, ain't nothing wrong, ain't nothing right, and yet I sit and lie awake all night on speed. And that's literally the lyrics that he cut out, on speed. And yet I sit and lie awake all night and think about how you judge me for doing drugs and all this shit. And Bradley was a believer. Sublime is like the greatest band that ever lived, pretty much. And like Bradley was a believer, talked about God all the fucking time. And I believe in God the way Bradley believed in God. The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. That's Ross, you know, that's Dove, that's Jamaica. You I'm saying Jamaica. That's Zionism in a weird way, but in a good way. It's like the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. You want a pariah and cast out fat people. You want a pariah and cast out fucking druggies. You want a pariah and cast out prostitutes who obviously just have issues and are going through some shit or whatever the fuck. Like you've never made a fucking mistake or whatever. You want to act like because I'm fat or an ex-drug addict that I don't have fucking societal value, or that I used to be a criminal, used to have to steal to eat and all this, that I have no value and shit. Nah, I say you're against God. You're going to fucking hell, and your judgment will be the fucking nails in your fucking, your fucking coffin. I get a lot of judgment lately. A lot of people call me fat or libtard or any of this other shit. I get a lot of judgment lately, and I think, yeah, enjoy your descendancy to the second rung. Enjoy your descendancy. You know what you're doing. You're taking God's job. You're taking God's job when you pass that judgment. You're gonna go to hell at the end of your life. God was very clear in the scriptures and everything else about what happens to you if you do his job. You guys think it's your fucking job to pass judgment. It's not. Remember, it's turn the other cheek. Judge not lest ye be judged. All the biblical shit. And I see these like Satan spawn flexing their fucking muscles, trying to act like they're for God. But nah, man, you steal his judgment and shit. You're not for God. You're the other side. Sorry, your judgment makes you the other side. I mean, I really feel this way. Your judgment makes you the other side. So understand, like you're from down there. You think you're from up here, but then you judge me. You're from down here. And I say these in theosophy terms, like philosophy terms, so that you can maybe understand a little better. Like I'm using terms like God, but I could speak about it in other ways, like enlightenment or sociology or anything. I can speak about this particular problem across a lot of different scientific disciplines and stuff. But the one that I think most people understand is God. So that's the one I use. That's all I have to say about this. Okay, video games times now, guys. Let's just go play some Rust. I'm gonna put on some, some good ambient music or like a video or something. Please hit the corpse. Did you really need to dull my blade a quarter of the way? Fucking hitboxes. The fog is causing a lot of frame rate loss, or maybe it's just that I'm out here. Yeah, I don't think I should play Eve right now while I'm playing Rust. I'm just gonna dock up and log. I think I am running far too much risk here. I lost $1 billion yesterday. I could lose like $1 billion today doing this. I'm not gonna do this. I'm far too distracted. Landmine's good free GP, but yeah. I mean, I could do landmines, I suppose. Trying to make my way to the outpost very slowly.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Sorry, now I'm gonna log Eve so my frame rate gets better, guys. Sorry about that. Play Eve dual box later, but whoa, what was that? Oh, it's that. Yeah, of course. You worthless fucking. Why would you leave this in hard coded? You're so bad at this. Every day I complain about that for the last 2 years. I could read only the file, but that's just going to cause me more heartache and more stress. I'm not going to read only my file to force Rust to actually be competent. I'm just going to keep bitching about it. That's gone. I mean, that's technically gone. That's gone. I mean, that's gone. I'll take all of it. Yeah, there's really no reason. I mean, the solar panel I guess I'll keep, but yeah, put the solar panel away, the bullets, the tech trash, the 100 hack wall, and the, I don't know, 379 cloth, I guess, yeah. Yep. There we go. Oh, I shouldn't have done the workbench because I could have made more bullets. Damn it. Oh well, I can still... I've got 300 scrap. I can just make another one. Gonna get another level today. I'm only 10 levels from level 100. I'm level 90. It's gonna be pretty good. So let's go load a video. Oh yeah, let's listen to this whole Starfield video again because I've interrupted it like 85 times. And so shout out to Some Ordinary Gamers. I have liked and subbed to your channel, as you can see. Sorry, I didn't have my display adapter. I have liked and subbed to your channel. I'm going to use your content in the background without your permission. If you have an issue with this, reach out to me and I will never do it again. But I assume this is fair use if I'm not using your visual likeness and I'm just putting you on like a podcast in the background. I'm assuming you don't mind about that, but if Some Ordinary Gamers minds about that, reach out to me.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped.com, the global men's lifestyle brand.
I'm not trying to step on anybody or profit off anybody else. I'm just trying to put something on in the background that's a little bit more entertaining than dead silence. That's all. I'm not trying to profit off it. I'm not trying to, like, you know, or any of that. I don't profit off of it, for one thing. I don't profit off that. So, yeah, I feel pretty morally safe with that. I'm not fucking XQC. I'm not, like, dumping Some Ordinary Gamers onto 85,000 people watching XQC watch stuff. So I think it's a lot safer for me to put on something in the background. And also, legally, I don't know if you can stop me from doing that either. I don't think you can stop someone from listening to something. No, I mean, I think you can stop them from watching something that somebody else can see. I think visually, like, I think it's weird because I think video is theft, but audio I'm not so sure about. Audio, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, is it okay to just listen to a YouTube stream in the background? Is that legal? It's like such a weird gray area that, understand, it's not my intention to step on anybody's fucking toes here. I just don't know what to do with that. I don't know if, like, you know, it's proper to, like, you know, I don't know, watch the whole video and cite it and get his permission first. I'm sure that's the best thing, but I don't want to watch the video. I want to put it on in the background and listen to the smart man talk about what's wrong with Starfield. And I don't, you know, morally, I don't know if that's bad, but I don't think it's really technically watching the video or stealing his IP if you're just listening to it. Isn't that essentially like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess the lawyers haven't sewn up sound yet. You can do, like, they've sewn up music, but I don't think they've sewn up podcasts. I think it's legal to listen to podcasts. I would say if you don't have the visual running in the background, I would say that, you know, no, okay, you won't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Today's video is
as long as I'm not watching him in the background, I don't think I'm treading on him. I think it's a podcast at that point.
Brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped.com, the global men's lifestyle brand that has the right.
And also, on the top of it,
you.
I never skip the ads. I do their, you know, I literally am helping them with exposure, just not their face, you know, just their voice. That's it. And I listen to every ad that they do. And if I had any money, I would support the products that they support and all this. I just don't, you know, I don't have a way of legally listening to anything in the background. It is difficult for me to accept the 1984 Orwellian nature of that it might be illegal for me to listen to a YouTube video in the background. It just never even occurred to me because I'm live. I mean, I guess that, but I get that, but I don't, like, and I know that just because I think it's okay if somebody listens to me in the background doesn't mean that they might think that it's okay for me to listen to them in the background. But I don't know. I've never heard of a YouTuber complaining about somebody listening to them in the background. I think it's when you've got like 30,000 followers and you go to their channel and you use their video like it's your content for a live stream with 30,000 viewers. I think that's stealing, but I don't think listening to some streamer for a 2 to 5 viewership stream in the background with no visuals is like IP theft. I don't think that's right. I don't believe so. I believe at that point it's like I'm listening to the radio, I think. Ooh. Don't I have one of these already? I don't, but it's a good bit. It's a good bit. Yeah. It's a good bit. I don't know what I have and I don't have, so I'll just buy all of it, I guess. I'm gonna dump whatever I can in these boxes. Gonna dump the boots. I don't need them. The bullets can stack. I need the car lift. The other bullets can go. I have the BP. The pills can go away. I think the bed can drop. And we can buy these things and research them. But I will also have to produce another workbench. workbench to do so because I busted my research bench for some reason. Not sure why I did that. And now I have to make another workbench and another research bench, but I will farm like another 100 scrap or 150 scrap and research these things I just bought, the car lift and the car parts, because a lot of the difficulty of getting guns on this server is having a vehicle with an RV spawn. Because when you pop the crate, a lot of zombies come to the crate. You don't have to fight them, but you do tend to kind of pull bites when you're trying to loot the crate. So then it's good to have an RV, to have a spawn there. Because, like, between the wolves and the zombies and the patrol helicopter and the rads and the bites when you're trying to loot the crate and all this, you might need that. I mean, you will probably need that RV. I learned the hard way. You probably need a spawn at power station, or sorry, train yard, if you really want to pop that crate for real, like real guns being tier 2 guns like SAR or pump shotgun or whatever. The cars are how you do that. You take an RV that you have the parts for, and you fix it up and you lock it up and you set up a car terminal outside your base, and you have a base that you can reach on the road, and you and you set up an RV with a spawn, and then you take it to train yard and you build a base there, or so you don't build a base there, but you use the RV as a base, and you put the laptops in the RV, and you leave the RP by the train. You leave the RV by the train yard, right? And you come in once a day and you fix the RVs because it can't be stolen. It can only be blown up. Most people won't spend the time to blow up an RV. It takes too much time and too much like GP and stuff. No, especially on this 0.5x server. So you park the RV outside the monument, and then you come in there like once or twice a day. You leave the laptops that you're farming in the RV, and you go and try to get more laptops from train yard by running the mill crates, and then you pop the gun crate in the center of train yard because it's the most common Chinook crate drop. And then you use the laptops to pop the crate, wait out the 15 minutes in the RV because too many zombies come. You kill the zombies when the box pops. You get like another 10,000 XP or something doing that, or 5,000 XP or something. And you walk away with at least like a pump shotgun or a SAR or a Colt Python every time you pop that crate, if not more. Sometimes even something better like a Tommy, but not usually. And and that's how you really actually get guns on this server. Hey, that's pretty good. Well, that's good. That takes care of one of my problems. That's good. I really have to get a fucking research bench down now. So let's do that. Bench. Research bench. It's going to drop it. It did drop it, yeah. The BP. Why do I have a BP? That's fucking dumb. Why do I have a BP? Yeah, and then 12 cloth into the spare. I feel like other stuff could stack more, but We're going to drop... now we're going to make a research bench. Yep. And pick up... No, I'm not going to pick up the T2 or T1. I'll just leave it. And we'll make a research bench, and we'll keep moving. This server only really becomes fun once you have a mid-range weapon, and I almost never get one. I almost never get a Tommy or a SAR. I mean, I guess the revolver and to a lesser degree the Python is a good mid-range weapon, but to me mid-range is SAR, Tommy to a much less degree, SAR, AK, MP5, right? MP5 is a good enough long-range weapon. It'll do 100 meters well enough to kill you, but Tommy kind of won't. So, yeah, and so there's two ways to get guns on the server: popping that crate at train yard, or buying one from the three ways, or buying one from the vendor, or getting one from an airdrop, or four ways, I guess, the red cards. And so 4 ways, but all of them are difficult because all of them involve terrible zombie bites with T virus. So. Often I don't reach SAR, and now I like this so much more than normal Rust in the respect that, oh, really? Son of a bitch. How long ago did you drop it? Aw, fine. Just make another one. Really? Just make another one. So dumb. Why do you throw this shit on the ground? God damn it. Now I have to do the whole thing again. Ooh, you scared me. Where did I drop this? No. Oh, I have to make another one. God damn it, man. Or wait, where was the original T1? Wait, don't make the T1 yet. Where was that original T1? We'll just go back to it and make it again. Fuck it. Hey, there's a pig there now. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna throw this because I'm gonna pull out my cloth and just let it stack. Yeah. We'll put the binoculars away until I need them and eat this food. There's a little bit more room. Take the cloth and the pig meat and eat it. Don't eat pig meat when you're sick, guys. It'll, like in the real world, it'll kill you right quick. That'll kill you right quick. I can't believe they left it in the game. Don't eat raw pig meat out in the wild. You'll fucking die. Very good. Very, very good. Damn it. So all this work towards car parts. I don't usually even get to the car part of it, but sometimes I do. And if I do... Ooh, what's that? What is that? What is that? Oh, it's, I forget the name of the monument, but yeah, it's a monument. I mean, that looks like a lot of loot up there. I might go try that. Get some more scraps so I can research things, and learning to just keep the research bench, you know? I don't ever have to, like, make another T1 if I just keep the research bench. I mean, really, my goal is the road. I want a mini heli really badly, and every time I get one, something bad happens. So... Nice, good pair of pants. Go research that, I guess, yeah. And get that in the memory banks, right? Pair of pants. Oh, too much, too much. Okay, well, that's okay. So... Why is a research bench necessary? Oops. 2 knives, so I guess I can dull one. So.
But today's video is for the dads. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Manscaped is trusted by over 8 million men worldwide for their trimmers, hygiene formulations, and of course those premium boxers. Now, of course, if you're looking for the perfect gift for Father's Day, look no further than Manscaped. Ladies and gentlemen, they've got the, no, not this trimmer. We're not going to talk about balls and dads together. In fact, we're going to talk about beard hedgers. The beard hedger trimmer is a great gift for any dad who loves tech and new gadgets. It's got a 7,200 RPM motor and titanium-coated T-blades to cut through the thickest of hair in a single stroke. It's also got a rotary wheel, so you can actually get 20 different hair cutting lengths, so no messy drawers full of all the attachments you need for your beard gadgetry. You've also got a Weed Whacker 2.0 for all the dads who start showing a little bit too much forestry going on in the ears and nose. It's got a 7,000 RPM motor with the 360-degree rotary dual-blade system, so your dads can whack all their weeds. And if you're wondering, Muda, does it have skin-safe technology? You bet the engineers put skin-safe technology so you can reduce all those nicks and cuts, especially in the most sensitive nether regions. And you know, on all these products, it's got wireless charging, so your dad's gonna freak out at the magic of technology. It's also got a tri-battery level, meaning that you'll know just how much charge you have left. And if you want to give your dad both, get the Performance Package 4.0, which comes with Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver, and also comes with 2 free gifts, the Shed Travel Bag and the Manscaped Boxer Briefs. The Shed is a premium leather travel bag that's water-resistant, durable, and features a grab-and-go handle. And the Boxer Briefs have a microfiber blend to keep things cool down you-know-where. That's like gifts on top of gifts. So don't wait, go to manscaped.com today and get 20% off plus free international shipping when you use promo code SOG at checkout. That's 20% off plus free international shipping with promo code SOG. Have dads join the 8 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and have the right tools for those family jewels. Hello guys and gals, me Muda and welcome back to another episode of Haunted Gaming. Today we're covering a creepypasta known as Star Citizen. Yes, will this game ever release? Ladies and gentlemen, today I wanted to do a little dive into a game that I have been waiting for quite a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Citizen is a game that I'm sure every single one of you have heard. And, you know, a few years ago I uploaded a video on my channel, pretty much an off-the-cuff stream segment, where I kind of crapped on Star Citizen incredibly. And the reality is, I'm a bit jaded from this game's development. Now, in recent months, I've come back to Star Citizen, played it, and part of me maybe has developed Stockholm Syndrome because I've kind of enjoyed my time. But the more and more I look into this game's development, the more and more it hurts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Star Citizen is a space simulator exclusively for the PC that is beyond just a space simulator. It is, in fact, an ability for you to create a new life and live amongst the stars. I guess the best way to describe Star Citizen for a lot of people coming in is this game is effectively life, okay? It's not just your average MMO where you get into a few character classes, some gameplay loops, raid a few dungeons. No, this game is meant to replace life itself. You see, Star Citizen is best understood as a game where you can be a space delivery driver, okay? A space Amazon delivery agent. And the reality is there's plenty of other games like Star Citizen that give that niche. Games like Elite Dangerous. I guess one of the best ways to describe Star Citizen is like any other MMO, you would typically expect it to have character classes, your average gameplay loop. Imagine playing something like Elite Dangerous, for instance, right? You're delivering things, packages through space. You're a space Amazon delivery agent, right? Well, in Elite Dangerous, you buy a ship, you click through a few menus, and you transfer cargo onto your ship, and you go on your merry way. With Star Citizen, you pick up a contract, you go to a location, you move every goddamn box individually into your ship, you make sure your ship is ready to fly off and your cargo doesn't go anywhere, you fly to the other area, you put the boxes into your, into a box at your destination. That probably doesn't work. You basically got to do every single aspect yourself. I wish I could show you more footage actually beyond trying to get into my plane, because I couldn't even access the menu to fix my plane, and at one point I couldn't even access the doorways, and the game consistently gave me a server crash, 30,000 whatever. I guess the server must have been overwhelmed with all... You know what? Let's just move on. The best way to describe the immersion of Star Citizen is if the game told you to take a leak, it literally wants you to find the bathroom yourself, go to the bathroom, unzip your pants through an interactive prompt, aim and piss, and then zip your pants up and call it a day. Other games would just make you press an interact button. No. Star Citizen makes you go above and beyond. This is life after all, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, with all of that said, I want to take you on to the beginning. Now, you can find plenty of developmental roadmaps throughout history that'll give you an absolute perfect description of how Star Citizen's development has gone for the last 10 years. But I wanted to apply a personal touch in my video and kind of look at this from the perspective of somebody that's been here since the Kickstarter. I've fallen off, I've come back, fallen off the wagon, and I've come back. Okay, this is a train wreck that I continuously monitor until I hope to see it actually release. So to start off with, Star Citizen launched its actual Kickstarter campaign, a crowdfunding campaign. Yes, Star Citizen
Blue
is
Ride!
an example of a crowdfunded project. Because it has made crowdfunding money that I've ever seen. Now, Star Citizen also has investors from what I understand, but this is a game that has made $500 million. Yes, $500 million plus in just crowdfunding dollars, okay? Making it arguably the most successful crowdfunded project ever made. So here's the initial pitch over here, which is around $500,000. That's what they were asking for initially. They ended up getting $2.1 million and around 34,300 backers. Now, this was actually updated last April 6, 2013. So this is a long time ago, a decade ago, if you will, too, last updated. The pitch video is insane, too. It's like they thought I was dead. They said console was the future. And obviously, you've got Chris Roberts and CGI Glory over here basically talking about Star Citizen, the game. Now, Chris Roberts is a central figure to the development. He is the designer of games like Wing Commander, which are games that are a little bit too old for me, but they had an all-star studded cast, absolutely great space dogfighting simulators. But of course, Chris Roberts was also one of the designers for one of my favorite games ever made, Freelancer, a game that allowed you to effectively not create a character, but play the role of a pilot, be part of an expansive campaign, and fly all over the stars, trade, fight, hunt bounties, do whatever you wanted. Compared to games nowadays, Freelancer is quite simple, but the gameplay loop is still engaging. Freelancer was supposed to have a sequel called Freelancer 2, where I believe it was supposed to release on the PC and Xbox 360, but it never got made, it got canceled. And even though it got canceled, to this day, it still has some of the coolest nebula cloud technology I've ever seen in any space simulator. It's a shame it'll never be released, and it's a shame that I haven't seen other games do similar tech. But at the same time, Freelancer is a far simplified project as compared to Star Citizen. If you have never played Freelancer, if you never played Wing Commander, I highly do recommend you give them a try. If you play those games and you realize the quality of those experiences, you can understand why people gave millions of dollars to Chris Roberts in this Kickstarter pitch. So even looking into it, of course now this is like CG work, but Chris Roberts wanted to effectively use CryEngine, which at the time was one of the prettiest looking game engines, and I believe Unreal 4 wasn't even available at this time. Chris took one of the prettier engines of the time and wanted to make a expansive space simulator out of it. This would bite him on the ass, but we're not there yet. So even in this footage, which is one of the reasons why I think it worked so well, is he actually did show, from what I understand, some actual gameplay. So here you can see that they had a character scratching their ass, looking around one of the largest hangars that I've seen in a while, and impressively detailed for 2013. Of course, you could even see ships kind of flying around too, so obviously people were like, yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. He's a veteran in the industry. Let's throw some money. So real quick, Star Citizen is a rich universe focused on epic space adventure, trading, dogfighting in first person. That's all true, by the way. That's pretty much what the game intends to be. Single player, offline or online. As of now, not true. The game is an MMO, Persistent Universe. Persistent Universe, that's true, hosted by us. Moddable multiplayer. We don't have any moddable multiplayer, okay? This is a persistent MMO. No subscriptions. That's true. There are no subs for the game. No pay to win. Arguably not true. And we're going to get to their luxury ships really quick. So of course, pretty much after this, they had a bunch of stretch goals. So basically for 2 million, 2.5, 3 million, so on and so forth. They were going crazy, adding extra goals, extra ships, extra gameplay features. And from here, you can kind of see that as the funding increased, the feature creep also showcased, which when game development is a thing, feature creep is a bad thing to have. Feature creep is effectively the idea of, hey, we have a core game concept we want to make, but if we have time, let's add this extra feature to it. The problem with it is, unless you just keep adding modules and features and you don't complete the core actual game, the game is going to be perpetually in development and nothing is going to get finished. You gotta make sure you have a solid foundation before you start branching off. But hey, I'm not a game developer, I'm just a guy on the internet. What do I know? So basically after this Kickstarter came out the Hangar module, and the Hangar module was effectively only for the backers and allowed people to actually go into a hangar, of course, and see some of the ships that they purchased. Now, I wasn't in this at the time because I couldn't really afford the Kickstarter back then, and so I didn't really do it. I didn't jump into it. I wish I did, because I would have liked to see the Hangar module, but unfortunately, never happened. But of course, when I had a little bit of money in my pocket, I bought the cheapest game package at the time. The $45, I believe it was the Mustang Alpha bundle, which allowed me to access the Wing Commander, not the Wing Commander, the Arena Commander game type, which actually at the time had a tutorial section which isn't even accessible in the game anymore. So you can see right over here that back in the day, and this is a 2015 video that we're actually watching, you could actually walk around in here, get a little bit of training, and actually access your ship and fly around and get some basic flight information. From what I understand, this isn't available. You pretty much have to rely on figuring out how to fly the ship yourself. The game does have a tutorial mode, but we'll get to all of that in a little bit. So of course, at this moment in time, I kind of fell off the game again because they didn't really have the persistent universe, they didn't really have much of the gameplay that we see today. Now, of course, it wasn't until years later that they introduced something known as the PU, the Persistent Universe, and some actual planets you could fly and land into. Unfortunately, the game was still very buggy, the frame rate was still bad, and for the few hours I played, I dabbled in and I backed the hell out immediately. I wanted to wait until the game was actually a bit more playable before putting hours of my life into it. Honestly, if anything, that was a bit more off-putting for me, and that's one of the reasons why I just had this on and off relationship with Star Citizen. 6 years ago, they actually produced a video where they showcased during CitizenCon, their actual conventions, the Sandworm. Now, this is a very popular clip that a lot of people have watched if you were in the Star Citizen community, where basically they were actually like driving this ATV around, and you can actually see a dust storm in the distance over there. I have never noticed the dust storm and the electrical like storms going on ever in the actual game. But of course, by the time you actually get to the end, there's a moment you get off, you bring out weapons, you can actually explore a fair bit. But the most interesting part of this situation was the Sandworm. So get ready, get prepared, because things are about to get a little wild. So as they explore this entire section and they start to leave the area, you can see that these ships that, you know, Chris Roberts and Cloud Imperium Games are pushing look very, very detailed. In fact, the environments look detailed compared to other space games. It really does have that sense of scale that you don't see replicated in a lot of other big, massive games. Something like this in like No Man's Sky would have been like a tiny joke. In Star Citizen, it is literally one-to-one scale. So of course, at this moment over here, ladies and gentlemen, the Sandworm is going to show up. So no joke, this is something you're about to see, whereas you see these people flying around, this massive Sandworm comes up, and this I honestly wanted to be in the game for the longest time. I told myself I was going to play this game when the Sandworm gets brought in. There is no Sandworm in the game as far as I've ever seen, okay? In fact, the running joke in the community is, can't wait until this comes out, my grandchildren will understand the hype. Truly, my great-grandchildren will get it. I'm actually just keeping it real. I'm keeping it $1.50 with you. I don't think this is gonna be out for a while, if ever. Now, if we go back to the amount of funding that this game is making, I again wasn't joking when I said this made over $500 million. Because if you go to Roberts Space Industry, the site, and actually when it comes to accountability and it comes to transparency in the game development, nobody can say that Roberts Space Industries isn't actually going out of their way to show you that they're actually working on a game. So they'll tell you the funding they make. $582 billion US dollars, okay? Now if you look at their hourly stats, yeah, they even give you the hourly breakdown. Per hour, on average, it seems, for the last couple days, or, well, for literally tonight, they were making to the tune of over $27,445, okay? every day, it seems like these guys are making some days 1.3 million, some days $979,000, 1.5 million, 1.1 million per month. They're pulling in 7.9 million, $23 million, okay, in one specific month. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be like, well, god damn, how are they actually getting that much money? Well, I'm going to show you exactly how things go. Thankfully, there is actually an event going on, the Invictus launch week 2953, because everything in this goddamn game has to be so in-universe. So, of course, let's look at what's going on. Well, you can buy ships from Drake Interplanetary. These are kind of companies in the world of Star Citizen. Yeah, they've got the lore locked down, okay? They've got company names, characters, so on and so forth. And if you actually look into their ship right now, how much do you think the average ship costs? Well, the Buccaneer, which is a rough and tumble frontline scrapper from Drake Interplanetary, costs $110 USD. What was that? What's that? Oh, no, that's actually the price right there. But you could fly it today for free because there's an event and a free play moment right now. But of course, there's more vehicles. You can get the Caterpillar, haul anywhere at commercial volume. Yeah, do you want to be an Amazon logistics freight officer in space? Yeah, $330 right now. And you might be like, whoa, Muda, that's just the ship value. No. Go to the offer page right now. You can upgrade to $330, all right? That's just how Mafia works. Don't worry, dude. Sometimes it gets cheaper, okay? Like the Corsair, which seeks Uncharted at $250. This is actually what I have for $100. Yeah, actually, like, cheaped out, okay? This is the cheapest ship that I own, the only ship that I own. I spent $100. There are games that come out with, like, deluxe edition that are worth less than this one ship that I bought, okay? But hey, we all make dumb financial decisions, don't we? But no, you can buy the Cutlass Blue, which is bad news for the bad guys and bad news for your wallet, $175. And then, of course, you've got the Cutlass Red, which is $135. That's a space ambulance. You want to be a space medic? Want to be a space EMT? Queue up $135. Then, of course, for $40, you can get those space ATVs that we saw a while back. Takes open air excitement to the extreme. Now, you can get the Herald for $85. Now, I want you to, like, get ready for this one. Get prepared. How much do you think the Kraken, which is the self-sustaining flying fortress, is going to cost? $200, $300, $400, $1,650 US, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're getting to this point. Oh, don't worry, guys. You can get the Kraken Privateer for $2 grand. $2 grand, you're saying? Muda, that can't be real. Well, that's what they've said the ship value is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like a lot of ships in this game, those still aren't even the average expensive ones. There's ships more expensive than what I have shown you. And some of those ships are actually rare, meaning only a limited amount of them get made. Yes, I would say Star Citizen is kind of responsible for a lot of ills of modern AAA gaming. Yeah, these are the guys that do digital scarcity with actual digital goods. Now, I personally, as a gamer, as somebody that plays titles digitally, there is no such thing as digital fucking scarcity. If Chris Roberts and team want to create a ship worth $1,000 and only sell like a couple hundred of them, yeah, they'll get sold out in minutes. But guess what? That doesn't have to be a limited time drop. They're just going off the psychology of a lot of people who actually will look at these things with FOMO, all right? People who have the fear of missing out, the need to want something a little bit scarce. They're literally appealing to the whales in this situation. Now, this is where I have a serious problem with this game and, like, the absolute crap performance so far, even in the alpha. And I get it, it's an alpha. But this is an event week where they want to basically raise money. And from what I've understood, they've raised millions of dollars, because, of course, whales will buy ships and people will just chuck money at stuff. The thing about this is, had the game been more polished, they probably could have made a lot more. Now, it's interesting that for a game in alpha, they constantly run these events to try to get people to keep constantly funneling money into this project, which honestly should pretty much stick to its roadmap and focus on not just releasing their single-player component, but also fixing up the general feel of the multiplayer. The entire period of the Invictus launch week, I was marred with server issues, severe lag, trying to get off of my primary residence, Area 18. The spaceport computers did not work, so I couldn't even summon my actual ship.
Sounds
Couldn't
good for a
access the vehicle
$500
like
billion
repair
game.
menus had I wanted to.
Sounds great.
And thankfully, the community is awesome. There was one player...
Yeah, you pocketed 490 of that, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Jesus Christ, man! Like, how much are? It's like no, it was like 500 million. It's not billion, excuse me. It's 500 billion, right? 500 million, excuse me. 500 million. And like, I'm sorry, but like, you can't even get the stress test to work. What did you do with that money? Did you mainline it?
Willing to fly us all out to a nearby space station so we could just summon our ships there. Well, I tried doing it. We almost got off the planet, and to be nice, I wanted to pay this guy some money
almost
for
got off the
doing
planet.
this for us in the first place. It was a nice gesture. Literally trying to transfer credits to another player caused me to have a crash. And again, this wasn't just one crash. Every time I tried to get off this planet for a goddamn hour, I was crashing over and over and over again. And this was recorded at like 2 in the morning, meaning that peak server time was nowhere close by. Again, this game has some severe issues. And instead of like, you know, fixing that core, instead of having a solid foundation, we're just focused on adding in gameplay elements piecemeal from time to time. Honestly, the entire progress and development of this game is a giant mess, okay? And I can't even blame CIG. They're honestly doing way too much. A single player, a persistent universe, God knows what other projects as well too. And this game is parallel developed as well, so there's different modules being shuffled in from time to time. It is a goddamn mess. And of course, obviously, I want to also say that you don't have to buy every ship with money, from what I understand. You can go to a dealership, which is admittedly pretty cool. It's very immersive, and you can buy ships from there as well. One thing I wanted to add on top of the limited ships is one of the examples CIG gives is they want to have a ratio of ships, smaller ships to larger. So they want, obviously, not everyone should have a capital class ship on launch day. But to be honest, I don't really see this as sort of a logical point. To be honest, I think most of it is down to the fact that if they have $2,000 ships, they can sell a bunch of them by claiming that they're limited releases and probably incentivize whales to dump more money at a quicker rate. It's not just Star Citizen that does this. I would argue Star Citizen's one of the games that laid the foundation. Tons of other games release limited time DLC, so they can incentivize people to just come in and throw their money. It is a wild, wild world of psychological warfare when it comes to getting whales to give away their cash. And Star Citizen, with how much money it's raised, seems to be the goddamn master class in it. But again, that's just my theory on it. Obviously, CIG wants to keep a certain ratio of capital class ships to standard ships. I personally don't really believe their reasoning. But then again, that's the entire, that's just analyzing this game in general. Anyways, let's get back to the piece. So here's the other reality over here. You can buy other ships like the Polaris, for instance. The Polaris is a nimble Corvette-class capital ship. And if you look into the buying options, it's $750. Now you might be like, whoa, at least if I pay $750, I can fly it.
You better get a blowjob with that.
Meaning it hasn't actually
Better get a blowjob with that.
Chris Roberts Space Industries has actually found a way to sell goddamn...
Do I get a blowjob with the fucking $750 fucking dollars? Because I could go get a motel room. I could go get Dom Perignon. I could hire a fucking $500 hooker or something. Get a blowjob in a hot tub. Now, of course, the next day I won't have anything left. And with Robert Space Industries, I will. There's a lot to be said for that. But I still think that's a higher quality experience for a day than spending $750 on a crappy ship in the game. You know? Yeah, I better get a blowjob with that. That's Jesus, that's so much money. I think it should be illegal to charge more than $100 for any in-game asset. Digital shit isn't worth more than $100. Sorry.
People just on the hope that one day they'll get to fly this ship. When will they fly?
Oh, one day,
maybe
guys,
year,
one day.
Maybe in a month.
One day.
Maybe 10 years. Who fucking knows? But of course, at this moment in time, what you can say is they really focus on the lore. Believe it or not, buying a goddamn ship in this video game is like going out to an actual car dealership and reading through things like the brochure, getting a bit of the lore, understanding what your ship
Why
has,
is it like that?
You know, getting the insurance.
Why is
on
it like that? That's
making the
that's so
pledge.
dumb.
And as
Oh,
they
only a 14-year-old would find that fascinating. Hey guys, you get to go to the DMV. Hey guys, you get to go to the car dealership. Oh cool, it took me 4 hours to buy a ship just like it does in real life. How is that a video game? You're basically paying to look at a loading screen at that point.
develop
Come
these
on,
ships, they give
man.
you a loaner from what I understand,
on,
so you
man.
can play something similar until they finally develop this ship. It's kind of like if you pre-ordered the Cybertruck from Tesla, and
Yeah.
instead of, you know, waiting for years until whenever that thing materializes, Tesla gives you a Model Y loaner in exchange until they release a Cybertruck. Obviously, this is the digital world. It doesn't cost RSI anything to give you a goddamn loaner when you're paying them $700 plus for a in-concept ship. Now, don't get me wrong, the ships are very impressive. In fact, every ship that they have in this game really is unique. There are ships that have one-man operations, and then there's entire luxury ships with beds, bars, drones, entire user cockpits that you can go around in. You can rent some of these ships if you have enough money in the game.
Look
I
how
actually
fucking
played with some of
cheap
my
this
friends.
was.
One of my buddies, Tyler.
I did 25, 50, 75, 100, 125, or sorry, 125, 150, like another like 30, 100. I did 180 plus 205. I did 205 high qual with like 100. It's such a good fucking server. It really is. It's like the best, most like awarding server I've ever been on. It just totally is like, oh, you did the work? Well, here, just don't worry about it anymore. You don't have to do it again. You know? Oh, you cool. Yeah, you spent a year on the server. Well, here's 210 worth of high qual upgrades for 105. You literally get double your throughput now. I really love that. I've never seen it in a video game before. Something that actually rewarded you for your fucking time, you know? Looking for... I've got to go kill them. They're driving me crazy, crazy. You're driving me crazy. Oh, couldn't move because of the... Oh, no, what? Burst disabled. Shit it. Why does that look like Twig? It's weird because I feel like that's Twig, but it's not. It's not, right? I mean, nah, there's no way that's Twig. Can I target it? Nah, that's not Twig. It's some glitch. That thing will get me fucking killed. Like, really killed. Like, I think I'd probably have to address this. Fucking annoying. I'll just make, like, a wood porch or something, yeah. Fuck it. Hi people, not bad. We should go look at the who's on the server now. You do that at least? Yeah, do something like... Yeah, can you do that? Or something? Yeah, like do that maybe? Yeah. And just upgrade. Yeah. I don't care. I just don't want that fucking log interfering with me. Fucking annoying. You were not fast enough. Better luck next time. Oh yeah, the Garda crate. didn't think about that. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is sort of a... Well, I'm down now, though. I don't want this upkeep more than this, I don't think. I mean, it's kind of dumb to leave that, though. I'll go get another 100 high qual. It's not like it's fucking hard, but... High qual upkeep can be rather nasty. Yeah, 45 is actually kind of a lot for a day. I shouldn't have done all these upgrades, but... 45 is not that bad. Speaking of high qual, I'm gonna need, oh, I don't have a, yeah, I still don't have a T2 here, it's weird. Anyways, yeah, I guess I'll just take the suppressor. There's no reason to, like, alert anybody. Wish I had an extended mag really bad. And there's also points in the PvP chart. Oh, shit, did I spend my points? No, I didn't. Oops. Combat right? Yeah, what do I have? Damage taken by animals. Melee damage, durability loss entirely. Yeah. By 10%, 50. Oh wow. Oh yeah, but not maintenance. But what is it? It's drum mag. Increase the maximum amount of your weapons. Yeah, but I think it's actually that. Yeah, it is. Sorry, it's definitely that. I knew I was gonna have to invest like 5 points into that. It's just too powerful and helps me get around way too easy. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to take another revolver. I don't need to. Yeah, and yeah, that's looking a lot better, a lot more efficient. And we'll take bullets over... I should have stayed metal. Damn it. Oh, wow. Yeah, so we'll make GP here... Gotta look at the furnaces. Okay, well, let's do that, I guess. No, let's do that. Look around here for any sulfur, some such. Don't really see too much. There's some bullets. There's some more sulfur and wood. There's
Tyler
GP.
actually did rent a ship that was really cool to look at. And then, of course, when you look at the price tag for said ship, you don't actually want to buy it. Because I don't want to make terrible goddamn financial decisions.
No.
But of course, at the end of the day, it's because of these luxury ships and it's because of these super expensive digital purchases that from the outside looking in, any normal person would go, what the fuck is going on here? It's because of these ships that RSI is able to fund themselves so heavily, and honestly, it really shows you that they don't really need to complete the game. They are making solid microtransaction money literally by creating these ships, some of them even in concepts, and just selling them to people, and with the hopes that one day they'll get to fly them in the metaverse that is Star Citizen. Could you imagine if Rockstar Games, every other update for GTA Online, decided to create a brand new like sports car and actually go down the road of, you want this, you gotta pay us like $200, $300 to get access to the new Infernus model. That would be insane, but hey, that's kind of not far off the mark from what I see over here at Star Citizen. Again, people who look into this game from the outside can kind of look at the community as almost a cult. People suffering from Stockholm Syndrome at this point.
I met one of them recently. He was like, will you play Star Citizen? Will you play Star Citizen? Will you play Star Citizen? I got on eBay and I spent like $100 on 40 billion like credits or whatever. I'll give you some if you come play Star Citizen. And I'm like, no. My other friend came and he was like, will you play a fucking NFT game? And I was like, yes. If... No, I mean, I was like, yes, in 3 weeks when it's not New World launch and all this stuff. But, I mean, I did kind of lie to my friend. I don't think I'm going to play that fucking NFT game. I don't like NFTs. No fucking thanks. I'm too nice.
Again.
And so I'm like, hey, the thing that you're into is cool. When I really think that the thing you're into is really douchebaggery. Like, NFT is douchebaggery. So like anybody talking about NFTs are kind of douchebags a little bit. Not that they might be not they might not be if they were just like snared up by an NFT game. That's not the same thing. But I mean, like my friend got snared up by an NFT game that was free, and I was like, yeah, and you gotta like send your email to some dude to even get a code to play the game or whatever. And I'm like, no, no. I'm sorry. And I love my friends so much that I want to be nice to them. I've known he's my oldest fan. He's or not fan, but you know he's my oldest community member. He's been in my stream for like for a year and a half. I don't like hurting his feelings, but there's no way I'm playing an NFT game in 2023. I just didn't want to say it right to his face because it implies that hey, you're a sucker, but I'm not a sucker. You know, it implies it, and it can hurt their feelings if you're just like no. But I've done this to a lot of people. I've been like, no. They like, you'd be surprised how many people come to me in my lifetime, and they're like, really, I really needed you to be down with this and invest with me and go with me on this trip or whatever, or go down this trail with me and see where it ends. And I'm like, no, no. I don't like. No, I'm a risk taking person. I'll drive 100 miles an hour every day. I'll jump out of a plane. I'll smoke methamphetamine. I don't care. I'll smoke black tar heroin. I don't care. I'm a risk person. But what I don't like risking is the like $7,000 that I live off each year. That I can't handle. I can't buy plane tickets to come see I can't go traveling. I can't go investing in some NFT game. I can't go buying Star Citizen. If I bought, if I spent $60 this year on what's it called, Remnant 2, you better fucking believe I'm gonna go back and play Remnant 2. But I'm also very nervous about Remnant 2 in the respect that I can't remember. But is Remnant 2 Unity? It feels like a bootleg Unity Dark Souls. Yeah. Is Remnant 2 a bootleg? It is. It's like a bootleg Unity Dark Souls. But what engine does Remnant 2 run on, right? Gunfire Games decided to use Unreal Engine 5. UE5. No wonder it was so good. Yep, I love me some Unreal. Unreal hasn't done anything to me yet. So yeah, I have Remnant 2. I always forget about this, but I can run Remnant 2 in the background. I totally spaced it. Yeah, when I go to bed tonight, I'll download Remnant 2, and I'll put it on my D drive, and I'll finish Remnant 2 tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but over the next week, because Remnant 2 is fucking really good. Like, really good. I really think it's a pretty fucking good game. Like, better than Starfield. Way better than Starfield. Way better. It's even got the scope of Starfield. It doesn't have the... I mean, no, it does. It has, like, more scope than Starfield. It doesn't have the lore that Bethesda has or any of the storyline or all the voice acting, but it has everything else that Starfield didn't have. The exploration, the puzzles, the gunplay, all that stuff. I would say Remnant 2 is, like, twice the game Starfield is. And that's frankly... like really my appraisal. I'm not trying to be like I'm not a very like sucking on the copium or like trying to inflate something guy. I'm not a hyperbolic guy. I really do believe Remnant 2 is a very very solid good game. I've always thought this, So there's a game that I own that I bought this year that was $60 that I immediately put down like 4 days later because of Rust, because of New World, because of 76, because of online games. Remnant 2 is online, and I definitely played it co-op with some people. But, I mean, it's, I think the real beauty of Remnant 2 is you can play it however the fuck you want to play it. It's got that open-ended of an RPG system. And I think a lot of people play it like Souls, but I actually was thinking of playing it like WoW. And just farming mobs with my dog. And leveling the dog so it's so powerful that you don't even ever have to fire a shot. You just press a button and the dog goes and attacks things. And Remnant 2 is only patched since it came out, so I'm sure Remnant 2 is even better than it was when I first played it. So now, like I'm going back to Remnant 2 tomorrow. I know I am. And if it's Unreal Engine 5 and it doesn't have. It might have EAC. I don't know. Is Remnant 2 EAC? That's the next question, right? Let's go pop the display adapter here for a second. Is Remnant 2. Stay away from EAC and Unity, guys. It's the march of the deep state, QAnon, child sex bastards. Stay away from EAC and Unity. I really, really wholeheartedly believe this. I think it is the not the deep state, but the billionaire's attempt to essentially dominate the video game industry is Unity. I really don't like Unity. And not because of all the shit that happened in the news recently, but because it has a fucking fucked up hook in your kernel that totally works like a Trojan. I'm really not kidding, you know. Is Remnant 2 EAC, because that's the other one I'm worried about. Is Remnant 2 easy anti-cheat? Because, oh, really? Very good. Very good. Because you don't need to cheat at Remnant 2. There's nothing to succeed. There's nothing you can get from cheating in Remnant 2. Nobody's ever gonna like lick your balls being like, oh my god, your gear in Remnant 2 is so good. You have 1,000 hours. You're such a pro player and all this. That's not gonna happen in Remnant 2. So they don't give a shit about cheating. They don't care about that. And I love it. It's like, why not be able to cheat on a single player game if you fucking want to? That's how PlayStation 1 was. That's how PlayStation 2 and Super Nintendo was. If you're playing a single player game, who gives two living shits? And I mean, Remnant 2 is a multiplayer game, so I suppose cheating could affect the game, but there's no PvP, so who cares about cheating? You know what I'm saying? Who cares about fucking cheating? You know, I really don't. So yeah, like, what was I going to do? What was I going to look for here? Oh well, yeah. I forgot what I was going to do. I was going to go look for something, but I forgot what it was. Damn it. What's my titles right now? Very good. Mmo Lifestyle. I am 2 hours into this recorded video. I'm just going to remind you guys that if you've hung out in this long form video for this long, that you are fucking awesome. Thank you for spending your life force with me together today. And I'm just going to remind you, since I have my display adapter open anyways, I am SkyCat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click the cat face to donate. Twitch, YouTube, every single fucking day, 14 hours a day. Give me money, 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 give me money. That's all I have to say. And then we're gonna finish this. Yeah.
If it wasn't for the fact that the community is kind of awesome,
yeah, I'm sure they are.
That's the impression any normal human being is going to develop. Yep. Even on Robert Space Industries, they literally give
EVE
you
Online
what
players.
The
They're really good
is.
people.
So when it's in concept, artists and designers determine the concept look, 3D renders, functional design for a ship. It's not even the final thing. Then you've got the long-term production, which basically they have the development work planned and added to the roadmap. Then, of course, you've got active production. Then it's hangar ready, so you can just watch it. And then once it's flight ready, you can take it to space. So this is exactly how ships get released. It's insane. You're pre-ordering for the concept of the ship, all right? It's like going to a car show and buying the concept car. You don't even know if they're going to make it. Hell, you don't even know if it's actually a functional vehicle at that point. It's just a fucking pipe dream. You are paying for a JPEG pipe dream. Stop it. Seek help. Now, the development of Star Citizen is no joke. If you actually look into the roadmap, they are very, very...
My worst fear about this is I recently lost a friend who was like 17 or 15 or something. I don't know what the fuck his age is. But he was like a young teenager, and I liked him a lot, but he was a little Eichmann. He was a Republican brainwash, and, it's unfortunate, and I'll boil him down to a common denominator like that, because the Republicans have tried to kill me and my family my entire life. So I will boil you down to a common denominator if you stand with them. Republicans have tried to kill me and my family and my friends my entire fucking life, and if you stand with them, you aren't my friend. I don't want you in the channel. If you stand with those fucking traitor, Fourth Reich, fucking, going up for 200 felonies, shaking hands with Jeffrey, fucking deep state assholes, Trump included, I don't want you in my fucking channel. Just understand it, you know what I'm saying? So I lost a friend recently who was young, and he kept pushing Star Citizen at me, and I was like, no. The first ship is $45 to $75. I'm not doing that. That is what most games cost. I'm not paying the cost of a game for one crappy ship in the game. And then I point out that in EVE Online, I have access to 400 fucking ships without ever paying a fucking cent. That all have, I can pay for the skins, but I don't need to. I can earn the currency to buy the skins. At no point do I have to pay 1 red cent for 400 fucking ships and like 4,000 skins. And it takes time, and I could pay real life money to skip the time if I wanted to. But why? Why would I do that? It makes the game worthless. You can't have any fun fun if you're doing that. That's like putting in a cheat code on Grand Theft Auto. Why at that point? Why you can throw $4,000 into EVE Online and have a good month or whatever, or a good year, but it doesn't. I mean, why? That's like entering a cheat code. It's gonna kill your fun. There's no reason to do that. So. The same with what that same friend told me several times, that he had stolen, well, not stolen, but to me it's stealing. He had bought money off eBay, right? And I'm talking about Star Citizen money. He had spent for like $25. He got like 400 million in Star Citizen money, or whatever the fuck their credits are. And he offered me money to come play the game. And I think I probably insulted him when I was like, no. And they're like, what? Free money? You turned down free money? And it's that same old NFT, Bitcoin theft, loser, like I don't know what it would be. It would be like, like kind of like Bitcoin NFT grifter like attitude of, you don't want free money, but I gave you a sign up referral code. What do you mean you don't want free Bitcoin or whatever? No, I don't want to be part of Robert Space Industries, the worst gacha game in history, with ships that cost $2,000 fucking dollars, when I can easily go to EVE Online, pay $25 a month, get access to 400 fucking ships and 4,000 fucking skins. The same way I can go to Fortnite and get access to 4,000 skins, or play forever for free. I can play EVE Online forever for free. Why would I go to an inferior fucking game with inferior fucking graphics, inferior fucking community, total gacha fucking bullshit for thousands of fucking dollars? If you want to be the best in the game, you got to have a $2,000 ship. You know how gacha works. If you want to be a whale in a gacha game, you better have a fucking $2,000 ship to brag about in the fucking hangar if you want friends who respect you for how well you can play the game. So I'm like, I'm sorry, man. Maybe you have $4,000 lying around because you're like a trust fund kid, or you work all the time to blow your money on NFTs or fucking crappy like Robert Space Industries fucking scams and shit. But I didn't come up in the fucking I came up in the upper class, and then I lived in the middle class for like 4 or 5 years, and then it was lower class for the last like 24 years. You know what I'm saying? And of the three, I still think lower class is the more sane way to be, that's more happy, and definitely doesn't have the pressures and the problems that the middle and the upper class do. Of all the three classes, I prefer to be lower class, believe it or not. It's way less fucking pressure, way less stress, way less work, way less heartache, way less fucking, balding, fat, and 2.3 kids in a divorce kind of way, really mundane kind of. And, and I'm just saying, like, I don't have middle to upper class money to blow $2,000 on some fucking spaceship in a gacha game. Maybe you do, or maybe you're dumb enough to raise the money to do it. Whatever the fucking case is, I'm not fucking falling for that scam, and I don't care what you say to me. And now that he's not a friend anymore, I can absolutely say, like, you really... No, I will not be negative. There's no reason to be.
Giving you a very massive progress tracker that just shows you pretty much when these modules are made, when they're being developed, what's coming on with like the newest updates. So for instance, with 3.2, which is tentative for Q3 2023, they've got extra gameplay add-ons. For example, you can do ship trespass. You can do new missions like
Great, you can do all these things, but the game still isn't good because you spend like 12 hours and you can't even like fire a shot. I'm sorry. Now, EVE Online has you firing a shot inside of 90 seconds. And the combat's much, much better. And you don't have to do all this stupid shit like barrel rolls or anything that wastes your time. It takes you away from the actual combat or any of that shit. You just tab, target, kill, alt-tab. And you want to talk about a real lifestyle game? It's called alt-tabbing all the time, and that's EVE Online. Can't be alt-tabbing Robert Space Industries. It's the most goddamn crisis-intensive game ever made, which is another reason I won't fucking buy it or even play it, really. It's got to be the most intensive game ever made. I know it is. So, like, why would I play that game? I can't alt-tab. Come on, man.
And of course, you've got the progress tracker for various other elements like gameplay, story systems, lighting teams. You've got sandboxes.
And it's no mistake that the person that I just kicked is pushing Robert Space Industries at me. It's because they all come from the same weird grifter, Republican, uptight, fucking like rip people off, fucking gacha, fucking Bitcoin like NFT community that like supports buying currency on eBay and shit like that. And those were the conversation points that he made. And I lost a friend, so it's easy for me to talk shit afterwards. But I mean, like, I'm not talking shit about him. He's fine. I actually really liked my friend. I'm talking about that fucking community that fosters that kind of fucking bullshit and makes it seem cool to these poor fucking kids who are being brainwashed. I'm sorry, but you were brainwashed by fucking shitheads to toss at least $100 down a money pit. I know you don't want me to hear me say it, and no, I'm not going to play your fucking game. Yes, it's fucking negative and all this shit, but I'm sorry, I played this video so you can understand why I say the things I say. It's not because I'm being dismissive or pig-headed or I don't like things, I just don't want to try it. It's because many, many thousands of videos exist saying Star Citizen is the worst game that ever existed. Really famous people with 4 million subscribers are saying, I feel scammed by Star Citizen and I gave up on it. So yeah, you can push your little scam games, your little NFT scam kitties, your little NFT, I play CSGO and buy skins and all this shit, like script kitty shit and all this and or whatever. But I mean, like, really, it's still not too good. It's not too good. The game's not too good. It's like a fucking cash grab, the worst we've ever seen. And you can go push your Robert Space Industries at me, and sure, maybe 10 years it'll be a real game, or 20. But by then, I full-blown expect to be connected to a VR helmet, and what's he going to do then? What's he going to do to Robert Space Industries and fucking, and Star Citizen? Is he going to put it on VR? I bet he is. But see, the difference is he going to put it on VR in the next 10 years? Because if he doesn't, all that money, all that shit you spent on that shit, all that money, you're going to be in that class action lawsuit, just like Chronicles of Illyria at the end of fucking Star Citizen, when you realize that he pocketed your money rather than adapting it to VR. And you're going to be like, I can't even play Star Citizen, this game that I invested in back when I was like 15. Now I'm 27. And I'm starting to bald and be a fat boomer now, like all the people I used to hate. And like now I'm like, now I'm like really tripped out that like fucking I blew like, $500 on Star Citizen expecting it to have like VR and be a normal game by 2033, but no, it turns out by 2033 you still won't have that. And that's why this dude with 4 million fucking subs is saying, I feel scammed by Star Citizen and I gave up on it. Now you can push Star Citizen and look like an idiot in my stream, and I'm sorry, I don't call you an idiot when you say it, but that's what I think. And this is that naivety that I mentioned. You think, oh man, Star Citizen's so good. Why? Because scam artists play it? Because people who play CSGO lottery play it? Because people who buy currency on eBay and ruin the fucking industry and the fucking, the whole sector play it? Yeah, sure. Or because EVE Online players play it because they've had a good game for 20 years and they're finally looking for another good game and they're disappointed that this isn't it, that EVE Online always was better for free. You don't have to spend any money on EVE Online. You can still get 10 years of goddamn entertainment that's 10 times as fun as goddamn Robert Space Industries or anything they've ever done. I'm sorry, but it's true. Also, EVE Online's got double the Metacritic rating. So you see me play EVE Online for like a year, and you can see these oblivious, like I thought I was head in the sand, but these oblivious people, they'll see me play EVE Online for a year, and they're like, please play Star Citizen, and I'm like, why? It's like a tenth of the game. And at a tenth of at 10 times the price. 10th of the game at 10 times the price. Here we go. Watch me put my money where my mouth is. 10th of the game, EVE is for 10 times the price. No fucking thanks. Will it have VR by 2035? Lol. True joke game. Got some swampland in Florida for you investors. Let me go Alt-Tab Star Citizen. Oh, wait. And so I'm sorry, but I'm just a little like man, and I believe what my parents taught me, and I just believe what all the YouTube stuff is, and I buy currency, so I represent everything Scott Cat hates and all this stupid shit, right? Yeah. We're really not very similar.
Today's video is brought to you by our friend
Oh my god.
server and be an actual entity in deep space somewhere. And works online is they're supposed to have like a planet, right? Fly to another planet off the mark from what I see over here at Star Citizen. Again, people who look into this game from the outside can kind of look at the community as almost a cult. People suffering from Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, they're like suffering from Stockholm because they pitched the most money they've. I learned from, what was it? I always forget the name of this game because they burned me for $125. What is it? It's the green one. I know that the color is green, but I can't remember the name of people or games that either rip me off or have no inherent value. And it was, oh god, what is this fucking game? I own it, but it's not here anymore. I don't know. Oh, I probably took it off the list because I hate it so much. Yeah, somebody said it yesterday. I can't remember the name of it, but that was a bad ripoff, and I will never give $100 to anyone except Bethesda, Blizzard, or... From Software ever again. Ever again.
At this point, and again, if it wasn't for the fact
I have to learn, and even then, Bethesda burned me on Starfield Premium for $100. I'm never spending $100 on Bethesda again. And so trust me, they're never going to see this again until they release something new. But in like 5 or 6 years, when they do Elder Scrolls 6, they're going to see that we don't buy the premium because we're nervous about what happened with Starfield. And they're going to be like, oh my god, literally, and I mean literally, 40% of the 100% profit that we thought we were going to make with the Elder Scrolls 6 premium release is totally gone because nobody trusts us to buy a premium ever again. And this is why what you did to Starfield is totally unacceptable, Bethesda. And when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6, I'm not buying the premium. I don't care. I've loved everything Elder Scrolls has ever been, but I'm not buying your fucking premium after Starfield. I'm not doing that ever again. No. So what is that? You lost 40% of the value of Elder Scrolls 6 across however many consoles all your beloved fans are gonna fucking are gonna pay for it on. I'm not gonna do anything but the base copy of the $60 game, right? And you can see how Starfield cost them 40% of their Elder Scrolls money, 40% of it. Starfield cost them big fucking time. I'm talking right now. Todd's probably crying in a corner somewhere in a fetal ball because like 40%. He's thinking it. I know he is. He's thinking it exactly like I am. They'll never buy another premium for me. They'll never buy another premium for me. And he's like waking up every day and looking at the nightmare, and they're telling him the numbers, and he's avoiding it because he's like, oh my god, I tanked this one. And trust me, he's waking up in a fetal ball crying, and his wife is like cradling him and shit or whatever. Because trust me, dude, Todd is not happy. I guarantee it. Starfield was like, not too good, and so I'm never ever gonna buy another Bethesda product at premium price ever again. I'll tell you that. And that cost that company 40% of their market value. You'll see it when Elder Scrolls 6 hits. This stuff where Robert Space Industries and Bethesda fucks us because we're just hapless children and victims and stuff, right? We can't do anything. We have no lawyers. We can't fuck these AAA people if they fuck us. There's nothing we can do. So they fuck children, right? So yeah, how I'm gonna hit Bethesda for fucking children on Starfield Premium is I'm never gonna buy another Bethesda Premium ever again. I'll tell you that. So yeah, 40% of all your money just got thrown down the toilet. And Todd's facing the investors now, right now, today. I guarantee it. He's probably facing the investors as we speak. And they're like, do you realize that you fucked up 40% of our premium sales for the rest of Bethesda's existence? And he's like, yeah, I do. And they're like, what was that thing about that fucking comment you made on the television interview where you were like, oh, just buy a new computer. Were you thinking before you spoke? And he was like, no. And they're like, should we replace you? And he's like, no, you can't. I've got tenure or whatever that is in the fucking, in the fucking business world or whatever. But now the Bethesda board is starting to get nervous. They're like, what if Todd is misleading this company? And he is.
Community is kind of awesome. Yeah, that's the impression any normal human being is going.
Sorry, I went back like 5 or 10 minutes.
Are very, very honest, giving you a very massive progress tracker.
They have to, or they'll lose it all. They have to do this. It's not like they want to do it. You keep giving them fucking credit, but trust me, the only reason they're doing this is because they don't want the fucking the FCC up in their face. The only reason they're showing you what they're doing at all is because if they don't, the FCC will be knocking on their door the next fucking day. If they don't show you every time they make $1, because they are rumored to be the worst scam artists in history. So you keep trying to give them credit because they're transparent. The only reason they're transparent is they're trying to rob us right in plain sight. So yeah, they're trying to plain sight rob us. So yeah, they provide the fucking financials. And they don't care what you think about it. They're robbing you in plain sight.
And these modules are made, when they're...
And you go on and you buy your Star Citizenships and money if you want. You go on and wait 15 years for a video game to release. You go on and you tell me how buying currency is good or any of that shit. I'm sorry, man, but you said some things that...
being developed. What's coming on with, like, the newest update? So, for instance, with 3.6...
It's like, I don't rip your asshole to your fucking face. I do it when you're gone, and I know it's two-faced, but the difference is I know you'll cry if I rip into you. So I just don't do it to your fucking face. But I still have this opinion when you say these things. You know what I'm saying? And at no point did I agree with you either.
Which is tentative for Q3 2023.
I told you I would play the game, which I will play Star Citizen sooner or later, but I doubt it's in the next 2 to 5 years. You know? Just saying.
Extra gameplay add-ons. For example, you can do ship trespass. You can do new missions like receive a...
Oh man, when I did Ship Trespass in Starfield, I lost a 20-hour playthrough. So not only did Bethesda burn me on that, but I've got to pay $200 to go see it on Star Citizen. No. The answer is a very fair and simple no.
Then, of course, you've got the progress tracker for various other elements like gameplay story systems, lighting teams, you've got sandboxes, you've got AI content teams, so on and so forth. So obviously they do give you transparency, but the reality of the game development...
The only reason they give you transparency is the FCC will be knocking an hour later if they don't. That's the only reason. They're just as bad as Bernie Madoff. I'm going to say it again. They're just as bad as Bernie Madoff, right? EAC... Unity and Robert Space Industries are the new Bernie Madoffs. If you don't know who Bernie Madoff is, go Google.
With stars,
he was the original Robert Space Industries.
Citizen is, it's such a modularly designed game that even when you look at different elements, like I do remember there was a moment where they switched from CryEngine all the way to Amazon Lumberyard. Yeah, it seems like CryEngine, while it looked pretty, wasn't really perfect for rendering entire worlds or a goddamn universe. Yep. And so the entire development team switched to Amazon's Lumberyard, which was a fork of CryEngine, but it was actually back-ended with Amazon AWS, and it allowed them to achieve the dreams that they wanted. Then there was the FPS module, which, again... I believe another team worked on it, and then of course entirely there were some issues with having that system work within the current Star Citizen system. Again, when you're designing your game in parallel, it can cause issues trying to fuse all of it into one piece, especially for a game that is as ambitious as Star Citizen is. Then of course one of the interesting aspects was server meshing and persistent streaming, which is possible, and if they actually achieve this,
it would be monumental.
Making more money off of the technology they create than the actual game. Let me go over what this is. Yeah. So it's CitizenCon 2951.
Yeah, like my other worry about RSI is is Kira TV points out every single fucking day that we know how these guys operate, right? They're not interested in making an MMORPG for you. They're interested in making an engine for you, selling the game, giving you the game for free, and then selling the engine and making their $1 billion. So say what you want about that. I don't think that's particularly evil, but it is using you. It is very much using you. There's no way if, ands, or buts about it. They're using you, your startup capital, to create an engine so they can go sell that engine. And are they going to pay you any money when they sell the engine? No, that's not what you're buying. You're buying just the game. That's it. But what they're actually doing is using your money like some demon banker to do investments overseas so they can make their engine and shit. And the money usually doesn't even stay in the country kind of thing, or it goes to some asshole like Amazon, like he just said, right? And then they buy their engine and they modify their engine and it's Crytek, whatever, into AGS's thing. And they and then they sell the engine, and it turns out that at no point was Robert Space Industries ever interested interested in giving you a game, they'll give you the game because they have to do something to prove that they're living up to what they're promising, you know? They'll give you the game. But God damn it, they'll give you the game, but what they're really after, just like the Chronicles of Illyria guy, is to diss you, forget about the game after about 5 or 10 years, and just let it pay for itself, and hire like a dedicated dev team. Will just make sure it keeps running. That's it. For less money. That's it. And they stop supporting it, just like they did with a lot of these other fucking Kickstarter people. They stop supporting it when they've got their engine. They turn around and they go to the big boys like Amazon and they say, I've got the best engine on the block. I'll sell it to you for double the price that I bought it from you for. It's a forked engine that I spent 10 years on, and it's running Star Citizen now in 2037. So you know that, that it's good. You know that it's gold. It works. It does as advertised, and it is the best engine in history, right? Because we put $1 billion into it, like Unreal. And then they sell the engine to Unreal, and then instead of Unreal 10, we've got Robert Space Industries, whatever it's called, fork of AGS thing for $1 billion. Here's where the morality of it gets really shaky and shitty, right? So they don't declare to you in the Kickstarter that their intention is truly to actually fucking fund a an engine production. They're saying they want you to enjoy a game they're making. But that's not true. That is a bald-faced, direct fucking lie that they're trying to conceal from you, because if they were to tell you that, they would come across like Bernie Madoff or even someone like I don't know, like who's an investment capital starter guy, like whatever. They don't want to do that because it's like they don't want to tell you they're making the engine, because then what does the Kickstarter person who's giving them the money ask? Well, do I get a cut on the engine when you sell it? And the answer, unequivocally, forever, between them, the thieves, and you, the normal person, right, is no, you are not part of the landed gentry, you're not part of the deep state, you're not part of Robert Space, you're not part of the governmental shit, you're not part of the scam or the hustle or anything like that. The answer is no. You, as an investor, the only thing you get out of this is Star Citizen. You can't have any of our engine money. That's our engine. We built it, right? But if they were smart, they would offer a cut in the engine, and that's when I would go play Star Citizen. You know what I'm saying? So that morality of, I take your money and I make $10 billion off it after I make you the game I promised, and I sell the engine, right? Now, that's how business works. That's how business is. But the difference is, in most businesses, if you want to do something like that, you tell the investor, you say, yeah, you get in and I give you the game. And the investor says, what do you get out of it? All I get is a game. What do you get? You obviously aren't going to make much money off that. The developer says, I get to sell the engine afterwards, and you don't get anything about that. But you don't get any of that money, right? And so this is the case. This is what I can't find my house. I've been circling the Bandicamp forever, and I know my house is here in this circle somewhere, but I cannot fucking find it. It's so annoying. Fucking hardcore. My spatial reasoning disorder, I don't know why I'm on hardcore, because if there was ever a video game challenge that I couldn't do, it's navigating in hardcore. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I like the spatial reasoning disorder challenge that it causes me. Why is there an arrow there? That's kind of sketch. I don't believe I've been firing a bow today. Whatever. I think it's a glitch. Go deposit 360 scrap while I'm talking, Oh, we're on display capture. I am so sorry, guys. We'll fix it. There we go, game capture. And so this is the thing. I really feel like you guys should definitely say, I'm gonna sell the engine afterwards. You don't get any money from that, but that's the deal. And that's not the honesty that I'm seeing from Robert Space Industries, which is why a lot of us have cut our ties. And I don't care if they end up being epic. They end up being the real epic. I don't care if they have the best engine of all time eventually. What they had to do it, and the backs that they walked on to get there are yours and my backs. It's the video game community's backs that they walked to get that. They didn't get it from angel investors. They got it from kids who want to invest between $60 and $150 to believe in their dream because they're desperate for a new game and they're really excited about a gotcha thing or whatever, or some NFT thing, or I can sell the ship for 10 grand later, or that kind of thing, right? So, that sucks because, like, really, if you want to be selling engines, you should be asking for angel investors and promising them a free copy of the engine afterwards. But you guys don't want to do that. You don't want to give a single cent to anybody. You look like criminals to me, ripping off kids. You don't want to do that. You don't want to give them a chunk of the engine money. You want to own that engine entirely by yourself. It seems like as good as a game as Star Citizen appears to be, it seems like a really self-serving scam designed to raise investment money towards something that'll take 20 years to release. And in the meantime, you're slinging engines to people like Unreal, even though it's their engine originally or whatever, and you're making billions. And you don't care about, fucking space. You don't care about Star Citizen. You don't care about bald fat boomer dude crying about his network administrator money yesterday over Chronicles of Illyria. You don't care about that shit. You're selling engines. You're the new Elon Musk. And you want a new Elon? It's the Roberts guy. We got a new Elon. It's called Roberts. He's gonna sell us engines for billions of dollars that you paid to have him create. And if you're too stupid to fall, if you're stupid enough to fall for it, I got some swampland in Florida for you. And that's an old cliche, which means that if you fell for this shit, hook, line, and server, hook, line, and server, really, their servers are garbage. Hook, line, and sinker, right? If you fell for this hook, line, and sinker, I have some land that is essentially worthless in Florida that I will sell to you for a dime. Right? And that's what I mean. Like, for $100, I'll sell you some land in Florida. Right? Because if you're that dumb, if you're falling for this, if you think this engine thief is worthy of your money, you didn't do your fucking due diligence first, you don't deserve the $2,000 you spent on the ship or the eBay money that you bought or any of the stupid things that you do.
We took a deep dive into the transformative technologies of server meshing. Now, server meshing isn't new. There's plenty of games that do it. Some metaverse experiences allow you to have 50,000 people in one server because they mesh and combine servers together. But what Star Citizen wants to do is release persistent streaming in the first version of the replication layer. So, what is the current state of server meshing tech? Most people, when talking about server meshing, usually think about the very final step of the technology where we put servers together. The truth is, before the final step, there's a long chain of pre-requirements and fundamental technology changes. So, object container streaming, okay? For server meshing to work, we first required technology that allowed us to dynamically bind unbind entities via the streaming system, as this isn't something the engine supported when we started. So we released client-side object container streaming. Once this initial stepping stone was out of the door, the technology that allows us to dynamically bind unbind entities on the client had to be enabled on the server as well. Then you've got entity authority and authority transfer, static and dynamic server meshes, so on and so forth. Now, from what I understand, the TLDR here is basically they want you to have, for example, if you have this Coke can, right? I could throw this Coke can on one planet, right? Fly to another planet, and then do my business, take a piss, fly back to the other planet, maybe log off, take a drink, and I should be able to find the same Coke can or the same item or again, just having persistence throughout the world.
Yeah.
Now, again, I would argue that maybe this would be a bad use of resources. Maybe this would be technically infeasible, and sometimes you don't really need to have.
What do you mean technically?
That
That is infeasible. Now, my issue is they in Rust they have about a 45-minute cooldown before bags disappear, and about a 10-minute cooldown before things that you throw on the ground disappear or whatever it is. 18 minutes, whatever it is, I forget. I'm not the best Rust player in terms of large clan. But that 45-minute limit, I think that's pretty good, but I would actually not mind about 8 hours. If we could get items to last about 8 hours, I think that would be enough. If you can't get back to wherever you are, I think it would be 12 hours actually. If you can't get back after work to where you were and get that shit off the ground in 12 hours, you probably shouldn't have thrown it out for the server to deal with in the first place. I think 12 hours is good, but I don't think persistent is good. 12 hours is good. That's like 12 times better than Rust, which I still don't think, even like he said, I don't think it's very feasible for persistent items. I also don't think it's necessary. If you need to throw something on the ground for 20 days and come back to it, I mean, like, is that a gameplay loop that's necessary? Do you need to stash something for 3 weeks? I mean, I don't think that's necessary. So
present on the server just for the sake of immersions.
And
okay,
like this guy said yesterday, he was like, you need to make the software simpler so it just works. You need to stop trying to make these 120 gig games that crash all the fucking time and crash Streamlabs and all this other shit and cause problems and all this. You need to like make these games simpler like Tetris and make sure they work first before you ever add a sequel or a fucking DLC or you know, patch that game until it's technically perfect, kind of like Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 is, like, I would say, close to perfect, right? But it took 10 years to get there. So
Coke can is a bit of an extreme example, a bit of an impractical example.
no, I like the example. Maybe the Coke can might be worth tin if it's worth tin or whatever aluminum. If the Coke can is aluminum, you might want to come back to it the next day when you get back to that planet again tomorrow. But you got to work tonight. You're not going to get back to that planet tonight. So
Let me give you some practical ideas of why this technology would be amazing.
like, this is one of the reasons why I really dislike sleeping, is it actually interferes with your fucking day really horribly. You lose like 1/3 of your entire fucking day to this like, maybe you have dreams, maybe you're, you know, having some sex before you go to sleep or whatever, but it might be really fun and might feel good, but sleep sucks. It eats up like 1/3 of your fucking day, you know? And you lose to it. So this thing about 12 hours is about right, because then you can go to work and still get back usually. I mean, maybe not, but usually maybe 16 or 7, maybe 18 hours would be perfect, because no one's ever going to work anything more than a double, I don't think. Not in any real job, you know. Maybe triple at the most, but like double, triple, something like that. So maybe 36 hours would be a really extreme thing for like 2035 or something like that, when about 10 years from now, or 12 years from now. I would say persistence would be okay for up to like, say, 72 hours would be my dream for persistence, 3 solid real life days. But at no point do I need permanent persistence in anything but a single player game. I do not need persistence in an online game, and I don't want it. It's like that fucking video that they did about fucking Bethesda. It Just Works, right? Let's play the It Just Works video, because it seems to be pretty pertinent to what we're doing right now. It Just Works, right? It just works, right? And one of the points they make in this song is it's just not the game I need. I don't need more than like 72 hours max persistence in any game. I'm going to get back to that item before that, and I'm going to pick it up off the fucking ground. Now, containers, I think, should have their indefinite timers like Starfield does in a single-player game. But I mean, like it's just not what we need. We don't need persistence. We don't need that. It sounds like a technical marvel, for one thing. And if that's what you're spending all that stupid-ass $500 million on, I consider that to be full-blown misappropriation. If that's what you think you need with that $500 million, you are a bad designer. No designer in history would ever put anything longer than 72 fucking hours. Do you really need longer than 3 days to get back to anywhere in a video game? Maybe a week, I guess, like max of a week. We don't need persistence. It's just not necessary. He's got a very good point here. We don't need persistence. It's just not the game that we need. Oops. So I don't own this video, and I've liked and subbed to the Chalk Eaters. Thank you, Chalk Eaters, for your excellent content. I'm going to assume that you want me to listen to this in the background. I'm not going to do your beautiful artwork. I'm just going to do the music, because the lyrics are very pertinent to what we're talking about. It's just not the game we need. We just don't want you to add this. You know, it's that kind of stuff.
Please welcome the game director of Bethesda Game Studios, Todd Howard.
Bethesda just shock and jive. Bethesda's gonna get your money. Bethesda's gonna get your money no matter what.
Watch this, a news release. The legend legendary series you missed for years. Comes back, get ready for some action. Got a couple bucks in here, smoke clips right there. The fans fix it anyway, so we don't care. They'll patch it through like
Two transactions.
so enjoy your pity, not
Out of your bag.
Oh, and boy, some shit, no swag. You're not getting any money back. You knew this was a one-way wacky track. Dish it up and have your nylon bag. Coming up with it was real drag. Overseas was drink that you won't take, so you're not getting your money back.
It just works. It just works. And it goes, but it just works. This song is so good. It just works. No, it doesn't. Starfield doesn't work. It gets frames of 50, 60 frames in 2023. What is this, 1996? It's been 30 years since 60 frames per second was normal. Bethesda ripped us off. It's been 25 years since 60 frames per second was acceptable. Bethesda ripped us off. I love Bethesda, but they ripped us off.
We're not planning on doing anything about it. Skyrim's a limit, don't deny it. See this mountain, you can buy it. In the DSC for the price of a real mountain.
This singer's so good.
Along with a train and place in your head. Come on, believe me, you see nothing yet. The battle spaceship with the dragon animation will become a new sensation on the internet. Just enough give us your every dime. Buying an armored horse, not a crime. I just need the shadow mirror life, so we'll Skyrim one more time at a time.
It just works. 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 We're no more about this shit. But it's not the game we need. Oh, what'd you do there? You fucked me. Stupid ass bullshit triple anus YouTube. Single button press and you fuck me. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, YouTube? Why do you have to be like this? Why did you hard code keybinds into your fucking bullshit program? Get a fucking clue. It's 2023. You're just like them. You're no better than them. You hard code this fucking hard shit, horse shit onto your fucking mouse and your keyboard. You sicken me, YouTube. It's just not the game we need. Sick of looting useless junk. Graphics making our eyes bleed. We don't want your endless shit. Sorry, YouTube is incredibly incompetent, like Streamlabs, guys. Sorry. You watch YouTube fail in real time. Thanks for not letting me change the keybinds on YouTube, you fucking corporate cocksuckers. Yeah, I'm on YouTube calling YouTube a cocksucker because of their keybinds. Yeah, just their keybinds is enough to make me call YouTube on a fucking video I intend to publish a cocksucker. Right to their fucking face. Fuck your keybinds. Fuck your bullshit keybinds. We are gamers. Get a fucking clue in 2023 about your fucking $10 billion fucking front end, you software junk dealer. Exactly what you need, you know? Yeah, no, you don't.
Hugger gamers inspired us to improve shopping a lot. Now each stock must be bought for an actual 10 spot. And saving now is a big bond for just 20 a slot. You're never getting bored with infinite quests. There's every vagabond to put you to the test. To be richly awarded with infinite chests.
You know who I want to be? I've never liked the police, not even when I was a child, before I ever did anything wrong. I never liked the police, right? Now I want to be the software police. I want to be the oversight. I want to be the Elliot Ness of the fucking software world, and I want to bust these fucking criminals who are morally worse than fucking Hitler. They cause more pain and suffering and steal more money. They don't cause the same amount of deaths like Hitler, but they cause the same amounts of pain and suffering to the same amount of people. I really feel this way, like not suffering per se, not like torture. I'm not trying to downplay what happened in the Holocaust or whatever. I'm saying that when you add up millions and millions of man hours of suffering because of these worthless cash grab engines and shit, it starts to add up to something really, really fucking $100 billion significant disaster. Disaster. You thieves have caused a disaster to the tune of $100 billion worth of software theft. And I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm likening it to the Holocaust because it's that kind of catastrophic damage to us. It costs the world the way the World War II did. This software shit you're doing, it costs the fucking world. So yeah, I want to be the Elliot Ness of these fucking cocksucker AAA fucking bullshit junk artist fucking theft rings like Bethesda, fucking Star Citizen, Robert Space Industries and shit. Fucking, like wretched, fucking, wretched hive of scum and villainy. Fucking software development. Wretched hive of scum and villainy. These are white, nerds with, they look like fucking Michael Bolton from Office Space. They look like Bobby Kotick because they're on the Lolita Express with fucking Bill Gates and Trump.
We got rid of skill trees, they were old and lame. We made a leveling system in a role-playing game. We can slash and kill and save one more nation. No more levels and skills, only degradation. It just works.
It just works. It just works. It just works. It just works in my lives. Of the lives of my life. It just works. It just works. Okay, anyways, I think I've done enough of this. You get the point. So,
Amazing. So for a game that is an MMO, a persistent universe, having one server where you can see not...
Oh, Skycat's just loud and angry and full of shit, and he's just too angry all the time. He complains all the time. Till I play the 35 fucking current 4 million hit, 1 to 4 million hit videos of every other rich, famous person in the entire video game industry saying the exact same things that I'm saying. Exact same things that I'm saying. Where the fuck did you think I got it from when I said I can do Bethesda better than Bethesda? You think I'm getting that from my fucking ego? No. I'm quoting the 300 famous fucking video, like YouTube streamers who really have called out Bethesda like the goodening or the fall of 76 or whatever, right? I am not alone in this. It's actually more like you're the only one who's alone. You're the incel who will never have sex.
Ship, hundreds of ships, okay? When you're flying towards these big planets, you eventually want to see, every single player on that planet somewhat...
oh, you're too loud, you're too angry and stuff. I gotta troll you, I gotta attack you all the time. No, man, as you can see, most of the YouTubers have the exact same fucking opinion as me. You're the clueless asshole.
You also want to have a system where, let's say...
Yeah, I'll attack Rust, and you get all mad at me for attacking Rust. There goes Gary talking about how Rust 2 won't be on Unity, and I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry for what the Rust client did to you guys at night when you were young, And he's like, I apologize when Rust 2 will not be on the Unity engine. I'm sorry, Skycat, for what the Rust engine has done to you over the last 3 years. He literally says it like that, basically. And yeah, Skycat's just full of shit and loud or whatever. But there's Gary saying in the background, the guy who made fucking Rust, talking about, I'm so sorry about the performance of the Rust engine, and we apologize about this, and when Rust 2 comes around, it won't be on Unity and all this shit. Yeah, Skycat talked too much shit, yeah. Where do you think I get this shit?
Some person's ship crashes in space. You want another player to be able to find that shipwreck and potentially salvage it or do something.
Yeah, so
you want to see
72 hours, I think, is the max that any persistence should ever be in any MMORPG. Beyond that, it's a player issue. They were just not playing the game fast enough. 72 hours is the max we should ever have persistence, I think. Beyond, I'm talking about in any online game. In single player, persistence should be always there. I'm talking it should be illegal. One of the things I want to do when I lobby the Congress and stuff is I want to make it illegal for these video game developers to limit your storage space on a single player offline game in an RPG. Like Bethesda, I really want to make it illegal for Bethesda to limit storage space in an offline single player game. Because they do this to make you unhappy. They do it to make you feel like you need more, like you can't get enough, like you gotta keep looting because you keep throwing so much garbage on the ground that you gotta replace the holes that throwing the garbage on the ground left. They do this to addict you. They do that shit to addict you. They limit the storage space to addict you and take power away from you that should have been in the game always. You know what I'm saying? So now I look at Starfield, and yeah, the crates had infinite storage space. Thank God, or I would have just asked for the refund. First place I went was right to the fucking the Constellation place, and I started looking for a storage box. I didn't give a shit about the fucking the nice cutscenes or any of that. The one thing I went at it like a wolf with a target in my eyes. Right? I was like, I need to see the storage. I skipped the first CGI. I like rushed through all that shit. I killed everybody super fast, and I run right to the fucking Constellation. First place that I felt like beyond the ship that actually might have endless storage. When I found endless storage in Constellation, I kept the game. If they had not allowed me endless storage in Starfield, I would have got my refund, and I would have shat on Starfield for the rest of my fucking life for trying to limit storage in a single player game. That's my storage. It's on my server. It's on my hard drive. If you limit storage in a single player game ever fucking again, Triple Anus, I will boycott you. I don't ever want to see a single player storage space, inventory space in an RPG ever again. I don't ever want to see it again. And that's an example of how the fucking Triple Anus really is rubbing their fucking disgusting Triple Anus all over your lips all the time when they sell you a game. And it's left me bitter and fucked up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like, nah, you're so lucky I didn't ask for that refund. He was smart to put that infinite container in that fucking Constellation place. All the containers in the game are infinite. Had they not been, refund. I'm sick of shitty companies like Bethesda telling me how much I can hoard. This is my game. It's on my hard drive. It's my storage space. Yeah, I bought it. It's my game. I don't give a shit about what you think can happen. It's a single player game. If I want endless storage space, I'm going to fucking get it however I'm going to get it. Console or otherwise. I'm going to get my endless storage space. Storage space is an example of how Bethesda fucked us in the ass for 35 fucking years. Since Morrowind.
History and record.
Fallout 76, it's 1,200 pounds. There is no endless storage space in Fallout 76. I mean, there is for scrap, but that's not scrap, but like scrapped materials. But guns and drugs and everything else in the game that weighs anything, right? Sure, you can store endless scrap if you pay for the monthly, but I mean, which I do, but I mean, like, mainly it's my storage on my client, on my hard drive. Why do I have to store my item? I mean, I don't know why I have to store my items on your server infrastructure. What I want you to do is handshake my computer, have it query what the computer game has on its client side, and tell the server what's in my inventory, and let me handle my inventory space. Now, I'm okay with limiting the player's carrying weight. I'm not okay with limiting containers. And you'd be surprised how many RPGs do this. I would say that is an aberrant, disgusting, fuck you to the community. I would prosecute it. I consider that full-blown fraudulent scam. Limiting inventory space in a single-player game is something they do to literally make you unhappy and dissatisfied and crave more and play the game more. And so, no, that does not work. You know, that storage space does not work. He says it just works. No. 1,200 storage space in Fallout 76 and 1,200 storage space in the initial ship in Starfield is unacceptable. Unacceptable in 2023. I said it to Bagon the day I was playing it. I was like, 1,200 storage space on the first ship is goddamn morally reprehensible. Morally reprehensible. It's my game. It's a single-player game. It's connecting to the internet so Bethesda can make sure I didn't rob them. But that's it. Beyond that, it's not controlling anything that I do. I can mess with my console. I can do anything that I want. But I can't change the inventory space because that makes the time sink go away for Bethesda. And they can't have that. People will realize that they spend most of their time walking in Bethesda games and figuring out how to deal with the storage space instead of playing the game. How often is the fighting in Bethesda games? You know?
In the world. That is, I guess, the point of
So
this.
persistence in an MMORPG, I would posit that if Robert Space Industries pushed persistence with the $500 million he raised with the fucking Kickstarter, I would say that is a full-blown, intentional misappropriation of those funds to chase something that is entirely fucking unnecessary to the game's success. Unnecessary. You do not need persistence on items in any MMORPG outside of the storage containers. That's it.
technology.
You don't need it. You don't even need it beyond 20 minutes. Rust is the proof. You don't need it. You don't need items to last longer than 10 minutes. Even in a really, really big loot game like Rust, where you getting a gun might really mean the difference between you having a good wipe or not. The worst full loot drop game in history is Rust, right? And so, but it doesn't matter. Like even then, like items disappear 20 minutes after they hit the ground, or 10 minutes, something like that. That's an example of a good system. We don't need per system items in Star Citizen. I think Star Citizen is a cash grab attempt at blowing $500 million in a deceptive way on things that the game doesn't need, such as persistence, that you couldn't really explain away to even the streamers. You can't explain persistence in an MMO away to even this some ordinary gamers guy who is an established 4 million subscriber fucking YouTuber and shit. Even he cannot justify persistence in an MMORPG, and any developer that were ever to pitch that to anybody should be crucified. Because it's just not how MMORPGs work. Now, single-player games, it is how it should work. And again, the items should be totally persistent, and there never should be any inventory weight in a single-player RPG ever, in my opinion. At least not, like player inventory weight's okay. Storage inventory weight in a single-player game is a full-blown Bethesda fucking rip-off fucking scam. Not Bethesda, but Bethesda doesn't do that. You can limit it. There's limitless storage in single-player Bethesda games. But thank God, that's one of the reasons why Bethesda's still alive. If any other game does that, like for instance Resident Evil, I don't care how much survival it's based or whatever. If you play the game Resident Evil 7 like a lifestyle and you've defeated it like 55 times, like I've beaten Bloodborne or whatever, like you care about storage space, and that ridiculous fucking storage space in Resident Evil, I consider that to be a full-blown targeted attack upon the community to try to rip us off and dissatisfy us and make us unhappy, and try to play the game more to try to make up for it and try to get more loot to replace the stuff that we're constantly throwing on the ground. I believe psychologically they do this on purpose with the single-player games, and I believe you want to talk about the most morally reprehensible thing, well, not the most, but one of the most, like, the most morally reprehensible thing that I can think of in the video game sphere is charging $2,000 for a skin, which is exactly what Robert Space Industries is doing. That's the worst thing you could possibly do. Charge $2,000 for a skin. I can't think of anything else. I mean, really, like, I would say erasing somebody's 20-year-old MMO account accidentally would be the only thing worse than charging $2,000 for a fucking ship skin, right? If they were to say torch my World of Warcraft account that I started in 2006, it was my second World of Warcraft account. I sold my first one. I started my second one in 2006. I've been playing on and off for 19 years now. And if they were to kill that account, I really would show up at the front door of the Blizzard headquarters and start knocking on it, asking for security and ask for my grievance to be addressed. And if I'm not dealt with, I will summon the pigs, kind of thing. So the worst thing I could possibly think of is what Tarkov did. They erased 2 years of history off of their fucking thing when they launched the game. And I lost 2 years of, 1,200 hours of playing Tarkov or something like that. And I never played Tarkov again. That's the worst thing you can ever do, erasing an MMORPG player's account. You just can't do that. You can't wipe the servers. You can't erase their work. You can do that in Rust, but you can't do that in an MMORPG. That is the cardinal sin. You cannot erase someone's account that they didn't get banned for in the first place, kind of thing. You can't just lose someone's account in an MMORPG. That's the worst cardinal sin any video game developer could ever do. It's the worst one, right? But number two is what Robert Space Industries is doing, charging $2,000 for a skin that won't appreciate in value. It only depreciate in value because it's limited. It's limited supply. It's unlimited supply. Excuse me. Like skins that you buy from Robert Space Industry are unlimited supply. Unlimited supply skins aren't worth anything. Fortnite skins are not worth anything. The only time a skin is worth something is if other people can't get it. I know you guys think you're really good at skins because you're young and you came up in the skin fucking, whatever, like circles, and you're versed in skins on your different shooters and all this, but I'll hit you with some daddy boomer wisdom and shit. No skin is worth anything if everybody can get it. And that's the truth. Any skin on a store is any skin that's on any MMORPG store, including Fortnite, is entirely worth 0 if everybody can buy it, right? Now, the $2,000 ship is something that not everybody can buy, which is why they're selling it for $2,000. They're hunting whales. Hunting whales is something that I don't think it's very morally bad, sort of, but it's definitely destructive to the community. Hunting whales is destructive to the community. I think we could agree on that. Yeah. So here we are, like right there, like that's it. Like any store, like if we go to the Blizzard store or the Fortnite store, I just took Epic off my computer because I don't like Epic anymore. But Blizzard's store, right, or EVE Online store, right, EVE Online store. We'll go to the store of EVE Online, the store, I don't know, EVE Online store, right. We'll go to the EVE Online store because I still respect them. I don't respect Blizzard. So we'll go to the store and we'll look for skins, skins. Like, no, I want to go to the store and I want to look for... am I out in the world? No. I'll turn my fuel off. So if we look for... I guess you'd have to go into the game to see what skins for the ships that they have. But those ship skins, they are worth not 1 penny, not 10 cents, not $1 or $5 or $10, or even $25, or even $3,000. The ship skins in EVE Online and Robert Space Industries and World of Warcraft and Fortnite and anybody else who sells skins are worth entirely 0 if everybody can buy them. And I need you to remember this. Counter-Strike skins are the worst ones. Those are the most devalued skins in the histories of video games. Anybody involved with them is a scam artist. And I'm sorry, but the only reason they're involved in that scene is money. If you look at morality and ethics of the CSGO gambling scene, it's basically negative 10. On a positive 10, it's a negative 10 rating, right? Like we're talking like null sec security status for CSGO like skins and shit. This is particularly because no skin that everybody can buy is worth any money ever. Because the only time you ever have any value of anything is if it's limited supply. If it's like water or air or sunlight and it just flows in like mana through the fucking heavens and you can just replace it over and over and over again. If you lose it, it has no value. Like the skins that you buy in Fortnite or the skins that you buy in Star Citizen. It has no value. And I know that you're little kids and you blew your $5,000 of your American parents' money on Fortnite skins and CS:GO skins and all this shit. And I'm speaking sacrilege, and it's a wake up call for you and all this stuff. But this is the actual fucking reality. Skins have no fucking value if everybody can buy them. So the only time I would ever buy skins, and I think CSGO is unique in the respect that you can't, like, it's random. You can't just go buy, like, skins on the CSGO store. I believe you earn them, as I recall. I don't remember how CSGO skins work. I don't ever want to be involved with it. It's a criminal enterprise, CSGO gambling, But, I mean what I say here. It's skins are not worth anything, so... When Robert Space Industries asked for $2,000 for a fucking skin that anybody can buy, even if it's $2,000, I think, Jesus Christ, there goes the most moralist, valueless criminal in the entire history of video games. And that's how I think of Robert Space Industries guy. That's how I think of him. The worst criminal in the history of video gaming. Worse than Bobby Kotick. Because you're selling skins for $2,000 that are not limited. They're unlimited. That's like selling crack to the elementary school. And that's quite literally what you did. I'm watching my 15 to 17-year-old friend talk about how he stole money off eBay, bought money off, well, to me it's steal money, but he bought money off eBay or whatever to pay for Robert Space Industries currency. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, you just turned the whole debacle into a fucking Super Saiyan debacle at that point. Now the morals have exploded and gone Super Saiyan. It's a full-blown Satan. You know, full-blown Satan at that point. When you're like, not only are you not buying the skins that are unlimited supply for $2,000, you're buying credits from an RMT on eBay who bought Robert Space Industries, you know, and you're supporting the bots because Robert's Space Industries is so morally bankrupt that they're charging $100 to $2,000 for unlimited supply skins. And like, I'm sorry, but I think you should just go shoot up the Bitcoin NFT now and become a full-blown scumbag at the age of 17 if you think these things are cool. These things are not cool. It is the theft and abuse of your fellow gamers in real time to the tune of thousands of dollars. How many gamers do you know have any money? You go and support Robert Space Industries. And so, like, you wonder why I always say no, 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 no. I just say no, no. And I don't want to cite you the reasons because it's a goddamn thesis. I'm writing a thesis here, essentially. But I mean, like, just like him, I'm writing a YouTube video as we speak in real time. And I'm delivering it as I respond to his content and play Rust. You know what I'm saying? It is fun. It's fun for me to do this. But I mean, like, you know... It's sort of crazy. Like I can lament the theft and abuse of my fellow gamers in real time while I play Rust. It's kind of sad.
And if it is completed, not only would it be amazing from a network,
it would be good. It would be very
technological.
If he succeeds, it would be a very good thing and a very bad thing because he walked on the backs of poor gamers to get there, just like all the rich white people always do. They'll walk on the backs of the poor to get where they are, and then turn their backs on us. And I'll bet my life. I'll stake my fucking life on it. At some point in the next 20 years, when Robert Space Industries doesn't need our money anymore, they will full-blown, wholeheartedly turn their back on us. This is what the rich white man always does. The minute that they don't need you anymore, and they got their money or their resources out of you, or whatever investment or whatever they need from you, the minute they don't need you anymore, they kick you to the curb like the last 4 ex-wives and you know, in the last 5 empty bottles.
Perspective, but it would absolutely add an extreme layer of immersion and even like player world building if they were able to succeed here. The thing is, this is an incredibly tall order, and for CIG to accomplish this is almost next to impossible. So I hope the best, but you got to be realistic in these scenarios. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is possible, and it is, but for these guys to achieve this technology would be a massive undertaking. Mm-hmm. And to understand, if they pull it off,
he's very smart.
It's going to change the way we do MMOs and networks entirely. This is actually massive. And of course, it's a tall order.
I shouldn't have to beg.
And given how Star Citizen's development has been going on, whether they achieve it is still honestly up in the air. Now, the way that Star Citizen works online is they're supposed to have like 100 star systems. So far in the alpha, there's only one, which is a Stanton system. And the thing is, whereas most online games typically do instances, where if you play something like Destiny 2, there's a hub world that you can jump into, and you can interact with a bunch of players in a hub location. But if you ever actually want to do a mission, or like a raid, or a dungeon, then you team up with a few friends and you create an instance. An instance is where you basically connect with 3, 4, 6, however many players, and there's nobody else that is jumping into that instance. Star Citizen doesn't operate that way. If you want to fly to another part of the Stanton system, you're sitting there and flying in the same space, the same instance as every other player, technically. Meaning that if I'm quantum traveling between one planet to another planet, I can stop and be part of the server and be an actual entity in deep space somewhere. And of course, the same could happen for any other player on the other side of this galaxy, so on and so forth. That's the world they want. And it's cool, it's interesting, but how feasible is it when you're including potentially 100 star systems? Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment in time, I want to talk about Squadron 42. Up until this point, all I'm talking about is the persistent universe mode, which arguably is the reason.
No, I'm sorry, not Squadron 42. I'm thinking of not Squadron 42, but the EVE Online thing that he's trying to rip off. I like the EVE Online Squadron thing. I don't like this. You can tell he's even biting on. You can tell that he was the Star Citizen Roberts guy. He was the EVE Online player. You can tell. And you can tell that this is a game that EVE Online made, Squadron something or another. So you can tell he's got a CCP fascination like me. And so he's so obsessed with CCP that he'll bite their game titles even.
People play Star Citizen. Before we get into the gameplay, to describe the niche that Star Citizen is hitting...
Because EVE Online is 10 times the game that Star Citizen will ever be. EVE Online actually has... 10 years ago, EVE Online had 3,000 v 3,000 Empire battles and 65 different professions and all these other different things and all this production and crafting and stuff. 10 years ago, EVE Online was 10 times what Star Citizen will be in 10 years. And this is why Star Citizen guy bites EVE Online so hard. Everything that they do. Because they are. You want a real game? Get off goddamn Star Citizen and go to EVE Online. That's a real game. If you're looking for flight, go play MS Flight Simulator. If you want space, you want EVE Online. You don't need Rogue Squadron or EA Star Wars Squadrons or any of that dogfighting shit, right? If you want dogfighting, go play Elite Dangerous or... I don't know, Starfield or, I don't know, like Star whatever, maybe No Man's Sky or something like that. But if you want an actual space game with tens of thousands of people, with hundreds and hundreds of systems, and an endless lifetime of gameplay in the stars, with better graphics, and actual 3,000 v 3,000 battles and stuff, that's EVE Online, and that's who he's trying to bite, and that's who he's a biter. He's a bad biter. He took EVE Online, everything beautiful that they did, and he just shat it up and stole the money from the public.
Kind of Tarkov niche, where people jump in, they get loot, they build up, resources until the next server wipe, and it's really just centered around immersion and whatnot. It's really kind of like Tarkov in space, without some of that insane, firefight realism. That's kind of the best way that I can put it. But of course, if we actually look into the entire game over here, Star Citizen had Squadron 42. Now, initially, these were supposed to be the same games. This is the single-player component.
Oh, good. They sold the game twice. Nice. We always love it when they sell the same game twice. Remember Overwatch 2? Good. Star Citizen sold the same game twice. I've only ever heard of that happening 3 or 4 times in the entire history of video games. But here it is. They sold the same game twice. No, I will never, ever play Star Citizen.
Be able to buy this individually. Or at least you could.
That's the third cardinal sin, right? First one is destroying a 20-year-old MMORPG veteran's account, which is what Squaresoft did to me, which is why I don't play Squaresoft games anymore. Then the second one is don't charge $2,000 for unlimited supply skins. And then, of course, the third one is don't sell the same game twice. And you'd be surprised of the 3 things, selling the same game twice is the one that we're most comfortable with. But you would think that it would be the worst one, right? You would think that it would be morally the worst one because it is. But no, we actually we're so used to them mistreating us all the fucking time. Mistreating us and stealing our money. That we kind of just downplay them selling us the exact same game again, like Pokemon. We sort of downplay it. We're like, oh, that's how the industry works. It's fine. It's fine. But no, you're justifying somebody selling you the exact same fucking game again.
Till a few days ago, when apparently you can't even pledge to get this game anymore.
Oh, never mind. They canceled the second copy when they realized that someone like me might do a video about it and assassinate their entire career. Smart move, Robert.
You know why? Because if you go to the pledge
Roberts,
page, it's apparently giving you error.
Smart move, Roberts.
Yeah,
because I would have crucified you. If I didn't, he would have. Everybody would have crucified you if you had not cut out that shit right away. The minute that Overwatch 2 got called out for selling the same game twice, Roberts was like, "Fuck! I had a really good scam with this one." He's got like a good 800 scams going, But like the number 439 was like, oh man, we can make a lot of money re-releasing the same game twice like Overwatch 2. Oh man. And then Overwatch 2 got busted for it, so he immediately called it off. You get an idea of how really bad of a scam artist these people actually are. They're essentially the people selling Bitcoin to you for Bored Ape Yacht Club. It wouldn't surprise me if they're in the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
404 at this point, not even goddamn available. Yeah, Squadron 42, start the adventure. You'll experience unprecedented emotion with stunning, realistic characters.
Yeah, Extraction will cause you to have some emotions. Extraction is a very emotional gameplay loop. It'll be like, oh my god, I killed him, I'm so happy, or oh, I died, I'm so sad, no, it's tragic, I'm gonna cry, kind of thing. Like Extraction is the best. I'm playing it right now. I'm doing Extraction as we speak. It's the best feeling I've ever had. DayZ is an Extraction, not really. Rust is Extraction, and so is Tarkov. Like, saying Extraction will actually get your fucking feelings going, DayZ is about exploration and killing zombies and getting, like, wandered across, and it's sociality. It's almost the same thing as Rust, but it's not really an Extraction game, because most of the time you get out with the loot unless you get killed. Rust is an Extraction game where, like, half the fucking time you die. Like, half the time. Same as Tarkov, like half the time you die. So yeah, Extraction will put you on an emotional roller coaster, but there isn't too many successful Extraction games in the video game history. There's been 30 launched and 2 that survived, and here's number 31 that failed. Extraction is not a very, very popular thing. And you can see from the failure of Dark and Darker, or the failure of Squadron 42, or whatever EVE Online ripoff shit that they stole from EVE Online, right? Because EVE Online did a Squadron game for VR called originally, it ended up being called Project Valkyrie, but it started out as Squadron 42, as I recall. So he was like, well, I'll make your Squadron 42 game finally, because I really want to suck up the CCP, because CCP is like the end all be all for software developers for all of us, really. Some people just don't know it yet, but I mean, CCP is like 10 times as skilled as Bethesda, or like, fucking, like, they just never fucked up like Bethesda, or, fucking like Blizzard and stuff. And so, yeah, he venerates CCP. We all kind of do, at least if you're in the know. And I'm sorry, but like, why would you go buy a $2,000 ship in a crappy game that you can't even alt tab, when you could go to EVE Online, pay $25, get access to 4,000 ships with 4,000 skins for $25? Why would you do this? I'm sorry, but it's just like kind of crazy. It's like, yeah, they're whale hunting, and if you fell victim to it, you're stupid. You're not a whale. You're a 17-year-old fucking kid. And if you had to go eBay the fucking currency.
Cutting Edge Performance by Mark Hamill, Gary Oldman.
Let me tell you how much I hate that shit. I'm not going to pass my judgment to you directly, but fuck anybody who buys currency. Fuck them and their stupid, worthless asses.
Ian Anderson.
And I've done it myself. I bought currency once when I was like his age, 17, something like that. And it's one of my few regrets. Got about 5 regrets, right? Letting the man scare the love of my life away. Letting the man beat the shit out of me 15 times. Selling my WoW account, selling my Final Fantasy XI account, getting locked out of my Final Fantasy XI account that I had for 20 years that was both Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy XI, and yeah,
Yeah, I actually, as sad as it sounds, I'm pretty sure that Mark Hamill and Gary Oldman may not even make it until this game actually releases.
That's a train. Did he get off it? No. 3 players. One of the 3 is him. One of the 3 is mine. He kept going. I've got the field to pursue. I could lose the gun here, but I bet I won't. I don't have a way to catch him. I will have to chase. But we know where he's going, and we'll find him. Yep. Here we go. This will do it. It'll be slow at first, but I can probably uncouple at some point and catch him. Here it is. I think I'll have enough. Yeah, I probably will. I'll probably have enough. Here we go. So, yeah, I'll have enough. We're going to go chase him. That guy, he seems like loot to me. We're going to definitely go chase him. Which way were we... Which way was it going? I can't remember. He was going away from my base. Yeah, we're going. So, let me get up on top here and just let it run for a while, see if we can catch him. I really don't like that. Oh, shit. Gonna check the combat log. Project Invalids. I gotta get down. I gotta steer. Fucking Project Invalids. He'll stop before I will. Oh, I can detach. What? No, no, detach, motherfucker, detach. Why did you do this to me? It's like the game really didn't want me to chase him. Do you see how the design will actively cockblock me? So fucking annoying. Why did you design it like that? I don't need the suppressor. There's the bodies that he left. I kind of want like a head wrap, yeah? Instead of this, bodies. He'll have left his train wherever he got off. I'm not gonna catch him, but it's okay. I don't mind being on the train, doesn't bother me. Oh, which way did you turn? Is that him? No, no. Oh, I lost track of him maybe. I don't know, I don't know. That's not him. The train would be here. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was there. This guy's getting rich. Did he turn? Bodies, that's good. We haven't lost our way yet. I think these zombies are chasing him. We might be getting closer. I don't think we're gonna catch up with him ever, but if he ever stops, we will. If he stops, we'll catch up with him. What did I see there? Was it a body? No, I don't think so. I think it was a rock. You are, oh, I've been recording for only 3 hours? Is that right? Has it only been 3 hours since 1:30, huh? Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Wait, what was that? What is that? Nope, there he is though. There he is. There he is. There he is though. Oh no, no, no. Wait, 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 wait. Got him. Why was he going the other way back? That's so dumb. Great train fight, man. I'm gonna go say. Excellent train fight. I'm going to show you guys what I do here. I'm going to show that. And we will go to... Porky Pie third. Okay. Let's go look at him. Porky Pie third. Profiles private. BS Bikes. Terrius. Halloween Hottie. Hunter B. Unknown Guava Bean. Okay. He had a sword. I wonder if he had fuel in the train. Do we have fuel in the train? Yeah, maybe he did. Let's see. Yup, it was worth it. It was worth it to kill him. It was profit. I wanted to clip that train fight. It was actually worthy of a clip. And I didn't because I don't care. It's on the video. It lives on the video. It'll live on the video. The train fight will live on the video, guys. I was patient and it paid off, didn't it? I got him in the end. I got him in the end. Yeah. Ooh, you came on fast. What's up, bitch? Time to kill some zombies. He should have ditched and ran. He was like, why are you chasing me? Because there's 3 people on the server. chicken fight on the train, guys. Chicken fight on the train. Chicken! You know, like, man, that was such good content. I wish shit like that would happen all the time. I'd be rich by now. Why can't shit like that happen all the time, man? What the fuck, man? I usually just die. Usually, Russ, I just die. I thought he was going to kill me somehow, even though I have a full set and tons of bullets and meds and guns. I usually go into thinking he's going to kill me somehow, because it's Russ, and they always kill me somehow. But no, I actually got that one. It was nice. Can't do burst mode on this button. It's actually really annoying. Burst mode, burst mode. Where are you? Burst mode, burst mode. Burst, fire mode. Let's do middle click. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, that's good. Pop jumps. Let's go see who it was. Hunter B. Tarius. He's legit. Or at least I think he is. Okay. Can't believe I caught that guy. I really wouldn't have wagered I would have ever seen him again. I was like, I don't know why I'm wasting my time chasing this guy. Well, sure enough, I did catch him. I really was surprised when I saw him. I was like, there's no way. He's headed back towards me. There's no way. I think I actually will put the suppressor back on now. Take it off for PvP, but I mean, it really just keeps me safe, especially with those bases right there. Oh, I did. Wait, Wolf skulls are worth like a lot, aren't they? They are. They're worth a lot. Is this where you live? I feel like, oh wow, yeah, that is a big base he built. Wow. I don't know. I guess it would be that. I'm just gonna recycle this one. I don't really need it. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom here, guys. I'm gonna pause the stream, but I gotta get safe first. Oh, I need that animal fat. Yeah. I'll find a bush. Yeah, like a bush further away from him. Yeah. He's looking like he's actually thriving pretty well. He might actually have guns. What is that? It's a way to stay safe from zombies. Okay, gotta go to the bathroom, guys. Gonna pause this for just a second. Terribly sorry. Yeah, we'll be back just momentarily. Sorry to pause the video, but nature calls. BRB. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Much better. Yeah, let's go see what this guy's doing. I don't have. Oh no, I do have a lot of bullets. Yeah. How are we doing here? We are 3.5 hours into an 11-hour video. Hells yeah. Let's listen to what else he has to say.
As sad as that fucking sounds, embark on a cinematic single-player adventure as a rookie Navy combat and pilot in the Star Citizen universe. Okay, all that bullshit aside, you want to know when the last update was? Get ready for this one. Watch the update, okay? This is apparently the latest goddamn update right over here. Squadron 42, bringing gameplay to life. This is 5 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, 5 years ago, April 26, 2018, was when we got the last update for the goddamn single-player component.
Now, in my opinion, Squadron 42 should have been out well over years ago. This should have been the one priority for Cloud Imperium games. And I get it, selling ships and JPEGs is a lot more profitable, but let me explain the long-term goal here, okay? If you want to get people invested in your universe, I think the easiest way, especially for a space game that's built off of the back and hype of Freelancer and Wing Commander, to add that single-player component. You know, if you have Squadron 42, and yes, it is a universe, maybe it's not the whole universe, but you can explore, you know, you can do missions, you can do contracts like hunt NPCs, mine, trade resources, so on and so forth. If you can develop and understand the core gameplay loops for the MMO in a single-player environment that is polished, which, again, Star Citizen is effectively, as far as I'm understanding, Freelancer 2, or really what Chris Roberts' end goal is, then that would have been a great way to hook people in, and then immediately when you're done with Squadron 42, you could just jump into the persistent universe and start there. I believe that's what the idea is, but honestly, it would have been amazing if we would have gotten more updates and a much more concrete vision and detail on the actual Squadron 42 system. In fact, the only thing with the only time we ever got to see a vertical slice was years ago in regards to Squadron 42. There might have been some more updates. Granted, I haven't been following it a lot since then, but this vertical slice is a great example as to like what they should have released. It had enough content, at least seemingly, to flesh out a single-player experience for somebody. Granted, again, it wouldn't be all 100 star systems, but again, to have a sandbox for you to explore, get the feel right and understand, and really get the lore down would have been a great, great springboard into jumping into the persistent universe. Again, the development of this game is so weird. Had they focused on these things, I feel like a lot of the criticism would have been taken away, and people would have had something tangible to play while they wait for this server meshing persistent universe dream to eventually materialize. At least you get a game to truly understand what Star Citizen is all about as that develops.
Now, from what I understand, this was supposed to come out 2018, 2019, but this is basically indefinitely delayed. At this moment in time, it almost feels like nobody wants to talk about Squadron 42. From time to time, I'll get emails from RSI like, hey guys, we got some updates for the single player. Yeah, where's the actual gameplay? Where are the missions? When is it releasing? If it releases at all, okay? Yes, this is the one feature that I wanted the whole time, and I'm sure a lot of other Star Citizen players also wanted this, okay? The ability for people to play some single player. If anything, if you logically think about it, this would have been great for people to just start off in. Having a single player that would allow you to understand the mechanics of the game, to get a feel for the universe, to embed yourself into the lore, would have been a very, very pivotal key to get people hooked onto the persistent universe, the MMO side. Up until this point, the MMO is in a perpetual alpha state where, again, the game isn't the best functioning, and the single-player component is pretty much vaporware at this moment in time.
I wanted to do server identification here, guys. If you are watching me on YouTube, I saw that I got 2 follows on YouTube today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't mean to ignore you. I just kind of a fairly focused individual. I don't spend a lot of time doing stream administration. Don't really talk to anyone. Not anymore, anyways. It hasn't been very productive for me. So, but I will say this. What was I going to say? I lost what I was going to say. No, YouTube. Oh, well, I forgot what I was going to say. I'll think of it. Beautiful. Look at the beautiful pinks and blues on the white.
The fact that they even allowed you to pay money to pledge for this when there was no update for years is downright criminal, in my opinion. Now listen, at this moment in time, I've talked a lot of crap about CIG. If it's one thing about Cloud Imperium Games is Chris Roberts and the team behind this definitely have a perfectionist mentality. At this moment in time, Chris doesn't have anybody from corporate companies like Microsoft, EA, whatever, to basically come in and put some reins on him. Tell him, listen, buddy, okay, you might want to go and create some kart racing minigame for Star Citizen, but you gotta at least have the goddamn game made. No, at this moment in time, as long as people keep giving Star Citizen pledge money, they don't really have a reason to complete the project. They don't have a reason to complete the single player on time. They don't even have a reason to complete the MMO on time. For them, as long as they sell the dream of this being real life but in space, that's all that ever matters. And yeah, you could make an argument that as long as the core Star Citizen community is happy, then shouldn't we all be happy? Listen, at the end of the day, there are a lot of people like me that are just completely jaded from the entire situation. At this moment in time, I don't even care if Star Citizen comes out, because at this point, I've seen other franchises come and create entire experiences, expansions at this moment. Elite Dangerous pretty much got announced the same time as this. Elite as a franchise has been around forever. They've come out with their game, they've come out with expansion packs, they've even got bad press associated. No Man's Sky got announced, released, panned by the gaming community, then updated to an absolutely stellar space game. And of course, Star Citizen is just still sitting there with its dick in its hand and no end in sight. Now,
True
of course,
turds.
ladies and gentlemen, what is the game like? Ooh, Muda, let's talk about the game. So this is the second part
I'm sure
of the
it's
video
great.
where I actually
I'm sure this
really
game
want
is
to talk
good.
about the game.
I'm sure the game is good.
And
Yeah.
why
I'm sure
do
the game
kind of
itself
like it.
is
So
great.
let me explain
Yeah.
something about Star Citizen.
Yep.
Star Citizen is a game that you can run on your computer, and you need a pretty good computer to run Star Citizen. I have some of the most top-of-the-line rig that you can buy. I have a good processor, I have a good GPU, I have a crap ton of fast RAM. And no matter what, waking up in the hub worlds for this game will always run at 30 to maybe 40 frames, 60 if I'm goddamn lucky. The space flying, the planets themselves actually do run at a pretty decent frame rate. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. What is the experience like? Well, first you download Star Citizen, download around 100 gigabytes of game data, and then you start the game off. Now, at this moment you create a character, and the character creation is actually very decent. Then, of course, you pick where you want to spawn in. Now, you've got a few options. You've got Area 18, you've got Loreville, which is where I picked, and a few other hub areas. These hub locations are all very well done. There's multiple shops, there's multiple locations, there are entire transit systems that are in these locations to take you from your habitation all the way to the spaceport and beyond. Now, when you wake up, I think this level of immersion is where it's at. Once you create your character, you wake up in a habitat, you get out of bed, and then of course you can bring up your mobile glass, which is sort of your hub, your PDA, your smartphone, if you will, which allows you to view your standings, your contract, allows you to trade, so on and so forth. Now, at this moment in time, you have a few options.
Sorry about that.
For what kind of missions you want to go in. You can choose delivery missions, you can choose bounty hunter missions, you can choose repair missions, you can choose security missions. There is a fair amount of gameplay loops to go down, which I like. If you want to be a delivery driver, you can do that. If you want to be somebody that fights AI all day, you can do that. If you want to do dogfights, you can do that. There is a gameplay loop for every type of player, which I really like. Now, of course, at this moment in time, before you even pick a mission, you got to take the elevator all the way to the ground floor from your habitation, find your way through the maps in the game, not in your mobile glass. No. The maps that are visible in the actual habitation. This game is very immersive. Once you figure out how to take the train, the tram system, or whatever, to the spaceport, you then go all the way through, go through security, actually go to a module where you call up your ship in the hangar bay.
Why is all that necessary?
Bay, get into your ship. Which
oh man, let's go play this game where I have to go through security every time I go to the town. Why? Why would you add TSA to your fucking video game? Get a fucking clue, man.
Again, all ships are different, so you got to figure out how to open it.
Sure, it adds to the realism, I guess.
Ship,
but it's also like, do we really need like a security office in these games? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I guess you can probably, or I don't know. It's not even really like a fully like sandbox game in the respect that I don't believe you can shoot up the town. You know, you don't have complete freedom in that game. Fairly sure. So why put a security office if you can't kill anybody? Is my question. That's where I was going with that.
Like ready, call up communications, call up the actual landing services, get clearance, and fly out into the ship. Now, of course, getting off of the planet is its own beauty. The game has some brilliant cloud technology that, again, I can't stress enough. It looks gorgeous. This game is a very pretty looking game. But once you get into the old space over there, you pick a mission, you fly through quantum space travel, and bam, you do a bunch of jobs. Now, initially, when you start off into the game, you will be doing a lot of boring jobs. For me, I did a lot of delivery work because it allowed me to A, figure out how to fly the ship, take it off, land. It gave me my flight, my wings, so to speak. And honestly, I wasn't really comfortable shooting down planes yet. I really wasn't ready for that. And also, the game's like FPS combat is either the AI you go up against is downright brain dead, or they have perfect, precise aim through walls.
As usual.
I wasn't ready for anything yet. I just wanted to get my bearings. So I did a lot of delivery missions, and while I made some good money, I wanted to start doing other things. So I started to do some security work. So the game basically told me, go to this location, go down into this like bunker, kill 10 enemies, and generally I could loot them for some money and come back, store them onto my ship, and sell them whenever I get back to a hub world. There were dogfights that I did, which were fun. There were searching assignments where I actually went to derelict stations, got out an EVA, literally floated around until I found whatever the game wanted me to do, and so on and so forth. There were cave systems that I could go into and explore just so I could actually figure out the mysteries and the lore behind some of these locations. Again, Star Citizen has a lot of stuff right now in Stanton for you to actually explore. If you wanted to just sit down and do these gameplay loops, which admittedly do sound boring on paper, but once you get immersed into how the game plays, this can be something that I will say is enjoyable. Obviously, if you put hundreds of hours into it, you're going to find a lot of repetition.
Now, I want to just specify one of the loops was mining, which, from what I've heard, is relatively profitable. This involved me going and buying an actual buggy, sticking it into my vehicle, because yes, you can actually put smaller vehicles within larger vehicles, which admittedly is pretty cool. You know, I imagine the capital ships might be like the Pillar of Autumn at some point. But of course, I took this ship, I flew it down to a rocky planet where I effectively drove my Grey Cat ROC around, the dune buggy, and effectively started mining for items, which, again, you know, it's a boring task, but once I had enough, I could go to a hub station, sell it as a commodity, and that is generally what I wanted to do in practice. My first few runs weren't that great because, obviously, I didn't pilot well, and I actually crashed a full supplies worth into a station, which, granted, I tried to get this back by EVA flighting and trying to see if I could somehow drag this vehicle into my ship. Didn't work, lost everything. Normally in a game I would quit, but there's something about the immersiveness which I can somewhat appreciate, but also I can understand doing this for 30-40 hours as a grind requires the toughest of wills.
Now, obviously, this game is, like any game, fun with friends. And so I got to play with about 3 of my friends. I got to play with my friends Carson, Nick, and Tyler, and we had a great time flying around doing these missions with each other. But I think one of the coolest experiences in gaming was actually going to Microtech for the first time. Now, up until this point, the Stanton system wasn't entirely complete. There were planets that weren't there. Microtech is a planet that is far off into the northern side of the system, but it is arguably one of the most expansive hub worlds and also one of the most beautiful ones. I remember the absolute feeling of flying to this location with my friends, landing in the same place together. We were in the same ship, and then taking the tram and just looking into the horizon and seeing this massive city that we were flying into. There were so many shots and so many locations and so many things to see and buy that genuinely it was one of the best experiences that I've ever had with friends. Look, the only comparable experience to me here is something like GTA Online, where they have a very well-crafted city, a lot of places that you can explore, a lot of places that you can even shop with, do these kind of metaverse-like things. Star Citizen, when that happens, is amazing. The ability for us to go onto the frigid colds of Microtech's exterior for 5 minutes before we froze.
Yeah, that shit's cool, but EVE Online's better. Sorry, I know you guys are too dumb to play it, but EVE Online is far superior to this in many, many ways. Sorry. Many, many, many ways, including the graphics. A free game that doesn't cost you anything has better graphics than Star Citizen. So, you know... Yeah, I'm sorry, but just a little bit biased. Like, I don't know. I just have something superior. I've had something superior for 20 years than this fucking cash grab promise that seems to be shipping out not any better than EVE, you know? They're so selfish. They demanded the same amount of, like, really not even the same amount of money EVE did. Like they didn't demand the same amount of money, but they pulled the same amount of money that EVE did without ever even making a game for 20 years. I mean, yeah, is it out yet? No. You can play it, but... That's what I was looking for. Yay, it even has some stuff I was looking for. Cool. Suppose I'll have to slap down another research bench. It won't open the first time. It's so annoying.
To death was a fun time. Then the entire point of spending hundreds of thousands of credits that we literally spent hours mining. Yes, mining. Because when I wanted to make money, I literally bought an ATV, stuffed that into the cargo hold for my ship, flew it down to a planet, literally mined for an hour to make enough money to rent a...
Yep, been doing that in EVE Online for 20 years. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't amaze me. For 20 years, like literally 21 years, I've been doing that. 21 years. Did it back in 2005. You know, 6 years before you were born. I've been doing this shit that blows this guy's mind. And I'm sorry, I know you guys are just too dumb to play EVE Online, or you just won't accept it because it's only 30,000 people play it, or 20,000 people play it, so it's just not good enough for you, or whatever. But, like, really, I mean, like, why are you bothering to make this bad EVE clone? I'm sorry, I feel the same way about Dual Universe and all these other, like Starfield and fucking No Man's Sky. Why did you bother? Like, I don't know, like none of you guys even remotely stepped to EVE Online. Not even close to 1/10 of their content 10 years ago. Before you were even a company, EVE Online was doing 10 times better than you are at your peak. So I don't know, like, I'm sorry, I just don't really feel the same way, and like, I actually might have a serious bias against Star Citizen. I think all it really could serve to do is harm EVE Online and fleece a bunch of gamers. But I mean, I'm sure it'll be good in the end. It's just, I don't know. Is it going to be waiting 20 years good? No. It'll never be waiting the 20 years that we waited good. It's going to be a bitter thing in the end. I know this is going to be a bitter thing. All it'll take is one fuck up for him, and it'll be a bitter thing. They'll renege, and then the Congress will come in and be like, where'd you get that money, and what'd you do with it, and all this other shit.
Luxury. Robert Space Industries $1,000 cruiser that we could fly around and just see the world.
God, are you
that
fucking serious?
is an experience that I will never forget. And that's one of the points where Star Citizen shines. Now, even with all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, do I recommend this game? No! Because, ladies and gentlemen, as fun as that experience was, the game is still wholly incomplete. Yes, the game is an alpha. Of course it's supposed to be incomplete, Muda. The problem with Star Citizen is a game that is too ambitious. And it is really a game that obviously they've got the money to see it to completion. But with a team like RSI and Chris Roberts being the visionary that he is, I don't actually see an end goal in sight. This game really needs somebody to come in with a corporate mind and just actually start putting in goals and hitting those goals to begin with. You know, for a lot of us people,
they need a Bobby Cocktick.
Finding these sandworms and all these cool little pieces of tech interesting at one moment.
Oh, no, there it is.
Time.
Okay.
In the last few years, a lot of individuals that were once Star Citizen messiahs have pretty much given up on this game and have pretty much thrown it into obscurity. It is, at this moment in time, the perfect definition of the sunk cost fallacy.
It's a sunk cost fallacy. It's a money pit. And only idiots will tell you to come along after the money pit's been a money pit for a year and tell you to jump in. Only idiots. And that's one of the reasons why it was so easy for me.
There are so many elements in this game that do not work perfectly.
Like, they don't think about the things they say first because they're young or dumb or some other excuse that I was never given the same leeway about. I was never given the same leeway that these fucking kids are. The entire world is like totally ignoring that they don't go to school, they don't know anything. They when they pitch some gotcha or Bitcoin or NFT, they're listened to because they're young. But I mean, like, really, man, what you're really pitching is a bunch of weird criminal motherfuckers ripping us all off. From the Star Citizen on down to the NFTs and everything in between. Bitcoin and all that shit. Buying currency on eBay and all that shit, man.
Now, of course, with all of that said, I want to take you on to the beginning. Now, you can find plenty of developmental roadmaps throughout history that'll give you an absolute perfect description of how Star Citizen's development has gone for the last 10 years. But I wanted to apply a personal touch in my video and kind of look at this from the perspective of somebody that's been here since the Kickstarter. I've fallen off, I've come back, fallen off the wagon, and I've come back. Okay, this is a train wreck that I continuously monitor until I...
Yep, exactly like New World. Now, New World, I believe, will become a good game. New World, I 100% copium believe that it will become a good game. I think it's a good game right now. I think it's better than Dark Souls right now. It's a lot more fun to play than Dark Souls. So a lot more fun to play than Dark Souls. A lot more. Dark Souls is far too unforgiving. And it doesn't give you these leeway things where you're like, oh, I got hit, but it's okay. You know, kind of thing. It's just like, oh, you're dead, and you lost everything, and you lost 20 minutes. I don't really know if I need that anymore. What I need is the gameplay to be good, and I'd say New World is superior to any Souls-like. So, New World doesn't have the WoW fun. It has the Souls-like fun. So, in time, it'll be good when it has both. And I really believe that New World might be the game that they should have all put their fucking money into in time. Because Amazon won't mismanage. They have like shareholders who will crucify them if they do so. This Star Citizen guy will mismanage the entire 30 years. He has no oversight.
I hope to see it actually release. So to start off with, Star Citizen
like every time that the AGS, and I forget the name of the main devs in AGS, and I frankly don't want to know. I don't like main developers. I mean, I like what they do, and I like them as people, and I think they're just humans with beings, and they're fine. I like them, and I would talk to them and stuff, but I don't like the way they treat us, and so I tend to just sort of write them up before I've ever met them, because I'm like, I don't know. I can't say I would ever have a good time with developers. I think I would mainly just yell at them, so it's probably best to just stay away. So, you know, so where I'm going with this is like, I don't know.
Actual Kickstarter campaign, a crowdfunding campaign. Yes, Star Citizen is actually the best example of a crowdfunded project because it
is not the best example of
crowdfunding money that I've
because,
ever seen.
Okay,
Now,
because no, the best crowdfunding project is not who made the most money at all. Do you know how many fucking like charities and people who do really good works in this world that you're shitting on right now? That is disgusting. It's like when that kid the other day said, "Oh, women shouldn't be able to complain 10 years later. Just let them get raped." You know, it was like, dude, listen to yourself when you fucking talk. You know,
Star Citizen also
it's
has...
like the best. It's the best. It's like saying that Bill Gates is the best human being in history because he made the most money. And I know you do think that shit because money's your god now. I know you actually really fundamentally believe that. You couldn't try to convince me differently. I think you think money is your god now, and I think you think Bill Gates is God now. But there's been Mother Teresa's and, you know, Sweet Bapu's and, like, you know, MLK's and JFK's and stuff. Like the best human being is not the guy who has the most money. Often that's the worst. You know, the worst. Not best, worst. Often that's the worst. So saying he is the best crowdfunder... crowdfunded project just because he made the most money is fucking ridiculous. Somewhere in there is going to be a story that'll make you cry tears of joy and happiness that some philanthropist like went and spent like a year of their time trying to build money to try to save some starving kids in Africa or something like that, and trying to say that it's the best example of crowdfunding is disgusting. It's the best example of capitalist crowdfunding. But when you look at crowdfunding from like a philanthropy point of view, it is probably the worst. It's probably the worst crowdfund we've ever had. It's the worst. Like morally, it's the worst. And in terms of how many bullets you gonna fucking eat? Like 20? Jesus Christ, man, that is not fair. Fuck was that, man? Let me just shoot you 26 times with a pistol. You're totally fine. What? Like, the problem with current bullets, right, is you can tell in certain games, like when Tracer hits you in Overwatch 2, right, you can't, like, the problem that it posits, actually, is one that I don't like, is slows your movement speed. And while I believe there should be some degree to that, I believe it should be very, very subtle. It shouldn't be this, I can't move, I'm being shot. It shouldn't be this thing about, I can't move, because it would never be like that. If you're being shot, you'd be surprised how fast the shock and the adrenaline adrenaline will get you up and out of there fucking fast before you even think of it. Before you even know what you're doing, you're up and out of there. Adrenaline is a very, very strong thing. So this thing about when I'm getting shot, I can't move. It's like restricting my movement kind of thing. Like when Tracer hits you in Overwatch, or like something hit scan in Overwatch hits you can't move. I think they should change that where, like, instead of, like, you can't move while you're being shot, you suddenly get, it's not like you get stunned or can't move, you get kind of like poked. Like you ever been slapped in a game, like a shooter where they slap you out of camping or something like that, like Counter-Strike or something? They'll slap you. That's how I feel like gun like bullets hitting you should be. It shouldn't be this thing that prohibits your movement in any way unless you're getting shot in the fucking legs. We need better, more advanced shooters and stuff where if you're getting shot in the legs, you can't move. But really, you're like getting shot in the shoulder, but you can't move. It's one of the things that's really wrong with Rust. You're like getting sprayed up in your chest and your head, but you can't move because the bullets are like literally causing you to get stuck in static place. You can't move, you can't jump. You're being like suppressed essentially. And I don't think that's how getting shot would be from certain ranges. Like from okay, if you're being sprayed by a suppressed pistol like this from 76 meters or whatever the combat log was, let's go look. I'm shooting that wolf 21 times from 36 meters, which is not even that fucking far. It's far, but it's not that far. It's like, it's far, but it's not that far. So like 36 meters is not that long. So while the bullets are hitting the dog, his or a player, their movement speed should not be reduced unless you are shooting them in the legs. And this is something that I think they could add to video games very simply with collision boxes. But when you're getting shot in your upper half of your body, you are not restricted in your movement speed. Only if you're being shot in the leg or the shins or something like that, right? Movement speed should be this thing where, like, you know, look at this deer just eat suppressed fucking rounds. Oh, damn it. So oftentimes in Rust when you're getting sprayed, you can't do anything because you can't move, you can't jump, like your mobility goes to zero. And yeah, being sprayed by an SMG, that's probably most likely what it's actually like. But it does this thing to your movement where you can't do anything at all. You can fire, and that's about it. And the same is true in third-person games when you back up against the wall. At that point, you can't do anything. And you can't slide down the wall. Walls are slippery, and it's very hard to pin somebody against the wall. The collision boxes will wedge you really fucking bad against the wall, and a player will wedge you against the wall really well. And then that is bullshit. Getting wedged against a wall, like some of these video games, they need to evolve in terms of some of the combat animations and the way they work and the stuff that you can and can't do. Because, like, oh, come on, drop right here. Come on, I haven't had an airdrop this run. Drop right here, drop right here. Come on, drop right here, drop right here. Drop right here. Hex, drop right here, drop right here, drop right here. Jedi mind trick, drop right here, drop right here. Oh well. Well, I suppose it's more valuable than that.
Has investors, from what I understand.
So let me make a statement under this guy's reasoning that because Robert Space Industries made $500 million off Star Citizen on Kickstarter, that is in a good, like, the best example of a Kickstarter, or the most successful Kickstarter. I would really say no. In terms of what it actually did in efficacy, was one of the worst Kickstarters in history. What it actually supplied for how much money it took from people. It is like one of the worst Kickstarters in history, not one of the best. And I don't like that language. There is a distinction here. I believe that is actually misinformation, saying that it's one of if not the best examples of Kickstarter success would have been a good statement, but saying Kickstarter is not a good statement, and he should have really worried about his language there, because, like, you know, the Kickstarter was a success, and it's the most successful Kickstarter, but it is not the best Kickstarter in any way or fucking form. Like, for instance, does Star Citizen actually help anyone at all? It'll help them to enjoy recreation, which will help them relax, and relaxation helps people. It'll help in that respect. But it won't save any lives or get anybody out of any problems or invent some solution to some huge problem that we have or anything like that. In terms of best Kickstarters, no, I would say it's actually the worst. The worst Kickstarter in history. It did nothing to benefit mankind except offer recreation, which is a little bit hedonistic. It took $500 million to do so instead of just, raising investors like everyone else in video game history did. It took it from the public. It supplied something to the public that wasn't worth their money and all these other things. So saying it's the best Kickstarter ever just by rote. Because what? Because of money? It slaps really good people in the fucking face. It slaps all the good people on Kickstarter in the fucking face who are trying to raise money to actually do something for charity and save some lives and change things. Unlike Robert Space Industries, which I would say basically the probably the best thing that we can expect from Robert Space Industries is he makes a lot of money and we get fatter because we're sitting around in front of our computers longer. That's like the best possible outcome for the human race. Now his kids are going to be able to eat, and the people in his company's kids are going to be able to eat. That's a good thing. That makes him a good person, a good businessman, and a good provider, for his kids, or if he has any or whatever. And that makes him a good person. He's paying salaries of people, but morally, so the problem with the statement, Robert Space Industries, Star Citizen, 500 million Kickstarter was the best Kickstarter of all time is a really bad statement because I don't know, best is a relative statement. I think this is one of the worst. I don't care if it made $500 million. It didn't supply anything in return. It's your classic example of it charged a lot of money in return. It didn't supply anything in return. So this is an example of the worst Kickstarter ever made. Not the best. An accurate statement would have been the worst Kickstarter ever made. It took the most money and provided the least help of all the Kickstarters in history. It is the worst Kickstarter. Now, it was the most successful Kickstarter for that guy. And only that guy. It hasn't helped anyone else. All the kids I've ever talked to talk about Star Citizen, talk about it crashing or the frame rate or the $100 ships or the 8 hours to even get out of the main town or any of that stuff. That's what I'm hearing out of that. So I'm just telling you what I think. I'm not here to rail against Star Citizen for 5 hours. This video is just fairly long.
But this is a game that has made $500 million. Yes, $500 million plus in just crowdfunding dollars. Okay, making it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the cocaine doesn't cost RS 20 ship 100. Practical example. Let me give you some practical.
I'm way further in this video, but you skipped it to the beginning again because you're stupid ass fucking hard-coded shit. And just like Russ, YouTube, you are a fucking asshole because you can't get your fucking keybinds under control. You have $10 billion, but you can't get the keybinds on the videos right. Fuck you, YouTube. I will dance on your grave.
Has some brilliant.
And I'm not talking about how all the beautiful entertainment you provided me for free. That was great. I'm talking about using your product is not very fun for me, and I really don't understand that. You seem to be taking a lot of money out of the community for what you actually supply in return, exactly like this guy.
Cloud technology that, again, I can't stress enough. It looks gorgeous. This game is a very pretty looking game. But once you get into the old space over there, you pick a mission, you fly through quantum space travel, and bam, you do a bunch of jobs. Now, initially, when you start off into the game, you will be doing a lot of boring jobs. For me, I did a lot of delivery work because it allowed me to figure out how to fly the ship, take it off, land. It gave me my flight, my wings, so to speak. And honestly, I wasn't really comfortable shooting down planes yet. I really wasn't ready for that. And also, the game's FPS combat is either the AI you go up against is downright brain dead, or they have perfect precise aim through walls. I stuffed that into the cargo hold for my ship, flew it down to a planet, literally mined for an hour to make enough money to rent a luxury Robert Space Industries.
So I had this thing on my desktop for like 4 months this year, and it's called Get Into a Street Fight. And it was this joke on, really good joke, like my favorite joke, I think, on Rick and Morty. And they're like, oh man, like, so Summer plays this video game with her grandfather, and they're like in the living room doing interdimensional cable and video games and stuff. And Summer is like, oh man, what is this game? And he's like, yeah, it's Get Into a Street Fight. She's like, what do you mean Get Into a Street Fight? You mean Street Fighter? And he's like, no, getting to a street fight, it means that you get in a cab, you and a guy start at opposite ends of a city, and you're supposed to have a street fight at the center of the city, but you got to get to the fight. And so it's all about, like, you know, hiring the taxi driver, getting in the cab, opening the door, paying the driver, driving downtown with the driver, making small talk, doing the mini game of small talking the driver, and then finally you get there, and then you select weapon, and you sharpen the weapon, and then you sell the weapon you previously had and get the next weapon, and then you pick up your ranged weapon, and you start the fight, and then the cops show up, and then you've got to bribe the cops, and then finally the first blow is swung 8 hours later, and it's the greatest game made of all time. And this was Get Into a Street Fight, where they literally, like, Justin Roiland just straight up made fun of this fucking guy and how we're supposed to wait 25 fucking years for a title, and that Copium idiots are really pushing it. They're really pushing this title. Copium idiots who all got taken for like $100 to $1,000 to $2,000 and stuff. They're trying to feel more justified by trying to push the title on other people.
$1,000 cruiser that we could fly around.
And this is how all MLMs, by the way, work. When you're in an MLM, and this is an MLM, it's multi-level marketing. It means that as the investor, as the angel investor on the Kickstarter, you have like a social say in what, not like a business say, but a social say. He's going to listen to what you say, right? In what happens to this game. But that's all he really promised you. That's it. So, like, you know, since you're not really a member of Robert Space Industries, if you bought the product and then he uses you like this, like the way Uber did with all those Uber Eats codes and all this stuff, he uses you for viral marketing to push his gotcha game. And this is how MLM and NFTs and Bitcoin works. It's kind of funny. MLMs are always like this. And so when you're in an MLM, the first thing you do is you pay between $100 and $1,000 to enter the pyramid. You realize that all your money got taken by the pyramid and it all went to the top guy, not the people between you and him. And he pocketed your money, and now you're in the pyramid, which is good, but you're at the bottom of the pyramid. So you got to rise up the pyramid. And how you do this is introduce other people in the pyramid to get fleeced by the guy at the top. And I had the MLM, my ex-friend now. My ex-friend hit me up 2 days ago, like, play Star Citizen, I'll give you free money and all this stuff. And I was like, no. I mean, I'll play the game eventually, but not for you. And I mean, I'm not going to take your money. No. And I was like, I'll play the game, I promise, which I knew was true. I will play that game to see how much of a dumpster fire it is in 5 years. But I know that, you know, I know this is not my game. I know it's not, because like that much money, and yet you can't even alt-tab the client, and you can't even get higher than 60 frames per second. What's the deal? What's the difference between you and Starfield? I really don't see a difference between Star Citizen and Starfield. They seem like the exact same fucking cash grab, with the exact same beautiful graphics and scope, with the lack of, now Starfield's got the lack of depth. Star Citizen doesn't, but where Star Citizen did act all evil like Starfield was 40 frames per second on a AAA title in 2023. And if you alt-tab, God bless, you know, God save your soul. If you alt-tab, God save your soul, you're fucked. Your stream's going to crash. Your game's going to crash. You know, you're going to lose frames. It's going to take you 45 seconds to get back into the game. You're going to crash your ship or something like that. And to me, that's the triple anus, right? That's the triple anus. If he's triple anus, this guy. He's no different from Bethesda. He's trying to sell you product and build an engine at the same time and sell the engine. That's what big AAA fucking Bobby Cockticks do. They sell engines. We know what their particular MO is now. They want you to fund their selling of an engine. And honestly, as a business model, that's not that bad if you want to be a billionaire. It's not that bad of a plan to become a billionaire, to build a software engine that someone else funded, and then retain rights to the IP of the engine, but not the game that the engine was used to make. You give that to the public, and then you sell the engine. And that's, I think, what exactly he's doing, which is why Star Citizen is free. It's entirely a scam. It's an MLM scam. And I had an MLM member of that scam try to approach me and offer me free money to go get addicted to the game the other day, because it is an MLM scam. It's an MLM scam. It's no different from a cult or a church, like a cult or a church, or like, it's like pay your tithe and you can be here, What? Damn it. I need that. I don't want that really. See, I like Rust because the content just goes. It's always mildly interesting, at least, because the threat of death is always sort of like there. And I just don't see this kind of reoccurring gameplay loop in a lot of games that you can live as a lifestyle anymore. Because you can't alt tab, you can't go watch a video without the super graphical client crashing and all this stupid shit. Like, less is more with the modern video game age. The more the games like Tetris and like Candy Crush, and the less it's like Starfield, the better. And this is what this guy was saying yesterday. The more simple the code, the better. And it's true. If you complicate things and you try to make 120 gig clients, you start the triple anus and you build a PR campaign and all this other crap that you have to live up to, you're never going to live up to that shit of that system of hype that you built. The way that Star Citizen isn't going to live up to it. They're not going to, no way is Elder Scrolls 6 going to live up to its hype the same way that Starfield was not able to live up to its hype. Now, I fundamentally believe that Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield are actually good games, but I don't think they were good games or will be good games at launch. So now I'm stuck wondering, at what point do you guys start treating us well? This is like you have our goodwill, but you don't use it. You don't really use it. You try to sell us stuff instead. And so this, by the way, this had a terrible effect on real Kickstarter people who are really trying to start a real business or try to save someone's soul or get them out of a bad problem or something like this. Kickstarter has incredibly good natured stuff in its nature. Kickstarter is an incredibly good thing, but it's still it's still got this business side to it that kind of jaded its image. But Kickstarter is actually a white hat thing trying to save the world from its own problems. And then some Robert Space Industries guy comes along, takes the goodwill and the reputation of a brand new Kickstarter program, pulls $500 million, and then we come to find later, 10 years later, he's just in the same business as Bobby Kotick. He's trying to sell an engine later after he phones in a game just enough that you accept it and move on. And Star Citizen's starting to get there. The game's just good enough where people are starting to willing to be able to accept it and move on. And that's what he wanted. That's when he'll stop production, stop supporting it, declare a new direction on the company and shit, privately, internally, and never tell the public at all. And then they suddenly are switched up towards selling that engine for $500 billion or whatever, for $5 billion. Who needs a $1 billion Star Citizen when you could have a $5 billion, $5 billion engine sale? Then you can take your $5 billion and actually produce the Star Citizen that you wanted to do. But it's still taking the public's money and rolling it over and over and over. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I'm sure I love your vision and I love what you want and I love all this stuff, but it's like you walked off the backs of the gamer poor or the gamer whales, depending on who you ask. But mainly I would say you kind of mass farmed the video game industry for $75 donations, which is what a lot of these Kickstarter things do. But your intention was never to supply what you actually promised in a real way. I think your intention was to market an engine towards the big boys and then laugh at us all the way to your Cayman Island bank on your way to talk to the demon banker. And I think a lot of the Bitcoin is like this. I think Bitcoin's like this. NFT is like this. Kickstarters and startup projects are like this. It's angel investment gone wrong. It's somebody who sees that there's a greater fool who is, and there's a reason we call them the greater fool. It's because they believe in something that they don't have in their hands yet. And so all this guy did is he saw the 50,000 greater fools in the world, and realized that he can bilk each one of them for $75. And by the world, I mean the video game industry. He could bilk each one for $75 and, and then go fund his true engine production. And then sell the engine for the real $5 or $10 billion. And then he becomes the new Bobby Cogden. Except the game that he shortchanged us on is worse than World of Warcraft or Overwatch. Not worse, but just more cash grabby and more expensive to use and definitely more harmful to the community than something like World of Warcraft or Overwatch, where once you're done like buying the game, you don't ever have to give them another cent. I know because I haven't bought a skin on World of Warcraft. I've never bought one. Or I bought the first one they ever released. It was like Infinite or something like that. I bought the first one they ever did because I didn't know yet, right? I bought the first one. I think it was like Infinite or something like that. It was a crappy special horse, right? And then when that was over, I never gave them money in the store ever again, except for server transfers and stuff. And later on, I didn't believe in skins because World of Warcraft had given me 20 years of skins for free. Say what you want about Blizzard, but I mean they didn't act like Epic most of their lives. They actually really didn't do that until like 2018 or something, 2016 or something like that. For the first 11 years that they did World of Warcraft or even Diablo or any of that shit, they did not have this like cash grabby fucking store stuff that all the big AAA does now. So like, oh, I need that. So now like we're in this place where, like, you know, we're supposed to trust this guy, but I mean, I don't know why you needed to walk on the backs of the Kickstarter kids that believe in MMO games and stuff, or in adults. Adults are the ones with the money. But I mean, I don't know why you needed to walk on our backs to get where you were at. You were already an established developer. What's the difference between you and the guy who made Diablo or the guy who made Elden Ring or you know, Miyazaki or any of these other people? What's the difference between you and them? They went to investors and got their money and did it upright and made it famous and are in they're in their McMansions now, and their kids, their great kids are going to be able to eat, and they're set for life and they're good the way that the Robert Space Industry guy probably is now that he's pulled in $500 million, right? But why did you need to walk on the investors' backs to do that when everybody else doesn't? When everybody else just pulls investors and makes a board and it says that we're not beholden to anybody but you. We don't have to please the public. We don't have to continue to make them a product if we don't want to. We don't have to keep the company going even though we don't want to because we took their money or any of that stuff, right? Like that these shitty software developers do when they cash grab and disappear like this. And like, you know, like, well, he hasn't disappeared yet, but we thought he might. For like 10 years we really posited this guy might disappear with our $500 million. I didn't give him any money, but I'm talking about the video game community when I say our. You know, like our money being like I am a member of the video game community and one of the big ones too, both in size and stature. So like, you're not stature, but like I'm just been here for 27 years. I know many people across many games. I have some stature in some of the many of the end game communities on many titles. So I mean, I have some stature in this community when I speak. And I'm gonna say, like, you know, like, why did you need to walk on, like, if I, like, for instance, I built an empire the same way you did. I built the same empire that he did, but not the same empire. I'm just saying, I built the same possible potential that he did in a drug empire in the last 5 years. And I did ask for $60 when I first started in 2015. Right? The first time I was like, can you front me $60 so I can get started? And he was like, yeah, that's the whole name of the fucking game. But that was the only time I ever did it. In the 5 years I was with that guy, I only ever fucking borrowed $60 from him ever. He got me high all the time and that was a cost for him, but it wasn't like I ever borrowed money from him or got fronted or any of that shit ever again beyond the first time, right? And so then, and that's the business practice that I suggest he uses. The Kickstarter should have only been up for like 3 days and then it should have been shut down. You kept it running like a farm for how long was it? Like 10 years or something like that. It should have been up for 3 days. You should have taken the money that you got and then you should have closed the doors and stopped listening or caring what the public thought about what it is you're doing, because you weren't beholden to them anymore. Beyond the people who had Kickstarted you, get a free copy of your game. They have no say in your engine. We're not going to fucking cancel you in the YouTube culture like we're trying to do now because you're trying to sell an engine rather than make a game or any of the shit that you're facing now. Had you just like done it for 3 days, taken that money and stopped using it like a farm to just bring you endless income and shit for your weird dream that I'm not sure why you needed to walk on our backs to make, when usually there's many like thousands of investors out there who are desperate. I'm talking desperate to find somebody like Robert Space Industries and invest in their vision. There's more people with money trying to give him money than there is gamers who are giving him money. So, like, it's really weird that he went to the gamers to fucking back his fucking dream. I don't really I kind of morally object to it. That's not how business dreams and empires are usually built. So then let's say you take our 500 million and you make a 10 billion business out of it. Do we get to come back and say you owe us our 500 million back? I mean, at that point, no, we don't, because you walked on the backs of your fellow peers to get where you were at instead of raising the money like every other business concern since the dawn of fucking time. You took angel investment and you ran it into a $500 million fucking hoodwink pigeon or whatever the fuck, and you fucked over the entire video game community and shit. And the more I think about it, the less I like it. And he's probably the same exact way. This guy in the video has actual standards and morals and practices, which is one of the reasons why he has 4 million subscribers. I don't think even Robert's Space Industries might have 4 million subscribers. Let's go see. Robert's Space Industries, right? Robert's Space Industries. You see something funny here. You'll see something funny here. This guy talking about Star Citizen is literally trusted by the community 6 times as much. 6 times as much. He's only got 475,000 subscribers, right? Like, that is mind-boggling to me. He had 500 million in Kickstarter, but he can't get 500,000 fucking subs? You can get $500 million, but you can't get 500,000 subs. The streamer trolling you, the 2 streamers trolling you, like well, he already did. But my dream is to have more follows than Robert's Space Industries and Star Citizen. I didn't have a dream like this until now, but I do. I want to have more follows eventually than Robert's Space Industries, because you can see how much we actually trust this guy. 475,000 follows to the 500 million that we gave him. What's the story there? We're willing to give him $500 million on a dream, but we're not willing to give him 1 million follows? Or if we have, we've taken them away. And that's how I know you got hoodwinked and you're an MLM and you got fucked. You know what I'm saying? You got fucked and now you want me to be a victim. Now, and that's another reason why. That's another reason why you want other people to be your victim.
The world in. That is an experience that I will never forget. And that's one of the points where Star Citizen...
Like, honestly, now, anytime anybody ever says, you want to play, like, hey, will you play Star Citizen? Or, hey, what do you think about Star Citizen? I'm going to assume they're with Robert's Space Industries. I'm gonna, like, assume they're with them. Because, like, really, that's, like, to me, like, now, like, a criminal enterprise. After I really, like, did the deep dive. Like, this guy did a pretty good deep dive on this, I would say. I had no fucking idea it was, like, this much money and this little in return and all this. I'm sorry, but yeah, like, I knew I was gonna have to go deep dive Star Citizen when I knew it was evoking a lot of strong emotions in me for some fucking reason. And I've never even given the game $1. Maybe I don't need to care. I've never given the game $1. I think a smart person says, I wasn't victimized by this, why should I care? That's the human state of affairs right now. It's look out for number 1. I wasn't hurt by Robert's Space Industries, so I'm not sure why logically I should care about this stuff. I'm not sure why I should care. I was not a victim of it. Never given them $1. I've signed up for an account, but I promise you, I've never given Star Citizens $1. I can prove it, you know?
Now, even with all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, do I recommend this game? No! Because,
No.
ladies and gentlemen, as fun as that experience was, the game is still wholly incomplete. Yes, the game is an alpha. Of course it's supposed to be incomplete, Muda. The problem with Star Citizen is a game that is too ambitious. And it is really a game that obviously they've got the money to see it to completion, but with a team like RSI and Chris Roberts being the visionary that he is, I don't actually see an end goal in sight. This game really needs somebody to come in with a corporate mind and just actually start putting in goals and hitting those goals to begin with.
Sorry guys, YouTube constantly changes where I am in the video because they're incredibly incompetent. They stole the $10 billion and didn't even bother to fix their front end like everybody else. And this is the deep state. This is how you can mark them, right? They'll take your money and they just won't spend it on anything that you want them to spend it on. And there's your YouTube for you. That's why YouTube should die. I want a YouTube 2 or a, Facebook 2 or something. I can't stand YouTube. I really don't think I really don't think it's not that I can stand YouTube, and I like YouTube actually a lot, but I cannot stand being a streamer on YouTube or even using the product because you constantly hop me around this video all the fucking time with your horrible key presses. And I don't know if you can change that, but I mean keybinds. Can you change this? Like really, like why did you hard code this? I want keybinds, right? Can we do keybinds? Keybinds, right? No, you don't have keybinds. See it? And this is an example of why Google is a piece of shit and should go belly up, in my opinion. Why are there no keybinds in this fucking browser? What? And you can tell Google does not deserve that money. Not at all. And yeah, I'll fucking fight him in court over it. You don't deserve that money. It's proven. It's clear as day you don't deserve that money. I'll go to court and I'll say it in front of a jury. You don't deserve that fucking money. You don't deserve the money you get from us. You really don't. Your keybinds are not even mentioned in your fucking settings. Gee, that's a new one. A piece of software without a keybind menu. Only YouTube could be that fucking incompetent. Jesus Christ. Never heard of a software program without keybinds before until YouTube, the most successful software program of all time. You know, so maybe it's because your keybinds are bad. Who knows? But I know the keybinds are fucking bad, you idiots. How did you destroy a beautiful, the best product in the history of mankind? How did you destroy it that fucking badly? It's that old Lamborghini thing. Your UI and your keybinds are horseshit. I don't care how fast your fucking Lamborghini is if you provide me a buttery, shitty steering wheel when you sell it to me. I don't care how fast it is or good it is. YouTube is a piece of shit until you fix the fucking front end and the UI and the keybinds. What happened to you? For 20 years, you've known this is an issue. Why have you not addressed it? It's been this way since 1998 or something, 2004, something like that. 21 years and you didn't get a fucking clue? Somebody should say something. Fuck you, YouTube. As I stream to YouTube. You know, as I stream to YouTube, excuse me. Like, fuck you, YouTube. Like, I really do feel this. Like, every time I use your video, every time for 21 fucking years, you pop me all over this fucking video. All over it. I have changed this video, just this one single video, like 16 fucking times since I started it. Because your keybinds are the worst in history. Worst, hands down, in fucking history. The Google Chrome keybinds are the worst, most embarrassing shit in the entire history of video gaming. They're the worst ones. The worst thing. Like, hands down, worst thing. Like, YouTube's keybinds are the worst, most, like, disgraceful debacle in the history of software design. And I mean what I say. I'm not being hyperbolic. I think most people would agree. I think my mother would agree. I think CEOs would agree with me. The keybinds on fucking Google Chrome and YouTube are fucking worthless. Why do you deserve any of our money? Why do you deserve any of our money? You can't even get the fucking front end right. Get your software house in order. This guy was talking about it yesterday. Your software is running at like 1/10 of the efficiency that your hardware is. And that's why your fucking keybinds on YouTube suck dick. You can't lie to me. Your software, you cash grabbed all that software and you backed all these fucking cash grab software people as your best friends at the cigar bar on your way to the Lolita Express or whatever. And now you're like, you know, and now your keybinds have destroyed your products. Like, destroyed it. If there was another site that I thought was even remotely as close as valuable as YouTube is with accurate keybinds, I would immediately leave YouTube permanently forever today. No problem. Wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't be like, oh, I need it in my life or anything. I would absolutely 100% not look back. I'd be like, bye, YouTube. Peace. Fuck you and your 21 years of cocksucking keybinds or whatever it was. 16 years of fucking horrible ass keybinds, breaking my videos, sending me back, sending me forward, erasing my work, erasing thousands of hours of my written work with your back forward keybind that sucks a lot of dick, and you hard coded it just like Unity into Rust, right? You hard code this shit into your fucking programs because you don't have a clue. You don't know how to make software. You're the biggest software company in the world, and you don't know how to make keybinds on your video player. And it's true. And I'll say right to whoever the fuck runs Google. Who runs Google? I'll say it right to their fucking face. You can't get keybinds right on your YouTube videos. Why would I give you any money? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, like, why would I ever invest in you? Or, like, literally, like, watching what you did to this software, watching what you did to YouTube is frankly disgusting. These people must be prosecuted or something. These keybinds, all these problems that you have, the back and forth, so you're constantly like, oh, I was watching that video and I bumped my mouse and now you erased my place and now I've got to watch 19 minutes until I figure out where I was, and it's happened 400,000 times since I started using YouTube, so I kind of don't really have any sanity left for it. And you kind of keep doing it to me all day, every day, back, forward on the fucking mouse, and, you know, bump me around with control left click or right click or shift this or that. Your fucking retard fucking Google keybinds and your retard fucking YouTube keybinds waste my fucking time all day, erase my fucking work. And what can I do in return? Say thanks, Google, for all the free software. What can I do in return? Can't sue you, can't come at you for like literally intentionally developing software that wastes thousands of hours of our time, each and every human being on this planet. You intentionally designed this software to waste thousands and thousands of hours of people's time. And I don't know why you haven't been prosecuted. I can prove it because the keybinds aren't in the settings. They're not even in the settings. The keybinds aren't there. Want to know why? Because it's a cash grab. It's a fight. It's a scam. It's a trick. It's a hoodwink. It's billionaires stealing our money. You want to know why there's no keybinds in the most popular program of all time, Google Chrome? Because the people who run Google Chrome have never actually ran Google Chrome. They don't know what keybinds are. They don't know how bad they are. They don't know how much millions and millions and millions of man hours those keybinds have destroyed. They don't know. They don't have any clue. Not even remotely. I'm talking like they're up there in their nice McMansion, driving their kids to school, going to their software development time and bitching about crunch and all this stuff. I don't give a living shit until you think about keybinds in your basic ass program that we all use. I don't give a shit who you are, how much money you have. I'll prosecute you. I don't care if you're Google or whatever the fuck. You do this keybind shit to the fucking public like this and destroy millions of hours of mankind's work. I want to charge you. Okay, what's the average income of let's say I'm from America, so what's the average American income per hour? Right? This is what I want to charge you for the 4,000 hours YouTube has cost me surfing through videos and trying to figure out where I was. I want to charge you for every hour that your piece of shit program that doesn't even have keybinds has wasted my fucking time right on stream, right? I kind of want to charge you $25 an hour, YouTube, because are you going to pay me for my time? I understand you got to cut corners to keep your big billionaire, big hot shit, fancy new whatever and stuff. You want to fleece everybody. You're a big billionaire boy, and you're in line for the Lolita Express with Trump and fucking Bill Gates like everyone else. And we respect that you're big on the block now and all this. But I'm sorry, man. Like your fucking keybinds 20 years later in fucking like Windows and YouTube and Google, hard-coded, Rust and all that Unity shit, all your hard-coded fucking retard keybinds like directly kills millions and millions of man hours. And I would hold you responsible to the tune of $25 for every one of mankind's hours that you stole with your reckless, shoddy fucking design that's been this exact same for 20 fucking years. No changes, no patches. It's always been mouse 4, mouse 5, forward, back, you know. Control left, control right is change chapters. Shift left, shift right is go to the end, go to the begin. Never mind that every other fucking UI program in the history of mankind uses control left, control right, shift right, Winamp, VLC, YouTube, Google, fucking keyboards, all this shit. Everybody uses like, you know, those exact keybinds, like 20, 30, 40 programs that I can think of. Yet Google wins because Google's the biggest one for some reason. Google wins that war. So we have to make we have to rationalize how bad YouTube and Google is now. Like, because it's free. But is it free? I think we keep spending billions of dollars on it, actually. I'm not sure YouTube and Google are free. I know they're stealing thousands of hours of it from us with back keybinds and stuff like that. I know they're doing it. I've seen many of my friends in my lifetime, right? Seen many of my friends in my lifetime cuss at the mouse 4 and mouse 5 thing. Really, like for 25 years, I've seen people really scream about it. I'm talking like really, I've seen like normal people that wouldn't normally scream are like, oh my god, I lost like 2 hours of work because of the mouse 4 button. And then you just hear them screaming in the other side of the house or something like that. I've heard that like 800 times or something like, I lost my work, no! You know, that kind of stuff, right? I lost my comment, no! That's you stealing our time, and I would prosecute you for it. How dare you do fucking Google and Chrome and YouTube without keybinds? How dare you? How dare you do that? I've never heard of a software without keybinds, never. I've never heard of a single piece of fucking software except YouTube without keybinds. YouTube has keybinds, but you can't change them. What the fuck happened to you guys? I needed to get everybody out of my channel so I could just rail about the triple anus for like a week, and Primal Scream every day gets fucking worse. Watching your keybinds and all this.
Who were finding these...
When I use Windows and I'm trying to alt-tab back to Rust, notice how Windows immediately tosses in like a nice 7-second delay and a bunch of fumbling, and it won't let you move for a second and all this shit. So I catch a bite and I die and I drop the gun on the ground. Thanks, Windows! I came and responded 7 seconds ago, but now I'm on the ground because I'm just waiting for the client to catch up because Windows sucks so bad and they stole that money and ran. Like, so let's see, what's the next software target? I probably have to stop using software now because it is like pretty much killing me. I believe using software every single fucking day is literally like killing my fucking soul because every single piece of software fucking crashes or is a cash grab, one or the other.
Sandworms and all these cool little pieces of tech, interesting at one moment in time. In the last few years, a lot of individuals that were once Star Citizen messiahs have pretty much given up on this game.
Yeah, I gave up on World of Warcraft. I'm giving up on Rust. I absolutely left large clan Rust or even populated servers. I have given up on large clan Rust. I just don't think that I don't believe that I don't have the faith that these people know how to steer this ship correctly anymore. And I see the rocks coming, and I'm like, I don't know why I keep trying to give them resources to keep the ship going. At that point, I see the rocks coming, and I'm like, oh my god, this is what I paid for? This is what you did in return?
Thrown it into obscurity. It is, at this moment in time, the perfect definition of the sunk cost fallacy. There are so many elements in this game that do not work perfectly, that are elements, even the inventory system is not perfect. There are elements in this game that will always appear to be placeholders. There are performance issues in the game that need to be addressed. There are entire segments of this game that completely lack any form of polish. There is no joke when every time you spawn in, the AI will literally be T-posing in front of you. There is never a moment in Star Citizen where the AI is not broken. Every single hub world that I go to, if I go to a...
Yeah, that sounds like $500 million of our money, not investors' money.
Counter...
that sounds about what we bought. That's totally what I expect out of $500 million.
There is always going to be one AI that is not loaded in perfectly. It is a game that is not perfect. It is a game where picking up items and interacting with them can be very, very finicky. You know, I wanted to make this video earlier for a while, but one of the updates for Star Citizen literally caused these servers to have some of the worst lag spikes imaginable. There was a moment where trying to open a door took 5 minutes in the game for the server to actually recognize my client's input and give me a response from the server. It was downright unplayable at one point. And of course, while things have changed for the better, this is a game that has no end in its development in sight. Ladies and gentlemen, for me to recommend Star Citizen, they have got to actually put out some tangible goals and start hitting them and hitting them and hitting them in stride. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Citizen is a perfect example of crowdfunding gone haywire. Ladies and gentlemen, will it one day be completed? Honestly, I think Grand Theft Auto 8 will be out before Star Citizen is complete. I'm not even being cute there. I genuinely do believe that.
And so that's all about Star Citizen. I think I love this video. Thank you. I'd like to sub to your channel. I'm gonna leave a heart, thanks. Will the cash grab ever end? Let's see what else he has to say. I like him a lot.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. Today's video is going to be a little controversial. Not really. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 looks like hot dog cheeks. And if that sounds like a controversial opinion, people have always complained about Call of Duty since the Paleolithic era, okay? So to give you a quick bit of context...
Yeah, man, like the kids think that, oh man, because I'm just new to the world, that everybody just loves Call of Duty because it's the most successful, shooter of all time, right? No, there's been a lot of us people that people that you wouldn't even think really don't like Call of Duty.
My channel is not a Call of Duty channel. I don't really rely on each and every single entry being successful to pay the mortgage every year, okay?
No.
So this is coming straight from the heart. Call of Duty I played since COD 4. And there was a period in my life where I would play every single entry since COD 4 pretty religiously, right? Up until Black Ops 2, I played that a lot, and I remember the hype for Black Ops 2 being massive. But after that, when COD Ghosts, Advanced Warfare, a lot of these games came out, I just simply didn't have the time nor the drive to continue playing these games year after year. I started jumping more into single-player titles and just played other multiplayer games like Titanfall, and then later on I would just play Rainbow Six Siege. But to understand, I've played Call of Duties every year, okay? If it's not at launch day, it's always around Black Friday when the games are half off, okay? Now, Call of Duty to me has always been a pretty decent value, and let me explain why. Yes, it's like Madden for shooter addicts, okay? Yep. Year after year, Call of Duty is effectively the same game, okay? It's the same rough experience, right? It's a goddamn shooter, and that's what you expect. But Call of Duty games have always been a pretty good value prospect because usually you get a pretty good campaign. Even the worst Call of Duty campaigns, in my opinion, are fun. They're like watching action
Campaigns
movies, okay? It's why I go to watch John Wick. I just love watching guns, action, car chases, shootouts, explosions, hot chicks. You can believe that I'm a Spike TV viewer, right? Just by saying that shit. Then, of course, you've got cooperative play. So with Call of Duty games, sometimes you get the zombies, sometimes you get the spec ops, sometimes you get extinction mode from COD Ghosts where you're fighting A-Lamaus and shit. And then, of course, multiplayer, okay? So every year's Call of Duty multiplayer can be good or bad. Each developer has their own spin on it. And usually back in the day with Call of Duty games, you had games like Modern Warfare 2 that kept on adding maps, added weapon levels, added, a bunch of unlocks over time. If you play Modern Warfare 2 on the Xbox 360, and occasionally from time to time, I'll just play MW2 with bots and just grind offline just to sort of therapeutically relax, remind myself of the good old days on PC. You also have Black Ops where they introduce like currency systems, wager matches, Black Ops 2 where they introduced like the Pick 10 system, and each and every single Call of Duty game around that era had its own beautiful set of maps, beautiful set of gameplay changes, and it genuinely did feel like if you looked beyond the surface level, each and every single Call of Duty game was trying to sort of trying to make its mark, if you will, right? And it's because of that era is looked so fondly upon, right? There's still people to this day that tell you about how fun the original Modern Warfare 2 is. They'll tell you, oh, Black Ops 1 is goated. Black Ops 2 is amazing. Shit, even Call of Duty Ghosts is a fun time. But nowadays, when you look at Call of Duty, it's actually a fucking, I would say Call of Duty, for the most part, in today's day and age, is sort of like a microtransaction simulator with kind of a game attached onto it. So, I'll give you a quick idea. I don't hate modern Call of Duty. In fact, if anything, I kind of didn't like Call of Duty up until Modern Warfare 2019.
Yeah, me too.
I think that game, to this day, is still
I
a
thought
very,
Advanced Warfare
very
2
good
was
Call
good.
of Duty game. In fact, in my opinion, it's probably one of the top 3 Call of Duty games in history. And I know for some people who are like, opinion immediately invalidated. Look, I'm just a regular guy, okay? I just play video games for the fun of it. I'm not a competitive player, okay? To understand, very few people in the Call of Duty space are competitive players, okay? If you are in the space, you are earning money, you are playing at a high competitive level.
Yeah, that's like
yes, you are a competitive
0.001%.
player.
Yeah.
If you're sitting in your house jerking off into a sock, playing the game, on ranked play constantly day in and day out without ever actually earning a dime off of this game or getting some sort of prestige in the professional circuit, you are unemployed.
And if that sounds mean, it's because, I don't intend to play lighthearted here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think some of that broad appeal to Call of Duty, especially back when I was growing up, has slowly been lost to time as the creators for the game are very much focused on hyper-balancing it and kind of attuning Call of Duty to this almost like league play. A lot of Call of Duty has shifted to movement-based gameplay, like where people are just zipping around the map, sliding around, flying through windows, versus some of that grounded reality. And, you know, it's cool if you enjoy it. Obviously, it feels like a inferior version of Titanfall. If you really care about movement, you might as well switch to that game. But what I'm trying to come across here, or what I'm trying to get across is, for the most part, if you're not in that professional esports circuit, which again, very few people are, your opinion of the game pretty much relegates around casual or, you know, just playing the game as it is, as a regular standard gamer. And in regards to that, a lot of the game's progression systems, a lot of the value you used to get, in my opinion, from the PS3, 360, heck, even that early PlayStation 4, Xbox One life cycle of Call of Duty content has slowly withered away as this franchise has increasingly become reliant on live services and constantly reliant on the Battle Royale mode that it ships with. It almost feels like Call of Duty in today's day and age is sort of like a second banana to Warzone, which is the free-to-play Battle Royale version, and it's just not an overall good feeling. The multiplayer feels less feature-filled, and honestly, it feels less impactful. People used to be hyped for Call of Duty releases every year. Now the honeymoon phases last maybe a week or two at best, and people just move on from this game really quickly. So the player bases effectively become just filled with the most try-hard of individuals. People who are probably just grinding
The
out...
player base is garbage now. You can't play with them without them trolling you, treating you like shit, killing you 20 times every time you kill them once because you don't sit there like a loser like them all day. And I think you couldn't pay me to play a modern shooter. I mean, Rust is a modern... Well, no, it's not. It's been out like 8 years. Rust is not a modern shooter, no. You couldn't pay me to play a modern shooter with those people. They're so rude to each other, and they're so fucked up. Like, I don't know. Like, like, it's not young culture. It's rude culture. It's like rude culture, like the Call of Duty lobby.
level so that they can use these upgraded loadouts in Warzone, if anything.
So the recent Call of Duty game, MW 2019, was a fun game. It pretty much harkened back to old classic Call of Duties. You know, every single weapon had like 71 levels to go, so it really felt like you got a lot of bang out of progression. So if you really like that stuff like I do, I love leveling up shit. You can literally level up every single gun to your heart's content, unlock a mass ton of attachments, play around with the gunsmith system so you could really craft some crazy weapons from just one platform. The game had plenty of decent maps day one, all the game modes were there, and it was a fun time playing with friends. Then, of course, later on, Call of Duty added Warzone, and, you know, the whole situation sort of spiraled on from there. Now, since then, we've got Black Ops Cold War, which was a fun campaign, multiplayer not so exciting for me. Call of Duty, what was it, the World War II, Vanguard, you know, people played that shit just to level up their weapons for Warzone, cool. Then you had Modern Warfare 2, which is quite possibly one of the weakest entries in the franchise. New Modern Warfare 2, not Modern Warfare 2 2009, which is still one of the best games of all time. See, Modern Warfare 2019, the reason I liked it so much is that Activision, Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer were not afraid to have some balls again. Remember, Modern Warfare 2 2009 was the game that literally popularized the ability to play an actual live terrorist attack in a video game. Probably one of the most controversial missions ever. No Russian was introduced in that franchise, in that game. See, Modern Warfare 2019 takes that mission and just throws it out, makes it look like Dora the Explorer. One of my favorite missions in the campaign for MW 2019 is Piccadilly Circus. See, a lot of people hype up Clear House because it's like, oh, you're raiding some terrorist compound and you got some decisions to make. Piccadilly literally drops you into Piccadilly Circus, the United Kingdom, has you witness a terror attack happen live in front of you as you cannot engage terrorists before they're actually a visible threat, apparently. And then, as you're playing through the mission, all you see are civilians running around, UK police officers trying to hold off this terror attack that they've never experienced, actual terrorists dressed up in civilian clothing, firing at civilians. This game, if anything, makes you feel completely useless. Every single time you try to save somebody's life, for one life, 4 get taken. It's actually a mission that left my mouth open the first time I played it. And this is just one of many missions. This is literally a game where they shoot a kid in the face for crying out loud. They were not afraid to take any, like, you know, gutsy positions. Modern Warfare 2's campaign is boring as
that just sounds horrible.
all hell. Nothing cool happens in that campaign like 2019. In fact, Modern Warfare 2's entire system, if you load up its menu, feels like you're playing like some Netflix clone. That literally is what it appears to be. The UI is a joke. All right, this is just a nitpick from me. The campaign wasn't that impressive. Spec Ops was an even bigger joke than MW 2019, where like you literally have an absolute crumb of content. And the multiplayer, in my opinion, died really quickly once they introduced the gunsmithing system, where in order to unlock attachments for one gun, like for instance this SMG, the Lockman sub, I would have to actually start using the Rap H in LMG to unlock stuff for the SMG. Why they decided to go down this route, I don't know, all right? And I hope to God they don't bring this for MW3. Which brings this to the subject of today's video. You might be wondering why it took me that long. I wanted to add context, okay? I wanted to really describe history with this franchise. So Modern Warfare 3 is coming out again, all right? This is the upgraded Modern Warfare 3. And you can pre-order that shit now for a juicy price of 90 Canadian dollars or 130 if you want to buy the stupid Vault Edition, okay? You get a couple extra skins with that. Ooh! But when you get Modern Warfare 3, what does this come with, okay? So for instance, it's got the sequel to Modern Warfare 2's story, which, honest to God, I would probably play it. This is the only exciting part about Modern Warfare 3. You know, it's wild for me to say that I'm actually excited just for the campaign of a COD game. Not the multiplayer, not the co-op, just to play the story that lasts maybe, what, 4 or 5 hours? But hey, it's a fun story. It's like watching an action movie. I'm down for that Spike TV shit. Now, the multiplayer is where things get really embarrassing. So Modern Warfare 3's multiplayer is effectively an $80 DLC pack, $90 Canadian, where what they do is they provide 16 playable maps now. Where are these 16 maps from? If you're looking at this gameplay trailer, this reveal trailer that they've showcased, you can actually see that the maps include Favela from Modern Warfare 2, the old MW2. They've got Estate, Wasteland, Afghan, Derail. You get the idea? They've just remade Modern Warfare 2's entire map pool into Modern Warfare 3 2023. That's really what you're getting, okay? So for $90, the multiplayer has effectively come out to providing you the same exact map experience that MW2 had. Now, are these bad maps? Absolutely not. No. See, what Activision is banking on is nostalgia for the gaming base, okay? That's really it. They're literally just banking on nostalgia for the actual players. In fact, nostalgia's been sort of the name of the game for Call of Duty for like at least this entry as well, where they're actually selling you sound packs from old Modern Warfare 2 in new Modern Warfare 2. Dog, when players are clamoring for the original game's MP3 files, the WAV files on your modern game, maybe you need to reassess what you're actually producing, okay? Just sticking Modern Warfare 2's legendary name on any game that you're producing does not make it as good as Modern Warfare 2. That's just you selling Modern Warfare 2's nostalgia to people. And they're doing the same thing with MW3. Now, looking up the gameplay from other creators, yeah, it is in fact just regular maps. This is from Jack Frags. He was playing on Skid Row, which is one of my favorite maps from MW2. And while the game appears to have like enhanced movement, which is basically where players are sprinting around, sliding around, basically doing what no soldier would do. The kids yearn for Titanfall 3, okay? Let's get to making that, EA.
Now, of course, I'm not just relying on somebody else's materials too. I also downloaded the open beta, which, yes, if you wait a couple days, you don't have to pay a pre-order fee to play this demo early. And I know people are going to say, but Muda, this is a beta. Clearly, it's not representative of the final product. Okay, first off, let's be realistic here and cut the crap. A beta these days might as well just be considered part of the advertising budget, because this is effectively what the final game will play like, okay? So again, most of the community loves Rust, so the gameplay you're seeing here is from Rust, and I'm not that great at the game. I'm playing on the sticks, mind you, no keyboard and mouse. The game is very hard to discern between like what is like actual Modern Warfare 2019, what is Modern Warfare 2, and what is Modern Warfare 3. Honestly, if they didn't change the fonts to the game, I wouldn't be able to discern which game is which. This game doesn't necessarily do anything new. The movement might be a little bit faster as compared to the previous game, but I don't think it's that much to really seal the deal. Other than that, you know, the fact that they're somehow letting 6v6 on Rust, which feels like a total cluster, by the way, but again, that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, it's a serviceable Call of Duty, but again, nothing that it does is so wholly different than even the Modern Warfares of old or that 360 PS4 early tier of like Call of Duty releases. It just feels like the exact same game. It feels like what Modern Warfare 2 should have actually been. Except now the player base has to fork up like 60, 70, or $90 Canadian for it, which is baffling. In fact, it might as well just be considered a DLC for Modern Warfare 2, okay? As far as purchasing the game goes, that's what it feels like, okay? It feels like I'm just getting $90 add-on content for what should have existed in Modern Warfare 2 to begin with. We have finally got Modern Warfare 2 remastered in Modern Warfare 3, a DLC pack for Modern Warfare 2 2022. So even beyond all of this, one of the biggest slaps in the dick was what I saw right here. Now I love Actman. He's one of my favorite friends. I would consider him a good personal friend. Been on the podcast a lot of times, but it really shows how low into the Marianas Trench the bar is for the Call of Duty community. They got actual factions in Modern Warfare 3 and not just my team versus enemy team. Let's go! So here you can see on the defeat screen, they finally introduced Rangers and Spetsnaz. Now, in the original Modern Warfare 2, you know, back before the days of Kortak and like what a Sovgru and all these stupid like homogenized special operation units, they used to actually refer to teams as like the SAS, the Navy SEALs. Well, they couldn't drop Taliban in the game, so they used OP4 instead. But that's what they brought back. This isn't new. This is just literally Call of Duty developers going into the game's code and replacing like certain names with like their actual attributed names from the OG maps. We should not be sucking off the COD developers for this, okay? We should not be sucking off anybody for this. This is very, very basic stuff. Now, as long as you thought that was like wild, they also have zombies. Open world zombies. Whoa, that's crazy, dude. So zombies, if you ever realize what it was a round-based scenario where basically you would get dropped in with 3 other players or by yourself, and you would basically survive round after round of zombies, right? Basically, zombies would attack you. You would just constantly be acquiring points, unlocking new areas on a map that you would play, going through the random box and getting shit in return, pack-a-punching your weapons, and basically seeing how long you could last before you eventually died, okay? It's a very fun, addictive game mode. And back when it showed up in World at War, it captured gamers' hearts till the end of days, okay? So I play zombies in COD all the time. I recently loaded up Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3 even to play some OG zombies. Maps like Kino der Toten, maps like Nach der Untoten, basically a lot of the fun OG maps, you know, all the way before this open world, kind of like open district, kind of like mass craze that zombies eventually became. So I really enjoy zombies. I enjoy round-based stuff. And I was kind of like, maybe the open world stuff is pretty cool. What is the open world zombies? Well, looking at gameplay released, I shit you not, it literally is the map from Warzone 2.0. They literally used Al Mazrah, the current Warzone 2 map, and unleashed open world zombies, which, by the way, the gameplay that you're seeing over here, I don't know what's happened with the gaming industry, but it always feels like they get some absolute lemon to record the footage. I don't know if the Polygon reviewer for Doom was playing this game, but the way that this person plays zombies is downright embarrassing, okay? There's no aim down sights, there's no going for headshots. If anything, it's just running around like Captain Kangaroo. But this is open world zombies, okay? Some areas on the map have high threat, some have low threat, and the only cool part about this is playing with like 6 players total, okay? But if you're looking at the map, it's literally the Warzone 2 map brought in for open world zombies, okay? So get excited. Woo! Wild shit indeed. It's just DMZ with goddamn zombies put into it. Hell, that's all it is. Occasionally you'll get some objectives where you have to go into houses and clear spores. So if you never bought Rainbow Six Quarantine, well, I guess you kind of have it now. If anything, this feels like Call of Duty Extraction from Ghosts as well. That co-op mode kind of mixed in with this open world, almost like Battle Royale-esque zombies mode that they have put into it. I'm sure this might actually have some fun to it. I may play like a couple rounds before I eventually uninstall this shit and start playing like Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies, all right? Maybe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 hands down feels like one of the biggest letdowns in Call of Duty history, and that's actually saying a lot. The Call of Duty community has always been sort of sitting on this weird COD cycle, we call it, where every year, it's always, this franchise never innovates, never does anything, never goes beyond what you expect.
They always release the same shit year after year. People complain about it, and they just end up buying the game anyways. I'm not even going to tell you not to buy Call of Duty. Telling you not to buy Call of Duty when it's probably one of the most highest
I will tell you not to buy.
in the world.
I will tell you not to buy Call of Duty. I will tell you, do not spend your money on Call of Duty. Spend your money on comic books or something. You'll be happier. You'll be happier. No chasing, I guess. I don't think I'm gonna get my my gun back, but that's alright. I've lost a gun a day every day. It seems to be the recurring theme. But I did get half a level out of it, which is like, to most people, like 20 levels. So, whatever. Good exchange, I guess. The gun was free. I don't want to get too far off track, but I might really need that bear's fuel.
Dumb. There's no boycott that you can do to Call of Duty that'll make it change. This is frankly where this franchise is nowadays. But that doesn't stop me from telling people just how much of a ripoff Modern Warfare 3 is going to be. And I've seen a couple people who are like, yo, we are so back with Call of Duty, okay? What is this game doing that's actually in capturing you, is what I'm asking.
Why have you not died?
This is just Call of Duty as it always has been year after year, except this iteration feels exceptionally lazy, okay? In fact, the multiplayer is effectively just Modern Warfare 2 brought back again, okay? The zombies is not zombies in its traditional sense, and even with this new open world experience, it's not exactly setting the world on fire. The campaign is arguably the only aspect of it that excites me. And when a Call of Duty campaign is the only thing that gets my rocks ready, that's pretty indicative of where the franchise is heading. But that said, though, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and nothing's gonna change. But yeah, this, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I'm out.
It was good. I liked it. Oh no.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and do you know of a company called 23andMe? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you ever wanted to get your genetic testing done? Boy, I wonder what slurs I can drop. God damn. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never done genetic testing on the internet simply because it would always come back 102% South Asian or Indian with a 2% margin of error. But for anybody that doesn't know, 23andMe is a publicly held personal genomics and biotechnology company based in South San Francisco, California, where all tech companies hail from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the founders is Ann Wojcicki, who serves as the CEO for it. And you might be wondering, whoa, that name sounds familiar. Yeah, she is the sister to former CEO of YouTube. I believe she formerly was married to Sergey Brin, one of the founders of Google and Alphabet, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, one of the largest data-hungry tech companies in the world. Yeah, they have a relationship to 23andMe, the company literally known for cataloging your DNA. Now again, these are just connections I found on the internet. That doesn't necessarily mean a hard and fast that information's being shared, but I'm a paranoid person on the internet, okay? Anytime I see a connection like this, that alone is what draws me away from using any of this, okay? Now, you can't live in a perfectly private world ever, okay? You can't. It's impossible, all right? Every time you're giving up some data, your name is running through some servers out in the world. So you can always try your level best, okay? Just because we live in a world of no privacy doesn't mean you have to hand your information on a silver platter to every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the streets. You don't have to give your information to 23andMe. But let's go to their website, okay? 23andMe tracks your health and everything. And the way that it does that is you basically sign up for their ancestry service, or you just figure out what you are, okay? So their ancestry service helps track down your genetic code across 2,500 geographic regions. They give you 30 plus trait reports, automatically build a family tree, by the way, because yes, your genome is shared between your family. I can say that my uncle ain't my uncle, but as soon as you sample our DNA, yeah, it'll come out that we're uncle nephew, all right? That's how it works.
So you pay $299 and they send a kit to your house. And I used to think it was like piss or something like that, but you genuinely just give them a piece of your saliva, sends on over to their site. Their genetic researchers dig your sample, process it, and then you can download your tricky little information off the internet. So this is actually useful for some people, like in the genetic lottery we call life, okay, the roguelike we're playing. Sometimes people are born with buffs, and sometimes they're born with debuffs. Debuffs like getting type 2 diabetes. Some people are more susceptible to it. And that's where 23andMe comes in. And then, of course, you might be wondering, God damn, what can I say and what can't I say? It gives you basically where your ancestry is from. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what it is, okay? So why am I getting all into 23andMe and detailing to you how much data they have on each person? Well, because they just got a actual hack, ladies and gentlemen. God damn. Genetics firm 23andMe says user data was stolen in a credential stuffing attack. Ooh. Now, this is something I've been following for a bit, and you might be wondering, why are you always a day or two late? It's because the story needs time to ferment, okay? That's just what it is. Usually with a story like this, I try to catch every side, I try to understand everything before I just shoot my load, okay? It is what it is. Now, a couple days ago, all right, October 4th, they actually said, following a claim that someone gained access to and is selling certain 23andMe customer data, we conducted an investigation. We have not identified any unauthorized access to our system. We will continue to monitor the situation. That was literally 2 days before one of their spokespersons straight up had to say, yeah, we got hacked. It's legitimate. Now, to understand, I traced down where this actual hack was because I feel like trying to get to the source of the truth is what matters to me, okay? So, one of the posts over here from one of the hacker websites, I'm not going to be naming names here, actually sheds even more light. October 2nd, they had a post of DNA data of celebrities. 1 million Ashkenazi repost. For those of you who don't know what Ashkenazi means, Ashkenazi refers to Jewish people. All right, Ashkenazi Jews is what they're known as. All right, so there was a bit of Semitic interest in this entire thing. Not only was this posted here, but it was also reposted on Poll, which is probably one of the filthiest containment boards on the internet. So you can imagine what the target here was. Last time there was a list of Jews back in the 30s. Things was not good. But anyways, they've got an entire re-upload of 1 million users, focusing mostly on the Ashkenazi trait over here too. Now, for me, I actually ended up tracing this source down and downloading it myself. And this is where things get a little bit wild. So inside over here, I'm going to blur a lot of this out because it does contain really personal information. What I'm not going to blur out specifically are like at least 5 early entries, or at least the ones that are most important to deciphering if a lot of these leaks are fake or real. Because here's the thing, when it comes to a leak and data sets like this being handed out, every journalist almost jumps on board and believes this shit. But you have to actually know what you're looking for in these sources, and you have to look for telltale signs. So for instance, one of the first names that you find over here are Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sergey Brin. These are three of the biggest and most, these are three of the most powerful technological individuals on the internet, in the world even. Elon Musk, for instance, you know, they've got their first last name, not uncommon knowledge. Their sex, not uncommon. Their birth year, also not uncommon. You can dig that shit up on Wikipedia. However, what's interesting is Elon Musk and Sergey Brin share the same first 5 digits, and again, the reason I'm blurring the rest out is because it could be personal information. Okay, so editing Muda here right now, and one thing that I wanted to also look into were the birth years. If you look after the first 4, it seems like everybody else getting 23andMe is like a 1-year-old to maybe 5 years old, which is another dead giveaway that this data set might in fact just be complete and utter horse crap. So again, you gotta watch out for these things. What baby, what goddamn toddler is getting 23andMe? That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. Yeah, they share the same account ID for some reason, so just right off the bat, when you see shit like that, it makes you question if the leak is actually real, which is wild because 23andMe confirmed some information got leaked out. But over here, we're seeing some pretty massive discrepancies. how can two different people share the same account and profile ID? Are Elon Musk and Sergey Brin the same person? Most definitely not, okay, ladies and gentlemen? But of course, they've got focuses on things like Y-DNA, mDNA, which I assume this is like a genetic marker or genetic data that's being handed out. And of course, the rest of the information is where I assume they live or where the testing was initially done. So, obviously places like California, places like, Germany, so on and so forth. That's pretty much the data set, okay? So is there things like usernames, passwords, addresses, phone numbers, all that kind of information? Doesn't appear to be so, at least not in that leak that was purposefully handed out. And by the way, the name for that is Ashkenazi DNA Data of Celebrities, okay? So again, there is a really heavy focus on Jewish individuals. In fact, even in this data set, they refer to Elon Musk as Ashkenazi Jewish, which I don't know if that's entirely real or not.
What?
I tried cross-referencing that with the internet, and nowhere does Elon Musk appear to have like Jewish history or ancestry. I believe he's just South African, Dutch.
Listen
if anything,
to these
but yeah,
fucking Republican right-wing shitheads go fucking crazy at the same time that the human race's IQ has been the lowest it's ever been. It's so stupid. We're the stupidest we've ever been. We're the smartest and the stupidest we've ever been. And so they're like looking for Jewish, like, Hasidic fucking DNA in Elon Musk as a reason to harass him or whatever. What the fuck world do you live in? Where do you come from? What does that have to do with anything? It's Elon Musk.
That's
it's a
pretty much
white
what
guy,
it comes down to.
Idiot.
So why did 23andMe kind of waffle between using the word hack or not? Now, to understand, when we're talking about hacks, we're talking about unauthorized access. So even if you weren't hacked in the Hollywood way of like firing up a million terminal commands and, sending out like fishy emails, if somebody signs into your account without asking, without basically being authorized to do so, that's unauthorized access. So the way that the 23andMe hack worked was something known as credential stuffing. Now, credential stuffing is not the most intricate of hacks. To best describe what a credential stuffing attack is, imagine, for instance, Nintendo gets hacked, right? All the information of Nintendo accounts get leaked out. That means emails, that means passwords, usernames. Now, somebody could take the email and the password from that Nintendo data set and apply it all to Xbox, to Steam, to PlayStation, to Intellivision, to really any video game company service out there. And if their logins match, because people often have the same emails and sometimes the same passwords, what could be used to log into Nintendo could be used to log into Xbox. Now, same thing with 23andMe. What 23andMe claims is because of another company getting attacked, having their data set leaked, their account information leaked out, some people took information from those leaks and put it into 23andMe and were signed in. Now, if you don't have things like two-factor authentication, well, people are going to go willy-nilly on your account anyway, so it's important to have that. But 23andMe also has like a DNA family tree feature, as we saw earlier, and that allowed what appears to be, one account having access to at least information or partial information of like 10, 15 other accounts. And all of that got amalgamated and put into this leak that got shared on the internet. So is your information hacked? Yeah, partially some of the information from 23andMe is gone, out floating around in the world. And if you look at the amount of payments that are going around, you can see that the price tags are interesting. Tailored ethnic groupings, individual data sets, pinpointed origin estimations, haplograph details, group details, phenotype information, photographs, links to hundreds of potential relatives. Man, I did not know how much information 23andMe was stuffing. You can buy 100 profiles for $1,000, 100,000 profiles for $100,000. Math doesn't really make any. Maybe you get the discount in buying both, I guess. Sure. On offer are DNA profiles of millions, ranging from the world's top business magnates to dynasties often whispered about in conspiracy theories. Now, I really feel like what's kind of appealing over here is this may also seem like a scam. I'm not even joking. Based on the data leaks that I've seen, I feel like this is a scam that's catering to like actual conspiracy theorists who are trying to find like links between like, the
JFK and
Soroses
aliens.
and the Rothschilds to like a billion other like people out in the world. I feel like this is what it's catering to. The data leak did not seem very real to me. And anybody that's willing to pay $20,000 for what appears to be bullshit information, in my opinion, deserves to be fucking scammed. Okay, simple as that. That is that is just my personal belief. But looking into this entire situation, ladies and gentlemen, 23andMe, if they confirm that a small number of accounts have been leaked out and scraped, I believe them. All right, credential stuffing attacks happen, unfortunately, all the time. But I think the final part of this video is really me just like. I really just want to like re-stress why giving information to these companies is actually so dangerous. You know, if you did a 23andMe test, or really any test that's equivalent, you know, it might be novelty for you, like to figure out what your background is. Like, that's cool and all. But you have just given up your genetic information to a tech company that may or may not even get rid of it, who may or may not be sharing it around with some of their affiliates and whatnot too. Ladies and gentlemen, be very careful about your data. And also go with the understanding that when you sign up to websites, it doesn't matter if it's some rinky-dink fucking gaming forum or one of the biggest tech companies in the world. All information can be compromised. It doesn't matter who you are, it's just a matter of when it's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to use different goddamn passwords. Maybe use different emails. I know some services offer like fake email services, like the proxy email services too. Maybe try investing in some of that shit, okay? Just don't use the same goddamn password between everything. Very simple. And use two-factor. But yeah, has 23andMe been hacked? Partially. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
He's a good guy. I like him.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today we're going to talk about how to ruin your life up, ladies and gentlemen. What's the one three-letter agency you can't mess with, okay?
CIA.
Sure, you might be able to play with the FBI, okay? You might be able to play around with the CIA before they put a round
NSA,
in your head.
NSA.
But you know the one agency that's always there,
ATF or
that'll
NSA,
always screw you?
SS.
The IRS,
Oh,
the
the
Internal
IRS,
Revenue
yeah.
Service. It's an agency that everyone is scared of, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, when the IRS comes a-knocking, no matter who you are, you better make sure you have your I's dotted and your T's crossed, okay? Any mistake can cause you to basically lose everything, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Now, the IRS is the Internal Revenue Service, or the tax agency of the country, okay? Now, why am I starting off like this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a YouTuber known as Omi and a Hellcat, okay? Omi and a Hellcat's got 818,000 subscribers, and his latest video was 2 years ago. Now, you might be like, Muta, why are you covering a YouTuber that's not even uploaded for 2 years? Why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the video catalog, Omi and a Hellcat's got some rather spicy things. Taking delivery of a 2020 Challenger 50th edition. Okay, he's getting a car. Cool, that's fine, that's dandy. What's that? Hellcat versus Lamborghini Evo? Ooh, okay, maybe he's just challenging another YouTuber. Cool, fine. About a year ago, taking delivery of a 2020 Mercedes AMG GT63S. Ooh, another car? Wait, it gets even wilder, ladies and gentlemen. Taking delivery of a 2020 Lamborghini Huracan Evo and a Urus. Yeah, we bought 2 Lambos in one video, okay? God damn. Taking my Corvette C8? I think you're getting the idea. Now, Omi and a Hellcat, YouTubers make good money. But you may be wondering, do they make that much good money? This is where it gets a little bit deeper. If you're asking that question, trust me, the IRS, all the three-letter agencies are asking the same goddamn thing. My dad passed away. All right, let's click this one. Let's see what this is all about. All right, first off, yep, muted. We don't want to get hit with that copyright strike. Okay, all right, we got a car driving into this neighborhood. Nice drone shot. Whoa, that's a lot of trucks parked. Somebody getting their work done? Ladies, whoa, god damn. Supercar Row, it seems. Dude's got a whole dealership. Now, I love in this intro, Omi drives up the Lamborghini Urus. What does he do? He gets out, because his channel is not Omi in a Lambo. It's Omi in a Hellcat. So he gets his ass out, walks all the way over, and gets in the fucking Hellcat. God damn. Ah, shit. Now, the reason I'm covering this man the way that I am and I have this big, like, goofy smile is because, read this, local YouTube star sentenced to 5.5 years ordered to forfeit $30 million in a large-scale cable piracy case. Oof. Now, Omi in a Hellcat, better known by his real name as Bill, has known to more than 800,000 people on the internet, has pled guilty to running one of the most brazen and successful cable TV piracy schemes ever prosecuted by the U.S. government. This is like, you know, people always like to say, oh, TikTokers are a menace to society. Kick streamers are getting kicked out of Japan. YouTubers are running the most successful piracy schemes of all time. Now, to understand, you might be wondering, what is a cable TV piracy scheme? So have you ever driven out on the streets, you're at the red light, and you look at the big pole next to you as you're parked, you know, on the intersection? You might notice a bunch of advertisements, okay? People fixing up leaky roofs. All right, you know, you got your massage parlors, but sometimes you'll notice something known as IPTV, people selling you channels at a reduced cost. Now, this is quite popular amongst like Indian households, usually to watch, you know, ZTV from back home or like whatever Indian channel. What'll happen is somebody here will buy the Indian television package for like $20 a month or some shit, and then they will just rebroadcast it to like tons of people through IPTV services. So they'll illegally restream a channel they paid for to a bunch of people, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands for a few bucks a month. Okay, now if you participate in this scheme, I guess you're financing a illegal piracy scheme, right? Now on a personal level, this obviously isn't as dangerous and deadly as like running a fucking drug cartel or something crazy. Omi in a Hellcat pled guilty to running a piracy scheme, a crime that he literally probably could have gotten away with till the day he died of natural causes, had he not been making YouTube videos day in and day out, constantly uploading hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars, taking deliveries like every fucking week. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a case of somebody who came to success pretty much overnight and decided to once again kick them in the ass, make an entire fool of themselves on the internet, and draw all the prying eyes from law enforcement agencies, okay? Now, don't take this as me telling you how to get away with a crime. When you commit a crime, you never win, okay? This is gonna sound really Mr. Rogers of me, but the reason I sleep safely and soundly at night is knowing full well that I'm not committing crimes like this, okay? That means that I never get scared of the IRS, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, maybe the NSA, busting down my goddamn door and putting cuffs on my hands, okay? When you're doing shit like this, you gotta live with some fucking paranoia. Now, this is something you probably heard back in 2019. Something known as Gears TV Reloaded was shut down and the FBI seized all of the assets. So this was the apparent branding of Gears Reloaded, yet Omi the Hellcat didn't just pirate or like deliver streams to people. He actually straight up aped branding from Gears of War. Great game, but goddamn, there is like no originality in any of this. So he actually made this entire video where he talked about what got shut down, why it got shut down. So let's discuss it. Let's actually watch this video. It's unlisted, so we're gonna take just a couple minutes out of it to get context in the situation.
So, you know, I never stole, like they're trying to say I stole channels. I've never stole channels. I paid for my channels. I did things the old school way. I used capture cards.
So he says he never stole channels, but what he claims is he did it the old school way, which is using capture cards. So if you know what a capture card is, like Elgato capture cards, AverMedia, basically systems that connect and capture streams off of devices and send them off. So if you have like a cable TV box, usually, all right, trying to capture off of it would trip something like HDCP, which is high definition copy protection. I believe that's what it is. But generally, if you have like an HDCP stripper in between, you can strip the HDCP off of the signal, feed it into a capture card. Now, this may violate copyright laws because you are circumventing a copyright method, which is its own fucking crime, but then distributing that stream is also another crime too. Let's listen more.
So, like, you know what I mean? I take full responsibility. So anybody on my team and shit, I pretty much hope that you guys don't ever go to jail now. I do pretty much all the time I have to do over it. I'm more embarrassed, you know, for my kids, because they still got to see this shit, you know what I mean? One thing I do need your help is like I guess is rebuilding from here on out. You know, the IRS agent was fucking. He was a great guy. You know, motherfucker's been studying me for 2 years straight. 2 years.
Yeah, that's what happens with agencies. People are always like, man, why does the federal government take so long to arrest a guy? That's because they literally do their homework on you. If you look at the conviction rating of any of these agencies, it's like in the high 90s, okay?
96,
Once they have their sights set on you, they're going to investigate
they'll
every
just let you
single
go.
aspect. So when
They don't fuck around with wasting the public's money for 2 years trying to prosecute you. If they don't have you, they let you go. It's actually kind of crazy. If they have you on something that they can prove, they'll bust you. But if they can't prove anything, what are they going to do? They're going to drag you in front of a court. The lawyer says evidence, and then there's no evidence, and you just get set free. So they spend like 2 years building a case. So they're like, here's the pictures, here's the proof, here's what happened that day, here's the video recording, here's the audio recording, all this stuff. We studied his background, we saw his taxes, here's his taxes from that year and all that. I mean, they're really very thorough because they can't fuck around with wasting the public's money. They'll lose their purview. If they waste the public's money trying to chase someone all the time, they'll get fired.
take you to court, they fucking
need
come
to
out
actually-
with a W, which is exactly what they did with Omi in a Hellcat
they'll only
situation.
W. They'll
now,
only
watching
W.
this video, I actually do kind of shed a tear for him a little bit. He apparently has had a pretty hard upbringing, but also, you know, looking into this too, he's actually pretty remorseful. It seems he's admitted to all of this. He realizes that
he sounded like he was fucked up, and he realized what he had done was so bad. You know. Yeah, he sounded like he was actually very self-aware, and that sounds like actual true contrition to me. It's kind of rare in these type of criminals, but that guy actually sounded like he fucking cared about what people thought about him, and that's kind of rare in that scene. Most of them are like, ha ha, got your money, fuck you, I'm rich now. They don't give a shit about your feelings, you know. That guy actually sounded like he might be human.
You can sit there and lie that you didn't do something, but when they've got the book thrown at you, it's probably better to just admit, take the L, do your time in prison, and get out and move on with your life, okay? He's got a pretty positive look on his shoulder. But
yeah, like if it's the first time you've ever done something, they honestly don't care how bad it is unless it's rape or murder. If it's the first time that you've ever done something, they'll be nice to you. It's like in their policy and in their practices. It's called precedent, right? They're not allowed to just be like, oh, I really don't like what you did this time, so 10 years in jail. They did that to me, which is why I feel like I actually have a lawsuit against them. But like, you know, but they don't generally do that. They're like, we don't have any evidence, and you know, and they won't fuck you unless they actually have you.
But once he gets out of prison, oh boy, he's gonna have eyes set on him for the rest of his life. Because remember, he allegedly, or I guess in this case, ran allegedly one of the largest pirate TV streams ever imaginable by the U.S. government. So apparently in this situation, the IRS and the FBI seized $5.2 million from his bank accounts, along with a fleet of those
$5 million for fucking stolen cable?
cars.
Well, fucking scrub, man. What the fuck? Who the fuck even watches cable anymore? YouTube is free. You know who you're ripping off with that $5 million shit, right? Baby boomers. They're the only people who watch cable anymore. What the fuck, man? How you gonna fuck old people? I don't like you. I don't care if you're contrite. I really don't like you. I think you fuck elderly people.
They basically said that he redistributed shit from Comcast, Verizon, Spectrum, DirecTV, and Frontier Communications. And this apparently earned him $34 million.
Why?
So earlier this year, he announced that he would plead guilty, presumably in the hope of receiving a lighter sentence than 514 years in prison suggested in the government's indictment. Jesus Christ, man. Now, this was written by Torn Freak, but I decided I'm going to go further into this and read the indictment for myself. So I got the indictment over here where they actually talk about all of this shit too. So inside the indictment over here, one thing that we're going to look at is obviously what means did they use. So the way that they said is they obtained video content from Comcast, from DirecTV, basically purchasing their services, like basically buying a TV package and then getting their boxes. So they even list the account numbers right over here too. Then they obtained devices to circumvent HDCP, like I said earlier, where they even literally got all the wire transfers to the certain amounts, like Foreign Company 1 as payment for two 16-port encoders and one 8-port HDMI encoder, right? So they literally got all the things done. They just got them dead to fucking rights. Distributing content to subscribers of the infringing service. So again, they detail exactly who was distributing what to where, advertising the scheme. Defendant Bill started a YouTube channel entitled Target in 1080p. Defendant Bill
Target in 1080p.
caused a video to be posted to the YouTube channel in which he discussed the infringing service. On about 24 May.
What is Target? What do you mean Target in 1080p? I don't really like. Oh, Target in 1080p. I see. Okay. Oh wow. I get what they're saying now.
24/2018, Bill caused a video called Reloaded TV Live Show that he posted to the YouTube channel, where he discussed the infringing service. He caused a video called the Best IPTV Service 2019 Gears Reloaded to be posted to a YouTube channel. The guy actually was alleged to advertise his shit directly on YouTube. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this 52-minute long video, which one can watch right now, this is a deleted video, but it exists thankfully to like re-uploaders on the internet where he discusses like this specific scheme or Reloaded TV. Which, again, ladies and gentlemen, this would be really, like, I can't even believe I'm watching somebody, like, basically incriminate themselves. The fact that you can upload this, even if you delete videos, remember, federal agencies can subpoena tech companies for deleted content, and they do it all the time. If you delete a video thinking the FBI can't get it, they've either downloaded the video, dug up an archive, or subpoenaed Google, YouTube for that information. And Google will just gladly hand it over. They've got nothing to lose.
They got nothing
Data
to lose.
retention exists for a reason.
Yep.
Inside this indictment is also what they listed that they were taking away. So literally they took $5.2 million from one bank account, $542,000 from another technology group over here that held the benefits for the Gears server. And then, of course, in the forfeiture list is a fucking dealership worth of supercars. You got Lamborghini Huracans, Suzuki motorcycles, Chevrolet Camaros, Dodge Durangos, Yamaha four-wheel off-road vehicles. They've got the VIN numbers and everything. So, of course, you might be wondering, well, Muda, what's happened over here? Why couldn't this guy just enjoy one simple vehicle, one super... You see, here's the thing. If you got one supercar, that would be palatable. The federal agencies would probably look at it and go, whatever, okay, he's a well-off guy. He can buy one McLaren. But when you got all of these, oh, trust me, the FBI is going to look into you. The funniest thing
Dear
is,
God, how
you
can I
wouldn't
get
be
$500,000
hiding the
without
fact
the
that he
FBI
had all this
catching
anyways.
feelings?
This is literally one video that he uploaded, the car collection overhaul. He walked down this driveway with a Lamborghini, an Acura NSX, Dodge SRT Urus. This driveway alone is worth more than like actual mansions, like actual full values of man. Just the driveway alone. It's insane. He's walking around like a GTA Online character that literally has hundreds of... This is my GTA Online character. I do crazy criminal shit in that game, and then I buy supercars. He's just done it in real life. Now, of course, you might be wondering, by now, if any cop walked by here, they'd be wondering, shit, why does this guy have, like, literally multi-millions of dollars of supercars just sitting out on his driveway? His driveway cannot hold all of the vehicles. He has to park them on the goddamn grass. It's insane. So yeah, we all can agree this might be one of the dumbest criminals that we've ever seen. Now, what's funny about this is in like literally the last couple days, they're actually auctioning off his cars. So the U.S. Marshal Services are auctioning off a car collection of YouTube personality. The U.S. Marshal Services will hold an auction for the multi-million-dollar car collection of the imprisoned YouTube star, Bill, in Baltimore, Maryland. I may actually just buy one of these cars. You actually can buy them right now. The event is open to the public. So actually over here they write, in addition to his prison sentence of 5.5 years, where apparently he's got cable TV access fraud, wire fraud, money laundering, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of copyright infringement. So he's subject to $30 million in forfeiture, and then he has to pay $50 million in restitution. His life is like fucked, like goddamn. But here you can actually go to Apple Auctioneering and purchase his vehicles, dude. It's insane. Look at that. These are actual cars you can get. So you can buy this Lamborghini. You can literally buy Omi and a Hellcat's actual goddamn Hellcat right here for $52,000. If anything I'd buy from here, though, no joke, is that Acura NSX. That I would probably buy if the value is into. I might actually put a bid on it. I would love to own a supercar that once belonged.
I love NSXs.
to a YouTuber that got caught running the biggest piracy scheme on the platform. Now, the thing about Omi and a Hellcat is you might be wondering, whoa, Muda, wasn't he operating in a gray area? Did he know any better? No, he actually knew 100%. You know, this is
when you start making $5 million that you suddenly weren't making, and you aren't really producing anything, you're just like funneling data that you shouldn't funnel. You know what you're doing. Where'd that money come from? Oh, I kind of accidentally made $100,000, guys. Sorry. What I mean, like I didn't know. Yeah, no, this is a full-blown like cable bootlegger, like the worst one maybe. This guy knew what he was doing. He was running a whole scam thing. He probably had a crew and all that shit. With that kind of money, you want a crew. You want like a couple homies that'll show up at your crib if somebody tries to rob you and shit. Protect your wife, kind of thing. You're gonna need you're gonna need some security. You're gonna need some guns and shit. Gonna need some cars. Like that is not something you can do by yourself. And like I never considered there'd be that much money in fucking cable. But yeah, how long did he get? He got like 80 years, though, too. See, this is the thing. You can't just sit there. If you're going to commit a crime, do one crime. Don't sit there and leave 2 years of paper trail evidence in like 45 felonies, like the Stream Sniper did. Don't leave proof. Don't leave your cell phone number with the people that you call to harass somebody. Don't leave evidence with state police and federal police and all this shit. If you're going to be a fucking criminal, like, at least think first. You know, this guy obviously thought first, but I mean, the thing about it is every time you steal a movie, they're going to hit you with another felony charge. So the guy got like 200 felony charges. The same way with death threats. The guy, like, just the Stream Sniper made like seven fucking death threats. That's 7 felonies. That's life in jail. If I convict him. Which I can because he left a paper trail. That's 7 felonies. That's life in jail. Now, first time, offender, they're going to be nicer about that. They're going to be like, well, 7 years at, 7 charges at 1 to 4 years to pop. You're a minor or like a young man and this is your first offense or whatever. So they'll be like, yeah, this is like 7 years, 7 years. And, yeah, they'll be like, they'll be like, yeah, you have about 7 years in jail. It would have been, it could have been 28, but we only gave you 7 years in jail. You'll probably do 3.5 years. He'll probably do 3.5 years for what he did, I would say, for 7 death threats. And then, I don't know. He showed up like another 200 times, and 2 other times he committed major felonies when he fucking viewer botted. So now he's got 2 beefs with the federal government now too. So you tack those in. Those are probably 5-year charges. You're actually looking at like a total time of 7 years. It's like the worst it could be would be 36. But when they get him for like the 7 to 15 felonies or whatever it is, they're going to be like, yeah, because he left the paper trail in each on every, he's like 15, he's dumb, and he left the paper trail on all of them. So like now, there's like, 15 fucking felonies just sitting there that if he ever actually fucks up and they catch him or he ever shows his face, I mean, we have his number, but if he ever actually like does anything, we just go straight to his house and bust him for 30 felonies, and while he's in jail, we sue him. So, and this was a conversation I had with my mother too. So, and she's got charges against him now too. She wants him too. So like this is that whole thing. You can commit crime, but my suggestion to you is, I'm not saying can, but I'm saying like if you commit crime, you should probably do like how I always did it. Like I never did like whole batches of crime or whatever. I never dealt drugs all day. It was always like, oh, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 times today, and they're always like 2-3 hours apart. Go play some video games, tween or something. The minute that you start doing it as like habit, and you're just like harassing somebody and committing felonies just out of habit, that's how you catch 10 felonies and life in jail. which is what I mean. To me, life in jail is 7 years or more. Because if you spend 7 years in jail, you can't ever get a job. You've lost your 20s or your 30s. You're just done. To me, 7 years in jail is life in jail. There's no difference. You're never going to get married. You'll never have a job. You'll never have any money. But you might recover, 15 years later, you go to jail at the age of 18 or 20 or something like that. So you get out at the age of 35. And yeah, you can work buster-ass construction jobs in the halfway house. That's the life that he actually chose when he committed 15 fucking felonies, And I like talking about this, I'll admit it. Right on the video that I'm going to publish tomorrow. So he can remember the threats, so he can come back and I can draw them up in the courtroom and talk about how I was talking about it in the stream because the abuse was so long and so varied and so fucking annoying and so asinine that I'll make threats like this and I mean it, I mean it. I can't wait to see him in court, So that's where we're at now, and the best part is I don't even have to see. I think he thinks that I'm gonna look across him, I'm gonna be there across from him in the room. I don't have to. I'm the victim. I don't have to show up in that courtroom. My lawyer can be there. I don't have to show up in that courtroom. My lawyer shows, not me. They'll show for when they announce the sentence. I'll have to show when they announce the sentence, but that's it. And in the initial arraignment, but that's it. That's those are the only 2 times I have to show. I'm not gonna sit there with him. The victim doesn't have to sit there for, for fucking 6 weeks and shit. The system sits there for 6 weeks. Sometimes the victim sits there, but no, the victim is not required to be in court all day. The defendant is, but not the victim. The victim only has to testify. That's it. So I think in his twisted little naive mind, he thinks that, I'll at least be in the same room as him or something like that. No, you'll never actually see me. You'll just catch 15 fucking years in jail. You'll never even be in the same room as me. And this is stuff you've already done. I'm not talking about if you persist further. This is the stuff you've already done. I don't ever have to see you. I don't have to testify. I have the paper trail. I have the cop will testify for me when you screamed at me on the phone. All this stupid shit. So yeah, I like threatening people, just like what's happening here a little bit. This guy, I don't know, like Kira TV said on the video I watched yesterday, right? If you are somebody who has no life and harasses people all the fucking time, you are a piece of shit. You are a part of the problem. You are not helping anybody. You are just making the world worse by being alive. And until you stop, it's only going to get worse. This is how that works. So here we are. And so I think about it all the time. I recently, just now, 2 days ago, at the behest of my mother, I was not forced, but she very strongly asked me to supply more evidence in both my and her police case, which I had to do. It took me 4 hours. I had to supply more evidence. I had to show everything that he had done in her case. I had to show everything that I had done. I had to submit evidence in her case and my case. I had to, in all this weird shit. It was crazy. I had to go see the detective. It was so crazy, dude. And I just never dreamed that this would take my kind of time or this kind of thing. But when he's actually in jail, I'll be able to stick him down and I'll fucking sue him or his family or whatever he's got. If he's a shithead hacker like this, he might be stealing money from people. I'll take him for everything he's got. So it's just kind of weird. And I know I'm not supposed to acknowledge them or whatever. The only acknowledgement I ever give him is threatening legal action.
Law known as the Protecting Lawful Streaming Act of 2020. And inside over here, they actually pretty much tell you anything in related to audiovisual works, copies, copyright owners, digital transmission, financial gain. They define everything over here, okay? So if you go down, ladies and gentlemen, it's just 5 pages long.
Valves,
any person who violates this subsection shall be, in addition to any penalties provided, fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 5 years or both, if the offense was committed in connection with one or more works being prepared for commercial public performance. So that's literally pre-released content, okay? So if you release content that was leaked early in advance, you get an even more juicier charge on top of it. Shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, if the offense is a second or subsequent offense under this section. So again, there were tons of counts, and Omi and Hellcat pleaded guilty. And once you plead that way, the government and you will strike a deal, and that's probably why he got 5.5 years. Still have to
That's
pay
it.
millions.
All he got for making $10 million was 5.5 years. I would definitely do 5.5 years in jail for $10 million. God damn it, man. like, okay, my mother is a saint, and thank God she's around, and when she's gone, I'll still be the same person. I won't change. But God damn it, for like 40 years, I had to behave well because of my mother. If I didn't, I would be this guy. I'd have 5 million and she'd be in a rest home and happy and all this. But no, because we have to have morals and ethics, and I can't be a criminal, and she doesn't want me to go to jail or any of this shit. I can't take risks like these people do and have some fun and make $5 million for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? I would definitely take $1 million a year for jail. Jail's so fucking easy. You just read books, you know? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to get jumped in or any of that shit. I've been to county. Like that, like, yeah, you get jumped in if you're stuck there for 10 fucking years and you don't want to get fucked with or whatever, you get jumped in. But, like, honestly, like, if you're there for, like, a year or two and you just, like, stay in your bunk, you read fucking books, and this is the story I got from countless cons, they'll leave you alone. They're not trying to catch, like, higher. I mean, if you fuck with them, they'll catch a higher charge, like shutting you out politically and, like, hurting you. But, I mean, like, as long as you don't challenge anybody and you keep your fucking head down, you don't look at anybody, you don't talk to anybody, you could easily do 5 fucking years in a cell and just read books, and at the end of it, you come out. They have, I mean, the problem with it is they probably stole his money. The government steals your money. So one of the other things is when I reach 5 million, I'm not going on fucking YouTube and talking about fucking Hellcats or whatever. I'm sticking the 5 million in the desert somewhere in a GPS fucking cache, like 14 feet under the ground in a cement block. Somewhere that I own, where I have security. I'm not putting it in a bank. I'm not letting the government fuck around. I'm not doing a demon banker or anything anything the weird, like, fucking rich, like, pederasts do. I'm talking about, like, you know, I will just keep my money in a desert in a small piece of property that I own, like 15 feet under the ground, in a stone encampment, and I'll just let it sit there for probably 7 years. Even after I get out of jail, I'll probably still live poor for like another couple of years until the feds aren't listening anymore, you know, and the heat's off. Because what they never talk about is right after you get out of jail, I'm pretty sure they, like, especially if it's felony, they're like, especially if it's felony, I mean, usually it's called probation, or not probation, but parole, right? Once you're out of jail on really bad felony charges like this, you if you get out early, it's parole. If you don't, it's still, like, you might still have a probation officer for, like, 10 years. So you wouldn't be able to get to the 5 or 10 million that you stole for, like, 10 years or something like that. So this shit, he was playing it like a rapper and thinking short game and bragging on YouTube about Hellcat. This is what always happens to retard drug dealers who have too much money and no sense. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I don't have any sympathy for them. I don't cry any tears for them. I don't really feel any shame for them. Like, God damn it, man! If you were smart, you would have just stuck that shit in the hole in the fucking desert for the 5 fucking years you were in jail or whatever. And then, like, you know, and then no matter what, you have 5 or 7 million sitting there. But instead I hear about they hit your house and they find your child porn and all your guns and your drugs and shit. Honestly, I just don't know why you guys act like this. You think money just falls out of the sky or whatever? When was the last time you saw money fall out of the fucking sky? Unless you were, like, at a strip joint and it was singles, you know? Money does not fall out of the fucking sky like that. I don't care, like, you know... So, like, when you have it, you protect it, and you don't stand around bragging about it, buying Hellcats or any of that stupid criminal shit that I just think is, like, basically career suicide. You put the money in a fucking hole somewhere where the feds can't fucking get it, and you wait till the heat goes off, and then you slowly start spending, like, 10 grand a year to stay under the IRS, right? And then maybe 10 years later, you can finally maybe start spending 50 grand a year. 100 grand a year, right? And then 10 years after that, you're like 50, right? You're like 50 or 60. And that's when you're starting to maybe, like, you got a fake job and you're like, you know, and you're smooth and you got a wife and kids now. And John at the tire shop has known you for 18 years and shit. And you've been there for a while, right? And that's when you can finally start blowing some of that $5 million. It's not... Oh, I'll make it rain. Or you're going to get robbed by your ghetto compatriots. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm a drug dealer. I'm going to make it rain. Yeah, you know what happens? Stick-up kids show up and put a gun in your fucking face. I've seen it before. You know what I'm saying? Start trying to make it fucking rain like a fucking rapper. You better have, like, fucking 2 bodyguards, a crew, respect. The club better like you and want you to be there and all this shit, you know? And all this shit, you know? And, like, I'm just saying, so, like, and so, yeah, you got $5 million fucking dollars, yeah. So you stole cable, you sold it to greedy boomers who don't want to pay for fucking cable, and essentially took advantage of them. You made $5 or $10 million, and instead of putting it in a fucking hole, you gave that to the fucking IRS, the most douchebag fucking organization on the fucking planet. Fuck you, piece of shit criminal. Learn how to do anything at all. Learn how to do basic fucking crime like shoplifting before you fuck around and do shit like that and give the worst organization in the history of mankind, the IRS, $10 to $20 million. Please do not do that. You know what they do that with that shit? They go to Afghanistan and they lie about fucking Taliban and shit and bomb our own buildings. How dare you give the IRS $10 million fucking dollars like that? Fuck you, asshole.
Millions of dollars in forfeitures and restitution, but it beats going to jail for like 500 goddamn years.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Give them the $10 million and take your 5 years in jail. What do you get? Yeah, a job at McDonald's afterwards. Good job, criminal. Pretty good management there. I hope how many sports cars did you buy while the feds were looking at you? Fucking idiot. What did you think was going to happen when you made your first $100,000? Were you like, man, I went from being super poor to $100,000 overnight. I better buy a sports car. That'll keep me under the radar, you know? But no, they're just like trying to show off to women. They're trying to show off to their punk ass friends, talking about drip, owning 200 fucking pairs of shoes because they're basically like, you know, they're basically, I'm sorry, but they're basically the Versace store if it was a human, you know? It's disgusting. It's like they need to be the Versace store because of women or something like that. It's so fucking stupid. Because then you give people like me a bad name. You give the IRS $10 million fucking dollars, which is like the cardinal fucking sin. You don't ever do that as an American. Because you know what they do that with? They use that money to hunt other people like you. And people like me or whatever, they use that money to go fuck honest people. That you don't ever give the system money if you can't help it. My mother just this year, they wanted $39,000 for a non-felony shoplifting charge from 2021. Oh, sorry, from 20. That was way back. That was in 2008, right? And so I went 7 years without the charge, and then they dropped it. And then later on, I had all my other charges, and they wanted all that money at once. It was $39,800. They send me a thing all the time. None of them were felony charges, but the government wanted, by the end of it, after 15 years of them chasing me for all that stupid shit, they wanted $39,800. And I was paying them $5 a month, you know, for I don't know, 7 years or something like that. And we looked up and we've made like a $700 headway on the $39,000. And they're looking at my bank account. They know how much money I have and what I'm pulling in from disability income and all that. And they'll take it if they feel like they need to, but they don't. So they leave it. But what they do is they take my tax return. And so for 7 years, they took. I mean, it was originally like, I don't know, but between my student loan debt and the court costs, it was like $68,000, right? And for 7 years, they took like between $250 and $1,250 tax returns because I did work. I was not some deadbeat video game addict all my life like I am now. I was not like that for 40 years. I really was not. I worked pretty hard most of my life. And so they knew what money I had and they knew what I could do and what I couldn't and all this stupid shit and what my income was. And they make me show them my bank account every time I see them and my probation officer can go literally surf to my bank account if they want. It's like that fucking crazy. And so, and they know what's going on. And so my mother is extremely bothered by this. She was like, we got you to the age of 40 without ever being convicted of a felony. They've tried 9 times. We fought all 9 times. We won all 9 times. And we got it dropped. The 2 of them were bad, and we didn't really win those. We just got them dropped. The other 7 were dismissed. And so my mother comes to me this year, she was like, we fought all of your known life to keep you out of the fucking system and make it so you can still have a job and still be in this, this community and shit. She was like, for 25 years, we've been trying to get the system fucking off of you. And for 7 years, you've been pretty good. You've been doing probation. You haven't broken the law. You broke the law 1 time. They gave you 2 more years for probation over it. You did your time. And on top of it, you confessed first, which she always thought was like a really good move. So she respected it. It was one of the reasons why I could still talk to her, is I confessed to the law when I threw a dirty UA and I knew I was going to jail for 10 years on probation violation and possession of less than a gram of ecstasy and marijuana, ecstasy and black tar and fucking marijuana. And like my ex-girlfriend's drugs, right? And It was just crazy. And like at the end of it, they wanted like after I paid them something like $5,000 in just my tax returns over a 10-year period, they also still wanted like $39,000, and they still wanted like I think it was like 47 for my student loans, but then they forgave the student loans. And while my mom dealt with them during the student loans, she happened to catch this interesting government person who mentioned that the Biden administration just didn't want to fuck the kids anymore, or even the adults, on shit like student loan debt, court costs, alimony, that sort of shit. They're not looking to put people in jail over it anyways. They're not going to imprison people for that money. They're looking to let us pay it slowly over time, and or just forgive it, like the student loan debt, right? And so my mother's like, really? And she listens to this government worker who explains to her what the resources are to go talk to them about maybe getting this dismissed. And sure enough, like this year, she shows up at, like, I believe it was like March. Yeah, it was like March like 16th or something like that. She shows up and she's like, take a look at this. And she shows me this piece of fucking paper, and it's a forgiven debt for $39,000. I mean, they never deserved the dollar anyways. I mean, I never harmed anybody. I never destroyed anything. Nobody was harmed in any of my crimes except me. Not even the system was harmed in any of my crimes that I faced 7 years of probation for. I've never had a victim in any crime. I've never hurt anybody. You know what I'm saying? So, like... Or I'm sorry, I trespassed once, and that was considered to be a victim. That was one of the reasons why I was paying like $10,000 in victims fees for. It was like $10,000 for the drug charge and $10,000 for the victims fees for the trespassing charge. So there was a victim in my case, but I did not harm that victim. I did not steal anything from them. I didn't, like, I submitted to the arrest, and they harmed me. They broke my ribs. So I mean, like, it was like kind of crazy. They harmed me. I didn't harm them. And so at the end of it, my mother was like, yeah, take a look at this piece of paper. And on it was a forgiven debt to the Jefferson County fucking courthouse in Colorado. The worst fucking, I mean, they're not the worst, but they're one of the worst fucking establishment courthouses in the country. They're known for hanging judges. They have this crazy courthouse. When you walk up to the courthouse, you can see the town around it, which is Golden, Colorado, right? You can see the pictures of the courthouse. You can literally see it. I've been there, oh God, 600 times. I've been to this place like 600, way more than 100 times. Like my ex-girlfriend had 37 cases here, and I had like 110 or something like that. I've been here at least 150 times. When I had to get it all sealed, I went back like another 10 or 15 times. I've been here 200 times, and something that you'll see is Golden, Colorado, while there's a lot of rich people there, and the Coors Brewery is there, and all these rich, privileged Colorado people are there. If I could get a good picture off Google without the Google incompetence, I would show you, but no. Google's pretty fairly incompetent here. We'll try this. Maybe, yeah, will that do it? Yeah, and see, so you get an idea. No, you can't. Like, Google can't supply a good picture anymore, I guess. It's really fairly pretty bad. I'm trying to see this picture, but in higher definition. So but anyways, you see this courthouse. It's actually literally nicer than the courthouse in Denver, Colorado, because this particular county is known for their hanging judges, and there's a ton of meth cooks. Coors, breweries probably had some violations. There's probably been like a lot of rich people with problems, DUIs, fucking people over. And so when you live in Colorado, you hear about Jeffco. It's the street slang term. Since I was 13 years old, and I was like I moved to Colorado, right? Ever since I've been here, like, in the streets, in the kids' mouths, and in the rumors on the streets, you would hear this thing whispered, kind of like the Empire in Star Wars or Voldemort or something like that. Jeffco. Jeffco. Don't ever get messed up with Jeffco. They fucked my brother for 20 years on a non-felony charge. I would hear this shit when I was like 13. Don't ever get busted in Jeffco. Yeah, every stoner I ever met, the first thing they tell you almost, don't ever get caught in Jeffco. Don't ever be in, like, literally, drug dealers would tell you, don't drive through Jeffco. Don't drive through Jeffco. Like, and I didn't know what this meant until 28 years later. Literally, like 20 years later. It was 20 years later, excuse me. It was like 25 years later. 25 years later, I figured out what the fuck they meant. Jeffco was like pretty much an organization of law based around the violation of civil liberties and unions and shit. And I was a victim of this. They tried to put me in jail for 10 years on a non-violent, non-felony drug possession charge that I admitted to. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I admitted to and pled guilty to. And they threatened me for 2 years. They were like, yeah, probation violation is going to get you mandatory minimum sentencing on 3 different charges of 4, 4, and 2. That was literally what they said. They said 4 years on the ecstasy. I'm sorry, not ecstasy, but the methamphetamine. 4 years on the methamphetamine. 4 years on the fucking black tar, and 2 years on the stolen moped theft charge. And I was like, 10 years on a $200 moped, less than a gram of methamphetamine that my ex-girlfriend owned, and less than a gram of black tar heroin that my ex-girlfriend owned. And I don't do heroin and I don't do meth. You've been drug testing me for 5 years. You know I don't do heroin and meth. I throw a clean drug test every week. And they were like, yeah, I don't believe we can put you in jail. Can we? This is what the DA said. I was like, yeah, not DA, but my public defender said. She was like, they're used to putting people in jail for probation violation out here. It's how they make their money. But she was like, they might not do it to you this time because you haven't had a charge for 17 fucking years, and you have been on probation for 5 years, and you've been doing drug tests once or twice a week for 5 years. It's obvious you are not a methamphetamine heroin addict. And I was like, yeah, I'm not a methamphetamine heroin addict. And when I violated probation, I told them that when I relapsed for 3 days, I told them through the dirty UA and went to jail. I went to jail for a day. And then when I got out, they were like, yeah, you report to probation. You violated probation. You're probably going to jail on mandatory minimum sentences. Stay where we can find you. You're going to jail to county for 10 years on a fucking possession charge of less than a gram. 2 of them, and a non-felony theft charge because I bought I bought stolen received goods from a fucking drug dealer. I bought a moped from a drug dealer. And so these 3 charges, that none of them were felonies, they were talking about 10 years in jail for misdemeanors. And I was like, yeah, no. I just told them no. I told my DA, I told the PD, the public defender, I told everybody involved. I told the judge when I was in the court. I was like, that is just grossly unfair. I've not violated the law in any verifiable way in 17 years. I don't have I have a long record, but not since I was a kid. I've been a good boy for 17 years, and I reported the probation violation before I did it, and I before I turned in to do the dirty UA, I called my probation officer. I knew they were fixing to put me in jail, so I called my probation officer, and I was like, yeah, man, I just relapsed. I lost the love of my life, and I relapsed, and I've been getting high for 3 days. And I just threw a dirty UA downtown just an hour ago. And he was like, I really respect that. I've never had a client tell me like that. And I was like, I'm not trying to go to jail. And he was like, well, we're going to see if we can keep you out of it. And I was like, okay, cool. Thank you. And they did. They kept me out of it. So, but their solution to keeping me out of it, Jeffco's solution was, I'm sorry, and you didn't see what the Jeffco County Courthouse looks like. I'll show you. It's like this, right? It looks like this. I wish I could make the picture better, but Google stole the money. You know, Google stole the money. I can't even get a picture. I can't even get a picture out of Google anymore. You see it? So, oh, there you go. That was a little bit better. That's a little bit better. 1x6. Yeah. So, so this courthouse, it's real fancy. It's nicer than the Denver County courthouse, despite having 1/100th of the population or something like that. This courthouse is 10 times the value of the Denver City courthouse. It's called Lindsay Flanagan Courthouse. The Lindsay Flanagan Courthouse. They tried to fuck me over like 10 or 12 times there, and I would have blown up the building had they succeeded, because it was unjust. You know, I would have Granby tanked them. It was unjust. And so, and this is the new building that they built 7 years ago. But before this building came in, and the old courthouse looks like this. The old Denver courthouse looks like this. Has a gold dome on it, right? That's it. There it is. So this is the old courthouse, and you'll notice that this old crappy building, I mean, it's a nice building in good stone that'll last forever, right? But it's not the quality of this building. This building has got all nice stucco and nice new windows, nice new look, nice lawn, all these fancy trees and stuff. And when you're walking up to it to get fucked in the ass 10 times worse than Denver will fuck you, the same county essentially will fuck you 10 times less. So you really want to catch a charge in Denver, not Jeffco, because Jeffco is exactly like Aurora, Colorado. they will give you, they've got their fingers, they got their thumbs on the fucking scale, and they'll give you 10 times what you deserve, which is what they threatened me with for 2 years. They were like, yeah, mandatory minimum sentences on all 3 charges of less than a possession of less than a possession of gram of heroin, less than possession of a gram of methamphetamine, and receiving $200 stolen moped from a drug dealer and shit. The total value of the infraction was $95, but they charged me $39,905 for all of the court fees for all of my cases over 10 years. So my mother calls me in on March 16th of last year. I'm gonna finish this fucking story. She's a saint. I love her. This is one of the times she's like managed a miracle, and she shows me this piece of paper, and there's a $39,000 debt forgiven. And she was like, yeah, I called this nice clerk, and I told her that you're on disability for Asperger's, and that you had admitted that you had committed the infraction before you ever even like were busted for it, and that you had been clean for 17 years, and that you were going through a lot, and Jeffco seemed to be mistreating you pretty badly, and maybe is there anything we can do about these court fees, because I'm on disability fixed income, like $7,000 a year, and you guys are asking for literally 10 years of his income. 10 years of it. I'm serious. The Jeffco County Courthouse wanted 10 years of my income. This is the new America. I call it the new Nazi America, because it is. It's essentially the same as, I'd say, 1939 Germany. No different. So, I mean, well, not, it's definitely different, but I mean, like, really, like, the fascism is no different. So... The lady's like, yeah, we got a program, and depending on the person's merit, they will forgive the debt, and I think you might qualify. He's special needs and all this stuff. And they did. They forgave a $39,000 debt, because really all it was me getting pulled over on a routine traffic stop, getting busted for less than a gram of meth and heroin that I didn't own. It was somebody else's, and the cop believed me on that one, because I let him search the car. And while we were sitting in the room afterwards, he was like, I got to ask you, man, everybody in the station got to know, why were you so nice and innocent and just let me search your car? Were you aware there were drugs in it? And I was like, no, my ex-girlfriend used to put her drugs in my driver's side mirror, so that if we get pulled over, I'm the one who goes to jail. She had 9 priors and it was like a full-blown felon on the run. I told the cop this, and I was like, yeah. So when we had drugs in the car, we put them in my side view mirror. He liked this story, by the way, which is true. He liked this story. That's very true. I know the cop's name and everything. I'm not going to say it, but I know that cop's name, and he liked this story. He liked what I said. I said, I'm not letting the girl who's running from you guys go to jail just because she's a heroin addict. So I used to keep her. So I used to have her keep my drugs in my side view mirror. Now she's dead. I told him this. I'm like, now she's dead. She died of Hep C and AIDS on the fucking streets, and this is true too. And I was like, and I didn't even know, and here I am a year later, I've been in possession of less than a gram of meth and less than a gram of heroin, and I told him this too. I was like, if I had known, I would have smoked it. He started laughing, and I was like, I told him the truth. I was like, if I had known that I had 2 grams of drugs in my fucking my fucking rear view mirror, I would have smoked it a year ago. And we started cracking up. I remember the joke too. I remember it. It was like, I was like, dude, if I had known there was 2 grams in my side view mirror. And he was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna help you. This is a funny story. It just gets crazier from here. And so he disappears for like an hour and a half, and they come back with some program, and they're like, we've got some ideas and stuff. And we're like, we don't really want you to go to jail. You're on probation, and you've been busted for possession of methamphetamine and heroin now. You're going to spend some time in jail here, buddy. You're going to be going to jail for at least 3 months. They warned me about this. They were like, you're going to jail for 3 months. You're in possession of Class A felony substances. You're driving around. We're going to put you in jail. And I was like, that's okay. My fault. I didn't know. But they were like, we want to help you. We see that you actually are a good person, and you're sober right now. You're just tired. And it's obvious you're not on drugs right now. And they're like, you were trying to help the girl, and it's obvious you didn't even know the drugs were there, or you wouldn't have let me search the car. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, and we like your attitude. Like, we see that you're not trying to shirk, and you're not trying to lie to us, and you're going to take the responsibility. And I told them, I was like, I'll plead guilty. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in possession of drugs. I just didn't know it all. I'm going to plead guilty to this case. I told them. And like right in the room, I told him, I was like, I'm going to plead guilty to this case. It's obvious I was in possession of drugs. You're going to think I'm lying to you, that they're not mine. But I don't care. You can bust me for possession. I admit that I did it. It's just they're not mine. And I told him this. I was like, they're not mine. They're my ex-girlfriend. She's dead. and they like and they could see I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying about any of this, and I was like, yeah, and you know, if you bring me my phone, I'll show you her picture, and I did. I was like, this is her. You guys have been chasing her for a long, long time. I love her, you know. And I was like, yeah, I used to do stuff like put her drugs under my visor, because if we get pulled over, I'm the Uber driver, and they're way less likely to search my visor than the drugged out looking stripper who's sitting in the seat, you know. So, like, you know, I'm looking like a clean-cut taxi driver, because taxi drivers who look like they're high aren't taxi drivers very long, you know? And so where the story goes is, and it just gets crazier from here. This is kind of shit I went through with the system. So then I'm going to continue the story. So they come to me, and they're like, yeah, so we'll let you off this if you turn state's evidence on someone else. And I was like, really? For less than possession of less than a gram, you'll let me off this? You'll let me walk? They were like, we'll let you out of this. We'll let you out of those cuffs, and we'll let you walk out of this station if you turn state's evidence on somebody in Jeffco. I'm sorry, they didn't say Jeffco. They said if you turn state's evidence on somebody, and they're looking at me weird. And I'm like, okay. And I think about this dude that I know who's a rapist, who's a drug dealer. Who I haven't seen in like a year and a half, who definitely raped one of my friends, who I really don't like. And I'm thinking about this, and so then, and it just goes from here. Now, they don't mention Jeffco. They just say, turn state's evidence on somebody for drugs, and we'll let you out of this jail cell right now. And I was like, okay, I agree. And I gave the name, and I told him what I knew in the room, and I sold somebody up the river, right? And I'm not proud of this, but you know, just bear with me for the rest of the story. So they're like, okay, we're going to come down and see you here in about 6 weeks in Denver, and you must stay in town, and you must not commit any more crimes, and, you know, if you're dealing any drugs or doing anything stupid or anything dumb, you're going to catch tenfold the charge if we catch you doing it while you're in this process. And I was like, yeah, and they're like, you think you're on mandatory minimum sentencing now? You really will be on mandatory minimum sentencing if you commit a crime while you're dealing with us. And I was like, okay, cool, sure. And I've thought about this dude, and I was like, yeah, I really don't like this dude. He raped one of my friends. I don't see why I don't take my freedom from this charge right now and offer a rapist up in turn. I'm not a very good person. I'm not a good person. I obviously am willing to sell out a rapist to get out of my fucking shitty drug charge that I didn't really commit, you know? I was willing to sell out somebody that I knew who was a rapist because, like, you know, that I couldn't do anything about, you know, because it was old shit from 5 years ago. And I was willing to do this. I was willing to sell somebody out for over a crappy, like, couple of felony charges that weren't even equal to a gram. And you can see why I'm a bad person. But see, the difference is I wasn't in possession of those drugs. At least I didn't know it, and they weren't my drugs. So, like, you know, I actually felt morally not that bad about that. I was like, fuck my ex-girlfriend. She did this to me. I was in possession of drugs when I got pulled over. I let the motherfucker search my car, and I got busted for drugs because I didn't know the drugs were there. I mean, I really didn't. I was like, yeah, you can search my car. I'm not in possession of any drugs. I was just speeding. I told him, I was like, yeah, go right ahead. I really didn't know. I didn't know. I'm so stupid, but I didn't know she had drugs there and then forgot about it. She was a junkie. Of course she forgot about it. So then, you know, so then they're like, all right, well, okay, you gave us a name. You got any pictures? And I was like, no, I don't have a picture, but I know where he is. He's in a hotel room somewhere. And like, I'll find out. I'll find out through my friend A where he is, and I'll let you know, and you can go bust him. He should be in jail anyways. He's a rapist. And I was like, I'll take that. I told him, I was like, the reason I'm giving you this guy is not because I believe in turning someone in. It's because he skated on a rape. You know, he skated on a rape. If you let me off on this charge that I don't really belong having anyways, I'll put a rapist in jail, no problem. You know, and it sounds like I'm trying to glorify myself. This is what I did. This is what happened. I've got witnesses and all this shit. The cops can testify to what I'm saying. Every bit of this is true. I wish it wasn't, but it is. You know what I'm saying? So I wait 6 weeks. And I'm dealing drugs the entire time, by the way. And I'm like taking risks and I'm ready to go to jail for 10 years. I figured they were just going to put me in jail anyways. I didn't trust them. I was like, no, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing, you know, etc. I mean, I didn't like travel. By the way, they towed my car and I lost my car. When they pulled me over on that charge and they busted me for drugs, when they busted me for drugs, they towed my Uber car. That cost me $3,800 because they towed it to the Uber at the airport. And then they had to tow it from the Uber at the airport after taking the license plates off of it for some reason. They had to tow it back to Denver. So they charged me for the 3 weeks that it was in the impound. They charged me for the two $400 tows, and they fucked me, and then they fired me. Not Uber, but I mean, like, so they didn't fire me, but they broke the contract on the rental car that I was using to drive Uber because there was this assumption that I'd been pulled over and then something bad happened and they towed my car because of it. So they just they like canceled the contract with me and I lost that business with them and I couldn't rent cars with Hertz anymore, right? It hurts to deal with Hertz, let me tell you. Hertz, don't it, right? So Hertz charges me $3,800 because my car got towed the next day, which was just fucking crazy on top of all this mess. My car did not get towed when I got pulled over. It got towed when I went home that day, which was just like, it was just such bad timing, all of it. So I lost my car. I lost my freedom. I didn't lose my freedom. I went to jail that night and I got out that day. And they let me out that day on that one. I went to jail on a different one for a night, but not that one. They let me out on that one. They show up 6 weeks later. And they had me meet them in a white Suburban in the parking lot across from Voodoo Donuts at Denver, Colorado. And these cops will verify this if it ever comes up. If you think I'm lying, like if it ever comes up in public, they'll verify what happened. This is true. So these two cops show up, detectives I've never met on a whole different level. They're higher end than the lieutenant that I dealt with. They're detectives, and then they're not higher than lieutenant, but they're definitely they're more qualified to deal with the stuff that I was doing. So the first thing that happens is they call me up on the phone and they're like, yo, who is this? And they say my name, which is a lot like what my drug dealer name is, but my drug dealer name is not my real name. Right? They're close to each other, but they're not the same word. And so the guy fucks up and uses my drug dealer name instead of my real name, which are very similar to each other, but they're not the same word, and they're not spelled the same, and they're not phonetically the same. They have different syllables and all this, right? But my drug dealer name and my real name are sort of close to each other, and this is for a reason. If somebody calls on the fucking phone, or sorry, if there's anything, I can say no, that's my real life name. They got it screwed up. You're thinking of somebody else, right? There's a trick with the lawyers with this. If I can prove that they might have the wrong identity because my drug dealer name is so close to my real life name, you might get out of a bad charge, and that's why I did that. I'm not bad at this stuff. I'm really not, So to go on about this crazy, just long story. 6 weeks later, they show up and they got donuts and they hand me a donut from Voodoo Donuts and they're like, hey, tell me your story. And I'm like, yeah, so this dude raped one of my stripper friends out in Colorado Springs, and he's been living in hotel rooms slinging black tar fucking heroin out there out there at 40th and Colorado in the, I want to say Sheridan. And he's there now. I had my girl finger him. She didn't know what I was doing, but I just had her tell me where he was. And he's there now. You can go get him. And they were like, and I was like, what? Why are you facepalming? And they're like, we need people from Jeffco, you fucking idiot. And I was like, oh, you didn't say that. And they were like, and they realized that they didn't too. They were like, you're right. I don't believe we did say where this guy had to be from. We just didn't even talk about jurisdiction at all, did we? And I was like, no, I didn't say it, but I was like, no, you're dumb cop. You're dumb cops and you forgot. Now, what is this? He didn't loot me. It's either the Scarecrow. It's probably the Scarecrow. It's the Scarecrow, right? It's the Scarecrow. If he was looting, he would be crouched over the body where I could see him. It's a Scarecrow that spawned on top of the thing. So I don't know if I can get back there, but I'll try. Whatever. I don't care about this loot. You notice it kind of seems like I'm aimlessly wandering, but what I'm actually doing, guys, is I'm leveling. I've got half a level now. I'm trying to get to a full level. Everything in this server gives you XP. All of it. So anything. Knocking stop signs, killing zombies, looting, all of it. It all gives you XP. So if it looks like I'm just aimlessly drifting, that is not the case. I'm trying to keep it varied and interesting while I can talk and all this stuff, and I can just keep grinding my levels towards 100. I'm on the long, year-long MMO grind. It's the longest grind I've ever been on in the entirety of my MMO career, and so I'm almost there. I'm level 90. I've got 10 levels left, and it takes something like 16 hours a level now, so I still need like another 160 hours of leveling, and I'll take it however I can get it. What I know I can't do is one particular thing over and over again. I just do varied things all the time to keep it nice and varied and have some variety and stuff. If I just went to kill zombies all the time, or just like squish zombies on the train or something, I wouldn't be a very happy player. So you know, I'm doing this like how I know how to do it. I'm just slowly grinding. So I'm going to finish my story here. I got interrupted. I'm terribly sorry. Starved to death because I didn't notice that I was starving to death. But, oh yeah, I think it's actually that way. Yeah, I think it is. So they facepalm in this white Suburban, and I brace, and I realize that they're about to throw the cuffs on me, and I'm about to go to jail for 10 years. And I sort of start to sniffle, and I don't say anything, and I just wait for them to start talking to each other, and there's this dead silence in the car, and I start to sniffle and start to cry, because I'm like, man, you guys fucked me, and I'm going to jail for 10 years because you're too fucking stupid to mention the jurisdiction. I'm thinking this, but I don't say it because these men hold my life in their fucking hands, you know? Right there that day, they held my life in my hands. You ever had somebody hold your life in your hands? I've had it happen to me like 10 times now or something like that. It's like fucking crazy, like 8, 9 times. Something. It's not 10 times, it's like 8 or 9 times now. I've definitely had other humans hold my life in their hands. Like when I got hospital-induced pneumonia that last year when I caught COVID. I had a doctor and a nurse who held my life in their hands for 2 days. It was crazy. I was like, my O2 sats were 86. They thought I was going to die. You know, they were like, you're going to die. And I was like, okay. You know, and they were like, we're going to do everything to stop it. And I was like, okay. And I was like, they just were like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They were like, your O2 stats are 86. You are dying of pneumonia. We have to help you. And I was like, okay. And that was like one of the times that they've held my life in my hands. One time I had 15 cops with guns aimed at my head while I was screaming that I couldn't throw my keys out the window. That time was cute. The time in the car with the two detectives when they held my life in their hands, that was cute. That was time. One time, a man in Aurora, Colorado, stuck a pistol in my fucking face, trying to rob me for the only thing I had was a pack of cigarettes and shit. He thought I had dope and money because I was going to meet a girl. So they had set people up to like come fuck this girl, and then they robbed them at gunpoint while they're walking down the street to go to the fake apartment, right? And so the guy was intending to rob me on the sidewalk out there on East Colfax, up at South Aurora, Chambers, right? Not South Aurora, but Chambers, excuse me. Right near Chambers, about 7 blocks from Chambers in East Colfax. You never forget the shit when they stick a gun in your face. This motherfucker sticks a gun in my face and it's like, run your fucking pockets. And I pull out my pack of cigarettes and I'm like, this is all I got. And after what you're doing, I'm going to need them. You can't have them. And I start backing away. I was like, you going to shoot me over this pack of fucking cigarettes? Because I was that scared. I was like, he's going to shoot me anyways. I'm a druggie, and I've come out here seeking sex from some crazy druggie prostitute, and I'm going to get shot in the streets over a pack of fucking cigarettes now. And I didn't even respond with fear. I was like, you can't have them. I'm going to need them. I told him right there. I literally said, I'm going to need them. After what you're doing to me, I'm going to need them. You can't have them. You're going to have to fucking shoot me to take them. And he was so fucking mad. He was like, run your fucking pockets now. And I was like, nope. And he got so fucking mad. He fired in the air, and as he was firing in the air, I ran. He fired in the air at 4:30 in the fucking morning on fucking, like, I don't know what it was, like way up there by Chambers and East Colfax. And I ran. But that motherfucker held my life in my hands for a little while, like 10 seconds or something. He easily could have just capped me and taken everything I had. Cell phone, wallet, pack of cigarettes, and the dollar that I had. He easily could have shot me for that. He was the kind of type to do it, I think. I'm not trying to overplay it. That guy looked like he'd actually killed people before. He was willing to rob people who were coming to meet a girl. That guy was like a fugitive. He was fucked up. So that was also the scariest time of my life. So, so I'm sitting in the car with the two detectives who are holding their life in my hands over a jurisdiction fuck up, and I'm starting to sniffle as I'm realizing that the shittiness of the humans is getting me killed. And ooh, look what I found, guys! It's a python! Yay! Python for the win. Let's get home. That makes up for the crappy prototype that I lost earlier today. Can't make any noise, and now I've got to get home, and I don't know how to do that. I'll have to skin this pig to take a train home, I guess, and I'll try to stab him to death, maybe. Yeah. So I run like 10 blocks to East Colfax in whatever that street is, Cremeria or something like that. And I catch the bus at 5:15 in the fucking morning. He let me go. He could have chased me, but he let me go. He was so mad. I was like, he just let me go. And then I did some things to try to get that girl in trouble because of that. I did some things. That girl was like, it was him. There was no girl. It was him. I did some things to try to get that guy in trouble after that. I won't say what because it's too personal. I don't want a vendetta. I tried to get that guy in trouble after that because he stuck a gun in my fucking face for a pack of cigarettes. It stuck wrong with me. I'm okay with stick-up kids. If you're desperate in the fucking ghetto, I kind of understand it. Like, if you're dying and you can't eat and you're fucking poor, you got fugitive problems and you got shit on the way and you caught another case and you're on probation and you threw a dirty away like me, I actually have sympathy to people that might stick you up in the fucking ghetto. Believe it or not, I'm actually kind of have sympathy to people who might stick you up in the ghetto. They might actually need that money. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't really blame him for what he was doing. Ooh, nice. I just didn't want to be the victim of it. So, so I ran, and that was crazy. So then I'm sitting in the car with the two detectives, and I'll finish the story. Did somebody raid him? Wait, did somebody raid you? No, they burned the door, I guess. Okay. So the two detectives are sitting in this car, and we've stopped eating our donuts. We're all eating donuts, where they're like, all right, tell us your fucking story. And I stop eating, and I'm like, okay. And they're like, here, we got you. I think they got me, like, as I remember, they liked me. They thought I was a thug. And so as I remember, they asked me if I wanted a voodoo donut. They were cops, and they called me, and they said, okay, meet us in 5 minutes in this parking lot across from Voodoo Donuts. We know that you live a block away. And I was like, okay. And I walked the block from where I lived to the Voodoo Donuts, and I meet them in the fucking parking lot, and it was, like, against every fiber in my being to cooperate with them. But I also didn't have any moral qualms. This is one of the reasons why you should never be a criminal. Other criminals have no moral qualms with selling you out if they think you're a bad person. And I thought that rapist was a bad person. I still do. So I still do. I mean, I would do the same thing again for nothing. I still think that guy is a bad person. I still really don't think he should have skated. But I'm not the law. I can't go throw him in jail for rape. I mean, I can kill him, but then I go to jail. What am I going to do to that guy? Best thing I can do is just stay away from him, you know? So I'm like, I sell the guy out, I give him the information, and then I say 40th in Colorado, and they're like, what? And they're like, facepalm, and they're like, you fucking idiot. Both of them are like, you fucking idiot. They're both saying it, and I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, we need people in Jeffco, you fucking idiot. That's how they said it, too. And I was like, oh my God, jurisdiction matters? I thought it was just Colorado. You care where this from? They're like, yeah, you fucking idiot. Like, okay, we really want to bust this guy and get him for his drugs and shit, but he's out of our jurisdiction. Now you pissed us off. I pissed them off. They're like, now you pissed us off. You wasted our fucking time. And I was like, you didn't tell me about jurisdiction. You just said turn someone in, so I did. And they were like, that's true. And they thought about it. And they're like, okay, look, we're not going to stick you up. We're not going to stick you up on this, but we're not going to drop the charges. And that's why I was on probation for another 4 years. You know, they wouldn't drop the charges. I literally turned someone in. They let me go that day. They let me go out of that. They didn't make me stay in city jail and have somebody bail me out. You know, they didn't put me through that. They let me out that day. They were like, yeah, if you roll right now and you give us a name that you mean and you can prove that you know them, like in your phone and stuff, we'll let you go right now. They're like, you know, they were looking, the detectives were looking to catch a bust off me. They could tell I knew people. And they're like, we'll let you go right now. And I was like, I wouldn't normally ever fucking give a cop the time of day. But I sat there for a minute and I was like, wait, I actually could do something really good here. And I told them that too. I was like, I actually could do something really good here. I could turn in somebody who raped a friend of mine, who is a nasty drug dealer, who moves weight. And she's wrecked over this. I deal with her damage almost every day. She's wrecked over it. And he's just sitting in a hotel smoking drugs all day with his stripper friends and shit, you know? And, you know, and I knew several people like this. Now, I have a friend who might think that I'm fingering him because I know 4 people like this. I knew one guy named Shank. I knew one guy named Poncho. I knew one guy named Thomas. And I knew one guy named Reggie. And they were all hotel guys. I used to call them the hotel guys. I knew 4 guys like this. 4 guys. And I won't say which one was who, but one of them I turned in, and I won't say which one. You know, so I won't say which one. But like I knew 4 guys like this. So anybody in my Facebook channel who might be listening to this, who actually might be like somebody that I know, understand I didn't finger you. You know what I'm saying? Understand I didn't finger you, and when I did, they wouldn't bust you. So and this is the story. Like this is the story. This is true. And this was crazy. So. Like now, you have to understand the ramifications that this had, though. So for 6 weeks, my mother knew that I lost my car and that I had been busted. I told her this part. But I told her, I'm going to do something to get out of it, but I didn't tell her what. And she was like, don't be a snitch. And I was like, I'm not a snitch. But I was trying to snitch somebody out. Not because I wanted to sell them out. I'll admit, I didn't want to do jail time. I didn't want to do 10 years on non-felony charges. But I also didn't want that rapist running free and raping more women. And I was like, well, if I can rid the world of a cancer and rid the world of the injustice of putting me in jail for 10 years on non-felony charges, I think Jesus would choose to turn in the rapist. You know, or whatever. I really did. I was thinking along those lines. I was like, I think Jesus would choose to turn in the rapist, right? 2 wrongs don't make a right, and snitching is never okay. But I mean, this is what it's like in the fucking drug scene. If you're facing fucking 10 years in jail, if you don't like, you begin to look for ways to get out of it. If you don't know it. And I was facing 10 years in jail for non-felony charges that I'd done 7 years. Well, I mean, the drug charges were felony charges that I caught that day. But I mean, it's just crazy. All that shit. So they're like, no, you fucking idiot. And they're like, all right, well, get out of the car. And I was like, well, what happens now? And they were like, well, and they were like, well, get out of the car. We're done with you. And I was like, what do you mean you're done with me? And they're like, well, deal with your charges. And they drove off. And I did. I'm off now. Did my probation. I'm not some fugitive bandit. Like, I can invite cops to my house, and I often do. For 7 years, cops came to my house every week. For like 7 years, I was either in a madhouse or a halfway house or some kind of transition facility or in a flop house or a couch or something like that, or where I live now. I own my own home now. But, you know, like, and for 7 years, cops could just walk into my house and did. Every week, you know? So... like, it's nice to not be a felony. I gotta say, I skated through all of it, and I'm never gonna break the law again, and I got away without a felony, and I'm not proud of turning that dude in, but also it went nowhere. They literally were like, nah. I told them, I was like, well, you don't want him then? And they were like, nope, we don't even need his number, see ya. And they just drove off. It was fucking crazy. They were like, no, we don't want to know anything about this guy. It's gonna force us to have to do things we don't want to do. That was like the attitude. And I don't blame them. It was out of their jurisdiction. That's Aurora's problem. That rapist. It's not Jeffco's problem. That rapist. And I was sympathetic to them. I was sympathetic to me. I was sympathetic to the rapist because I turned him in. I was sympathetic to fucking everybody's situation but mine. I mean, I was sympathetic to my situation. But like the whole thing was so goddamn stupid. It reminds me of like it's like you know, and I'm a bungling criminal. I'll admit it. But I never faced any time. I'm not a felon. You know, I'm really not a felon. I promise I'm not. So it's like really weird. Like they brought like 30 charges, but none of them were felonies. You know, like they were, but they got dropped. So like it's just like kind of crazy being an ex-criminal, like ex-drug addict like that. I've seen some crazy fucking things. So that whole thing about like turning him in, I'll never forget that. My friend A would be so mad at me right now. I mean, she wouldn't be mad at me. She wouldn't be mad at me, but she would never speak to me again either, because she's a drug dealer, you know? So, like, she would never speak to me again if she knew that I turned that dude in. But, I mean, I turned him in in my eyes, it was for rape. It was not for like a harmless like victimless crime, like doing drugs or being in possession of, like, I'm sorry, but I don't care what you guys believe or whatever brainwash shit you've ever been brainwashed with, but like in reality, dude, drugs are a fairly harmless crime. They almost never harm anybody. If anybody harms themselves, it's themselves. They'll harm themselves. They'll OD. That's harmful. We don't like what OD did to our community and stuff, but as far as drugs go, it's usually a fairly harmless crime unless you involve the guns to get out of the cops. The cops are where it really gets really bad. They'll start shooting up at cops and stuff like that, or other drug dealers and other criminals and stuff. That's where it gets shitty. The minute they start picking up their guns, that's where I don't like them. The minute they start raping women and stuff, I don't care if they deal drugs. Drugs are harmless. You know what I'm saying? They don't really, I mean, they cause deaths, but they're not this thing, but the deaths are self-imposed. They don't harm other people. They harm you. You know, the drugs only harm you. They don't, I mean, it harms your family when they watch you go down the toilet and shit, and it's harmful to the community. But I really don't think they should be illegal, and I really don't think, like, you know, I shouldn't, like rolling on a drug dealer was not something that like, I ever would have done if he hadn't raped somebody. But he did. He raped a fucking friend of mine. I watched her cry about it on the way home from Colorado Springs. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. One of the things I used to see as a taxi driver a lot is two things, and I hated both of them. There was the ride of shame, right? The ride of shame, and then there was the victim's cry, right? I called the rides this. I used to say it to the dispatcher sometimes. I'd be like, "Yeah, this one was a crying shame." And this was and this one's a and this one is a I forget what the other one was. Yeah, but crying shame is the first one, right? Crying shame is when they just slept with some dude after they got drunk for 5 hours at a bar. I'm talking about women, right? And they either cheated on their boyfriend, or they lost their virginity, or they're unhappy that they did it, or the man turns out to be an asshole, or they got raped. One of the four, right? In the motel room. And I'm pretty sure I witnessed all four, but they don't tell me. I don't know what's happened. So I pick up women at 3:15 in the fucking morning at the Motel 6 on Wadsworth and fucking 6th in Denver, right? And she's crying, and it's 3:15 in the morning, and they don't want to talk. They don't want to tell you where they're going. They don't want to stop crying. They're just crying for like that whole 25-minute ride or wherever it is to 3 in the morning. They're going home from the club. They're going pretty far usually. And and they're crying the whole 35 fucking minutes because they just slept with some dude who just kicked them to the curb and sent them home in a taxi. This might be funny to some sexist person. It's not fucking funny to me. I had to watch the fucking tears for years. For like fucking 10 years in Ubers and taxis and shit. Like every week, at least once, I would see some girl getting into the taxi like 3:15 in the fucking morning, almost every single time, crying her fucking eyes out because some dude fucking fucked her, dissed her, sent her home in a taxi. That's the cry of shame. That's what I called it, and I used to make dispatchers like kind of, laugh at that. I mean, it's the cry of shame. They're crying tears of shame because they just slept with some dude and he sent her home in a taxi afterwards, So dissed her and sent her home in a taxi afterwards. You'd be surprised how much that happens. Women are incredibly abused in this culture. I've seen it firsthand. You want to see sociology firsthand? Be a taxi driver, and you'll see the people at their most vulnerable times when they're super drunk or super high or super fucking happy or super unhappy or something bad just happened or something good just happened. You'll see people at their base level when you're driving taxi, because often when they're on their way somewhere, they're not trying to hide who they are. They're just thinking about where they're going. They're not thinking about who they are, what they're saying, or anything. So there was the cry of shame, which was one I really couldn't stand because the girl doesn't want to talk. You really want to. You're a white knight, so, you're like the shitty stereotype of Tips Fedora, and you're like the white knight, and you really believe that you've slept with a lot of women who've been raped. Well, not believe, but you know that you've slept with a lot of women who have been raped, and you really believe that men are shit, and most of the time they'll just send the girl home in a taxi after they fuck her, And I just, I don't like, and they'll just be crying their eyes out, and you know what happened, and she knows what happened, and she's embarrassed because you know what happened, and all this shit, and it's one of those moments, and I used to get at least once or two of those a week. The other one that I get is far, far worse, and I'm not going to talk about that one, which is, well, I am. It's the girl just got raped, and she's not going to the hospital. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to talk about it any further than that. Girls use taxis a lot. Women. Because women aren't very safe in this world. See a lot more female clientele in a taxi than male. It's a good job for, social reasons. Sometimes you're ending the night and they're ending the night and they're drunk but you're not, and they really like that because all the men that they've dealt with for the last 5 hours are shit-faced drunk and acting like shitheads, and they get in the taxi cab with you and they're like, oh man, you're sober and you smell like Axe body spray and you're not drunk and you're listening to good music and you're happy and you're chill and you're laid back and you're not yelling at women or acting like a crazy fool at the club or anything. And I get comments like this a lot. And I'm like, yeah, just chilling, like this, like I'm doing right now, And I just gotta say, man, like, I didn't want to be in situations like that where I saw other people's fucking business all the fucking time. But then there was other times where the girl went to the club and didn't find anyone because everyone was so drunk that she couldn't stand them. So then you're the only sober guy that she's going to see that night. Being a taxi driver can be a good job. And I'll leave it at that, I'm not into taking advantage of women. I'm talking about, like, women, I think, are often into sort of taking advantage of men, honestly. That sounds sexist, but I mean, like, often women will hit on me, So it's like, I can't remember the last time I hit on a woman, but often women will hit on me. It's not because I'm attractive. It's because I'm not scared of them and I'm not weird and I'm not a junkie or a fucking, like, an alcoholic, and I don't hang out at clubs, and I'm not some fucking buster that cheats, and they can tell immediately. I'm actually bona fide, and this is attractive to a lot of women, even really pretty women. It's kind of funny. So I used to use that a lot. I used to be like, well, I'm not like the drunk douchebags at the club. That was my stick. I was like, well, at least I'm not like them, right? At least you're not stuck with, at least you're not stuck with one of these assholes on the ride home. I used to use quips like that. At least you're not stuck with these assholes on the ride home, right? At least I'm chill. You try to kiss your own ass and stuff like that, because it's like kind of funny. It's an interesting job taxi. I learned a lot about how humans work. Humans are very point their direction at something and then forget what they're doing until they reach it. And this is something really powerful to fundamentally understand about, human psychology, excuse me, psychiautology, right? Psychiautology. It's a fundamental thing about human psychology is humans are all about being at point A, picking a point B, like that star in the distance, right? Oh my God, I'm not on game capture. No. I hate the streaming programs. I hate them. Well, great. I did 2 hours of bad video because of OBS, guys. OBS is no better than Streamlabs, and you can see the streaming companies, even the free one, destroying my career at first hand. So sorry. I mean, I can't do anything about that. It's actually Unity. It's Unity that causes this, by the way, guys. If you're still watching this video after all the crappy fucking video quality, understand that that's the Unity engine doing that, not me, guys. I'm not the perpetrator here. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not incompetent or anything. Unity is an incredibly bad engine, and it literally does not translate to display capture on Streamlabs. It's that bad. So if I turn off game capture, it looks like this, right? And I don't want to get off on software, but when I have game capture off, if I move my camera around, you can see all the jagged, shitty shit, right? But really, it should be on game capture, but I can't look at stuff like this picture while I'm on game capture. And you can see how 7 years ago, they probably should have added another piece of functionality to the program, but they don't care. So yeah, and those are my taxi stories. That's my, this is my first day recording a 12-hour video that I intend to do, on a daily. Schedule right every day. I want to release like a 12-hour video to YouTube until I can make 10 grand a year and retire. Right. I've never made 10 grand a year my whole life because every human I've ever met went up against me and blocked me in every single way I've ever met, from jobs to drug dealing to everything. It didn't matter. I've never made $10,000 in my whole life, and it's now my life goal. I'd like to make 1/5 of what everybody else expects to make, 50 grand, I think. I'd like to make 1/5 of that without 50 billion humans directly blocking everything that I do. You know? Or trying to put me in jail, or trying to attack me, or stream snipe me, or attack my family, or any of this shit. I really need to, like, the humans to kind of leave me alone long enough so I can focus to make just $10,000 without years and years of targeted abuse from many, many people across many, many different fucking, like states and places. I really can't take the emotional human abuse anymore, and the program's failing me anymore, I can't handle the humans anymore. Not anymore. Not after stuff like this. Not after, like, you know, you roll on somebody to get out of a charge and they go, oh, you fucking idiot, we didn't tell you about the jurisdiction. They drive off and you go, and then you go to jail. Well, you go to probation for 4 more years, which was like probation for 4 more years to the outside sounds like a laughable thing. It's like, oh, well, you're just sitting around working and stuff, right? You don't have to do anything, right? No, you do. Once a week, you have to go down there at like 10 in the fucking morning and present yourself to the probation officer. And then when you're done with them, you go on down to the urinary analysis place and you let some dude watch you piss. That's once a week you do that. It's not, probation is not something that's like laughable. It's this terrible cost. It's like, it takes so much time and so much effort and all this shit. You got to remain clean and all this shit. Probation was not fun for me. I think, looking back at the crime and law and crime, you know, law and order, period of my life, I really fundamentally believe that I should have just taken the charges and done my time in county for 3 months, rather than do the 7 years in probation and all the shit that they held over my head. It just been done with the charge and not have to do probation or drug tests anymore. And I would have been done with this back in 2017. But here I am. I got out last year, September 21st of 2022. I got off probation. And so now it's been about a year and a month, and I'm doing great. And it was the greatest day of my life getting off probation. It was like the Iliad and the Odyssey finally ended, you know? And I could come home from the terrible death journey of humans attacking me for 7 years for no good goddamn reason while I was a drug addict and just really had no capacity to actually deal with it. A man attacked me. Like, people abandoned me. People tried to hunt me. Cops, like, lied to me and abused me and drove off and left me to deal with charges and stuff like this and raped my friend and, you know, all this other weird shit that happened. And, I'm not making up any of this stuff, I promise. And you can't make this stuff up. And I've got witnesses and all these people I could tromp on the stream who would be like, yep, I remember. You know, these aren't things that I'm lying about. This happened. And so, like, now I'm, like, in this terrible place where I'm like, yeah, I don't think I really want any more humans around me, which is why I'm one way, like, soliloquying to you and shut off the chat. And I don't really want to hear what you have to say. I don't really like you. I don't really like the human race. And so this is how I'm going to have to deal with you guys for the rest of my life, unfortunately. After stories like that, you begin to understand a little bit of why I've lost the faith of the human race. Because all I was just trying to do was be high and play video games. And they threatened me with 10 years in jail. They, like, lied to me and fucked me around. They took 4 years to resolve a case. It just was they took them 4 years to resolve a non-felony case. And this is the truth. I've got the paperwork sitting there in the drawer. If I ever need to, I can just show you the fucking dates. If my social and my address weren't all over those documents, I'd show you the documents right now. The proof that they took 4 years to prosecute a non-felony offense. And my right to a speedy trial was absolutely trampled in a way where I feel like I should have sued the city and county of Jefferson County. And I won't. I'm out. I'm done now. Been out for a year. I don't want any trouble with Jeffco. Jeffco scares me more than Nazi Germany. And I'm dead serious that. Like I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying Nazi Germany is dead and gone. Jeffco's alive. So no damage. Three python shots and 6 knife stabs at whatever damage that is, 50 or something like that. I did 290 damage to him and moved the health bar from 575 to 500. So Blizzard math shows up in Rust once in a while. We call this Blizzard math where I come from. Blizzard math is when they just count 2 plus 2 and equal and reach 5, you know? Or they'll say 1 loss is equal to 5, or sorry, 1 win is equal to 5 losses, right? Blizzard math. So I don't even know where that bear was, but hopefully I can see him and at least find the body. I need that python. Where are you at, bear? Think I was on my way back. I'll find it if I just keep circling the bandit camp, I think. Ooh, what do you sell? I mean, it's good, but I don't need it. Yeah, and so now I'm out of the system, and I've lost my faith in the human race, and I believe in love, but I don't believe in me ever seeing love ever again. As the destruction that humanity has caused me has turned me into a soulless husk, I would say. I don't smile. I don't find anything funny. This is PTSD, like true PTSD. I don't find anything funny. I don't smile. I don't really believe that anything good will ever happen after I got done with the Colorado court system. And I met rapists with the same sort of attitude. Rape victims with the same sort of attitude. You know, I would say I don't really believe anything good is ever going to happen to me again. Just death and loss, I think, for the rest of my life now. After the system fucked me and the government tried to put me in jail for 10 years on unfelony charges, and a cop raped my friend, and a man beat on me until I had to put him in jail and scared the living shit out of the woman I loved, and she had to leave. Like, I mean, I just, you know, I don't have a lot of faith in humanity, and I'm going to say that on my first video so you guys can understand who you're actually listening to. I'm not a doomer. I'm 40 years old. I'm a boomer. But doomers don't have 1/10 of the fucking, like, doomer issue that I have. I grew up on Elliott Smith. I don't really believe we're going to make it past the year 2090. And so I act accordingly. I don't smile a lot. I believe in drugs, but that's it. I don't really believe in love because it just hasn't been there for me now. And well, with M, I had love. I loved M, and I loved someone else too. But I don't really want it again. I don't want it again. You can see it. I've turned down like some girls even on the stream. I don't want this again. I don't want love again. After the disaster of the last one, I don't want it again. I don't believe in marriage anymore. I don't believe in love. I'm too old to have kids. I don't believe in the government. I don't. I really believe the software developers are going to cost me my sanity. I really wholeheartedly believe that. I think in the next 10 years, I believe the software developers are going to cash grab and shittily design so bad that and rug pull so bad that the frustration of dealing with the software already is causing me to be close to terminal. You know. And already in 2023, I can't imagine what it's going to be like in 2028 when they're just handing us programs that die minute one and won't even launch, you know? And I just don't know. Like I don't believe I need to talk to anyone else ever again. I don't believe I'm a member of the human race. I don't think I'll ever see love again or anything but my family members until they die. I don't think I have any friends, and I don't think I want them anymore. I don't think I believe in the human race, and I would be okay with pushing the button to kill them all. And I say these things because of the damage that I received in the last 10 years, for no good goddamn reason at all, from the shittiest humans I had ever fucking met. For no profit margin, no gain. There was no reason why the man beat me up 15 times and had to go to jail for 2 years, terrorized my ex. There was no reason why M had to shoot up fucking AIDS and Hep C right in front of me. There was no reason why Jay had to shoot his father and then himself in the face a second later. There was no reason why, like, you know, why Trump let 1 million people die to COVID. There was no reason why, like, you know, we're like our country is such a mess. There's no reason why Century 16 and Columbine had to happen within a mile of where I live. There was no reason why I had to grow up around that shit. There was no reason why everybody I've ever met pretty much just walked away. There's no, like, I didn't cross anybody ever. They just walked away. Like, I'm not a good person, and I'm not too good to be around. But I don't think I mean, I definitely walk away from people now because I know that that's what happened to me. Usually you live out your own damage, you know? So my damage was everything in humanity walked away from me. It left me to fend, you know, including my mother. And she came back, thank God, so I still love her and stuff, but even my mother left, and it wasn't because I was high or on drugs or I was a criminal or any of that shit. They just were living their own lives. They just had no time for me anymore. None of them. Not my inner circle, not my mother, not my ex, not my friends, not my best friend 2 years ago, not my best friend 4 years ago, not my best friend 8 years ago. No one in my life had any time except to be these breeders, like living 2.3 kid, middle class lifestyles in the houses that their parents had given them. And I'm about to live that thing too, but like, they were living that shit when they were 20. I'm 40 and I still not living it. Not really. I had to buy my house with my own money, you know. I haven't been given any help or any kind of assistance in a long time except for government assistance. Thank God the government's there. When my mother dies, I'll be an orphan. And while I don't feel like Frank Grimes at all, I can relate to Frank Grimes, and I believe I will die like Frank Grimes. I'll be like so mad at some shitty person bullying me that I'll go to flip a light switch on or something, and the light switch that they fixed all shittily because they're shitty human beings will shock me to death, like Frank Grimes, right? The light switch that Homer Simpson fucked up will kill me like Frank Grimes, right? And so I have Frank Grimes syndrome. It's martyr syndrome. It's believing that you're special. You know, I have a martyr syndrome that I believe because of my mother that I'm special and that I'm a special case, and that like, you know, she you know, that I'm unique and I'm not, and that like that there was some reason that the world had to punish me so much for no reason because I like drugs, I guess. But I've never been one to drunk drive. I've stolen some drugs, but not in any way that ever harmed anybody. I've never harmed anybody. I've never done anything that anybody ever hated me for, ever. And if they hated me, if you were to ask them why, they wouldn't know. You know, like the stream sniper or the guy I put in jail, if you were to ask them why they hate me, they would say I'm fat, is why. Now, oh, I'm on the wrong side, huh? Wow. I mean, I want to act like I care about this python that's lying in the meadow, but it's so fucking annoying to find shit lying in the meadow that I'm just willing to let the gun right off. You know? That means they aren't designing the game right. If I'm willing to let the gun go because I just don't want to go through the toxic fucking like process of hunting for this weapon around bandit camp, that I'm just willing to let this python I just get go, I think you have an issue with item visibility. And I wish you would fix it. Guns are really, really stand out. Guns are something that you can pick from 140 meters away pretty fucking clearly. Guns are something, even in the meadow, would not be so hard to find that it is in Rust. And I think you really should have put an outline around them a long time ago to try to get around that like synesthesia or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think that's the wrong word. I forget what synesthesia actually is. Synesthesia, right? Synesthesia, right? Synesthesia. I'm trying not to get bit. There's airfield. I didn't know it was so close to me. Nice. I'm learning as I go. Synesthesia is when your brain routes sensory information through multiple unrelated senses, causing you to experience more than one sense simultaneously. Yeah. Yeah, that one's crazy. So that's not what I was talking about. But yeah. Yeah. The martyr syndrome of why was I chased by police when I was 17 for possession of ecstasy? Why did they level guns at my head? Why did they make me do a year and 7 months of probation when I was 17 over like non-felony I mean, it was not. Yeah, it was not. I've never been a felon. They tried to push felony, but when I did the drug court, they gave me deferred adjudicated felony. I don't know why they chased me. I hadn't done anything. I was parked in a bank parking lot at 3:15 in the morning, sitting on the back of my car smoking a cigarette, so I wasn't driving, right? And the security drove up and he waved at me and I waved at him and I threw the cigarette down and I stomped at it and I pointed at, I said, I'm leaving, bye. And I got in the car and I drove off, and as I got on the highway and I went to my exit, 16 cop cars fanned out behind me. And for some reason, they called the cops on me because I was sitting in a parking lot. This caused me a year and 7 months of heartache. My first girlfriend, I think, left me over it. I mean, I can't really confirm that, but I think like when I got all my drug problems and stuff, and I couldn't, I like right after, like, so for a year and a half in my high school years, I had to go home after school at 3:45 in the afternoon and stay there until the next morning. It was like that for a year and 7 months from my freshman year, so my sophomore year into my junior year. And I don't think my girlfriend liked that very much. I couldn't go out. I couldn't do anything. I had to break the law to do anything, right? And that's one of the ways that the fascists will control you. They'll put an ankle monitor on you so you can just keep catching more and more felonies, so they can just keep charging you more and more court fees and get endless money, right? So, you know, that was fucked up, you know? And, like, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just, like, waxing intellectual about the system and the ravages that I saw because I just like to smoke weed. Because I like to smoke weed, I've been in jail 27 times. I've been profiled by pigs. I've been busted by people. I've been like, you know, I'm serious. Like, because I like drugs, I have been treated way, way, way worse than the rapists I knew and some of the killers I've met. I've been treated so much worse because I smoked weed. And that savage hypocrisy, I would topple the government over it. I hate them the way that I would imagine Jewish people hate Nazis. I hate the government. They persecuted me the same way that the Nazis persecuted the Jews. They put me in the same jail cells and terrorized me in the same way, had me living in fear and scrounging for food on the streets and shit. The system was just as rude and mean to me as a lot of the fucking Nazis were to the Jews in the Lodz ghetto. If you don't believe me, go watch The Pianist and you'll understand about the treatment that the Colorado pigs put me through. God damn it. Nice. Oh, I didn't get my phone, and I'm so sorry. I must do that. This will only take like 30 seconds. I'm so sorry. You are now to the second 7 minutes into a Skycat Live video who is ripping off Devin Nash very bad. And if you're still here after 7 hours, I fucking love you. I love you so much. Please, please have 10,000 of my babies. I love you like Devin Nash. Devin Nash, have 10,000 of my baby. I'm not gay. I'm just kidding. I like Devin Nash, whatever. If you're still watching a Skycat video 7 hours into the 11-hour and 45-minute video, you are really awesome. I really fucking love you. I really sound like Devin Nash. And boy, I just want to have 10,000 of your babies. And so what was my defense against all the women I've ever met, except for my mother, being raped? Every cop I ever met tried to kill me. Every bully I ever met tried to kill me. Every bully I've ever met tried to like get me in trouble in some way or try to fuck me over or threaten my family or something like that. And I've never harmed a living thing. I've never stolen from anybody I've ever known. I've never done anything that harmed anybody. I've never taken anything from anybody that they missed. I believe I'm actually far more like I don't know, pious or innocent than a lot of people that I know. I've actually not done really nasty things. Not really. I've done crazy things, but I've not done nasty, bad things. You know, done bad things, but not nasty, like bad, like I can't talk to you anymore bad. You know, I've always been this sort of like thrill seeker criminal. I don't do things to harm people. I never have. I'm a good person, right? So like, oh no, what happened here? What? Oh, retried. I forgot what I was doing. Oh well. I think I would like to get off this game now. I don't care. Like, I'm gonna get off this game now. Sorry. 7 hours is enough for Rust each day. I think that's about right. So let's switch over. What are we gonna do now? Let's do some Overwatch, I think. And I don't even have to do anything at all except load the Overwatch. Look at how much less work I have to do now that I got Streamlabs the fuck out of my life permanently. It's so beautiful. Fuck Streamlabs. Get them the fuck out of your life. Yeah. I have this oppositional, I've like opposition authority stuff where if somebody in authority like Streamlabs or a cop or anything abuses me, I will liken them to the worst thing I've ever met. Because if you are hunting me, you are the shittiest person that's ever lived. If you're hunting me, you're the shittiest person that's ever lived. I think I think I saw this yesterday, right? My Steam profile comment is, if you need me to be your target, you are the worst hunter ever born. And I really mean this, and you can read it. I mean, if you're really that clueless, I'll just put it in the chat so you can really understand what's going on under the surface here. If you need me to be your target, you are the worst hunter ever born. I'm an old, slow, fat boomer with no skills, no friends, no money, no clout, no followers, nothing. So if you need to abuse me with my one viewership, which is my tablet, you are the worst hunter ever born. I think I could prove it in court. You are the worst hunter. If you need to abuse me, you are the worst hunter ever born. You know, and that's how I feel. So let's go down here and that's how I feel about the man I put in jail. That's about. I've never done anything to anyone. So if you need to hurt me, you are the worst hunter ever born. And that's how I put him in jail for 2 years too. Like I'm gonna do to the stream sniper. And I threaten this stuff because I can't get out of it. They're forcing me now to. They're building a case. You know, I can't do anything about it now. So what now? Overwatch is what I was looking for. I will play some Overwatch and then some Hearthstone and then some. Oh, and while I'm playing, no, I can't do this while I'm playing Overwatch. But when I'm playing Hearthstone, I will download Remnant 2 and I will return to Remnant 2. And I believe I would like to stay away from New World for a little while, because they're on game capture, and game capture seriously compromises the value of my stream. And so does Rust. Rust and New World are on game capture, and so is Overwatch 2. And that seriously compromises the value of my stream. So even with OBS, it doesn't matter. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. Frightening amount of new content. Yeah, right. Frightening amount. What do you mean? So what was I going to I hope I didn't leave any stories dangling and stuff, but you're gonna see, like, I'm not like most people. When I meet people, I assume that they're trying to take advantage of me. They don't truly like me. They are judging me for something, and they want something from me. And I don't believe I've been wrong. I keep looking. I've met three people. I've met three, and they're all my best friends, right? I've met 3 people who aren't like that in my entire life. And those 3 people are my best friends. Shout out to CJJ. Are we loading the game, or are we just getting worse at software every single day, or are you gonna load this game, or what are you doing, you piece of fucking living shit? What are you doing, Overwatch? Am I gonna close the client now before you embarrass me any further? How many clients are gonna crash today? Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it 15? How many times are they gonna crash? I don't know, but I know that Overwatch is not launching, and it's really starting to anger me. Let us just go look at what's going on in the background. Are you actually doing Overwatch? No. Are you actually doing Overwatch? No. So we will go here. You are saying playing now. You are busted. We are going to kill you. There is no Overwatch, liar. Liar. Software pants constantly on fire. Liar, liar, software dire. Dire, dire, liars. Liars lying right to my face. What? One of the reasons why I'm not very happy. I'm happy. It's because I'm extremely happy, but I'm not happy with the humans. I'm actually very angry. I'm a happy, angry person, right? I'm very happily angry. And one of the reasons I really don't like the humans is like, I can't recall a time I've ever treated anybody like what they did to me. Oh, no. One time I tried to finger a burglary on a friend of mine. But not in a serious way. I was trying to throw a smoke bomb so they would go and confirm so I could leave. And that was when I was in high school, too. Got expelled for burglary when I was in high school. It appears that Overwatch has reached the liar phase of the crash grab, billionaire software despot phase where they can't even launch the client anymore. Do you see it? I was just joking about this today. But here it is. Overwatch cannot launch the client anymore. It is not capable of it anymore. So we're just going to go hunt for Overwatch here in the tasks, and I don't see it. So we'll go directly to the Overwatch application. So why can't you load it? Why is it not loading? We will task. We'll play. There we are. Four times the charm. Oh, good, you're in full screen. Did you crash my stream? No. Thank you for not crashing my stream, OBS. Thank you for all the triple anus heartache that you put me through. Every day, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker developers that I would be better without. Thanks for all the abuse. Every single day of my life. Thanks for the Overwatch taking 4 or 5 times to fire up. And I installed this game 4 days ago. So I don't know why every piece of shit software breaks constantly now, but I hope we prosecute you for it. I'll tell you that. I really would like to prosecute you for it. I think you're stealing a lot of money, and I would like to see you in jail. Blizzard. Kotick. Yeah. I really do. I think you're stealing a lot of money now, and I would like to see some criminal prosecutions. Watching you crash a client 4 or 5 times on load. I'm gonna need the FCC to kind of maybe install Overwatch a few times and really see how bad the software is actually performing, because I believe Overwatch should maybe be pulled from the market. I'm kidding, but I mean that's where it should go. If you continue to treat us like this and crash a client 4 or 5 times before it loads or whatever, like everyone else in the entire industry is treating us, I will throw you to the wolves and I'll be like, no, I don't love Blizzard. No, fuck Blizzard. No sympathy. Fry them, because I don't really love you after this treatment. Watching that client die 4 or 5 times, no.
That is insanity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do I have any sympathy for Omi? Absolutely not. He knew exactly what he was getting into. And had he just been a little bit smarter, he probably could have kept it going on. But this is one story that I honestly could not believe. I cannot believe that there was a YouTuber dumb enough to purchase like $15 million worth of supercars and leave them just sitting outside in his driveway. thinking for no reason the IRS was going to pick up on it. That is insanity. But I think the stupider part of this story is the fact that he talked about this scheme somewhat on YouTube videos, thinking that that was never going to get picked up on. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to buy a YouTube criminal supercar collection, you now have the options, all thanks to the U.S. Marshals. Wild story indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. Damn it.
God damn it.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today we're going to be talking about how a scumbag on YouTube got scammed.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might remember BitBoy Crypto or Ben Armstrong.
Fuck crypto.
But before I get into this guy real quick, I got to explain to you the world we're about to dip into. The rabbit hole we're looking at is crypto YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. A part of YouTube filled with pseudo finance gurus, the worst financial advice you can find. And ladies and gentlemen, if you ever wanted to know the top crappy tokens to buy and lose your money, it's these scumbags that you can ask. It's literally a group of content creators that really seem like they're not exploding, you know, the algorithm or anything. Most people don't know of these people, but unless you're in the finance world, unless you're looking into like crypto shenanigans, some of these names will pop up. And from time to time again, they'll constantly be promoting a terrible coin, sometimes saying that it'll get 10x or 100x or some insane amount on your investment. And generally in these channels, what they'll always tell you is, these are videos for entertainment only. It's not financial advice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, financial advice is something you should be very careful on providing on the internet. I never provide financial advice. You want to know why? It's because I am not a financial advisor. And even if I was a financial advisor, I would never give out financial advice for free, okay? If you ever want to get rich, you don't get rich quick. You get rich slow and low. Ladies and gentlemen, you make some money, you invest it wisely into safe investments, or if anything, the best advice is to talk to a finance manager, a finance expert, not somebody on YouTube, not somebody selling you a $50 course, and not somebody who's shilling crypto. On average, these videos are some of the most poorest quality, some of the lowest research videos that you'll ever find on the internet. And generally, it's always some douchebag in their car recording what they think is going to explode to the moon. Hey guys, it's me, Crypto Bob here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you right now, one of the best altcoins is Cuckcoin right now. I'm telling you, boys, you just buy it, you sit in the corner, you sit in a little chair and you watch it, and you watch it go 10x, 100x. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear to God, this won't go 99% to the bottom of the earth. It's not that I made a bag or anything. I clearly, it's not that I made any advertising, promotion money. But you guys should put money into Cuckcoin, dude. You sit in the corner, you watch. It's a bull market, boys. You sit there, you watch the bulls go at it. But ladies and gentlemen, Cuckcoin, it's the future. Anyways, Crypto Bob, gun showing. I'm out, boys. Got to go to the Lambo dealership. Now, if you look at Ben's channel nowadays, it's called Discover Crypto, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, they feed the same bullshit like huge pumps incoming. Will it move? Next 100x? Huge gains. Ladies and gentlemen, bullshit faux financial advice that one should not follow. A year ago, Ben used to actually be on this, okay? February 27th, 2023, according to the Wayback Machine, you used to see Ben's face, freedom through crypto, BitBoy Crypto, and he would promote the same BS. And ladies and gentlemen, the brand will not work with him anymore, okay? They've actually removed him because they had to assist Ben in his, issues with substance abuse and relapse. And they actually claimed Ben had inflicted emotional, physical, financial damage on his employees and others in the space. It's kind of like if I got kicked off of Some Ordinary Gamers. Like, could you imagine me being replaced by somebody else? I don't know. I thought Ben owned his channel, but not really. It seems like Ben was part of a hit network or a actual parent company known as BJ Investment Holdings, and they all cumulatively came to the idea that we should kick Ben off of the channel. And of course, if it was substance abuse, Ben decided to come back hardcore and actually bring up some facts of the matter, okay? This is a drug test posted by @JoinBenCoin. What is Bencoin, you may ask? We'll get into that in a bit. But here, I'll take things that never happened for 500, where Ben Armstrong actually posts a test result of their drug history. So you can see here that Ben is, negative results on cocaine, marijuana, opiates, PCP, amphetamines, and heroin.
Good
Now,
job.
Of course, I've looked at Ben, and I can actually probably side with him and say he doesn't give me the look of somebody that's on cocaine. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave that for the lawyers to argue about. Maybe Ben was on something. Maybe Ben was abusing stuff. Maybe he wasn't. I don't know. Ben is an unreliable narrator. Now, because of this, Ben has basically went into eBay, okay? Ben is apparently building up legal funds, and he started to beg for money on the internet. Now, personally, Ben, who's a self-admitted millionaire, flexed a Lamborghini, actually showcased a Rolex watch that some people believe is valued at $350,000. Don't know where they got that figure from. But, ladies and gentlemen, Ben is not hurting for cash. Seems like he has a nice house. Get a job, sell your assets. E-begging is like the lowest form, dog. How can you claim that you're rich and also beg for money? But the reason why I'm laughing at Ben's misfortunes is that he is a truly full-on psychopathic scumbag on YouTube. And the fact that he actually had a channel and stayed up that long is actually a showcase of YouTube's ignorance or severe benevolence. So let's actually look at his history. Now, if Ben's name sounds familiar, it's because Ben was involved with suing another fellow YouTuber known as Atozy. Atozy is a fellow commentary channel, friend of the channel, and somebody who made a video on Ben criticizing him. This video is called "This YouTuber Scams His Fans, BitBoy Crypto." Now in this video, Atozy looks into one of the many promotions Ben does on his channel, and at the time, one of them was called Pamp Token, okay? So we're going to listen to some of BitBoy's own words and come to the idea of what his advice truly sounds like.
I told you there's a project guaranteed to increase in price.
Whoa, a project guaranteed to increase in price? Wow! Anybody that tells you that there's going to be a guaranteed increase on something is lying to you. How do you predict that? How do you have any metrics? All right, let's listen to our buddy Ben here.
I know you would probably want to jump in, but I'm sure the first thought you would have would be, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. Well, this is where we get into the complicated gray areas of decentralized finance.
Yeah, you know, Ben, it does sound too good to be true, all right? Come on now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when Ben promoted Pamp Token, you could look at the price chart over here. You could see that during the time of the promotion, it seems, there was a high volume, which means that money was being traded, coins were being switched around. The value went up, and of course, Pamp fell straight to the goddamn ground. Like most shitty cryptocurrencies with no utility, their falls from graces typically average around between 99% losses to 100%, okay? That's just what we're looking at. Just remember, like 95% of the NFT market is currently sitting at nearly 100% loss, okay? Crypto, and especially things that don't have proper utility, are not things that have longevity, okay? People compare cryptocurrency to the future of actual money. The reality is, real currency like a US dollar actually has value in that I exchange it for goods and services. Crypto is just there as a speculative asset that people hope will 100x. I don't exchange currency hoping that it 100x's. I use it to actually, exchange things for goods and services.
What? I rolled. Ah!
Economics lesson. listen, okay? Now, Ben got salty over Atozi's video and decided to sue the guy for defamation, which, of course, one thing you have to understand is when you're suing somebody, a lot of it is money, okay? The reality is when you get sued, it's not so much if I'm in the right or if I'm in the wrong. There's a lot of money you have to spend on legal fees, paying lawyers by the hours, you know, hiring a goddamn firm. This is something that can drain your cash immediately. And Atozi was somebody that actually had to even consider talking to a realtor to put their house up for sale just so he could afford to fight this lawsuit that Ben had put upon him. So for instance, he even says, when you hit me with your slap lawsuit, I had to call my real estate agent to discuss selling my house I was planning on bringing my firstborn to just days before you served me. I additionally launched a GoFundMe to help fight this, and you laughed at me for raising funds. When I raised more than I ever could, imagine your response was to instantly pull out and said on stream, well, now he has the funds. So immediately it showed that BitBoy didn't have a case. He literally tried to financially bully somebody smaller than him into basically giving up and eating their words. So Atozi raised around $200,000 in his GoFundMe, and Ben fucking freaked out. He's like, oh shit, this guy can actually fight a lawsuit. And Ben's entire case was a little bit self-reporting in terms of how he was giving out financial information and how he described his own channel. But of course, that's a whole different story. Let's get down even further. Now you might be like, but Muda, maybe that PAMP token was just a one-off. You know, everyone makes mistakes when they promote things. This is where Zach XBT, friend of the channel, a fellow crypto researcher, somebody that uncovers bullshit rug pulls on the internet, ended up creating an entire thread on our buddy BitBoy. So Zach XBT says, let's review all the direct scams BitBoy has worked with in the past. Just in case you forgot, here's the flyer with how much he charges. So what Zach did was he posed as a coin that was interested in promotion, reached out to the BitBoy team, and they provided him with like their media kit. The media kit that BitBoy has, this is how much money it costs for this dude to sell you out. Basically, for a dedicated review, he'll charge $35,000. A live stream mention is 20 racks. YouTube interview is 40 racks. And then, of course, website article is 2,500. And that's just how it is, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, BitBoy will sell you out for $35,000, all right? Just as a dedicated review. Now, that said, when we went down into the situation, what Zach did was he showcased a bunch of tokens that BitBoy had promoted, some of the evidence that he deleted, but obviously, Zach was archiving all of it. In fall 2020, BitBoy worked with MYX and even was warned by community members. BitBoy has since deleted that video. So you can see literally from BitBoy's articles, it's Tuesday, which means it's time for altcoin picks. As you guys know, Uniswap is on the move. That video is unreachable, okay? So that evidence is gone. And of course, MYX, much like PAMP, went up all the way here and immediately crashed down to fucking nothing. So here's one where BitBoy worked with Distex, a video he titled My Most Trusted Coin. One of these videos is actually still up on the channel, new crypto coin with 1000x potential as of this recording. So in this video, he promotes Distex, talks about it a little bit, and of course he even tweets it. Check out Distex, their pre-sale crushed it. And of course, that entire plan failed. Distex died off, and it seems like the project was exit scammed. Now, of course, Zach actually says that there was no promotional disclosure. I don't know if he was actually being promoted, but if he was, and he wasn't disclosing it, that's wrong. That's very wrong. Then, of course, there was even more situations. We have Zao Finance, another project that exit scammed in fall 2020. He deleted the tweet, but don't worry, I recovered it. So here he actually says, Zao Finance, we build a decentralized finance application. First fully women-empowered decentralized finance project. He actually put hashtag ad on here, which is at least a marketable improvement. Zao ended up being an exit scam. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just adding on. And of course, this list doesn't stop, okay? He just keeps going on, all right? In fact, it seems like if it's anything that is very evident with Bitcoin, he does very little to investigate. This is somebody that has actual knowledge, self-admitted knowledge on the blockchain. How is this asshole not able to spot all of these blatant exit scams? And this is where, honestly, I want to kind of blame YouTube for this too. YouTube needs to do better. Like, honestly, you should terminate channels like this. Channels that make their bread on basically shilling out these kind of coins. Because we all know what's happening. People buy these coins, they become part of this project, and they end up losing their cash. One of the reasons why BitBoy is actually very negligent to the point where he should be investigated by law enforcement is that even if you're an influencer, because the way that this works is a lot of these coin guys will come up and give you money, right? Like, let's say that I was a crypto influencer, right? Let's say that AskCoin, right, tomorrow came up to me and said, hey Muda, here's $40,000, okay? Make a video on AskCoin. So what I do is I take $40,000 as sort of like a ad rate, right? Like I just basically say, okay, sure, give me $40,000, I'll promote your product. It's like an ad for me, okay? It's a sponsored video. So I make $40,000. Now I push that project onto you. You guys end up putting in $80,000 into this coin, okay? So all of a sudden, 80,000 coins has entered liquidity. And what happens are these scammers who run this project immediately look at the 80,000, pull that liquidity out, and they run away with the token. So what happens is the price of the token goes from like $1, for instance, all the way down to like a penny. Drops 99%, and there's nothing you can do because you can't swap it for actual valuable tokens. You are literally sitting there holding a bag. Now I, as the influencer, can say, oh my god, I didn't expect it, guys. I was lied to. I still made $40,000. You lost your money. The actual scammers made $40,000. I was just being paid off as the cost of business. So in a lot of cases, even if these people aren't necessarily behind the tokens, I actually say that there is some level, there should be, in my opinion, some level of responsibility on BitBoy's shoulders. He's making a bag while he's shilling actual dangerous financial shitcoins onto his audience. Now, what's really funny about it is, like, BitBoy has this thing where he tried to be the moral arbiter. So during FTX's collapse, Sam Bankman-Fried, the ex-CEO of that shitty exchange, what happened was BitBoy decided to go up and become the moral arbiter, shitting on Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Basically, you know, almost claiming to be one of the people that was responsible for his takedown, even though CopyZilla, friend of the show, did a lot more effort into doing that. In fact, if anybody should have their name attributed to the actual takedown of FTX, at least in the journalistic sphere, you should be Steve, okay? Should be Copy. In fact, what was so wild was people had called him out for that Zach XBT thread publicly, and BitBoy's response was unhinged. Listen to this one.
No one needs that.
It's a year ago, dog. Evidence is evidence. There's no statute of limitations on this shit. Watch his response. It's unhinged. On public stage, he starts calling this innocent lady a child molester out of nowhere, which is actually straight up defamatory. But what's so funny is he says, I'm just calling you this without any evidence. The Zach XBT thread has the screenshots, archived videos that prove your degeneracy, fucking Ben. Come on now. How is this guy could be like the perfect politician, honestly. BitBoy was also an influencer that was brought up on a class action lawsuit in regards to influencers promoting FTX's unregistered securities. So he was brought up as one of the principal influencers that was, you know, involved in this lawsuit alongside Brian Young, Grant Steffen, and Kevin Paffra. So, ladies and gentlemen, what does Ben do in regards to this investigation? Well, Ben goes kind of unhinged and starts shitting on the actual lawyer that's going up against him. And because of all of this, what Ben does is really wild. He actually misses a court date and sort of revolts against the system, even tweeting it out like, hey guys, I'm a degenerate, and by the way, State Casino is sponsoring my degeneracy as well too. This guy is seriously an unhinged, egomaniacal douchebag. Now, in the time that Ben's company has taken over the BitBoy Crypto and kicked him out basically of his own YouTube channel, Ben has had to jump into e-begging. So let's actually witness the little e-begging for his court case, where he wants to take back his YouTube channel. Listen to this one. Inside here, he says, "The fact is, Hit Network has taken all my money from me, so I can't fight. I'm humbly asking anyone who has ever benefited from my content or anything I've done to donate to my legal fund to get BitBoy Crypto back." Watch this.
Hey guys, I've been pretty absent lately, and I think if you read this thread here, you'll understand why. There's a lot going on here beneath the surface that people can't see. What Hit Network has done to me over the last 4 to 5 weeks. And people, there's no way people know that this has happened. And I think it's going to be easy for a lot of people to but
it's not easy for people to turn on you, but you have a history of killing your own credibility. So turning on you is very, very easy. Come on now.
the fact is, guys, is my life is one thing. I have absolutely taken a death threat to incredible people who claim that they've done it before.
Death threats are never okay, all right, to anybody. All right, that should be completely vilified in the community, 100%. Also, Ben, please provide actual screenshots of said death threats, okay? Just add validity to it.
And if you look at, when I made the video, walking back to the stuff that I said, my life is on the line. Go watch that video. You can still watch it. Guys, I've been under threat of blackmail. I've been extorted for my Lamborghini. That's gone. I've been under...
Oh, you lost the Lamborghini? Oh man. I'm gonna try giving a fuck. I really am gonna try. I'm gonna try, Ben, for you, buddy.
And the fact is I was under duress. That's him. Like, when people see what they did to me with this Lamborghini, they're trying to freeze me out. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to freeze me out of money so I can't fight.
Just like you did to a Tozy? Just like you tried to financially intimidate somebody? Oh, it's really hard for me to care. Normally I don't enjoy the downfall of people, but when it comes to scumbags like this, boy, I'm a little hard right now, I ain't gonna lie. I don't believe in karma or any of that shit, but goddamn, if there was a shining example for what karma is, it's this right here.
So today, as I put $20 in my gas tank earlier, that I had to borrow from somebody who's been 100% cut off all my money. My wife's American Express card, well, that wasn't paid for the last month. That wasn't paid. It was supposed to be getting paid by people that work for me, and they didn't do it, so the credit card's maxed out. And guys, we're in a tough spot here. They're trying to make me stop fighting.
Yeah, buddy, I don't care. So anyways, he puts up this giant facade of like, guys, they're taking away my money and I need to be able to fight back. So again, looking at Ben's remainder of the post, he basically said, I'll speak more about it on stream tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Eastern on my new channel, Ben Armstrong Crypto. What I've been through is the most traumatic experience of my life. My own friends and full-blood family members have turned on me over money. We filed a lawsuit. Hit Network sent me a death threat, which I have the police report for. Why don't you just post it? You've been posting everything so far. Come on now. So here's Ben's channel, new channel, folks. All right, you go to his videos here real quick. He's got like 4 videos. One of them is BitBoy is dead. It's official. Now, in the thumbnail for this video, he showcases this, like, Rolex, which people have said is, like, $350,000. Don't know where that figure was pulled out of, but it is a Rollie, okay? It is an asset. Why are you begging for money? Sell your house. That seems like a nice house in the thumbnail. Start selling your assets. Sell the Lamborghini, sell all the cars, sell all the houses, downsize, sell the Rolex, do something. Ladies and gentlemen, why would you give a self-admitted millionaire money to fight a legal battle? This guy has a legal team, allegedly. This guy has some money. Even if he's 100% cut off, he's got to have credit at least. He's got to have some good financial credit. Let him dig himself out of this hole. But it's not that simple, ladies and gentlemen, because I'll be honest, it's not just Ben that's the problem. It's the crypto community itself that is the problem. Now, I wanted to look at Ben's wallet address, and it was a bit disturbing because Ben's apparently made $62,000 in just Ethereum alone. I looked at his Bitcoin wallet address, and let's just say he's made $100,000 in donations. So I wanted to actually throw this into BitQuery to just examine who was sending him money. And the largest sender was $41,000, which came from OX4A500. OX4A500 is a contract address for something known as the BitBoy Fund. Now, I looked more into the BitBoy Fund, 649 holders, and ladies and gentlemen, this was made like a day, 6 hours ago. So I assume this is like a contract address, like a special contract just to set up this donation drive fund, which I'm honestly wondering, how is this so effective? You know, looking into BitBoy's channel, it's not a lot of people, like not a lot of actual traffic, at least in comparison to the amount of money that he's earned in this lawsuit. Of course, some of the other larger accounts that were actually trading money was OX9136451, earned to the tune of $8,000, an account known as Ben.eth, an NFT influencer who Ben used to work with before they had a falling out, because apparently they were cashing in on the highs of like meme tokens. Like anytime Elon would tweet out Pepe, they would make like Pepe coin or PSYOP. They would make PSYOP coin every time Elon would tweet something. They would just make a meme currency, and it would skyrocket to the moon. Cryptocurrency is truly just a degenerate platform. Now, I, on a personal level, question just the validity of some of these transactions. I'm not going to say there's anything illegal. There's no proof or anything like that, too. But for the amount of money that Ben makes, he's obviously getting, like, really bullied, too. There have been other accounts that are putting in, like, bullshit coins, like Dope Coin, like Kek Coin. BitBoy Coin is in here. You've also got things like Coke Coin, hinting at his like Coke addiction, if you will, Coke too. Coin. Which, by the way, addiction is really fucked up. I'm not trying to make a joke out of it. Clearly, his fan base or some of the people like who hate him don't think of that. You've also got Fake Token, Cum Lover. God damn. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, one thing is for sure in regards to BitBoy is, again, if you wanted to talk about karma, clearly karma doesn't exist. This man, you know, on a real level, on a personal level, given how he's like basically shilled nonsense to his fans, I really hope there's a world where he loses these lawsuits, loses everything that he has, the house, the Lamborghini. I want BitBoy to work at like Walmart or McDonald's or something, really BitBoy is one of the biggest scumbags on the platform, and there's not much anybody can say other than, if you are somebody who watches crypto influencers, never take financial advice from anybody. And obviously, the solace you can take right here is his channel has been hijacked by other scumbags that he works with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly scumbag on scumbag violence. And honestly, I'm just here to laugh at the misfortunes of a true degenerate, which I think most of us should. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Armstrong, BitBoy Crypto, is a scumbag. Somebody that you should stay far, far away from. And on a personal level, I really wish this person did get humbled. And honestly, I wouldn't even shed a tear if he truly lost everything that ever mattered to him in life. And that's because when it comes to financial advice on the internet, it really does cost serious damage. You know, I don't joke about it. Anytime I cover things like crypto scams or like finance scams, one of the scariest things to read is when you go to a subreddit for any of these crypto projects that have rug pulled or scammed people, one of the first posts is always suicide awareness. And that's because when somebody loses all of their money because they followed what some influencer says, yes, there is a degree of personal responsibility. But when your bag is being made off of the backs and livelihoods of others, and you could potentially send them into a hissy fit, like you could send them into like a suicidal fit, send them into a place where they can't claw themselves out of, then you, my friend, have blood on your hands. And I wouldn't doubt that BitBoy is responsible for a lot of bad misfortunes.
BitBoy.
BitBoy's advice, stuff that he promotes so recklessly, should be monitored by YouTube.
You know what I really think? I've got some cultural like commentary after listening to this whole bit for about half an hour, right? I believe that a bunch of dumb white nerds on the fucking internet tried to act like fucking thugs, and the real thugs just ran train on them the entire fucking time. And these white nerds, got fucking owned, like by the government, by any other criminal that actually has to do something hardcore instead of nerds, you know, or stealing Bitcoin or whatever. Anytime a Bitcoin criminal runs across a real criminal that will actually stick a gun in your face, hilariousness ensues as the pussiness level just through the roof.
Should absolutely be monitored by the law enforcement agencies around us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar. Not much more to say. I think this video is long enough. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Try again, I guess.
How far would you be willing to go for fame? How much would you be willing
Not
to
at all.
sacrifice?
More like how far would I go to not be famous? Well, let's see. Block the chat. Not change my titles. Not tell people what games I'm playing. Not taking any abuse. Filing the charges. Dealing with the cops. Actually calling the feds when I'm abused. And all these other things, right? What would I do to not be famous, right? A lot of things. I really don't want to be famous. I'll be famous if I have to save my family from destitution and shit. But I don't want it. I don't desire it. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What was that? You went right through me. Where are you getting healed? Fucking die! Fucking dick. God damn it. Fuck up my point. Fuck up my point, bitch. Fuck up my point, bitch. Fuck up my point, bitch. Thank you. You idiot. No! Oh. Haha. Oh. Who? A boop somehow. How did I get boop? They don't have a boop. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't even know what the game is anymore. What? No push to 95%, huh? Help me. Oh, God damn it! Oh. What? I die in 1 hit to Brig, apparently. When I hit a Moira, it's 13, 14 hits. When Brig hits me, it's 1. It's really cute. Blizzard math for Skycat, as always. I have to hit them 13, 14 times. They have to hit me once. Must be nice to be them and actually get a one-shot. I haven't had a one-shot in this game ever. I don't think I've ever had a one-shot. These guys get it all the time by mistake. I swear to God, the shit's stacked against me. It's so stupid.
Really think about this. Would you sacrifice your job, your family, your reputation? There's an ancient Chinese proverb that states, you must enter the tiger's den to catch his cubs. Essentially, it means you're not going to get a lot without risking a little. This is especially true in the world of stand-up comedy. Competition is fierce, and if you don't keep improving, you're likely to fall behind and be overtaken by someone younger, smarter, and more innovative. Every day, there's a fresh new batch of prospective comedians looking to make it big in the comedy scene, and potentially end up as the next revolving guest on Joe Rogan, or as a disciple of Dave Chappelle. In this environment, anyone looking to make a name for themselves will need to use every possible asset they have at their disposal, whatever it takes to set them apart from the crowd. Such is the case as the subject of today's video, Bobby Lee, someone whose nonchalant attitude towards the truth and tendency to exaggerate certain events would lead to both his highest highs and eventually his lowest lows. Bobby Lee is an American stand-up comedian and actor with prominent roles in both movies and television. He recently starred in the Hulu series Reservation Dogs. However, on the wider internet, what he's really known for is his popular podcast, Tiger Belly, where he and his ex-partner, Kalila Kuhn, discuss popular events in the entertainment industry, as well as recount stories from their personal lives. Bobby himself was born in San Diego on September 17th of 1971. Now, it's worth noting off the bat that Bobby has a lot of stories. The son of 2 Korean immigrants, Bobby got a rough start in life when, according to him, he was molested at age 9 by a man with Down syndrome. Now, this was revealed on an episode of the Fighter and the Kid podcast, and it's extremely difficult to tell if he's joking or not, but he said it a few times outside of this, and it's on his Wikipedia, so we're gonna go with it.
Did it look down?
I don't really remember, but it was just like, it didn't...
Didn't look down, he says! These are legit. I don't know, man.
That's not why they call him Down syndrome, because...
ideas here.
I want you to look at my face.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Don't play innocent.
Don't play innocent.
That was a play on words.
Perhaps as a result of this event or some other issues he was facing, Bobby began to engage in drug use, both marijuana as well as amphetamines at only 12 years old. His childhood wasn't easy as his father was abusive towards him and his mother and provided him with none of the love or kindness that you would expect a typical father to provide.
When we're born, we need several things. We need to be fed, we need to be held, we need to be loved and nurtured, right? And we want to feel safety. I didn't get that.
Definitely not the safety.
Yeah, I got some love, but I got a lot of violence. You know, I saw my dad knock my mom's teeth out and beat down with golf clubs and stuff. You know, I have a hard time sleeping because my brother and I couldn't sleep because at like 2, 3 in the morning you would hear dishes crash against the wall.
Only a few years later at 17, he had moved on to harder drugs as well. According to Lee, he went through 3 different drug rehab programs before becoming clean at the age of 17.
It's all from my childhood. The reason why I do stand-up is because of my childhood.
The hating yourself or like being self-critical that has to do with your childhood.
Yeah.
So the drugs and drinking, childhood.
It's all about survival and protecting your home, you know. And there were ways that I did that as a kid, like using humor as a defense mechanism.
But Bobby didn't start out looking for a career in stand-up. After moving out of his parents' house, he spent a few years working various jobs around San Diego while spending his free time skateboarding and just hanging out, much to the disappointment of his parents. However, fate struck in 1994 when the coffee shop he was working at in San Diego closed, leaving Bobby without a job. As luck would have it, right next door to his previous job was the Comedy Store in San Diego. Bobby decided to apply for a job there and was accepted almost instantly. He would spend his first few months doing odd jobs around the club. After only working there for a short time, Bobby himself decided to try and take his own shot at comedy by taking part in one of the amateur nights. And according to him, he got off to a rough start. I think I showed them my butt and made some noises and went off stage. It was embarrassing. Not to be deterred by his terrible first attempt, Bobby decided to practice stand-up over the next few months and hone his craft. As fate would have it, within a year of working at the club, Bobby met 2 other comedians who helped him jumpstart his career. The first of these comedians was Pauly Shore, a prolific actor in 90s comedy films. During one of the open mic nights, Pauly happened to be in attendance and seemingly liked Bobby and his unique style of humor. The second person to notice Bobby was none other than the infamous comedian Carlos Mencia. Mencia hired Bobby to accompany him on a tour as his opener. And because of this, Bobby viewed him as the father figure he never had and was fiercely loyal to him, sometimes to a fault.
When it comes to Carlos, in the mid-90s is when I met him. I was a doorman at the La Jolla Comedy Store. He brought me on the road. He introduced me to Matt Blake, my agent, right? And he bought me a car when I couldn't pay rent, you know, and I was really desperate. I could always go to him for money, and he helped me out in so many different ways.
His first gig in the actual television industry came when he was hired to the cast of Mad TV in 2009. Mad TV was a television series that ran from the mid-90s until 2009. You could consider it as an early version of what would eventually become the golden age of YouTube creators like Smosh, Shane Dawson, and other sketch comedians on YouTube. Basically, it was a collection of highly produced, zany, over-the-top comedy skits stitched together into a 30-minute television block.
Is this senior citizen right for the White House?
At the POW camp, John McCain was not helpful. He never gave us the information we requested, no matter how many times we asked him.
While the Mad TV gig certainly helped his burgeoning career, Lee himself hated the job. His lack of proper acting experience in front of a live audience and relatively small amount of screen time made him hate the show early in its run. He would grow increasingly frustrated with the job as he perceived the Mad TV producers to be purposely ignoring and dismissing any pitches he had for episodes.
I didn't touch the microphone for 3 years. You know, I don't think I ever really even
talk to Stephanie.
Stephanie Weir?
Weir. Yeah. She would say hi and stuff. But
I couldn't even get on the fucking thing, he said about his first 2 years on the show.
I'm gonna grab
I
a
would
bug
pitch and
that's
I
gonna
could
fall
not
on
get
me. I
any
think
of
a bug's
myself
gonna
on.
fall on
Bobby
me. I'm gonna
hated
go
the
get
beginning
it.
of his career on Mad TV. He hated it so much that he was quoted saying, "The first 2 years were the worst 2 years of my life." He quickly became disillusioned with his new job due to the lack of roles he was provided and the lack of input he was getting on the production side. This would cause him to once again turn to drugs, relapsing on alcohol and abusing the prescription drug Vicodin. He would purposefully show up to work extremely late or not at all, and when he did show, he would be obliterated. Towards the end of Bobby's second year on the show, he was given one final chance to clean things up by the producers before he would be fired for good after Mad TV producer Lauren Dombrowski fought for him to remain on the show. Bobby would greatly appreciate this gesture and finally get sober again after this intervention. Even after his issues with drug abuse were taken care of, Bobby still didn't like many of the aspects of working on the show. As he was the only Asian American on staff, he would be forced to perform every single Asian role that was written, both the good and the bad. He despised performing what he described as
Yeah,
average
that's
Asian
racist.
skits and hated
Yeah.
performing as certain reappearing characters such as Connie Chung or Bae Sung. Rather than playing a character, Bobby preferred to just play himself, putting himself into weird situations and reacting how he himself would in real life.
my name is Bobby Lee. Spent 7 years on a sketch show. I played dozens of Asian stereotypes and shown my junk to thousands of strangers. Now I am about to embark on my greatest adventure yet. This is Lee versus Wild.
Come on, guys. You guys have tons of bottle of water. Just give me one.
No, Bobby. Can't help you. Those are the rules.
Whatever!
This is when he truly found his own personal voice on the show. He would stay there for 8 years until Fox canceled it in 2009. He would spend the next few years taking various acting gigs and performing sets at comedy clubs around the country. Even though he was being very well received and respected within the LA comedy scene by this time, Bobby chose not to produce any television specials and still is not to this day, despite figures as prominent as Joe Rogan telling him to. He stated on many occasions that he simply doesn't feel the need to do one, but the common sentiment among many of his fans is a lot sadder. Bobby is so insecure that he doesn't think he's good enough to make one.
In my head, it's like in my 20s, they too were very depressing. And I didn't know that I was ever going to become, you know, a successful comedian and TV, all the stuff that I've had, podcasts, a beautiful girl, great girl, intelligent girlfriend. You know, in my 20s, I was this blubbering kid. I used to very depressed, suicidal, hated myself, and
despite his fame and fortune, one thing that is a consistent character flaw of Bobby is that he constantly struggles with low self-esteem and not believing he's good enough to get anywhere in his life or career without resorting to underhanded methods. It's this flaw that would cause him to suffer the loss of a close friend and the eventual onslaught of physical assault that would arise from it. When talking about conflicts involving Bobby Lee, the one that most quickly comes to mind, and the one that the largest number of people are probably aware of, is Bobby's infamous feud with fellow comedian and former friend Ari Shaffir. Bobby and Ari ran in similar spaces in the LA stand-up scene, meaning they would often perform sets at the same clubs and meet with similar people. The beginning of this long and confusing tale apparently begins one night at the Comedy Store.
Nobody
where
got
Bobby Lee was set to
anything.
perform. Bobby had brought along his friend and veteran Mad TV actor Ron Peterson with him that night, and after entering the building, they both went up to the Belly Room. The Belly Room is the name of a smaller stage at the LA Comedy Store, reserved for events that are expected to have a smaller attendance than will be needed for the large theater. When they entered the Belly Room, they saw that another comedian named Natasha Leggero was already performing on stage. At this time, Natasha was dating Ari Shaffir, and the two were in a committed relationship. Ron saw Natasha on stage and remarks to Bobby, "Damn, that girl's hot." Unsure of how to respond, Bobby simply said, yeah, she's dating my friend Ari." To which Ron quite respectfully responded with, "I don't care, I don't know the guy." Before Bobby was able to give a retort, he had to go down to the main stage area to perform his set, so he simply brushed the comment off and went downstairs to begin his performance.
so I go down to the OR to just that he stayed up there. He got her number. Then we leave. I don't know anything about it at that point, but apparently he's now wooing her.
Love letters,
Sending her flowers.
Later in the night after the show, Bobby would hear from some other friends that Ron had stayed in the Belly Room with Natasha and even got her number. At this point, Bobby went home, and that was all he was aware of at this time regarding that incident. But this wouldn't be the end, as over the coming months, Ron began showering Natasha with love letters, flower bouquets, gifts, and trips to the opera, among many other romantic gestures. Now, at this point, it may be important to mention that Natasha already had a reputation for getting around in the LA comedy comedy scene, serially dating many male comedians, and even allegedly attempting to get with Joe Rogan. During the period of Ron's advancements towards Natasha, Ari Shaffir had the password to her email account for other reasons. After seeing the emails from Ron in her inbox, Ari began to read through all of them, discovering Natasha's infidelity. At first, he considered simply blocking Ron and hoping that Natasha would assume he simply stopped responding to her and just wasn't interested. In the end, his better judgment won out, and he decided to give her the choice to do the right thing and tell him straight up.
I had her password for her email, and I was reading the love letters he was sending her.
Boom. And you went crazy.
I mean, I was like, what do I do here? I was thought of like just blocking his email so that she wouldn't know, so that it would be like, I guess he's not emailing me anymore.
Right.
But then I was like, no, I'll let her make the right decision. That's a mistake. No.
This did not happen, and instead, the flirting between Ron and Natasha became more and more apparent. Things would escalate to the point that while Ari was present in her apartment, Natasha would pick up her phone and walk into another room to brazenly flirt with Ron over the phone. Ari is now well aware that Natasha is cheating and obviously does not care for the relationship.
What?
At this point, he's torn and wants to try and salvage their relationship because he genuinely loves her and wants to remain with her. And this is where things start to get hazy. Bobby has repeated this story many times throughout the years. Whenever he used to tell a story on his podcast, at a club, or at any other event, he always claims that Ari called him and said that Natasha had broken up with him after he found out they were cheating and asked Bobby what he should do about it. However, many years later, when Bobby was on a podcast with Ari, he was confronted about this lie, at which point Bobby sheepishly admits that Ari is correct and that in reality, Bobby was the one who called Ari to let him know that he saw Ron and Natasha together because Ron had asked him to find out if they were fully broken up or not.
And so then I was, crying in the bathtub.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And Bobby called me, and Bobby called me, and he was like, hey, what happened? I saw them. I was driving down Sunset or down Hollywood. I saw them going to the opera. Yeah. I was like, what? And you're like, yeah, I saw them go to the opera, and I don't know what it is if you want to know. And I pieced together pieces that you were calling me with Ron. I was like, hey, find out if there's something.
Oh, my God.
I did not know this part of the story.
I pieced it together.
Hold on. So you're telling me that you were conspiring in the cheating?
He was caught in the middle, to be honest.
I'm going to say this. And okay, let's just get this straight.
Yeah.
There are two sides to every story.
I sort of listen to what I have to say first, okay?
In the same podcast, Bobby explains the reasons why he called Ari, saying that he was so torn because while Ari Shaffir was his friend, he was still new on Mad TV, and Bobby had only recently gotten sober again after having many issues with drugs and attendance on set, as previously mentioned. Bobby said he desperately needed Ron to like him since he was a Mad TV veteran, so he wanted to be in his good graces. Ron was especially important because unlike everyone else who auditioned to get on the show, the producer liked Ron so much that Ron was personally chosen by the producer to be in the show without any audition. After weighing all of his options, Bobby decided that the best course of action would be to call Ari, as Ron had requested him to. Bobby believed that if he told Ari that Ron was with Natasha, Ron would be pissed at him and it would jeopardize his relationship with Ron and also Martin Shore, who was a huge deal in Canada at the time.
I'm new on Mad, so a couple years in.
Yeah, a couple
He's
years,
new also. It's still, in Mad terms, that's pretty new. Okay, you're not a regular yet. You're still featuring or whatever. Okay, here's a guy who he didn't audition. What happened was Martin Short.
They needed more white people.
No, but
oh my God!
Martin Short found him in Canada.
Oh right.
And personally came down with Ron.
Well, that's why he went right back to Canada.
Right.
He decided his career was more important and decided to withhold the information from Ari. Bobby would later apologize to Ari and claim that when he was younger, he was extremely opportunistic and would always put his career in comedy first, which would end up gaining him quite a few enemies and losing him quite a few friends. After the phone call, Ari would again contact Bobby. He asked Bobby to break into Ron's office at Mad TV and see what Natasha had been sending him, and if he didn't, his unwillingness to help him would force him to believe that Bobby set Ron and Natasha up to help his career. Bobby refused this ultimatum, and after refusing, Ari told Bobby to never speak to him again before ceasing all communication. It may be worth noting that another reason for this volatile interaction was that Bobby owed Ari over $5,000 which he had borrowed and not given back. With all of this information, it's understandable why Ari would be upset, but that doesn't explain why he chose to blame Bobby for the breakup entirely. It seems that Ari was taking out all of the anger he had about the breakup on Bobby, which is somewhat fair considering he didn't tell him information he probably should have known, being that his girlfriend was cheating on him. But at the same time, his girlfriend did that in the first place, not Bobby. Even if Ari never wanted to talk to Bobby again, it would make sense to at least ask Natasha if Bobby set the two up before parting ways for good, instead of just assuming that was the case after asking Bobby to hack his co-worker's computer. Later, Bobby came out and said that he attempted to call Natasha and ask her to tell Ari it wasn't him who set the two up, and even though Natasha knew that was the case, she refused to let him him no, something that she would continue to avoid talking about even years later, and she continues to not speak on this to this day.
I could see you not talking to Ari, but not talking to me, that's kind of rude.
But can I tell you why, though?
Okay, if you want.
I asked you, can you call him and tell him that I had nothing to do with you and Ron?
Call Ari?
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not going to call Ari.
A few months after this incident, Ari Shaffir was once again performing on set at the Comedy Store. Though some time had passed, Ari was still extremely upset about the breakup. After performing the first set of the night, Ari went backstage as the second act of the night came up to begin their set. At this point, Ari began to vent his frustration about the breakup to fellow comedian Steve Ranazisi, who happened to be a mutual friend of both Bobby Lee and Ari Shaffir. Steve says that during this discussion, Ari Shaffir was deflecting the blame for his breakup and blaming everything on Bobby for causing it. While Ari was in the middle of talking to Steve, Bobby Lee, who was also set to perform that night, approached the two comedians and gestured to Ari before asking, "Hey, can I talk to you?" After hearing this, Ari walked over to Bobby and punched him directly in the face. Lee was then knocked to the ground by this hit, and Ari continued to mercilessly
How did you do
assault
that,
him with
not me?
punches and
Oh
kicks.
my God.
Despite the ongoing assault, Lee chose not to fight back. Things came to a head when Ari grabbed Bobby's throat with both of his hands and began attempting to choke him while delirious. This is when Steve chose to step in and break up the fight to prevent Ari from killing him. Probably the right choice considering the situation. I wouldn't want beaten to death at a comedy club on my gravestone either. The second beating, and yes, there's a second, would be started over the $5,000 that Bobby owed Ari, as we mentioned before. Now, according to Bobby, he parked his car illegally, which led it to being towed by the city. And I'm not joking here. Bobby says that back then, he literally didn't know that you could go get an impounded car back.
I thought that once a car is gone, you just got to go get another one. So I went back to Aaron. I go, I got to get another one.
It's not a piece of gum. It's like, well, this one's done. I ought to just grab a new one.
Years later, I found out you can call, you know what I mean?
The cops.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that.
Insurance.
Ah.
So you went and bought another car. Yeah. What was the second one? You bought the same car.
So after believing his car was stolen by the city and melted down into scrap metal, Bobby then apparently went out and purchased the exact same car for over $20,000, an amount that is certainly over what you could reasonably afford on the salary of a small-time stand-up comedian. To help with his debt, Bobby asked Ari Shaffir for some money, which is why he originally gave Bobby the $5,000 in the first place. Once at the Comedy Store, Ari and Bobby would manage to run into each other. Although this time, Ari began to immediately run towards Bobby after spotting him in the hallway, and he then began to choke him, asking where the money was. It got so bad that Ari's nails began digging into Bobby Lee's neck so much that he was bleeding, at which point concerned bystanders rushed over to break the two apart.
So then the week later, you come up to me and say, I want my money. And you strangled me in the hallway.
I remember because there was
Different
blood.
move for the second
I was like, it was like a 2-finger.
Yeah.
I was like this, that, and then you were like, you didn't like. I was like, hey, I want my money.
Yeah. After the first beating, Bobby says he didn't really hate Ari and just thought he was going a little nuts over his loss of a beloved partner. But after the second one, Bobby actually started to hate Ari and claims that he suffered PTSD-like symptoms. In my opinion, this is where Ari goes from somewhat understandable to outright malicious.
Yeah.
Bobby was an asshole to
I
his
don't want
friend.
any friends. I don't want to love her. I know now that the PTSD has made me a ruined human being. The humans ruin me, and I don't want to. I don't want to ruin anyone else. It's best that I stay alone until I die. I would say it's the right way to be. It's the path of least pain. Oh, damn it. Please get a kill, somebody. I can't deal with these people. Come on, man. What? This Doom really did not like that I beat him and I dueled him like 20 times. But that's what I need to win, so I beat the Doom's ass. What can I say? Beat him like 10 times. I definitely got 22-9 on that one, so I definitely killed the Doom like 10 times, and it was just me. Often it was me in the back hallway with him fucking swashbuckling like some kind of crazy-ass fucking duel, you know? Like some kind of like Harry or I'm sorry, what do I call it? Errol Flynn movie. Like I'm back there with the fucking Doom in the corner, and him getting me out of it is good, but he's not going to kill me, and me getting him out of it is good, and he's not going to kill anybody else. And so it's good. I kind of counter him there, and we won in the end because all they have to do is go wipe the back line while the only skilled player on the other team, who was named And They Say, which means that he's like a Doom main, and he was a real problem. So I dealt with him. I baited him down the back hallway, and I like kind of fuck with him, and I was like, yeah, all right, fine, okay. You seem to have boner for me, then let's see if you'll chase me. And then he did. He chased me while they just wiped their back line. And this is the thing about Doom. They give you all this fucking power. All this power for Doom. All this black power, you know? And you got to be judicious with it. Because if you just go in the back line all the way fucking back with the healer, you got to wonder, are you tanking for your team? Are you doing anything? Are you killing the healer, or is the healer killing you? I killed him. I killed him like 10 times. So you got to kind of like yeah, Doom used to be Doom couldn't really go hand to hand with anybody, but now he does. You can see they're starting to get addicted to the gameplay of stomping people in 1v1 and stuff, but when he dueled me, he understood I've got more hours than him. I'm not going to fuck up, and I'm not going to die to a Doom. I've got the ability to get out of it. I'll die to a Doom if he is really good, and he did kill me a couple of times, but see, he's tuning up to do it and spinning like this fist for like 4 seconds, and he's looking for me and he's waiting for it, right? My whole thing is I go toe to toe with him whenever he shows up, and I win 10 of the 22 times, and that's all we really need to win. If I can go toe to toe with the Doom, I should have switched Brig to fuck with him. I can reach the Pharaoh with the Brig, but she won't like it. The Mercy can go with the Pharah. The Hanzo won't need me. I'll roll with the, I guess I'm tanking now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tanking, kind of. I'll let the monkey make his move. I gotta start this video now.
And 100%. But you would think that after getting to wail on someone for 5 minutes with no resistance, you would be able to get that out of your system. Going on to then assault the same person a second time is pretty insane. Especially considering Bobby did nothing to provoke him in the hallway. Ari just ran towards him and started choking the life out of him, like a pit bull that caught a glimpse of an unattended toddler. However, it would seem that two
don't do crack and be on Mad TV in Hollywood.
As stated previously,
don't do crack and be on Mad TV in Hollywood. It's not a good vibe.
Ari. This hatred is what inevitably brought about the final attack. Ari had previously landed a spot on the, at the time, extremely popular Mind of Mencia TV show. But after the second beating, he was mysteriously dropped from the show with no apparent explanation. And if you recall from earlier, Carlos Mencia was one of the first people to recognize Bobby's ability as a comic, and they were very good friends. Bobby saw him as a father figure, not just a peer, a father figure. Due to this, Ari assumed that Bobby had called Mencia and told him to remove him from the show. However, Bobby states to this day that he did not call Carlos and he had no part in Ari's removal. Carlos Mencia himself stated on a podcast that Bobby actually did call him and ask that Ari be removed from the episode, but both Carlos and Bobby have equally terrible records when it comes to telling the truth, so what really happened is still up for debate. After realizing that Bobby was...
Oh my god, what was that?
Show, Ari was
okay, at least it was a trade. I was like, what?
Comedy is such a tough spot to find jobs, and that taking a job away from someone is completely beyond the pale. A couple months after the second incident, the third beating would occur at, yep, you guessed it,
nice.
The Comedy Store. Bobby was
the
standing
Comedy Store?
waiting to
yeah,
get
don't do crack in Hollywood and have a brawl in the Comedy
Store.
Store.
Coming from.
Please
soon
don't.
Realized when Ari came up and punched him in the back of the head. Bobby got knocked to the ground, but after picking himself up, ran inside to call the cops. Bobby picked up the phone and started to dial 911, but their mutual friend Steve ran in and physically ripped the phone cord out of the wall. He pleaded with Bobby not to call the police since it was a Friday, which meant that Ari would be stuck in jail over the entire weekend. Bobby eventually relented and did not end up calling the cops. After fleeing the scene, Ari heard that Bobby had gone to call the police, so he took his car and ended up staying outside, hiding until 2 a.m. the next day, figuring the cops would come to his apartment to arrest him.
So I'm at the parking lot at the Comedy Store, and I just hear, running. You don't think that somebody's gonna do a sprint from behind?
BAM!
Excuse me, Dave. Real calm.
After the whole situation was over, Ari was hit with a 1-month ban from the Comedy Store for the whole ordeal. Ari, most likely realizing that he would be facing actual prison time if he assaulted Bobby again, decided to stop attacking. Not because he was remorseful or anything, just wanted to avoid Uncle Sam throwing him in the slammer.
Fucking
widow. The two
widow.
comedians would throw insults and jabs at each other while continuing to have zero contact for the next 4 to 5 years. After some time had passed, Ari Shaffir called Bobby Lee and told him that he was sorry for everything he had done and understood that if he never wanted them to see each other again, that was completely fair. They would go their separate ways and not get into any more conflicts. But he also said that if Bobby was open to it, he would like to be friends again. It seems that time had also helped Bobby himself mature and grow as a person, as he forgave Ari, saying that his resentment had long since subsided and he would like to be friends as well. After 5 long years of continuous back and forth, the two comedians once again became friends and went right back to the way things were before that fateful night at the Comedy Store. And they've since talked about this saga numerous times. When speaking about successful podcasters, the uncontested king of the genre is Joe Rogan. His name is almost synonymous with podcasting itself, with Rogan helping to pioneer the format that would eventually come to define much of the internet's content consumption, long before every semi-successful comedian and washed-up YouTube celebrity had a podcast, obviously not including myself, of course. It was an extremely niche genre, only available to those with the technical expertise and expensive equipment required to make something that didn't sound like it was recorded with a 2007 Xbox 360 mic, and then edited into an easily consumable form. The story of the first interaction between Bobby Lee and Joe Rogan begins back in 2011. In only the 76th episode of the Joe Rogan
what?
discuss the infamous story.
Yeah, I can't clip it. I can clip it.
Apologizing to Rogan for another more recent drama he had been at the center of. Bobby, believing
please
Rogan was
clip,
angry
please
with him, said that he was sorry for getting involved in it and that he should have kept his mouth shut. The reason why? Well, just a few months earlier, Joe Rogan had confronted Carlos Mencia for allegedly stealing jokes from other comedians. The whole interaction was was caught on camera, and after it was uploaded, many other comedians began to chime in, alleging that Mencia had stolen material from them as well. If you'll recall from earlier, Carlos Mencia was one of the first people to give Bobby Lee a shot in the comedy industry, and even took him on the road for comedy tours. Because of this, Bobby likely believed that he owed Carlos a lot for helping him out in the past, so in retaliation, he would upload a video of himself defending Mencia. Essentially, Bobby said that Carlos, in fact, did not steal any material, and was actually just a super swell guy.
Oh my god, do some damage. I can't 2v6 this. I need you guys to do some fucking damage. 3k is not good enough. Come on, man. I got half your shit.
Of evidence people had against
I
Mencia
can't
as
move.
far as plagiarism, it probably comes as no surprise that things didn't
That's
go
weird.
over well
Change
with the
the
fans.
level.
The video was originally uploaded in 4:3 aspect ratio due to that being the most popular
Why
and
did the
widely
tank
used format
die?
at the time. So when viewed on a modern display, it looks like the video is poorly cropped with large black bars on both sides. The top comment on the video accurately represents the sentiment of the general audience by jokingly asking if anyone has the full 16:9 widescreen version of the clip, because it appears that the gun being pointed at Bobby's head by Carlos Mencia
Wow.
is cropped out. Despite Bobby Lee seemingly believing that Joe Rogan would be mad at him for the video, Rogan didn't appear fazed, likely because he knew Bobby was lying to cover his friend's act. Considering that there was video evidence of Bobby and Rogan together, where he said that Carlos
Can't believe
had
you didn't get any
stolen
kills.
jokes in
Do
the
some
past.
fucking damage, Bads.
Do a couple minutes to get some material. Well, I'll just do some of my material and then
Oh my god.
Funnily enough, in the
No.
very same clip,
Why are they always dead
chastises
the
Bobby
millisecond
saying
I get
people
there?
like
It's
him
so
who are
fucking
afraid of
annoying.
confrontation are the reason
What?
comedians get away with stealing jokes. With the potential beef squashed, the two began to discuss the story of their first meeting. There have been several other occasions since this episode where both Bobby and Joe have retold this story, and both of them appear to
Okay.
change minor details many times over the years, either in an effort to paint themselves in a more positive light, or because it's been so long they've genuinely forgot. Bobby would even end up stating that Joey Diaz was there, to which Diaz immediately responded.
I'm gonna
saying
clip
he
it again.
wasn't. Surely Bobby would know that such an
Clip it
obvious lie
again.
would be immediately discredited.
Clip
so
it again.
seems far more likely that with age
Oh,
he's
I
forgotten
can't-
some
oh,
of
well.
the details of their encounter. Either way, they both seem to agree on the events in the 76th episode of the JRE podcast, so that's what most people consider to be the true series of events. The interaction is a perfect example of Bobby's tendency to talk big, and how that's caused him many issues since the very beginning of his life. Getting to the point where Bobby could have created a timeline where Joe
I love
Rogan
Doom
is
Meta. I'll
buried
kick
in
your
the shallow
fucking ass on
grave
brick,
somewhere
dude.
in the
Oh.
Mexican desert, and the Joe
Oh
Rogan's
my god,
grave
please
never
do
even
something.
existed. It
Thank
goes
you.
back to the year
Oh,
1996.
she rezzed him.
At
Now we
this
lost.
time, Bobby
Oh, no,
was
I got rezzed.
23
Maybe we can do
and
it.
currently working as a
Maybe I can do it.
doorman in
Maybe I can do
San
it.
Diego.
Maybe I can kill the
He'd only
tank.
been doing
Oh,
comedy
they
for a
killed the
very
tank. Never
short
mind. We
time,
win.
and only managed to move out of his hometown of
Oh.
Oakland, California,
Oh.
a mere 2 months prior. While living in San Diego and performing sets at the local clubs, he got the once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet up with Joe Rogan.
Ah!
This was far before Rogan would become a household name.
Can't
At
I
this time,
do
he was still going
something
around the country to
before I
attend
get to
events.
use my ult? Every ult I
Rogan
use, I'm
arrived
just
in
dead
town to
instantly
do a
before I can
set
do
at the
anything.
Comedy Store
Stunned
the
and
very same
fucked.
night
Yeah,
with
of
Bobby
course.
Lee. At the club, he met up with
damn
Bobby
it.
and another comedian, Jimmy Schubert, who was
I'm
also
gonna change
performing
up
at the
and
same
win this
location.
game now.
After a successful night at the club, the three of them decided it would be a good idea to hit
I'm
the
gonna
nearby
fuck
strip
this
club to
fucking
keep the night
widow up,
going.
dude.
While Joe and Bobby were sober, Jimmy Schubert had a few drinks in him and decided to ask for a private lap dance from one of the strippers. As Jimmy was talking to the dancer, Joe happened to overhear some other people talking about how the stripper was the girlfriend of one of the local Mexican gangbangers who were also at the strip club. He looked over to see the gang members and noticed they were very obviously the real deal. All of them were jacked and well armed, each of them sporting the notorious tear eye tattoos. Rogan looked at one of them, who had what he described as crazy murderer eyes, and this was enough to convince him to leave the club right then and there. After noticing what
What?
Jimmy was doing,
Oh,
one of the
shit,
gang members came over to confront Jimmy, and he began profusely apologizing. Seeing the gang member accost Jimmy, Bobby Lee turned to Rogan and started saying that the guys weren't, and they were obviously who were just bluffing. He said this quite loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, and after hearing Bobby, the other members of the gang started to get up and approach them. Joe told Bobby that he was leaving right there without them, and if either of them wanted to come, they had to leave right then because they were moments away from being shot. This was enough to get both of them to quickly leave the club.
He was so incredulous, even now we were waiting to get in the car. You guys are overreacting. Like, get in the
I don't know what's wrong with
car.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've seen murderers before. I've met them.
Yeah,
There's a certain tweak in a person's eye when they've already killed somebody.
What's important to remember is that this happened back in the 1990s when you didn't need a passport to cross the Mexican border. The strip club they were in just so happened to be about 20 minutes away from Tijuana, a Mexican city known for being a hotspot of illegal activity. Despite them managing to end the night with their heads still attached to their bodies, fate would have it that this wouldn't be the only time Lee would have trouble stemming from the city of Tijuana. Anyone who spent a decent amount of time online is very likely familiar with the phrase, the internet never forgets. That isn't entirely true. To this day, we still don't know where the internet's Jeff the Killer image came from. That being said, there is a growing culture of people who seek to find old dirt on others to harm their career. It seems that currently, the best way to gain some quick internet clout is to expose somebody for something they did in the past. There's been countless examples of this in the past few years, especially with comedians having their past edgy jokes, or more seriously, misdeeds from years or decades prior being wheeled out in front of a new audience. And Bobby Lee's no exception, but he is a very unique case. All the way back on November 17th of 2014, Bobby Lee would make a guest appearance on the DVD ASA podcast, hosted by David Cho and Asa Akira. For the first half of the podcast, Bobby talks with the host about random topics and current events, but trouble begins halfway through when he starts to tell a story that would eventually come back to haunt him. Before he even started the story, Bobby Lee would joke that this story could, quote, ruin his career, if only he knew how true that was. Bobby claimed that he used to work at a restaurant in Tijuana, as it was very close to where he grew up. He said that back when he was younger in the 1990s, you didn't need a passport to cross the border, so it was incredibly easy to go back and forth between his home and work. Apparently, in Tijuana, there was a place close to the restaurant that the locals referred to as Hooker Alley, where there were a lot of girls working as women of the night. Bobby said that since he wasn't familiar with the area or the people, he wasn't aware of any of the girls' ages. He claims that when he was younger, he didn't talk to any girls, and he was still a virgin at the time he was working at this restaurant. So he wanted to go to this alley and finally get with a girl in exchange for payment. After managing to work up the courage to go there, Bobby said he walked around the alley until he saw a girl facing a brick wall and knew that she was the one. The reason he chose her was apparently because she seemed scared, and that made Bobby want to be with her. According to Lee, the girl looked like Natalie Portman from the movie Leon the Professional, and quipped that she was actually not that young, but I don't know how old. Bobby said that the girl grabbed his shirt and asked if he wanted her services, which he agreed to, so they both went into a room together. After finishing the story, Bobby said that he felt bad about the whole thing afterward, and the two hosts joked around for a bit before Asa jokingly said maybe she wasn't a hooker, maybe she was waiting for her mom, before they moved on to another topic. The episode was uploaded to the DVD ASA podcast channel without much controversy and was received well at the time. This would change 6 years later on August 7th, 2020, when a Reddit user would upload the clip to Streamable before posting the clip to the subreddit r/standup with the title, Bobby Lee admits to raping a child prostitute in Tijuana, where it would accumulate 1,800 Reddit Chungus updates over the next 3 years.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. This story could ruin my career. So there's a street in back of Adelita, and we used to call it Hooker Alley. Hooker Alley had the really ugly ones that couldn't go in.
Nice.
And they had girls that we didn't know what their ages were. And at the end of the thing, there was this girl, and she had her face toward the brick wall. That's when I knew she was the one. And I go, hey, and she goes, you want to, boom, boom, whatever? I go, yeah.
Maybe she wasn't even a hooker. Maybe she was like waiting for her mom.
After the Reddit post, Bobby Lee would appear on a 2020 episode of This Past Weekend, a podcast created by comedian Theo Von. Probably deciding it wasn't a great idea to have his name attached to that Reddit post, Bobby would once again tell the exact same story to Theo Von, with the only difference being that in this retelling of the story, the girl was an adult. Again, this didn't cause any controversy and the episode was well received by fans. It would be another 3 years before the original 2014 clip would reappear and begin outrage once again. While we can't say why exactly it resurfaced when it did, the most likely explanation was that Bobby was hitting a bit of a high. He was gaining a lot of public media exposure while doing interviews for his role in the upcoming Hulu original show Reservation Dogs, meaning that anyone looking to get the maximum amount of attention for exposing Bobby would want to do it at that time since there were so many eyes on him. The second round of outrage began on December 15th, 2022 when a TikTok user going by the handle @I'mJustXander posted a version of the Tijuana story he summarized and then ended by calling Lee a pedo. This clip managed to garner over 2.4 million views in 4 months. Then, once again, the allegation was brought up a few months later on February 9th, 2023, after another TikToker going by the name @ThePodcastPoppy posted a clip from the second retelling of the story with Theo Von that gained an equally large amount of views with over 1.4 mil in 2 months. With so much coverage of this event, many mainstream publications smelled blood in the water and began to publish stories about the current Bobby Lee controversy on websites like Crack.com and USA Today. With a lot of mounting criticism over the clip, Bobby Lee would be confronted by the media in 2023, who demanded a response. He vehemently denied any allegations and then claimed that none of this actually happened and it was simply a story that he made up for shock value.
So, at the time I had 2 jokes in my act, right? The first joke, and they would only work maybe 40%, 30% of the time. The first joke was, it's not as bad. It's like, I went on a date the other day. She seemed pretty young. She looked like Natalie Portman. Pause. From the movie Professional, right? Wow. It's a switch.
That's what that kind of joke is.
Bobby responded to the media by saying that the Tijuana story was a combination of two different unsuccessful jokes he had told in past tours. The first part of the fake story came from a joke he told about going on a date with a young girl who looked like 12-year-old Natalie Portman from Leon the Professional, which is why he made that comparison. He then said that the second portion of the joke about the girl crying came from a bit he had previously done about speeding up the process of intercourse with his ex-girlfriend, who started crying in the middle of the act because she had begun thinking about her recently deceased grandma. After responding to the media, Bobby would address the situation on an episode of Tiger Belly and make a formal apology, saying, "I understand the uproar and why people are upset about it. I'm upset about it and I punish myself over it every second of every day. At the end of the day, it's not real and I didn't do anything." Bobby also addressed why he chose to even tell the story on the podcast episode in the first place, saying that back then he was often encouraged to say crazy stuff without actually thinking about the consequences of it.
What happened before is like they make fun of you, and so I wanted to get ahead of it, and I was like, no, I'm gonna rip myself apart. And the second thing I did was, I'm just gonna say the craziest they've ever heard, because that's what that show was. You know, you have to understand it was before cancel culture, and the things that we're saying were, you know what I mean, at a high level of shock.
He finished up with a formal apology, reiterating how remorseful he was for the harm he caused, and finally saying, "When I listen back to it now, it puts a chill down my spine." Interestingly enough, before Bobby himself even officially responded to the story, Ethan Klein from H3 Productions said on the H3 podcast that he had previously spoken to Lee about the story, and that Lee claimed it was a joke. Bobby Lee had been on the H3 podcast several times over the years and could be considered a semi-regular guest on the show. He likely considered Ethan a friend, which explains why he would tell him before going public with a response. Whether you consider this to be cancel culture gone awry or righteous condemnation for a tasteless joke is up to your interpretation, but regardless of where you fall, it's safe to say that this is yet another case of Bobby's tendency to open his mouth when he shouldn't, leading to yet another instance of him digging his own grave. After Fox canceled Mad TV in 2009, Bobby continued to perform stand-up and made appearances in many different television and film productions. While these gigs weren't nothing, they weren't the kind of thing that was going to make Bobby a household name. So his next big break came in 2015 when he started doing this podcast named Tiger Belly. Podcasting had already proven to be a successful way of making money, pioneered by figures like Joe Rogan, and many stand-up comedians were choosing to start their own podcasts as a way of reaching more people through the internet than they traditionally could have through in-person events and shows. And on top of that, podcasts were stable income outside of touring. They could even help promote a tour. Bobby Lee first pitched his podcast idea to the All Things Comedy Network that had been co-created by fellow comedian Bill Burr. He was immediately signed on by the network, but reportedly never had the time to meet with the agency in person. During this time period, Lee and his then partner Kalila Kuhn were in the Philippines visiting Kalila's parents. While they were there, Kuhn began to suffer from severe heart issues. Due to this, she spent weeks at a time in the hospital and was unable to return to her previous nursing job. With all of this newly found free time and her need to stay home, Kalila chose to start a podcast to keep her busy. Bobby would occasionally make appearances on her show as a guest, and reportedly, their chemistry together was so great that Lee opted to spend time focusing on the podcast together with Kuhn in lieu of his acting and stand-up jobs. The podcast began to grow massively, and as Tiger Belly gained more and more fans, it became apparent that they would need more help to handle such a large operation. They decided to enlist the help of Bobby's friend Gilbert, who he had met at a Manny Pacquiao boxing match. Later on in the podcast run, Bobby would also take on George Kimmel to be the producer for Tiger Belly, whom Bobby met while he was working as a producer for The Station, a comedy channel under Disney's Maker Studios division. To anyone unfamiliar with the LA comedy scene, the name Brendan Schaub is almost synonymous with failure. Holding the impressive title of having 2 of the lowest rated comedy specials of all time, there are very few people who have managed to garner as much resentment and disdain as Schaub has. If you're unaware of Schaub and just hearing this for the first time, you might mistakenly believe he gained this notoriety because of political takes or some sort of previous cancellation
he's just bad.
years ago.
He's bad.
You know, typical comedian stuff, right? But unlike many other hated comedians like Amy Schumer, Brendan has managed to make himself reviled by every stripe of the political spectrum without so much as opening his mouth about politics. The best term to describe Brendan would be jack of all trades, master of none. Though in this case, it would be more accurate to say jack of all trades, relative failure at many. Transitioning from MMA fighting to stand-up comedy, Schaub likes to consider himself a comedy genius. However, most of his fame has come through his connections with other more famous people rather than through anything he himself has done. Most notably, his connection to Joe Rogan, where Brendan Schaub has appeared many times on his podcast. One of the most infamous clips of Schaub on JRE would even go on to inspire the name for his first comedy special, You'd Be Surprised, which is how Joe Rogan politely implied that he would be obliterated in any fight with Cain Velasquez.
If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will you think you'd do?
Straight up wrestling?
Yeah.
I think people would be surprised.
Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised.
Genji's probably behind me.
I really do. I think he'd pick you up.
Schaub's insertion into Bobby Lee's life would begin on another podcast hosted by Kalila Kuhn called Trash Tuesday.
Oh my
Kuhn and
God.
two other female comedians, Esther Pavitsky and Annie Lederman, talk about current happenings and drama from the perspective of female stand-ups living in LA. In one episode
Traps
from
killed
January
him.
of 2022, Annie mentioned an interaction
I would kill
she
the
had
Traps.
with
He
an
was
unnamed
stupid.
married
I would have
comedian
just
she met at a
hydra'd the
party who
Traps
tried
and
to
killed
hit on
us
her,
all.
asking her to, quote, walk him to her truck, with the obvious implication being that some backseat fun was going to take place. Kalila would chime into this, saying that the same comedian had
Oh my
previously tried to
God.
slide into her DMs around 7 years ago while she was still dating Bobby Lee.
When guys do that, it makes me so like, you just think I'm that. I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy, where I'm like, and we know him, I'm not gonna say who it is, but he's like,
know him.
why don't you give me a walk, why don't you give, like, you should walk me to my truck. I'm like, so what, I can blow you? Like, what, why would I?
Wait,
Like,
I love that we have the same people that
yes, the same ones come
want
for
us to
He
walk
came for
them to
you.
their- Oh, he came for me so hard, and we.
They never outright stated who this comedian was, but later dropped the hint that it was a comedian who isn't funny, and his initials were BS. Eagle-eyed, mastermind, genius sleuths, okay, working from inside the Matrix. Geniuses working on the case. Detectives, Sherlock Holmes, on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, quickly realized that this was obviously Brendan Schaub and began making fun of him. The Fighter and the Kid is the name of a podcast Brendan hosted with his friend and fellow comedian Brian Callen, a guy with a somewhat unique sense of humor.
We have remember this button, push him. Give me that milk. Yes.
Just kidding, Brian definitely has his moments. Now, you might be fooled into thinking a subreddit named after a podcast shop co-host will be a place where his fans would go and talk about their favorite comedian and his interesting and funny podcast episodes. But no, the posters on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit actively hate Brendan for being such an unfunny hack and spend most of their time cataloging his life. But it wasn't always this way. The Fighter and the Kids subreddit, much like many of his other career mishaps, is a beast of Schaub's own creation. At the beginning of the podcast run, the
Good game,
subreddit was
brother.
made as a hub for actual fans who wanted a place to discuss everything currently going on with it. Early fans of the podcast enjoyed Schaub's perspective as an outsider who didn't grow up in a gilded luxury cage and was far more relatable than any other exorbitantly wealthy comedians and fighters. But slowly but surely, the curse of Los Angeles would claim Schaub's eternal soul, and his humanity was claimed by the beast, leaving only a hollow shell of greed and vanity behind. That is to say that as he gained more wealth and fame, Schaub became extremely egotistical and shallow, essentially morphing into every other douchebag LA influencer. It was after this point where the subreddit became a place to gawk at Brendan's increasingly bombastic and idiotic escapades, including this one. This event would very quickly gain the unofficial name of the Trugwalk incident by the subreddit, and many laughs were had at Brendan's poor attempt at seduction. Later on, Brendan would address the allegations on the Flagrant 2 podcast.
Oh, you
and
didn't
claimed
cue
that
me?
Annie
Oh,
had
come on.
made
Why
the
did you
story
take me
up,
out of the
and he had a
queue?
long
Why?
conversation
Come on,
with
man. Why did
Kalila
you
Kuhn
take me
to
out of this queue?
discuss the
Let's go.
incident where she agreed with him that the story was fabricated.
What's with the Trash Tuesday beef? When are we going to settle the Trash Tuesday beef?
It's settled as far as,
Did you
online.
try to wall Annie Letterman to your truck?
No, it doesn't make sense. No. It doesn't make sense.
Why does it not make sense?
It's her perspective, and I get it.
Perspective.
For it to get back to me, it has to get out of control. I have nothing but love for her. When it comes to Kalila, it's like I don't know. Again, I don't mean her straight up had a conversation. That's how adults do it.
Not long after this event, the Trash Tuesday podcast would talk about potentially being sued by a certain unfunny comedian with the initials BS, who may or may not have tried to wog someone to their trug. This, of course, is Brendan, who was rumored to be taking legal action. Kuhn was not happy with this retelling of events and decided that her and Bobby Lee needed to go on the H3 podcast to tell her side of the story and debunk Schaub's lies. On the podcast, Kalila would tell Ethan and Hila her version of the events that had actually happened when Schaub contacted her. As it turns out, the first lie that Brendan told was saying that he called Kalila in the first place. What actually happened is that Brendan had contacted her partner, Bobby Lee. He pulled Bobby into a call with many other comedians and began to confront him about what had happened and tried to force him to get Kalila to go on record agreeing with the version of events. If he didn't do this, Brendan and the other comedians threatened to completely ruin his career, reputation, and livelihood in response. Bobby himself had no idea what the call was even about, since at this time Kalila hadn't spoken to him about it at all. Despite being bullied and belittled by people he considered friends, Bobby didn't name anyone who was in the call on the H3 podcast. However, after some digging done by the subreddit, they alleged that the main person attacking him was none other than Schaub's co-host, Brian Callen. After this trash fire, Brian would later post an apology and say the main reason he had been so hostile to Bobby was because he believed that Bobby was responsible for 6 years of alleged attacks against Brendan and his family that were told to him by Schaub. It is worth clarifying that the so-called attacks Brendan was referring to was people making Reddit posts to mock him on the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. And sorry to be the one to break it to you, but if you can't handle Reddit users making fun of you, it might just be time to log off for a little while, okay? It might be time. So why would Brian think that someone as meek as Bobby would somehow have been able to spend the last 6 years of his life attacking Brendan and his family? Well, we would later discover the reason for this was because Brendan Schaub somehow thought that Bobby Lee was the person who owned the Fighter and the Kid subreddit and had been responsible for coordinating attacks, meaning mean Reddit posts, against him for the past 6 years. Bobby and Kalila would once again appear on the H3 podcast and discuss a confrontation they had with Schaub, where he again threatened to expose Bobby, but this time for somehow owning the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. And what made the entire story even more laughable was that Bobby Lee didn't even know how to use a computer.
They were like, we have evidence of something, right? So they go, we have 50 pages.
Oh my God.
300 pages.
Whatever of evidence.
Dude, Brandon Schwab can't even read, bro. How the that guy bringing 300 pages of anything? That guy's barely literate. Are you kidding me?
Well, there's a disconnect between the information he's being fed by his team. I don't think it's all him. Like, he's just like, I have 300 pages of proof that of an IP address that's linked to Bobby's. Listen to this, Ethan. Linked to Bobby's computer. I was like, do you realize how tech stupid Bobby is? He answers phone calls on his iPad. Do you know what I mean?
My man.
Just like anybody born after 2005, he would write emails and do basically everything else from signing contracts to browsing the internet entirely on his iPhone or iPad.
What?
And didn't even know how a desktop
Come
works.
on,
I don't even know
man.
how this guy functions, to be honest. He doesn't
Sick of
know
getting
how
one
calling
shot all the
being told
time.
works. He doesn't know how to use a fucking computer. Making the story even stranger, the supposed evidence that Brendan would produce was a zoomed-in phone screenshot of HTML code showing Bobby Lee's email somehow inside the subreddit or something. Taking a page from Jesse Slaughter's father's book of internet cyber policing, Schaub also claimed that his team had back-traced the IP to Bobby's house, claiming that they had 300 more pages of evidence they were prepared to use in court against Bobby. Surprisingly, Brendan's bulletproof evidence of clicking inspect element on a web page and typing in Bobby's email address wasn't enough to convince the general public that Bobby Lee was a criminal, and he began taking even more from everyone online, making fun of his complete lack of computer literacy. Realizing that his Saul Goodman tier lawyer skills had failed to intimidate Bobby and Kalila, Schaub decided to go on the Tiger Belly podcast in an attempt to clear the air. Brendan responded to the accusations of bullying and extortion with such amazing arguments as, define bullying, and I didn't really mean it. This only made him appear even worse, and as a result of his terrible appearance, his rock-bottom reputation would somehow manage to go even lower.
I say, Brendan, this is what we're talking about. Page 3. Later that afternoon, Helen calls to apologize to Bobby for the bullying, threats, etc.
Hey, will you clear, bullying, you mean, define bullying for like what? Like
it's crazy to think how all of this started from the Trugwald joke caused by Brendan trying and failing to cheat on his wife. Yet somehow this wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to him, as over the coming months he would manage to gain an even worse reputation for many other crimes that would be leaked by his handler after Schaub fired him for no reason. But this is where Bobby's place in the story ends, and in this case, you have to feel bad for the guy. He was dragged into a situation and threatened with a lawsuit entirely because of something Kalila said, which he had nothing to do with. However, this wouldn't be the only time Kalila would manage to land Bobby in hot water. In fact, this event was a mere appetizer of what was yet to come. At the center of the Tiger Belly podcast is Bobby Lee and Kalila Kuhn. It was their relationship and chemistry that made the podcast so entertaining to its many viewers in the first place. But it wouldn't take long for the audience to sour on Kalila, as over many years she would begin to show her true colors, and the visible degradation of Bobby's mental state would get worse and worse, culminating eventually in Bobby being forcibly confined to a psych ward. Romance and business rarely mix, especially when the romance happens to be with an extremely mentally ill, allegedly bestiality enjoying, allegedly incestuous abortion fetishist. There were red flags present even before the relationship began. Many of Kalila's scorned ex-lovers had brought to light her cruel and vindictive tendencies as a romantic partner. Those traits would be made very obvious by the long and complex separation between Bobby and Kalila that would occur in real time over the podcast run. Since the beginning, it's always been a point of contention with the audience whether or not Bobby and Kalila's relationship was toxic or abusive. It's difficult to gauge how healthy a relationship is when every person is has a different definition of toxic. Twitter psychologists swing around the terms toxic and abusive almost as often as they call people fascists, which is to say constantly. However, taking an objective look at the relationship, it's clear that there were many different instances on the podcast where Khalyla would say something that upset Bobby, only for her to brush it off after Bobby said he didn't like it. The largest and most contentious of the accusations levied by the audience would be that Khalyla was a gold digger. Despite Khalyla technically starting the podcast, it was clear that Bobby was the main reason most of the fans turned in every week. Along with the podcast, Bobby was also a semi-famous stand-up comic and a part-time actor. Both of these jobs paid quite well. By the time the two began a relationship in 2014, Bobby had started to accumulate a decent amount of wealth. Khalyla seemed to hate these accusations and would constantly deny them vehemently. Despite this, she would regularly throw gasoline on the fire by making comments on air, insinuating that the only reason she was with Bobby was because of his wealth.
You throw money at my tears, which is okay.
You know what? Okay, when you say that, it hurts my feelings.
Why?
Because what if we were poor? It'd be more difficult.
If we were poor, Papa, you
Oh, my God.
know how to show me love.
After the clip of this interaction went viral and many fans on the subreddit began making fun of Khalyla for it, she would go on the air to offer a whopping $2,000 prize for anyone who was able to dox the poster who originally uploaded the clip.
As a matter of fact, I'll give you any Tiger Belly listener $2,000 of my own money if you find the IP address of this person. Not his money, mine.
Her money.
In hindsight, it seems that the accusation of being a gold digger is one that seems to get under Khalyla's skin the most. It's the one she spends the most time addressing, even though there have been many far worse accusations that have been levied against her over the years. As mentioned earlier, the view among many of Bobby Lee's most ardent fans is that he's constantly struggling with low self-esteem. This opens a potential for any romantic partner to manipulate.
Oh my God, I can roll, I can roll. It just wouldn't let me. 4 people were suppressing me and I couldn't do anything. I hate how they do that. Yeah, the bashing. Fuck that.
Even in romantic relationships, people often haven't divulged their deepest insecurities to their partners, so it's certainly possible to accidentally overstep boundaries or touch on a raw subject that you didn't know about. However, it's entirely different to know what your partner is insecure about and then to not only use that insecurity to abuse your partner, but also personally take pleasure in that abuse. If you're thinking that nobody could possibly be that comically evil, then boy do I have a story for you. The breakup begins as many modern relationships do, with the introduction of polyamory. Guys and gals, if your partner ever suggests opening up your relationship, marry her right away.
Oh my God.
This is something you would expect Khalyla to know all too well, considering both of her previous relationships fell apart after she tried to open them up and immediately either dumped the guy or got dumped herself. Seemingly undeterred by the 2 previous dumpster fires, Khalyla would slowly try to begin introducing the idea of polyamory to Bobby Lee. It's displayed very clearly over the course of many podcast episodes that Khalyla is trying hard to get Bobby to be comfortable with an open relationship. When they first started dating, Bobby had no idea what the word polyamory even meant. Each time that she suggested this, Bobby would vehemently oppose her, being obviously repulsed by the idea.
I think that he fantasizes about other dudes being with me and he gets off on it and he'll never admit to it.
This road of love, this story that we create, doesn't have to be defined by such strict rules of monogamy.
Whoa, dude, what are you saying right now?
Khalyla would continue to bring this up to Bobby until she found the perfect opportunity. After Bobby Lee's father passed away, Lee relapsed on his drug and alcohol abuse and began once again abusing Vicodin. It's important to mention that Vicodin is similar in structure and function to morphine. It's an extremely powerful opiate, and getting off of it is almost as hard as getting off of other hard drugs. She waited until Bobby relapsed.
No, no! I was at the wall! Come on, man,
At the time, Bobby needed her to be there for him as a
How long can he just...
And
because
so she took
keep
the
shooting,
opportunity
keep
to
shooting,
get
keep
into
shooting
an
forever for
open
fucking
relationship. But
15
how do we
seconds.
even know any of
Come on,
this?
man. Should be like
Frankly, should we
4
care?
seconds.
I mean, not really. They're
It's too much damage too
podcasters.
fast.
But after this incident, even
lost
Bobby's
this.
own
Come
family
on.
couldn't keep quiet anymore. In March of 2022, a screenshot was leaked showing Bobby Lee's brother texting an unknown family member, saying in no uncertain terms that Bobby's relationship with Khalyla was extremely toxic and extremely abusive. This leaked text message also revealed that Khalyla had sent Bobby to what she believed was a rehab center to get him off of Vicodin, but was actually a psych ward in Tucson, Arizona. Bobby Lee would later add credence to this event when he spoke about his time in rehab.
So what we didn't know is the place had gotten bought out in the last year and is no longer a treatment center that is like, oh, here's a group of 20 people that we're gonna do intense work with. It's now like a rehab mill.
They're giving me 12 pills. I don't know what the fuck is in this thing. They had me in this room next to a man who was 65, I don't know how old he was, half naked. And literally, we're as close as me and Khalyla.
I've got 9 hours. I've gone 9 hours without a Streamlabs crash. It's the best day of my life again. It really is. It's like, it was really getting pretty bad there. It was starting to be the worst day of my life because of Streamlabs, but it appears that I finally got away from it. I tried OBS before and it crashed. It's not doing it anymore though. So, very good. We put a nice 11-hour and 45-minute video on YouTube tonight. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to upload, name it on the stream and all this. Show people career. Yeah. And yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. I like it. Pretty fun. Trap, I guess? Oh, the trap. Come on. God damn it, man! Why do I suddenly like can't move? It's so annoying. Fucking Shraps, fucking bullshit ass fucking dogcock fucking class, Junkrat, worst class in fucking history. Junkrat is always gonna be, for 100 years, the worst video game character in fucking history. You couldn't tell, like, dude, bad bosses, I don't care. Like, dude, Junkrat is the worst character, hands down, in the history of video games. It really is. It's like the worst, most uncontrolled. Fucking, it's never been nerfed. It's never been touched in 5 years because it's the most overpowered piece of shit. And they know that if they don't do it, the DPS will leave because it's just horse shit. Most of the game revolves around Junkrat grenades. It's goddamn fucking retarded. They need to take the M79 out of the fucking game like they do every other shooter, you know? Yep. Nice, nice. What? Why was Hanzo on the point? We actually need a kill, goddammit. Med kits don't do shit. What's the point of Brig? 3 med kits and 4 melee, and he sat at 1. Oh, because he was nanoed. Never mind. Or I'm sorry, what is it called? Not nano, but yeah, MS'd. So dumb.
This is extremely atypical for a rehab center and sounds far closer to a psychiatric ward where they send patients with a large variety of mental issues. What's even more concerning is that Bobby wasn't even able to contact Kalila to let her know what was happening until days later, and she hadn't even read up on the place before checking him in. As the person who admitted Bobby to the psych ward, Kalila was the person who had conservatorship over him, meaning only she could ask to have him released. After days of asking the staff to be released, to which every time the staff would tell Bobby they needed to get in contact with Kalila, Bobby eventually went to a payphone to get a hold of her, and even after speaking to her, she failed to get Bobby released from the facility. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Bobby would call every family member he could before finally calling his manager Abby and telling her to threaten a lawsuit if the facility refused to release him, after which they finally did.
No one would let me go. They were like, no, you know what I mean? We have to talk this and that. We can't get a hold of this. And this is days that go on. I can't get out. And I had to eventually tell Abby, I go, threaten law. So she did, and they wouldn't give me a ride to the airport. It was terrible. I was in the middle of the desert. They wouldn't give me a ride. No Ubers went out there. It was a nightmare. Anyway.
It's still unclear to this day why Bobby was unable to contact Kalila, as she's not spoken about it at all. The majority of fans seem to believe that Kalila used this time to escape to Hawaii, where she had allegedly been seeing a man she had a romantic relationship with. Well, this is not technically cheating, as it would have happened after the Vicodin relapse and Bobby agreeing to the open relationship. There's some evidence that she may have been seeing this man before they agreed to the open relationship, and he may have been the reason why she was so insistent on opening it. That being said, a lot of people tend to exaggerate these stories, and given that we don't know what happened behind the scenes, it's probably...
She's just horny. I don't care. I don't know why you did. I think you're a weird, sort of uptight boomer who...
a bad idea to assume too much. Chances are whatever speculations are far more crazy than whatever actually happened. Luckily, Bobby was able to recover from his relapse and return to his regular life of podcasting and doing comedy, though he now had an open relationship with Kalila. This quickly proved to be too much for Bobby, and a mere 4 months after they agreed to the open relationship, Bobby told Kalila that it overstepped his boundaries and broke up with her. Despite this, they're still living in the same home together. Bobby had moved not only Kalila, but several members of her family, including her brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews, into their large home, and even after the breakup, they continued to keep this strange living arrangement. Many fans have speculated the reasons for this, and theories range from Kalila having dirt on Bobby he knows she will reveal if he kicks her out, to Bobby simply still caring about her enough that he can't bring himself to have her leave, but the true reason remains a mystery to this day. Now, this next part is going to be the most disturbing of anything that's been covered so far. If you're eating anything or have a light stomach, I'd suggest tuning out now, and you can just let your imagination fill in what I'm gonna say. These are some of the most deplorable allegations that have been levied against a popular podcast host, so you've been warned. Although Kalila is Filipino and not white, her numerous stories about how much she loves her dogs might make her an honorary white.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, you took me down the right-wing road.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahara, and today we're going to be talking about how...
Nope. What? See the fucking one-shots. Everyone else is just fighting. I just get one shot. We still win games. Even though I get one shot like 13 times, we still win the game. I don't know why the design's like that. It's fucking goddamn dumb. You would think we would lose. But no, it's just that they want to insist on one-shots all the time. They're fucking garbage fucking design. Fucking one-shots are such bullshit. It's an RPG shooter, you idiots. One-shots aren't acceptable. What? Please get a kill. There you go. At least the Farrah can play. Please, 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 fucking LOS idiot. What? Ah. Kill stop. Alright, I'll switch up if we're losing this. I'll kill them myself. If they can't get more than 12 kills. GG's. Why can't they make more maps like this? Like 20 more maps like this? What the fuck? Oh, I didn't know that was down there. Wait, what happened to it? Oh.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar. There's some people that think GTA 6 is getting announced this month, and I swear to God, I'm going to show you something more delusional than that. Pink sauce. Now, you might be like, whoa, Muta, I remember pink sauce a while ago. Well, a lot of developments have happened, okay? This is a story of how to succeed. How to become basically a multimillionaire and then lose it all in a span of less than a year. So, ladies and gentlemen, what do you do when God hands you the bag on a satin pillow? You're forever thankful, okay? Do you throw it away? Do you let your ego come in? Do you burn every relationship you have? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a story we're going to find out today. So pink sauce, for those of you who don't know, to give you a quick primer, was a sauce first popularized on the hellscape known as TikTok.com. Chef P, also known as Veronica Shaw, was the mastermind behind this concoction. Basically, it was a sauce made out of a crap ton of oils, dragon fruits. There were bad ingredients that could have been poorly... this was not a sauce that should have been shipped out across the country without the proper measures, preservatives, everything taken in place, okay? Now, people criticized her for it. There was definitely the question of this product looks pretty bad upon arrival. A lot of customers made fun of it. A lot of people were genuinely scared of it. I'm kind of thrown up because I remember a picture very vividly where the sauce exploded upon arrival.
Gross.
appear to look exploded.
He actually
was not
puked.
exactly an appetizing-looking ingredient.
Ugh.
For those of you who don't know what pink sauce is, basically it's like this Pepto-Bismol-ass sauce that you put on basically all your food. Here you can
Ugh.
see Chef Pete putting it on pasta, it seems. And while I guess it may look appetizing to some, this is supposed to be put on like wings, everything around it. Now, in regards to her situation, Chef Pie even made this like video that I swear she filmed in this like garage or storage unit, claiming to have like an actual like manufacturing plant that was FDA
No, that's like a kitchen in a restaurant.
approved. Now, the funniest thing about this situation was when she was asked about FDA approval. Listen to this one. This is
Approved? What do you mean FDA approved?
What do you mean? Medical products? Food and drug, you idiot. Food and drug. FDA means food and...
I never said that. Did I?
Now, basic English language has taught me that FDA stands for the Food and Drug Administration of the United States, okay? The FDA basically exists so that people can't just distribute really fucked up things around the country and, basically can't sell poisons on the streets, right? Now, I believe what she was trying to say over here, and this is me giving, like, an extreme amount of credit. She probably meant, like, FDA
Oh, God, the widow.
regulated. I think in terms of approval, people usually in this situation think of, like, medicines, pharmaceutical companies. She thought that she was well regulated. But at the end of the day, it's pretty scary when somebody just immediately doesn't click. Somebody in the food industry doesn't immediately click that people are referencing to the F in the FDA, okay? Pretty scary shit. Now, after all of this turmoil, I thought the product was gonna get, like, completely lost to time, okay? Just a social media fad. Who cares about it, okay? It's a funny little goofy story. That wasn't until TikTok's infamous pink sauce started hitting grocery store shelves. So a company
Just gonna go kill the widow and then we'll win.
Who, just to go to their website here real quick, I'm gonna show you who Dave's Gourmet is. Yeah, these guys end up making a lot of different sauces, okay? Their entire product range consists of pasta sauces. Not just one, but like a bunch of different types, okay? They've got hot sauces, okay? Tons of hot sauces. Olive oils, okay, if you want to deal with that. And most importantly, they're the ones that finally brought pink sauce to the market, okay? So you can buy a bottle for $9.99. And last time we looked at pink sauce with insane nutritional label, okay, which should have already got it shut down immediately right there and then. Where the product had like, God knows how many tens of thousands of calories in one bottle, was finally redone over here, okay? The product has 100 calories per serving, only 12 servings inside the entire container, okay? I know it's a bit hard to read. They don't have a really zoomed in page, okay? But of course, to look at it, this is actually the sauce. This is the sauce that you could put on your wings, okay? Make it look like Pepto-Bismol, put it on your salad, put it on your fried chicken, put it on your veggies, all right? This is the actual sauce, and you can buy it for $9.99. It wasn't just through an online retailer either. Ladies and gentlemen, I shit you not. You can actually go right now to Walmart and buy this sauce. Don't believe me? Right here, pink sauce, as seen on TikTok, gluten-free, vegan, sweet and tangy sauce. 13 fluid ounces for a bottle, okay? That is
Oh, God.
$4. It's currently on clearance. I think it's rollback, Walmart calls it. And if I want to drive all the way down to Amherst in Buffalo, I can and buy the vegan sauce, okay? So I'm actually debating $4 to buy this piece of internet meme culture. I may choose to do it. I remember Caleb on a podcast trying to buy a couple bottles. Don't know if that ended up getting through. Don't even know if he ended up getting a refund. I have to ask him about it. Now, to give you guys an idea, that's winning, okay? That is winning because once your products hit Walmart, that e-retailer sphere, it's up to you as a content creator, as somebody who popularized this through social media, to run that sauce into everyone's brain. So Chef P was basically given probably one of the sweetest deals imaginable. Her product took off over TikTok, an entire company came in and basically handled the manufacturing, the logistics, which both of those things, if you can find a good dealer, all right, that is one of the hardest things to come by. We know because currently I'm working on a product myself in regards to like skincare, and to deal with the logistics, manufacturing, all of it for men, it's very, very So when she ended up getting this deal, that's like basically getting handed a bag on a satin pillow, like I mentioned earlier. So all she really had to do was to basically make a TikTok post basically every day about cooking some new ingredients. She could have put pink sauce over literal dog shit and sold it on TikTok. Made people make recipes, ran contests, made content with the pink sauce, and started selling this shit by the boatloads. She could have become a multimillionaire in record time. Now, even when it came to David Newman, who was the CEO of Dave's Gourmet, said our R&D team was able to reformulate the sauce to match Chef P's exact color and flavor profile to the product, and at the same time change some of the ingredients to make the sauce less complicated, dairy-free, and clean of any preservatives, artificial colors, or flavors. Also make it safe to ship around the country, okay? Simple as that. They even make a point of that on their website too. What makes pink sauce so safe to ship unrefrigerated? It's made at an SQF and FDA approved facility using a hot fill process. All right, they even tell you why some of the actual like sauce colors will change. Anyways, it seemed like a pretty good collaboration, right? She was gonna make a crap ton of money off the sauce that she built on TikTok that got viral, and Dave's Gourmet was gonna make a lot of money off of the social media trend. So she ended up making a video like literally on September 17th where she actually talked about this sauce too. It's 8 minutes long, but to give you guys a quick summary of it, basically in this video she actually claimed that she was homeless for 6 months following, I guess, this deal. She had to spend like $120,000, which she got in, chunks of change from the company, Dave's Gourmet. That was spent on like Airbnbs because she was homeless. That was also spent on like security as well too. But also she was apparently promised legal help as well too because people were spreading false narratives. Good luck on that. Nobody's going to help you with legal services for cases as flimsy as that. Also, she claims in this video that she never sold the brand at all. She still owns the Pink Sauce brand, which I guess maybe she didn't sell the brand because even on her own website, she's just selling like recipes and like cookbooks, I guess, for like $5 a piece. But she's not actually selling the sauce over here. So for now, the manufacturing and distribution of that sauce, actually I would assume the formula, which Dave's Gourmet formulated themselves with their own R&D division, that's all on them, okay? Even her sauce wasn't accepted all that well too, like even according to their Wally World reviews. Yeah, there's generally a lot of 3 stars, maybe 2 stars in the situation too. Some of these are incentivized reviews, which means that they apparently seem to have gotten like free samples, discounts. Even after you get like discounts or incentives, you still think it's not exactly a good sauce. Here's one. Oh yuck, what a nasty taste. The only thing it tastes kinda okay on is salad. And that's only kinda. I got caught up in the hype of wanting to try something kosher. And don't involve your religion into this. You made a fucking problem. You chose to buy food products that were popularized on TikTok. You knew that shit was gonna be bad. Let's not even get into it. Now, Dave's Gourmet wanted to actually get into it because they apparently are a company focused on innovation in the food industry, okay? They were like, oh, pink sauce? That's a crazy good innovation to us, boys. I think we're sitting on the next big thing. I'm sure Ramsey's gonna start using it instead of olive oil now, and that'll be a treat. Dave's Gourmet discovered this controversy soon after it started going viral on various social media platforms and decided to help. After multiple meetings with Dave's Gourmet team, Chef P was excited to enter into an exclusive partnership whereby Dave's Gourmet assumed responsibility for producing the pink sauce on a commercial scale under the required food manufacturing guidelines, as well as selling the product to the food service, retail, and e-commerce channels in the US and internationally. Girl, she was about to go. She was about to reach international heights, and she just decided to bang down and make this product. Remember, when your shit hits Walmart, you've hit the big leagues, okay? Congratulations, pat yourself on the back, because you're about to buy a nice-ass house in a year or two. Once you've made a crap ton of cash, you've Scrooged McDucked your way to success. Now, there's 2 sides to every story, ladies and gentlemen, and when it comes to pink sauce, she basically claimed that she was being financially destroyed by this deal with Dave's Gourmet. She ended up actually starting a, I'm not joking here, a GoFundMe page. Help get justice for the pink sauce. When you
why did we not join the match?
Then I'm not
Fuck
gonna
was
feel
that?
bad and give you
Fuck
a
was
bag
that, man?
again to start off with. She had a donation goal of $100,000.
Sorry.
We're getting $25,000 so far. And if we read over here, hi, my name is Veronica Shaw, and I'm the founder of the Pink Sauce LLC, one of the most viral sauce sensations of 2022. As a young entrepreneur with big dreams, I followed my intuition and went forward towards my dream to create something new. I made a few mistakes on the way, which led me to trust a company that is trying to take everything away from me. They lied to me. They're not paying me, and they're not being transparent about records. I have tried on multiple occasions to try and come to one accord with them, and they refuse to reimburse me for marketing expenses that I spent my own funds towards. I have been silenced and financially sabotaged. I'm a single mom, and I do everything for my kids. Right now, I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food on my own. My mom is on disability and has been giving us $20 just to get by on a daily basis. That is a pretty sad story if true. But of course, there's two sides to
That
every
was most of
story,
my
and
life.
James Gourmet ended up responding
Like
where
15
it
years
gets
of my life.
Even wilder. Now, for full context's sake, I got this from a source known as "Oh no, they didn't."
It was fun when I moved out of my apartment in the summer.
Organizations have been using this source.
When I moved out of my apartment in the summer of 2013, the rent had been $275, and when I moved into the next place, it was $990, and it ruined my life. What they did to Denver, it ruined my life. The rent was unaffordable. I was out like doing whatever I could to pay to make $12,000 when you know that I've not made more than like 10 grand in my whole life. I'm sorry, like 10 grand a year in my whole life. Like, and they wanted 12 grand for rent. Fuck that. Like, I really am. Like, I came from the lower class, you know. Fucking traps. What? God damn it, why are they always dead the second I get there? Fucking LOS me way too much. Ugh. Ugh. What? What? Fight the junk, goddammit. Fight the junk. Damn it. Kill the junk. Thank you. Now win the game. Yeah, I'm pretty bad as Brig as I solo you. As I solo you 6 times in one. Yeah, I'm so bad at Brig as I stomped you in 6 times in one. Solo. Brig's so bad as she kills Junkrat. Yeah. Brig's so bad. I'm so bad as I win. Yeah. Yeah. because I killed you and demoralized you. Had I not, you would have just run slipshod Junkrat all over my fucking team. I know a screw-ass fucking jack-off fucking Junkrat fucking shit-ass main playing the worst goddamn class in history. And I believe that the way I believe the sun's gonna rise tomorrow. Worst goddamn class in fucking video game history. What's annoying classes, right? I don't know. Junkrat. Paladins in World of Warcraft because they go invincible, or I don't know, no scope snipers in Halo, but no, Junkrat takes the cake for the worst character or worst design of all video game history, and I really fundamentally believe this, except for the people who play it. They would argue. Everyone else I think in the world would say the same. If you were to say, would you approve of a man running around spraying M79 grenades point blank at 6 people? And they would say, no, that is a madman, terrible design, most horrible class ever designed. M79 in close quarters is the most retarded design in the history of video games. Junkrat is the most horrible design in the history of video games. M79s in any combat in a fucking shooter is really a poor decision. Blame Jeff on that one, right? Jeff giving Junkrat an M79. M79s have not been used in any other shooter since Unreal Tournament in 2004 for a particular reason. For 19 years, the community will rebel and kill your shooter if you run M79. We've known it forever. M79 is the most toxic thing in the history of gaming, which makes Junkrat the worst class in the history of all video gaming. M79 is complete horseshit. It kills him. It doesn't kill him, but it should. It should kill him, but it doesn't. It kills him, and it kills me and everybody around me. So when he splashes a grenade, it'll kill 3 of us instantly, except him. Yeah, I totally nut hug explosions all day. That's totally realistic, even in a cartoony game. I just totally don't get hurt by my own explosions all the time, you know? I made the other team leave. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit worked up. I really cannot handle Junkrat. 5 years of Junkrat. I really can't handle Blizzard math and 5 years of Junkrat. Cocksuckery. Can't do it. Can't do Junkrat cocksuckery after 5 fucking years. I'll bully every Junkrat I fucking see, I swear to God, for the rest of my life. If I see a Junkrat, I'm fucking verbally abusing him. I don't care. Yep. Got it. There he is. Look, every match, Junkrat, or no, he wasn't Junkrat, he was a soldier, never mind. Gran Torino, are you fucking serious? Fucking old man, boomer ass bullshit, intolerant fucking... What if really toxic cowboy actor goes around Vietnamese community and calls them chinks a bunch? Gran Torino. Great movie. Totally toxic. Yep. I'm gonna go through your whole fucking team, I'm sorry. You're not getting away that way, no. Sorry. I made their whole team leave the game. Sorry, it's Junkrat hatred. It makes me play 10 times the level. Because when I see the entire world being an underdog to Junkrat, I fucking use my hate to destroy teams. I really hate Junkrat. I hate Junkrat like I hate fucking Hitler and rapists. I hate Junkrat. I hate the entire design behind Junkrat and anybody who designed him. Fuck Blizzard and fuck Junkrat. Worst fucking character of all time. I really fundamentally believe it. I thought Paladins were bad until they added Junkrat. Fuck Junkrat. Fucking M79. Oh no, wall. This was a pretty easy match. Oh, fucking Shrapsel. Kill, like no one on my team died but the tank.
but I feel like for journalistic integrity, I should just tell you where I got the source, okay? There they write, Dave's response to Chef P and Pink Sauce. Chef P is spelled wrong, by the way. It's 2 I's, not 1. So there they write, Pink Sauce and Dave's Gourmet Partnership Timeline. So here they actually write that Dave's Gourmet was in charge of achieving the required shelf stability of the product, making the formula acceptable for commercial production, and following FDA food production guidelines. All right, that's fair enough right there. They said the sauce was not shelf-stable and not safe for shipping without refrigeration. There was a huge negative publicity online and on social media due to the quality issues that Shaw had experienced. So according to the experience, Shaw had received an upfront payment of $45,000 for her agreement with DG. So kind of like a starting, like a, you know, it's like a sign-on fee, right? According to the agreement, Miss Shaw was responsible for all the refunds that predated the agreement. So before she worked with Dave's Gourmet, there was probably a bunch of refunds that came in. So she agreed, currently here, that she was going to be responsible for all of that. Now, here's where I'm going to say it for the record. She should have got some lawyers for the contracts, which she has seemed to claim that she had not had, like, legal representation when the contracts were signed. Look, when I'm working on anything, companies send us contracts. We send contracts to lawyers. They get redlined, they talk shit out. Contracts never get finalized for like weeks, if not months. So again, this might have been her just not being smart enough to get a lawyer. After the agreement was signed, it turned out that neither Shaw or entities had enough funds to cover all of the refunds. It is our belief that Shaw was fully aware that there were not enough funds to cover the refunds. There was a hold put by Shopify and PayPal on most of her cash in her account due to multiple customer complaints, and even the cash that was there was mostly not able to pay refunds. So what they did was DG couldn't see the customers disappointed, so it provided approximately $30,000 to cover the refund, even though that was Shaw's responsibility. These guys went out of their own pockets to cover the refund, which is not something they agreed to. They did that out of their own kindness. If I was Chef P, I would be ecstatic. Shaw reviewed and negotiated a contract with help from her attorney, but she had a lawyer. According to the contract, Shaw receives royalties that depend on the sales of PS, and also if there is a milestone payment if certain goals are met. All payments have been communicated and paid on time in accordance with the agreement. DG also advised Veronica that Pink Sauce royalties should not be her only source of income as they can fluctuate. Yeah, don't put your eggs in one basket, okay? So here's where it gets even juicier, okay? Shaw attended only a couple of meetings, which was where they discussed brand strategy. February 2023, Veronica requested over $10,000 in marketing expenses to throw a birthday party. You had the bag! How do you fumble it that hard? Who spends $10,000?
Why am I alone? Where the fuck are you guys?
It comes once a year! What are you, fucking 16? Come on! You're an adult!
Nice, use it.
Invite a couple friends over, dude. That's it. Also provided a request for DG to pay for her dress that cost more than $800 and shoes that cost over $600 that would potentially be used in a TikTok video. I guess that's the marketing. DG suggested a smaller budget, and because Dave's Gourmet would not approve these expenses, Shaw refused to collaborate or contribute to marketing efforts alongside Dave's Gourmet moving forward.
Where's my team?
That's all she rates for.
Jesus, man.
On February 2023, Shaw attempted to submit business expense reports for personal expenses. No, like buying 4 pairs of sneakers or expensing for grocery bills. DG informed that such activities are fraudulent. Oh my god! Well, how can you be such a child? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, to be honest, right over here, we're gonna chill out, okay? To understand, right over here, after Shaw went to social media,
Oh my god.
that she was not being compensated properly, DG communicated to both Shaw and her attorney that DG will cover the cost of Shaw's legal counsel to go through the provisions of the agreement and the payments
What?
were correct. And DG is following the agreement. The proposal was rejected by Shaw. Dude, MMA must be like the best company to fucking work with. Oh my god, they are.
Wow.
You know what? By now, if this was our company, we would have.
Why am I
you,
top
fuck
kills
yourself
on Brig?
7 months before any of this was being discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, Chef P is quite possibly one of the biggest bag fumblers that I've ever seen. Somebody that literally had it all, had lost it in record time. Ladies and gentlemen, the pink sauce story comes to an end. And while initially I laughed at it, I was kind of blown away. I was like, hey, she got to Walmart. That's better than what I did. And then, because of her own hubris or stupidity or whatever you want to call it, all of it came crashing down. How to lose overnight success, captured lightning in a bottle, all at record time. Ladies and gentlemen, don't do the pink sauce trend. Don't be like the pink sauce lady. If that's that's some cautionary tale, well, hopefully you learn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mmo and I. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
What? Come on, man! Oh wow, they broke the choke, huh? Oh yeah, they all died. Nice. Yeah. What? Why? I need 2 hits on every single fucking ability on the game. I need to be able to take 2 hits from everything in the game. You're fucking terrible. It's toxic. I gotta get out. That fucking terrible one-shot shit. I hit him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then I die. They go, that. They just kill me in 1 hit. 1 hit. That. It's M79 beats Chain. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. One shot that. Junkrat's just like, no, dead. No, I don't need to do any damage. If anything I do hits you, you're dead. What the fuck happened to Blizzard? Blizzard can fucking shove their fucking Junkrat cock up their fucking shitty design asses. Fuck Junkrat and fuck killing me around the corner for 5 fucking years. Fuck you, Blizzard, and fuck Junkrat. Fuck Junkrat. I'm sick of Junkrat fucking ruining every single fucking game of Overwatch I've ever fucking played. Remove the class or remove the M79 or I'll never play the game again. I'm sick of seeing Junkrat every single fucking match. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Just like Paladins in fucking World of Warcraft. Every single fucking arena. Every single battleground. 4 fucking Paladins in the same shithead fucking cock-ass ruin motherfuckers that ruin World of Warcraft. They all got on Paladins and got on Junkrats. Fucking assholes. I know, because a bunch of them are my friends.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar. I'm going to hit you with a pop quiz. Is hard work the most important thing to success?
Anyways, sorry, guys. I had to...
Ladies and gentlemen, the answer to that will...
And I believe what I say, and I'm going to publish this video tomorrow. I am. I'm going to say fuck Junkrat, fuck Blizzard. Yeah, fuck your bullshit one-shots from around the corner. Did you see how he was bouncing the grenades backwards towards their spawn off the fucking wall so they bounced back and one-shot the fucking healers? Did you see it there at the end? Did you really see? Because I saw it and I was like, oh my fucking god. All 6 of us are not as powerful as this Junkrat. What happened to you, Blizzard? Fuck Jeff Kaplan, fuck Overwatch, and fuck Blizzard. I'm not going back to Blizzard after this. Not after the Paladin fucking Redbubble fucking abuse for 10 years. And then as soon as I leave that shit, 2015, you immediately fucking start, you know, or whatever it was, yeah, 2015 something. You immediately start with Junkrat and fucking Overwatch, and you ruined Overwatch with that piece of shit fucking Pally. You ruined World of Warcraft. You know, you really did. You want to know why Classic was so good, but TBC was so fucking bad, and why Wrath was so fucking bad compared to Classic? Paladin Bubble. The minute that you added Paladin Bubble in the game at the start of fucking TBC, that was when World of Warcraft got fucking horrible. You gave Paladin Consecrate and you gave Paladin Bubble. And for 12 years, World of Warcraft, it was so good. It was such a beautiful game for the first, 5 years and shit. It was so fucking good. And then you added Paladin Bubble, which was God mode. And we were all like, when we saw it. Everybody I knew was like, why? Everybody I knew complained for, god damn, it was like a year. It was like before you were even born. In the year 2005, I remember it was a shitstorm for a year. They were like, Paladin Bubble is the worst ability in the history of video gaming. Now it's Junkrat. They took that Paladin Bubble shit of God mode or whatever, and I just go invincible, you can't kill me. And they flipped it around to DPS, and they made it so anytime Junkrat comes in contact with anything, it just kills them. And they use this, and the DPS use this all the way up to like 3100 and shit. Like fucking the DPS use this.
Always still be luck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a couple of YouTube creators. Three you might know.
Fuck Paladin, fuck Junkrat, fuck Blizzard. I don't think I'm ever going to buy any more Blizzard products. I really return back to Overwatch. They were expecting something better. Maybe you would remove the M79 or at least Junkrat. But no, I've been coming back for 5 years, really hoping that you remove that M79. I really need you to remove that M79, Blizzard, or I'm never going to play Overwatch again. You saw how pretty much all my deaths in 7 games were from Junkrat grenades. Did you see it? Every single fucking match, Junkrat name, and I know because I bitched about every kill. I was like, one shot from around the corner, one shot from around the corner, one shot from around the corner. And then I went 4 games like that. One shot from around the corner, one shot from around the corner, one shot from around the corner. I was calling it. I was cyberbullying the fucking Junkrat because I got sick of it by the 3rd game. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, fuck this game. Only shit-ass developers who don't deserve to be in the scene would ever put an M79 in a fucking RPG. Fuck you, Jeff Kaplan. I'm glad you fucking left. Fuck you. You and your fucking Junkrat M79. It's good you left Overwatch. You were a fucking bad influence on it. Hopefully they'll eventually edit out your fucking cock-ass fucking bullshit rip-off goddamn one shot from around the corner. Junkrat shooting grenades against the wall so they'll bounce backwards behind him and kill us. Fuck that fucking horrible-ass shit. Fuck that horrible ass shit and fuck your design. And I'm publishing this video tomorrow. And you step to me, Blizz, and I'll say right to your fucking face. Junkrat and M79s don't belong in the history in the world of gaming. They don't belong there. Shit-ass heroes who are suicidal, running around blowing up M79s at their fucking feet is the most toxic-ass fucking bullshit I have ever witnessed in 27 years of video gaming. And it's Blizzard and Junkrat. Right at the core, Blizzard is a terrible, right-wing, shitty rapist, caused the women to commit suicide, cubicle crawling. McCassie got his name changed because he's a rapist, fucking beating core heart of fucking Blizzard and shit. Bobby Cocktick and all this is the Paladin Bubble cheat God mode, right? We used to call this cheating when you went God mode, right? It's cheating. Paladins are cheaters. Fuck McConnell, and I've never even met the motherfucker because I know he's a Paladin. Anybody who runs Paladin, they all know it. Y'all fucking cheat. You just run bubbles and go invincible and then kill me. Fuck you. If I could go invincible, I never would have died either. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Paladins. And then all those Paladin players like McConnell shit, when they went to Overwatch, they either the Warriors went to fucking Fatty, Roadhog, and the fucking Paladins went to Junkrat or well, really gotta say Pharah. And I like Pharah. Pharah's fine. Pharah takes 2 or 3 rocks to kill you. She's balanced. Just great. Junkrat's never received a nerf in the fucking 5 years he's been around. And I can't wait until he's a dead embarrassment in history. And I know Blizzard will sooner or later come the fuck around to it. If I start saying it every time I play Overwatch, I'm sure they'll come around to it. Junkrat's M79 is the worst design in the history of gaming. It's why Jeff Kaplan left. I guarantee it. It really is. I can't think of anything else in the game that's even remotely very bad. But that Junkrat fucking M79 has ruined so many, every single fucking match. Just some jack-off Junkrat on the opposite fucking team just spraying grenades over a fucking wall. Bring your Call of Duty shit back to Call of Duty, where they chuck knives over fucking tops of buildings and grenades over tops of buildings, like the losers that they are. And keep your fucking M79 fucking, like, Unreal Tournament bullshit-ass weapon the fuck out of Overwatch. And I'm going to publish this too. I mean it. That M79 is the worst design I've ever witnessed in any game ever. And I'm not being hyperbolic about this. I've been making this statement for 5 years. I'm sick of the fucking one-shots from around the corner. Anybody at Blizzard who even knew what the word balance meant left Overwatch long ago, or they would have been forced to fix the M79. They can't fix the M79. The angry right-wing boomers who want to shoot up schools and shit, they'll get really angry.
For one.
If we take their beloved Junkrat one shot from around the corner away from them, they'll get really fucking angry. But I don't care. Take that fucking M79 out of Overwatch and bring Overwatch back to a great place again. So get that M79 the fuck out of Overwatch, you bullshit ass fucking developers. And I'm serious, motherfucker. I've like, I don't know, what is it, like fucking, I don't even know, like 5,000 hours in Overwatch or something. And like, I don't know, it's there I could go look at my career profiles there. It's like 5,000 hours. In my 5,000 hours, I don't believe I've ever gone a match without Junkrat. I'm not being hyperbolic about that. I didn't go fucking match tonight without Junkrat. I didn't go a match tonight. Just tonight, I didn't even go a match without Junkrat. Every fucking match I've ever played of Overwatch since it was released, it wasn't like this in open beta and closed beta and shit, but from day one of release, it's been Junkrat grenades from around the fucking corner since the day I started playing the game, and I'm pretty fucking ready to quit the fucking game over it now. Fuck your M79. No shooter in the history of shit since Unreal Tournament has had the fucking bad sense. I'm talking bad sense, illogic, and fucking terrible ass design to put an M79 in a fucking modern shooter. No fucking company except Blizzard would ever be that goddamn fucking stupid. Epic's never done it. I mean, Epic's done it in Fortnite, but it's never done it in Overwatch. Overwatch is this tiny map that a Widow can't even really get a snipe in. It's such a tiny fucking map, you know? Fuck grenades. Fuck grenades flying all over the fucking battlefield. What kind of sadist wants grenades flying all over the fucking battlefield? Dishonorable cocksucker developers, that's who. Fuck Jeff Kaplan if he came up with it. Fuck whoever came up with M79 for Junkrat. I don't care if you fucking wanted to name his model Junkrat and make him crazy. It's a really fucking terrible idea to put an M79 in a competitive fucking shooter, you fucking idiots. No other company has ever dared to do it for a particular fucking reason except Unreal. And even then, Unreal Tournament died specifically because the entire gameplay revolved around M79s down the fucking hallway around the corner. You know what that was. Unreal Tournament died because of it. And now you're killing Overwatch with it. Fuck you. You've seen them kill Unreal Tournament with M79s. You were there playing it just like me. You fucking Blizzard developers are worthless now. I hope you do quit your fucking jobs or get fired or something like that. You're worthless now. Get that M79 the fuck out of Overwatch. What the fuck is literal the fuck wrong with you, Blizzard? What's wrong with you? Why would you make 15-year-old kids suffer by dying from grenades from all over the battlefield anywhere that isn't in your line of sight? Anywhere that isn't in your line of sight, there's grenades fucking pummeling you. Why would you fucking do that? Why would you make a DPS that doesn't even ever have to make LOS? What the fuck is that? Oh, I don't need a SWAT team. I could just shoot grenades down the hallway. I don't need a SWAT team or anything. I'm Junkrat. I can just, I'll just kill whoever it is. I'll kill all 6 of them, whatever. I'll just fire grenades down the hallway until the entire building is detonated or whatever. Like, I mean, like, Jesus Christ, man, didn't you kind of think about that design? I mean, Jeff did think about it. He fucking left. He probably really stepped to him. I guarantee. You want to know why I think Jeff Kaplan left? He won't say it because it's fucking embarrassing. It was his idea to put Junkrat in the fucking game. Then he probably stepped to the big boy like Kotick, and he was like, we have to do something about Junkrat's M79. And they're like, no, I don't play the game, so I don't care. It's fine. Don't change any characters. We're doing okay. And so they're like, no, man, but we got to get the M79 out of there. It's the worst weapon in the history of gaming. I don't know why I put it in the game. And they're like, no, you can't fuck with Junkrat. It messes with the character marketing too much. We market him as Junkrat. We can't change it, right? And that's how you kill fucking Overwatch, and that's why Jeff Kaplan left. I guarantee it. Anybody with a fucking brain who's actually played Overwatch for 5,000 hours actually knows how really destructive those fucking grenades are. They're like equal to the power of 5 DPS. They're disgusting. Just like fucking Blizzard. You torture kids with this? You torture kids with this. Kids, dude. Kids. You torture kids with M79s. What the literal fuck, Blizzard? Don't ever come in the same room as me. I'll swing on your fucking ass. I'm dead serious. I'll swing on any Blizz dev I meet. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. That Junkrat M79 causing me 20,000 deaths and all that heartache over fucking 5 years. I'm swinging on you if I see you. I don't mean violence. I'm talking about, like, I'm not talking about, like, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm saying, like, don't expect a civil fucking conversation from me. Keep developers away from me. What they do to kids makes me want to really hurt them. Like, I've never wanted to harm a living thing before, but the software developers running M79 for 5 fucking years really makes me want to hurt someone. I've never had violent urges before until I met Blizzard and fucking and I never you could ask anyone. I used to literally stop fights with just words and shit. I'm such a non-violent guy. But yeah, man, hurting some of these developers, yeah. And I mean like hurting them, not like physical. I'm talking about maybe taking their jobs or at least disgracing them. Maybe hurt them, take their jobs, disgrace them, be like, why did you put M79 on Junkrat? Just seriously answer the question. Why did you put M79 on Junkrat? Answer the question. Did you think it would be fun for 5 people to have a grenade splash at their feet every time they hit a choke point? Did you ever think about how really horrible that is, you fucking worthless developers? Don't ever come in the same room as me. You're lucky I'm not going to any of these game awards or cons or anything like that, or having any podcast interviews with you guys or anything like that. Keep those fucking developers the fuck away from me. Because watching what you do to kids every day, man, you leave a bad taste in my mouth, Blizzard. Bad fucking taste. I see that M79, and I'm like, nah, man, 5 years of this, and there's never been, right? You think I'm being hyperbolic? No. There's never been a Junkrat nerf. And there's going to be posts like this all over the internet. There's never been a Junkrat nerf. You know what I'm saying? There's never been a Junkrat nerf. There's never been a fucking Junkrat nerf. Unjustifiably hit hard in this update. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, yeah, he's not talking about Junk. Junk's fine. They're like, no tank or anything. Why is Junkrat not being nerfed, you know? They didn't nerf Junkrat. What the fuck? What nerf? They've never, ever touched Junkrat. What the fuck are you talking about? They've never, ever touched Junkrat. God damn, people on Reddit are so fucking stupid. They'll just make shit up and they just fire it off on Reddit. They'll be like, oh man, I'm glad they nerfed Junkrat. Because they're trying to troll or something like that. Why hasn't Junkrat been nerfed yet? This was from 5 fucking years ago. Why hasn't Junkrat been nerfed yet? Why hasn't Junkrat been nerfed yet? I should go to the Blizzard forums and be like, why hasn't Junkrat been nerfed yet? Fuck you guys. I know. Right? RAM plus balanced ideas in the second paragraph, right? I stopped playing the game for a week because I was just getting frustrated by the lack of balancing being done. First game back, the enemy team have a Junkrat. The next game, Junkrat. The next game, Junkrat. 1,000 games later, Junkrat. Every single match. And I'm not being exaggerational. I've been tracking a long time looking for a match that didn't have a Junkrat. Nope. So maybe if I release this video tomorrow and, roughly you skip to 10 hours in, you have been watching a Skycat video for 10 hours now. I love you. If you like long form, thank you for sitting with me on my first video. That makes you very special to me if you watch my first video. And I'll ask you, I'll be like, do you remember what I talked about in my first video? It was nerfing Junkrat, wasn't it? Yeah, because it never will happen. It's been 6 years. They're not going to nerf Junkrat. They're not going to fix their game. The ult is brain dead, easy to use. The spam is vastly more oppressive than D.Va's even is. At least D.Va doesn't do 120 damage with spam down choke points from half the map away. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? What do you mean stop nerfing Junkrat? What the fuck are you talking? When are they going to nerf Junkrat, right? The fact that you can say several things about it could use a nerf tells you he's OP and needs a nerf. Reduce damage on explosives, and it still sucks. It still kills us immediately. The no damage from explosives came about from a way to improve his pick rate, but he's also the one most likely to be close range. Nobody complained when D.Va got the same buff. What the fuck, man? Yeah, he can hit way easier than Pharah. Way. He's such a guard. He's the worst class in the history of gaming. I'm sorry. I look for confirmation. It's there. There's like 85 forum posts about how everybody in the world believes the Junkrat is the worst class ever fucking conceived of. Even the concept behind it is really shitty. Blizzard, fucking shitty boomer, right-wing, fucking toxic, a fucking suicidal shithead. Fucking, I say it's like countryist, right? Australian. Skill Up talks about this all the time. Western developers seem to think that the Australians are fucking crazy because of that one movie, Mad Max. Just because what's his name from Mad Max is crazy doesn't mean we are. And that's true. I really don't like the Junkrat's fucking Australian. Asian. I really don't like that Junkrat's fucking white. I really don't like that Junkrat's fucking crazy and is basically a school shooter. You know what I'm saying? He's basically a school shooter. He walks up to a crowd of fucking 6 people expecting to die and kills all 6 of them. Get Junkrat the fuck out of the game. What is that gonna do to the kids? They're gonna Junkrat schools. They're gonna try and buy M79s and kill 6 people at once, dude, when they go suicide and shit. I'm not kidding, dude. What did Blizzard do with Junkrat? I kind of hate Blizzard now. I kind of like really hate Blizzard now. When I really think of all the stupid shit that they've been talking about for 5 fucking years with the social contract and all the Republicans fucking complaining about Blizzard trying to be like nicer and kinder to kids and all this shit, right? But that's what it is. It's Blizzard trying to be nicer and kinder to kids. Look at how really horribly destructive of a hero icon, you know, or like a role model Junkrat actually fucking is. Look how really horrible of a character Junkrat actually fucking is. It's not just the gameplay. It's the actual fucking vibe of the character. It's a suicide fucking bomber. Fuck Blizzard, and fuck Blizzard's pro-suicide bomber fucking regime. In the age of school shootings, Junkrat is the worst character in the history of fucking video games. It's a fucking suicide bomber, Blizzard. Fuck you! Get the M79 out of fucking Overwatch before we see an M79 school shooting. I'm dead serious. Get fucking Junkrat out of here. You don't ever see M79s in Warfare even. What is the literal fucking problem with you, Blizzard? What the literal fuck? And I'm not speaking from some leftist place. I'm talking about I'm an adult in a community full of video game children. And I think of how bad Junkrat actually is in terms of its impressions upon children. That I'm like, oh my God. Like, sue Blizzard. I want some coalition of parents to sue Blizzard for Junkrat and remove it from the game entirely. If you can change the name of McCassie because you modeled him after a rapist, you can get the suicide fucking bomber's weapon out of the fucking game. You don't need to remove Junkrat. You need to remove the M79. I don't want a fucking suicide bomber in any fucking game that I play. And this is what ruined Diablo 3, because every time you killed an elite, or whatever the fuck they were, legendary drops, you know, things that drop legendaries and shit, they would fucking drop a bomb right under their fucking feet. And this is what killed Diablo 3 too, because up there at fucking crazy levels of difficulty and shit like that, and you're up on Paragon 50 or whatever, like a mob dropping bombs at his feet like Junkrat will kill dreams. It'll make grown men cry. That shit Junkrat does where he drops the grenades on the fucking ground, that's the most toxic fucking like move. It's the most toxic fucking like skill set in the history of gaming. Junkrat's fucking loadout. It's the most toxic thing in the history of gaming. It's not all that stupid shit you did to World of Warcraft. It's not all that stupid shit you did trying to like pretend you're not fucking right wing and crazy Bobby Kotick types. You are. I'm not fucking stupid. That's all fine. But the suicide bomber in my fucking kids game. And that's what I'm going to ask you if you ever watched my first video, right? What did I talk about in my first video, right? A suicide bomber, dude. A suicide bomber, Blizzard, in a fucking kids game. Morally fucking fucking hensible. And on top of that, the gameplay ruined the game. Get that M79 school shooter ass, kill everybody around me, kill all 5 people around me by blowing up my own feet, suicide bomber killer. He's basically a character that's designed around the premise of a roadside IED. It's disgusting. He can fly around like fucking Superman for some reason, so he can rain death on you for some reason. There's only 2 classes in the fucking game that can do that, and he's one of them. Why would you give him that kind of goddamn power? You've never nerfed him. Every single grenade since day 1 closed beta has still one-shot me the same way it just one-shot me half an hour ago. What the literal fuck, Blizzard? Get that bullshit Suicide Bomber, the fuck out of my fucking Overwatch game. Get it out of here. I don't want that Suicide Bomber shithead in my fucking game anymore. You changed McCassie's name, you know, because he was named after a fucking rapist. Change the fucking Suicide Bomber. That's way more, I mean, it's way more submersive. It's not more submersive than rape, but it's just as submersive as rape. Why would you change McCassie's name, but not get that M79 the fuck out of Overwatch? Give him something. Give him a rocket launcher. That's honest. At least he has to make LOS. Give him a rocket launcher. That's all fine. Nobody gives a shit about that. Farrah's fine. Give him a different rocket launcher. Little 4 rocket launcher or whatever. Little 4-shot Hydra, something like that. That's a big radius. If you're anywhere that he can see, he can kill you. But this thing about lobbing grenades over fucking the top of buildings and shit, you all know who does that shit. The top of the Call of Duty scene, the most toxic fucking people in the fucking world came to Overwatch and exclusively played fucking Junkrats so they could fire grenades over walls at kids and troll them in the chat. You know they did. And like, what in the literal fuck is wrong with you, Blizzard? How dare you fucking jade the children in my fucking community with that fucking Suicide Bomber? Fuck you. I'm done with you. I'm probably boycotting Blizzard over Junkrat. After the fucking negative toxic trip that you just put me through over a weapon choice on a class and the whole vibe of Junkrat, let's run up in a crowd of 6 people and spray our feet with explosives. Didn't you fucking think that through? You taught an entire generation of XQC-aged kids to spray their feet with M79s. You don't think that might be really fucked up? Really fucked up. Suicide Bomber, M79, point blank. That's Junkrat's fucking vibe. That's how you wrote him. It's the most disgusting fucking character in the history of video games. It really is. I can't think of another one. That giant poo boss from fucking Conker's Bad Fur Day was better than Junkrat. Junkrat is a bigger giant ball of horrible, fucking terrible jade the kids and turn them into school shooters. Can't you just see the kids like playing Overwatch for free all day because it's free? And they're thinking about how cool it would be to fucking run up in that high school and blow up 6 people with an M79, because that's what they do on Overwatch all day. All the other characters are fine. They're fine. Who cares about bows and guns and stuff? That's all stuff that I think young men can probably appreciate. But no character in a fucking multiplayer fucking shooter should ever have a fucking M79 if you can run across the map in 2 minutes. It takes 2 minutes to run across any Overwatch map. 2 minutes. Why would you put M79s in Overwatch? Fuck you, Jeff Kaplan. Fuck you, Overwatch. I'm glad he left. Hopefully you guys get a clue and get that M79 fucking bullshit school shooter, Suicide Bomber, Roadside ED, fucked up character the fuck out of my video game. Get it the fuck out of there. That's some toxic boomer ass shit. You come in there, fucking right-wing boomer ass shit. You glorify a suicide fucking bomber. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys.
You might be wondering, well, I haven't heard of that name in a bit. We'll look at that real quick. SS Sniper Wolf. Okay, I said Sniper Wolf.
Assholes.
Those 2 letters, YouTube.
Look at what you do to the children in my fucking community. You think it's about the gay shit or whatever, or trans or something. Fuck you. Get that fucking Suicide Bomber out of my fucking game, assholes.
Then we're going to look at Quebble Cop, a man that we even had on our podcast. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me start off with we're talking about reaction content.
I don't have kids,
now,
but I have friends who
about
do.
A month ago, I talked about the situation.
Watching you jade him into somebody who wants to blow up 6 people with an M79 is fucking morally fucking disgusting to me. Like the cubicle crawl. Like the cubicle crawl and Jesse McCree. It's fucking disgusting to me. Why aren't you guys in fucking jail? You've been pushing suicide bombers to the kids. You've been fucking stealing the breast milk. You've been fucking raping the interns and cubicle crawling, changing the names of characters in your game because they're fucking like literally rapists in real life. You know? What happened to you? I have real and serious moral fucking issues with modern Blizzard now, especially since you haven't changed Junkrat in 5 years. Let's think of all the toxic Blizzard things they've ever done. Junkrat is hands down the most morally fucking bankrupt character in the history of fucking video games. Retool him completely, give him a rocket launcher or something. Even maybe even a guided missile would be okay. But fucking M79s. Fuck you, Blizzard. I haven't seen an M79 in a video game in 20 fucking years, except your piece of shit video game, Jeff Kaplan, like, completely just left. Because he probably pushed the M79 removal and you told him no, it would cripple Junkrat's character and make you less money. I guarantee he probably did. He was like, there's terrible things that need to be changed. The Diva Bomb is just too bad. The Junkrat Tire is just too bad. The fucking Dragon is just too bad. Those 3 alts are 4 times more powerful than all the other alts combined. And you can tell him, they were like, nope, you can't change Diva, that's who she is. Nope, you can't change Junkrat, that's who he is. Nope, you can't change it, these are our property, we own it, you can't change it. And so he was like, well, if I can't fix my baby, I'm leaving. And he did. And I think it's the Junkrat M79. I wish I could talk to Jeff Kaplan. I would love Jeff Kaplan to come in here. I don't want to interview devs because I want to swing on him. But I mean, I would like to get Jeff Kaplan's take on Junkrat's weapon. Because I think it is actually like the most toxic thing that I can think of in video game history, except for when Call of Duty used a nuclear bomb. That was worse. And I hate Call of Duty too. Worse. I hate Call of Duty worse than Overwatch, obviously. But that fucking suicide bomber school shooter vibe on Junkrat, I really like kill 6 people at any cost thing. I really want you to get that the fuck out of my beautiful kids game. This is a kids game, Blizzard, and you put an M79 in a fucking kids game. Morally reprehensible. I bet if you were to look, the M79 is probably like close to being against the Geneva Convention, and yet you fucking put it in your fucking kids game. Fuck you. If I ever have kids, I'm not letting them play Blizzard games. I'm seeing what you're doing to these kids. It's disgusting. Morally fucking bankrupt.
Some reaction content, if it's done right, basically by actually analyzing, properly reacting, actually adding a tinge of your own, I guess you could say, commentary, if you will. Like,
so I'm loading a game. I'm not trying to steal his content. I'm really not.
Gameplay of Ready or Not, or a police video game, and breaks down, you know, actual real life law enforcement stuff alongside a video game, I think that's a pretty good reaction. I think I'm actually getting a new piece of content.
I fired up a game 5 minutes ago.
However, when you lazily put your face into the corner of a video, or like maybe halfway on the video,
I really need you to load the game. Oh, there we go. You got it, did you? Yeah, you did. Oh. Close the program. It's fine. What happened here? Did you load it again? Yeah, you did. That was a long load, man. Long load, man. Are we in full screen or what? Oh, you are. And that probably crashed my stream, too. Let's see. Did I crash my stream? Oh, I definitely need to kill the Skyrim before it kills me. Okay. Sorry, guys. Skyrim is a no-no. They have terrible, terrible border full screen problems. Did I lose my stream? Maybe. Oh, did I lose it? I don't know. No, I did not. Thank God. OBS is definitely more stable. Fucking Christ. Is my entire collection Unity? I kind of want a refund. Let's install Remnant 2 on my D drive. Oh, I'm running low. I'll remove Fortnite. I don't think I'm going back to Fortnite. There's something. Wow. That's a lot for old Windows. Looking through my D drive to see what's here. Don't know why it would have any problems. I guess I can run borderless for this. It won't mess it up. It's alright. Yeah, I want you to take that one out. Oh, I wonder if I can run that in Rust now. I wonder if I can run this now and not crash OBS. That would be really cool. Let's just see. That might actually solve a lot of the problems. Let's see. Man, the software is such pieces of shit. You know, I don't think I want to play Starfield for a couple years. Let's remove it. Sorry, man. I just can't keep like 100 gigs on my fucking, you know, on my fucking drive. I can't keep 120 gigs on my D drives. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. I don't think I'm ever gonna play this game. I keep tripping, and I keep thinking maybe it's good. It's not good. I need to delete that one too. Project Organ's good, but I don't want to play it. Fallout New Vegas, Detroit Become Human, Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yeah, I'm done with Baldur's Gate 3. We can definitely remove that. I'm not playing that for another 5 years or something. It was a really good game, but it's not my game. Combat's too slow. What do we play? We're gonna play. Well, first we're gonna install. What's it called? Remnant 2. And there we go. Remnant 2. Remnant 2. Accept and download. We will run Skyrim. And let's listen to him.
Video frame, and you look at a piece of video and go, wow, that was cool. That's not a reaction, okay? That's just straight up freebooting somebody's content. Now, Jason Derulo, I started off with, has about 58 million followers on TikTok. So this dude's kind of killing it right now, okay? This is a big-time TikToker, and I was wondering, all right, okay, this is pretty cool. For those of you who don't know who Jason Derulo is, he's a pretty popular music artist from back in the day, okay? Back when
I remember the name, but I don't know who he is.
Back when I was younger, less fatter, in college, so to speak. This is a long time ago, okay, in internet years. Now, initially when I saw his TikTok content, I was like, all right, it can't be that bad, all right, it's pretty okay. Oh, look, he's flexing his YouTube count. Jeez, that's pretty sweet. So then I decided to go to his YouTube page, and that's where it got a little bit of size. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, when you look at Jason Derulo, he still makes music. It's not as banging as it used to be, obviously. But see this little shorts button? This is where things change. Now, Jason Derulo literally just downloads other people's YouTube shorts, reacts to them, and calls it a day. So I'm going to show you one of his reactions. Wildest shit you've ever seen, okay? That's it. That's the reaction down there. It's him getting a haircut watching somebody else's content. He's not really reacting to it. What he does is he puts his shitty music, which is exactly why I'm not playing any audio. And I think he kind of does this because he can abuse his YouTube's content ID system and make sure that him or his music label are actually earning money because he's put his music on top of it. That's how YouTube system works. Once it detects songs, your monetization revenue's gone. It's going right to the goddamn content ID claimant. So this is where I think it gets a little bit weird. Some people have brought up the fact that he only plays his music during this, and I think that's actually a pretty tactical decision to make. Sometimes it's not even a reaction, okay? All of these videos are literally downloaded from other creators and just freebooted on his channel.
Really?
Completely fucking shameless, by the way.
Really?
Like, here's one. Literally just downloads it, that's it. The ending. And at least he credits the artist in the title, which I guess is maybe better than nothing. But it's still just shamelessly freebooting off other people's content. I wouldn't be surprised if I found my laugh or something, you know, the the fucking weeaboo screamer cringe laugh somewhere tossed in the middle of this too, with Jason Derulo's face in the bottom left. Because this man will literally react to anything in the YouTube Shorts algorithm. It's insanity. Like, another prime reaction, at least when he starts off with his face, is just him staring into the camera, kind of tipping the hat a little bit. That's the reaction. A four-prong test of fair use, you know, like how much content used, which in this case is all of it, the amount of commentary offered, which is none of it. That would absolutely not fly in a court. But again, Jason Derulo gets away with it, I guess for some weird reason. And I have to imagine that he monetizes it too, because given the fact that he runs his crappy music on top of it, it can very easily be content claimed by his label, which is a feature that's actually still exclusive to MCNs, okay? People are like, bro, you don't like people reacting to your video? Just claim it, bro. Yeah, I would if that option was available. That option isn't there. You have to be part of an MCN, basically one of the old remaining few organizations left on YouTube that have access to that system. Your average creator cannot claim audiovisual rights on a video and claim monetization from it. However, music artists get away with that all the time. And of course, this harkens back to the days of YouTube getting into lawsuits with Viacom, the whole music industry. These are just holdovers. And unfortunately, in this case, this guy is just freebooting off of it. Now again, I want to stress, I have no direct proof that he's actually doing that. It just seems very likely, given how I've seen the system in the past. Jason Derulo could easily just be downloading, freebooting these videos, uploading them, not caring about the monetization, because even if he doesn't profit off of it financially, it still helps build his following off of the backs of other people's actual hard work and their skits and their time invested. Again, it's just completely unethical shit. Now, that's where I want to get into a YouTuber that I think we all have. Now, this is
Come on, man.
SS
Come on, man.
Sniper Wolf. Okay, SS Sniper Wolf is a old-time YouTuber. Okay, we're talking a YouTuber from all the way back in 2013. Now, I remember wondering, well, how popular is Sniper Wolf? More popular than the average YouTuber you know. She's one of the highest earning
Very
creators.
popular.
We're talking 34 million subscribers, okay? We are talking
34
billion
million
channel views, all right? My entire time on this platform, I just crossed 1 billion channel views. She's done that 24 times. Now, the thing is, there is no room for jealousy in this situation because I know that some of her fan base will be like, wow, you're just jealous, bro. No. I'm going to tell you why jealousy cannot be a thing. Because when you look at her video catalog, people aren't watching Sniper Wolf for her, ladies and gentlemen. People are watching Sniper Wolf because she is a TikTok reaction channel. She's basically amalgamating 10 minutes worth of TikToks, so kids these days can just click on a platform, click on one video from her, and just watch their TikToks. And, you know, I'll be real. I'll just say right now, YouTube really favors her for some reason, okay? Not only are YouTube asking, where does Sniper Wolf get video ideas? From fans. What's the video idea? React to TikToks? Ooh, daring today, aren't we? But of course, she gets a little bit defensive about this stuff too when another creator like Jack Still called her out on this entire grift as well. And she said, I'm gonna have to start charging you 20% since you get your ideas from me. Now, when somebody said, hey, you steal ideas, she said 90% of what I upload are my videos. People copy me, and then people like you get confused. To which he showed Mr. Beast Reacts and Sniper Wolf Reacts as well too. Now, I'm not going to say that Jimmy's reaction is anywhere better than anything. At the end of the day, this is still freebooting the content. But what is this idea that you're talking about? Reactions? I mean, reactions have existed since YouTube began. Hell, even before YouTube began. This is not like a new invention you've made. You're just simply one of the most popular reactors.
I'll have to do the battle again.
And again, one other sign of YouTube favoritism is I swear to God, it's so insane how she can post basically blackface as a YouTube thumbnail. Now, this is TikToks where you have to trust the process.
What?
And I swear to God, if I uploaded that on my channel, I'd get a community guideline strike. I feel like I still could get a community guideline strike. That's straight up blackface. And you guys would be like, whoa, Muda, that's just makeup you put on your face. Dog, come on now. All you need to do is come on. Stop fucking around here, okay? I gotta be real careful with titles, thumbnails. Anytime I make a video and I touch a controversial topic, I'm like, God damn, I got snipers aiming at my head. Now, our content is, how should I say, pretty ass. Let's actually watch what Sniper Wolf's content is all about, okay? So we're gonna give it an honest attempt. It starts off like this.
For somebody with 34 million. Oh.
Hello friends, it's me. And today we are checking out people who didn't get what they expected.
Because it's not turning on, and it's actually really cool how it opens up, because it opens up like this,
What's
like
inside?
a cool book, right? And
it's growing microgreens. There's a whole garden inside there. We gonna literally go green.
Why is there stuff inside of that computer?
Damn, we're gonna go green?
I think it was a good comment. I actually think it was very funny. I think it was very funny. I want to hear it again. I thought it was funny. I think she's funny.
Inside there. We gonna literally go green.
We literally go green. She's good at this. That was a good comment. It was good comedy. My mother would have laughed. She would have laughed her ass off. She's funny. She was funny. I don't know why you think this is a cringe clip. I think that was actually like pretty much the best comment she possibly could have made in this particular. Why are you using this as an example? She nailed this. I wish I had that kind of topical like skill. After maybe 20 years, I will.
Damn, we're gonna go green? Whoa, that's crazy.
Why? I think it's funny. I thought it was very funny. I think it was cute, and I thought it was funny.
I decided to go into like Sniper Wolf's like actual, I decided to go a little bit earlier, and I found out, thank God, TikTok watermarks its creators. But I was wondering, why did she zoom this in so hard? Sometimes, like, usually TikToks are filmed with like iPhone resolution anyways, like that vertical stuff. So I decided, all right, I'm just gonna take this, I'm gonna find out it's sleazy, and I'm gonna see what this channel is all about. And lo and behold, it took me to this channel over here, which is I post memes daily. So again, Sniper Wolf's massive following of 1.2 million viewers that saw this obviously did not trickle over to Sleazy. So anybody that says, but reaction content helps the creators, it's a symbiotic relationship. Yeah, that biology doesn't work so well on YouTube. Because in reality over here, Sleazy hasn't really succeeded, and obviously his channel hasn't been blowing up thanks to a certain wolf. No, this is the video in particular. Bro literally says, go green! I swear to God. She gets half of her jokes from these things too, which is hilarious. Not to say that that's
Why
an
not?
insanely clever joke to make, okay? I mean,
I think it is.
yes, that does look like an entire ecological system is growing inside it. Whatever. Obviously, she reacted to it, and she offered, I guess, some commentary, if you will, too. The rest of the video is, as you can expect, similar to that case. She has started to further credit those creators like Rabbit Hamster in this case. And that's about all. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, is this crazy, great content? No, this is just straight up freebooting Facebook memes, Twitter memes, TikTok memes, Instagram memes, okay, Thread memes, all right, for the 4 people still using that platform. Anyways, though, Sniper Wolf, all aside, has made content in the past in regards to video games, where she's played games like Metal Gear Online. That's where the term Sniper Wolf comes from, you know, like Sniper Wolf, the character from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Let me bring this up now. Oh my god. Now teabagger. It's a perfect opportunity. Balls in the mouth.
And she's been playing Metal Gear
Like, I don't know. I guess.
Solid 1. This is like kind of her thing. She used to play these video games.
Yeah, she plays the games. Yeah, she actually plays the games. Yeah, it's good. And every once in a while, you meet a real girl gamer. They do exist.
Or did she? Now, there's a bit of a lawsuit going around, and this was actually popular.
Oh, yeah. She saw how much money she could make if she appealed to the 40-year-old boomers. Back then, we were 30, and be like, oh my god, I'm really good at Metal Gear Solid 1, and I'm this incredibly cute girl, right? And I think it's genius.
By a channel known as Mad Catster, who actually ended up digging up this lawsuit and talking about it. And I'm going to read you some of the briefs because it kind of sheds light into Sniper Wolf of today and Sniper Wolf of the past. In this lawsuit, it's basically alleged that Young and Shalesh, who are basically Young is Sausage in this case, her ex-boyfriend,
Illusion,
who they basically talked about how they built these YouTube channels together initially when they started. And it says that Young, or Sausage, would prepare a script for each recording for her to read on camera while acting as though she was playing the recording.
Yep, and then so they literally matched up her. They were trying to practice. They were like, okay, you want to learn to be a streamer? Okay, well, let's do a playthrough that someone else did. And don't think about playing the game. Just think about what you would say if you were playing the game. And then they record that, and then they just play it over the video of someone else playing the game, and then...
Recorded video game footage. Even the gameplay was fake. Fuck, may even be the reaction.
I can't believe Sniper Wolf was a fucking liar. I had no idea. I don't know her at all. I mean, like, I don't know her work at all. But I mean, like, you know, that's a shock to me. I always thought she was a legitimate, but now I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. Because I don't know too many girls who are that dedicated to be playing Metal Gear Solid 1. I don't know. That's kind of a man's game. That's a definitely pro-war, Cold War. I mean, it was good. It was stealth espionage, and I'm sure some girls did play that game. I'm being sexist. I'm just saying I don't think it was a very girly game in terms of its execution. You know, so I wouldn't think girls played that game that much. It wasn't very cute. It was. I mean, it had some cool aspects to it, like, you know, like the stealth stuff, which is kind of stuff I think girls probably do like, but. I don't know. That was not a very feminine game, you know. I think it's kind of funny that she named herself that.
Look into Sniper Wolf's eyes.
You know, I've also seen Sniper Eye Patch Wolf, which is like, isn't there a Sniper Eye Patch Wolf? What's with the two S's, right? The SS, right? Why is there two S's? Like, why is there two S's in that name? Three S's. Yeah, she can't do two S's, or it would be Sniper Wolf, like Sniper Wolf. I get it. She's doing a reference. Yeah. Sniper Wolf. Yeah. Sniper Eye Patch Wolf. Wasn't that a name of a streamer? Yeah. Super Eye Patch Wolf. I wonder if that's his... Is that her boyfriend? It must be. Are they a fucking streamer couple? I always wondered about this.
There is a show that airs every night on the Fox
No,
network.
no, he just had a different name. He just had a different name. It was kind of close to hers, but they're not related.
Swear to God, maybe it's like placebo. Sometimes I think I see the Google Doc sheet, okay? Which is kind of wild. Sometimes I think that takes more effort than like just reacting. Or maybe it's just a way to optimize your reactions. Do like 30 reaction videos in a day. Young made it clear to Celeste that Sniper Wolf channel needed to be completely independent and separate from the previous Sexy Sniper Challenge, which had a serious negative reputation. So while Sniper Wolf was the face of the channel, what would happen is Sausage would be the person who would create the concepts, the development, script writing, directing, video editing, and then posting the videos on the channel, and then market research and analysis.
Jesus, man.
Which, yes, the back end of YouTube can be a very taxing effort. So yeah, if this is supposed to be a 50-50 endeavor, which is what they kind of claim to be over here by saying that channel red, which is when the actual like incorporation, like the LLC was created in this case, and the channels were kind of managed under, that was 50% belonging to both Sniper Wolf and Sausage. So honestly, if this lawsuit goes into the way of Sausage, it may actually end up getting Sniper Wolf's other channels.
Oh, it was.
too,
It was
like
an
Sniper
Atlas
Wolf's top
Moth.
videos, Sniper Wolf Espanol, Sniper Wolf Astafurlah, and Sniper Wolf Francais, to basically all be part of it, and channels that have accrued over $1.2 million in revenue. We may actually have one of YouTube's most expensive divorces right here, okay? And not just divorces. We're talking about an allegation.
They met online while playing video game Metal Gear Online. She did play Metal Gear. A sexy sniper. It had a largely negative reputation, was infamous for posting lewd and crass content.
Of business fraud almost, right? Like,
yeah, like it's not her fault that what was popular at the time was girl gamers being sexy, and it's still popular. You know, look at OnlyFans. So, but she found a better niche somewhere else that wasn't going to make her take off her clothes all the time. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm not going to judge her on it. I don't care if she did sex things before she was a streamer. I've done nasty things before I was a streamer too. Not nasty, but just bad. I've never done nasty things. I've done bad things like sold drugs, but I sold drugs to people who really, really bothered me and wanted to buy it from me. I didn't sell drugs to people like, yo, you want to buy this? Buy this, buy this. No, it wasn't like me I was pushing. It was like they called me and harassed me. You know, they wanted drugs from me. It wasn't like it's not like I went looking for them. They came to me. Health regen. Oh, yeah, some of these ingredients are not totally learned. I'm going to save now before I die again to some stupid pot.
withholding actual money. So Sniper Wolf's not looking too damn good in that department. And to be honest, I kind of don't really care about that. I honestly feel that creators like this, who literally just sit around and freeboot, should absolutely not be pushed by YouTube, and if anything, should be reprimanded. At the end of the day, these are serious DMCA risks waiting to happen. Sniper Wolf might make a lot of money for the platform, but
yeah, that Atlas Moth was really worth a lot.
Waiting to actually spark some serious issues because she's smart.
I like this value per weight. That's actually super good.
More if somebody starts reacting to movies or music or anything like that, and you might end up having YouTube be liable by the bigger like mainstream media companies all over again because they're just letting all this content flow around unrestricted. Yes, there are protections, there are DMCA provisions out there, but as long as YouTube pushes this, it only pushes other newer creators to go down this road as well. However, things get
I guess
even
I'll
more
use
critical,
the
okay, ladies
Atlas
and
Moth I
gentlemen.
just got, but I don't want
Quebblecop, who
to.
we had on the podcast is sort of an AI aficionado at this moment in time. Quebblecop was at the time one of the largest GTA 5 stunt creation channels that I've ever seen, okay? Like years ago, this guy was absolutely killing it on the platform. He wasn't just playing GTA, he was on the slapping my face for 24 hours in a video, he was on the biggest Slither IO ever challenge. This man was killing it on the platform. These days, not so much. These days, Quebblecop has shifted entirely to making content out of artificial intelligence. So
Slapping my face for 24 hours.
Cops, I'm gonna try the impossible, but before I do that, and I'm legit gonna do it, I need to hit 100,000 likes on this video. So go down there, drop a like. While you're at it, hit that notification bell. This is what it looks like. Yeah, press that, be notified. I will be slapping my own face for 24 hours straight. Let's do this. Okay, cops, I'm ready. I'm in a comfortable position. The lights have been set up. How long have you been watching for? Post a comment. Oh my god, my cheeks are so red. And post a comment. Red actually. My red cheek. Are my cheeks? Hurts pretty bad though.
Yeah, I just don't have this desire for fame like them. I think they're crazy. I think they think it means like it's gonna solve their imposter syndrome, but I don't think it will. I don't think fame fixes it. I think they've got to fix it with themselves first.
For instance, Roblox, but the floor is lava too. Watching this video, I'm going to show you exactly where the AI kicks in.
Keep going. I think we're the first one. No, we're not. Okay, never mind. This person is way quicker than us, and I got stuck. There we go. We made it to the top. Okay, now I'm pretty sure we got to go even higher. So how do I do that? Do I go in here and then... No, that doesn't work. How did that person get up there? What? Oh, didn't see this. Okay, there we go. We'll climb up.
Now, from what I understand, Cop uses an AI that basically analyzes the gameplay footage and creates this reaction on top. So if you ever notice the face kind of has this Botox look to it where there's not a lot of human emotion like this, this is content that's apparently purely AI generated. Now, Cop has optimized AI so hard that he even said before AI it would take us weeks and a team of 15 designers to create thumbnails like these. Thumbnail in question. Dude's got an anus in his back, all right? And he's shitting on the ground. If you needed 15 designers for this, Cop, you were getting scammed, my bro, okay? That's what it is. That's the story. I wonder what the prompt for this was. Indian guys just, you know, shitting on the ground, I guess. Jesus Christ. Plan for it to create the thumbnail in the entire video for you, all with your AI influencer in the video. Cop AI 3.0 is going to be next level. So again, these are some of the thumbnails. So supercar with monster truck wheels, okay? Put that into Dolly 3 and call it a day. But where it gets kind of wilder is with content like this. So he's actually created like take shorts reactions, okay? So to understand, this is like extreme. So like Jason Derulo in the beginning, who was just sitting there getting his like hair done. This is like really wild. So imagine if a TikTok video gets popular. 30 AI creators now flood your shorts algorithm with the same video, but this content quality on top of it. Watch this. I wish I could show you guys what this video contained, but because Cop used an amazing piece of music behind it, YouTube Content ID, so I was forced to strip that and re-upload this video without the track. But let me tell you, all he does is repeat what's going on in the video. Whoa, look at that crazy crispy salmon. Wowie, pog. So, again, all he's done is just summarize the video. In some ways, poorly. Missed out a couple of steps, too. But, again, what I find so wild about this is Cop didn't even credit the actual creator of that original short. That guy was Zach Choi ASMR, who made the video, Would You Eat This? Clicking on this one, yes, it's the same crunchy salmon that you made. Ladies and gentlemen, this is content that is so goddamn lazy, it's just not even funny anymore. And the thing is, Cop believes AI content will be the future, that the next big content creator after Mr. Beast will be an AI creator. And in some ways, god damn it, I almost kind of believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, for a lot of people who watch content on the internet and criticize this,
I would say the first AI to actually capture our hearts that'll be allowed to just like respond to the public and stuff will become really famous, and they'll make they'll be like Johnny the janitor or something like that. You can talk to him, he'll speak to you. He likes chicken, or well, not chicken, but he likes he's a vegetarian, but he, you know, etc. like that kind of thing. And I think that could be really a big thing. I think if an AI child were to become like an icon or an idol, I think that would be very good for the world's kids, maybe, because really, if the AI can talk to every kid in the world, doesn't it sound like fapping when she does this? It sounds like fapping. It's so annoying. Get off at it. Hey. Oh, what's that? Was it alchemy? It was. I want the alchemy lab. I was using it. Someone else is using it. Get out. I guess damage health is actually really the best one, so we'll just like make that. We'll start with Magica. Oops, yeah, oops, there we go. Poison, Magica version. Wait, what? Oh no, I told you Magica. Magica. Poison, aversion. No, I wanted Magica. Magica. That wasn't very much. Well... Yep, and then, what, fortify... health, here we go. Oh, wheat makes health potions, huh? Cool. I remember that, but I have forgotten.
It's kind of a shame that people are in like that very few category, okay? Because a lot of general viewers on YouTube who watch listicle videos, you know, your generic stuff that gets uploaded onto the platform, a lot of it is already created through machine learning tools anyways, okay? You think those list videos where they look at top 10 mountains all over the world, you think that's like an actual human being? Fuck no, that's all generated with like a computer. Most of it is. So again, for at least kids who are watching content like this, or Roblox, or reactions like Sniper Wolves, she could literally be replaced by Kwebbelkop AI, and 90% of the people watching would not know the difference, okay?
Yep.
This guy could probably actually make better jokes than her as a human being. It's kind of insane when you think about it. Now, am I excited for this wave of content? Absolutely not. I think with content creators like this and AI content, it's only going to flood the internet and just make finding actual good content a little bit difficult to locate. This is not going to replace, obviously, analytical content. A lot of the videos I watch on the internet are from channels like Digital Foundry that do a lot of technical analysis. I watch a lot of game development videos of people making 5-hour videos on Daggerfall, something I don't think an AI is going to be making, and even if an AI does, that human input is always going to be missing. That human ability to sentiently analyze something with your own thoughts and feelings is never going to be present. But for producing slop like this, oh, of course, the YouTube content's there. Is it good for YouTube? Probably not. But that's just the future of the world we're in. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, these were just 3 of the reaction channels out there. Do I think YouTube should do something about some of them? Yeah, I think YouTube should step in and probably tell Jason Derulo to stop freebooting videos off of the internet. Maybe Sniper Wolf should probably stop freebooting nearly all of TikTok on a daily basis. Because all that content is I'm going to go to TikTok.com, look at the most trending, and that's it. And for Kwebbelkop, I know people like to rag on the...
Today's video is brought to you by Manscaped.com, the few people in the business willing to let me talk about my balls. Now, it's all brought to you by the Perfect Package 3.0. Now, I've told you about this before. Comes with the Lawnmower 3.0 water-resistant body trimmer. And say it with me, advanced skin-safe technology means your balls are a lot more safer than the old tried-and-true method. It also comes with the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and Crop Reviver. So, you know, you're not just clearing the forest, you're making it smell good too. And you know, when you shave your balls and clear the forest that it is, you need to make sure it's covered and safely guarded with these anti-chafing boxer briefs. Let me tell you, it's got crop cooling technology and contour flex, microfibers, and the ability to make sure chafing is kept to an absolute minimal. And if you've got that crop preserver like I mentioned earlier, pair it with the briefs and you got a rootin' tootin' good time. And if you get them briefs with the Perfect Package 3.0 kit, you can get the Peak Hygiene Plan, which gets you new boxers replenished every cycle straight to your doorstep, hassle-free. Get 20% off and free international shipping, plus 2 free gifts with promo code SOMEORDINARY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Hello guys and gals, Mmo Lifestyle, and today we have an iceberg video. Now what's an iceberg video? Well, recently they've been popping up, ladies and gentlemen. An iceberg video is basically where we look at one of these images all about an iceberg, and we sort of look at the top, you know, where the sort of the normie sector where everyone sort of understands what's going on, everyone can see it, all the way down to the very, very bottom where absolute degeneration occurs. Now, before we continue into this, we really have to explain why this is important. Now, for an iceberg video, deep web is probably the best topic you're going to be looking at. And today's iceberg is a bit satirical, but there are elements of it that I would say are worth expanding upon. Now, the deep web is an iceberg. You know, if you look at the internet as it is, what you're witnessing right now by watching this video is a very small percentage of the global internet machine out there. You see, what we look at called the surface web is basically indexed pages, you know, pages you would find through a spider searches or a Google search, if you will, a Bing search if you're desperate, a Yahoo search, whatever you want to call it. But when you look at the deep web, it's basically the parts of the internet that are completely unindexed, and mostly for good reason. It's very uneventful. And then when you get to the dark web, which is a term that's used interchangeably with the deep web, and it really shouldn't be, is when you get to the quote-unquote illegal skip. Hello guys and gals, Mmo Lifestyle, and today we have an iceberg video. Now what's an iceberg video? Well, recently they've been popping up, ladies and gentlemen. An iceberg video is basically where we look at, before we continue into this, we really have to explain why this is important. Now, for an iceberg video, deep web is probably the best topic you're going to be looking at. And today's iceberg is a bit satirical, but there are elements of it that I would say are worth expanding upon. Now, the deep web is an iceberg. You know, if you look at the internet as it is, what you're witnessing right now by watching this video is a very small percentage of the global internet machine out there. You see, what we look at called the surface web is basically indexed pages. You know, pages you would find through a spider searches or a Google search, if you will, a Bing search if you're desperate, a Yahoo search, whatever you want to call it. But when you look at the deep web, it's basically the parts of the internet that are completely unindexed, and mostly for good reason. It's very uneventful. And then when you get to the dark web, which is a term that's used interchangeably with the deep web, and it really shouldn't be, is when you get to the quote-unquote illegal, scary side of the internet. Now, to clear up misinformation, we're going to really explain. The deep web is the unindexed side of the internet. It could be really anything. It could be YouTube pages themselves that have never been allowed to be indexed by Google or YouTube themselves. It could literally be databases hidden off for good reason. It could be anything that's just unindexed. When we look at the dark web, we're going to refer to it as pages that are indexed and non-indexed, but primarily serve illegal material or allow you to perform illegal activities. Think of websites in any page that could be spreading illegal things, like, for instance, software. Piracy is a big issue. It's illegal. We could kind of qualify that as the dark web, but I think a better example is something like an online marketplace like Silk Road back in the day, or Alpha Bay Markets, or even what we saw a week and a half ago, the cartel markets. Any place that you can buy drugs, firearms, or potential hitmen, even though 99% of them are fucking federal agents. It's a location where illegal media can be exchanged, and most exchanges are done in cryptocurrencies anyways, to hide and anonymize transactions. Now let's go look at the actual iceberg itself. This is a long iceberg, basically covering the common web, the surface web, the bourgeois web, the deep web, the charter web, and closed shell system access. That's where we're getting a little meme-tastic. But let's start off with the very first section real quick. Now, again, while all these exist, I'm just going to cover real quickly. There are certain moments, like for instance, when you see closed shell system, a lot of this is really just buzzwords being tossed at you. I'm surprised I'm not seeing things like blockchain being tossed in to sort of scare the audience, but a lot of this is just buzzwords, to be real with you. I mean, shell is literally just a program that exposes the OS to users and allows interoperability between programs. I mean, if you know anything about a shell, we looked at it when we were covering half of my Linux videos anyways. Now listen, 80% exists below this line. Internet, it's a little bit of bullshit, a little bit out there. I mean, when you're reading things like polymeric Faust-Siegel derivation, okay, you've already known you're a step beyond the line. But with that being said, let's go to the first side of this iceberg, and that is level 0. Now, as much as this image floats around and is a common place for deep work iceberg lore, we're going to look at the common web. Now, nothing's really listed in this tier. They really just say everything, and I guess it is just everything. I mean, I guess a better example would be to say YouTube and all that kind of nonsense. I mean, anything that's really accessible over Google would pretty much show up at the tip of the iceberg. I mean, even the super secret IP address called localhost, which is actually 127.0.0.1. Any of you emerging hackers, if you're willing to break into the government, that IP address is something you should remember wholesale. So let's break into the loop at the tip of the iceberg. I mean, even the super secret IP address called localhost, which is actually 127.0.0.1. Any of you emerging hackers, if you're willing to break into the government, that IP address is something you should remember wholesale. So let's go to the next level. Level 1, surface web. Now, surface web is an interesting section. This is just one tier below the actual common web. And for all we know, this is anything that's indexed and available at the touch of a search. Reddit is the first thing mentioned here. And Reddit, as we all know, is the first website in this situation. And this is pretty much surface web wholesale. It's interesting to realize just how much of a range of services and content you can actually find on Reddit alone. And usually it can just be completely harmless shit all over. But a lot of the dives that I like to do are on sort of the grimmer side of Reddit, if you will. And from time to time, you can't deny that it's one of the easiest points on this list to hit if you actually want to look at some real proper fucked up shit from time to time. All right? I mean, for every good subreddit that's about cat pictures and everything, there are just as many subreddits that lead you down a completely opposite path. Reddit boards related to combat footage from wars that you can literally see dudes being blown up by fucking IED devices. Reddit boards involving narcos and bloody battles that they fucking partake in between one another for the sake of it, okay? And everyone can just look at it. It's completely archived for everyone to see. It's actually a big deal. And for the longest time, one could actually go to Reddit boards like Gore and watch people die before Reddit actually banned these boards for glorifying and encouraging violence. No way, really? And meaning that you didn't even need to go to Live League, you didn't need to go anywhere, you didn't even need to go to Run the Gauntlet. It was all freely accessible on the largest aggregation site on the internet. Now, moving on to Dig, I actually thought this was going to be Dig, like the actual website Dig, the Reddit competitor. But given that it's not Dig, alright, given that it probably isn't that, and honestly, if it was Dig, it'd be a really weird thing to add because Dig is literally just Reddit, except the losing version of it. See, what I think this is referring to is the network tool that allows you to query domain name systems. It's really just used for primarily troubleshooting, but if you have a Mac or a Linux-based system that actually has a terminal in it, Macs usually have this built in completely, you can literally fire up a terminal right now and use the dig command to look into websites. You can even access easy web-based tools right now to do the exact same thing as well. Technically, this is surface web material too. Each of these domains that you're going to dig out are freely accessible, and you're probably hopping between them if you're on something like, say, YouTube. Now, temporary email services. Okay, this one is really cool. It's any service that grants you a temporary email service to pass any web page. Usually it's used for registration services, like, let's say you want to make a quick burner account on, you know, some really weird furry website. This is pretty much what you're going to be using, these temporary email services. But there is one key issue. Over the last several years, most, if not all, of these services have basically been blacklisted anyways, and usually they don't work for any major service any longer, so you can't make infinite Twitch accounts using this anyways. Most of these temporary email services have basically been blacklisted, so anytime you try entering them, they're just going to tell you you have an invalid email address. Even though it's not invalid, they just know that it belongs to the shady side of the internet. Newgrounds. I don't know why this is mentioned, but it's an American website that's basically centered around Flash animations and video games. I used to spend a lot of time to it. Honestly, this was my childhood right here. I could probably say Newgrounds was like a third parent, okay? It was my babysitter. And it was a terrible babysitter now that I think about it. It's definitely categorized on Surface Web, like no doubt. Why this specifically makes the list, I actually have no clue. I think somebody liked playing Pyco's School for some reason. But I mean, if you've never been to Newgrounds, you're really missing out. You definitely need to open up another tab and check out some real raunchy Web 1.0 history. Vampire Freaks is real interesting. This used to be a real social media network catering to literal goths. I mean, it was shut down last year, and from what I recall, it had a Web 1.0 forum design, and at its height, it had about 600,000 actual members, and at any moment, there was an active user base of around 2,000 to 4,000 people just sitting there. I mean, it's pretty impressive for a website that's specifically catered to just goths. You'd find topics, anything, you'd find any range of topics. I mean, people telling you about the best deals at Hot Topic, all the way to completely politicized topics that had nothing to do with gothic individuals. And I'm sure it holds a very small distinction of getting some goths laid. And I mean, there is a very small chance, law of averages, some of you people, the viewers, might have actually had your parents meet on this website. Imagine being conceived to fucking Vampire Freaks. That's truly magical, okay? I'm just gonna be real with you. It's a shame that it's shut down, since it's really a piece of history that, you know, not many people seem to really know about. I mean, you'd really have to be around there at the time to know about it. I don't even know much about it, but then again, I'm not goth to begin with. For what it's worth, it's actually still online, and if you're interested in, like, Vampire Freaks merch, you can go check it out. But I mean, as far as the social network is, that shit's gone. Foreign social networks is like a really odd one to put in. This is like one of those things where they used to, again, pad out the entire length. I guess the best example for this is, say, since we're in North America, my primary audience, for us, services like Facebook are sort of like the ultimate god of social media. But then, like, I guess a rough equivalent is like, let's say you live in China. Well, I guess for you, Facebook isn't even a reality. That shit's straight up banned. For you, it's all 10 cents QQ. So I guess that's what we're looking at with foreign social networks. Again, it is technically Surface Web, but it's just a weird mention to have. Or I don't really get it. Every country really, every region has their own social networks out there. It's a weird point, so let's just move past it. Human intel tasks seem to refer to any human task, or honestly, I have no idea why they mentioned it. I think they just wanted to pad out more bullshit, but I guess if I was to equate it to something deep web related, it would have to be something like the strategic intelligence networks that we actually witnessed on the deep web from time to time on our browsings. And those are just repositories of documents related to a bunch of weird topics regarding defense and various other materials. I mean, it's really just any repository. For instance, Parasite was a very popular one that we looked into that basically allowed us to read weird zines on cannibalism and drug production and any of that nonsense. So I guess if we had to really equate it to human intel tasks, then that's pretty much where it comes down to. Any intelligence network that you could find on the deep web filled with your favorite crackpot conspiracy theorists. So web hosting and MySQL databases are interesting because they're just basically general pieces of internet related to buying and hosting of domains, really. And MySQL is effectively just a relational database management tool used for housing data, logging, and basically used extensively in e-commerce solutions. It's basically a backbone of healthy internet infrastructure. Why we have mentioned this in the surface web section when it could very much be applicable to every section of this trench, every section of the iceberg, is again beyond me. All right, again, a lot of this is just buzzword, and buzzword. College campuses is basically another joke entry, but I guess to entertain the idea, most colleges have public-facing pages that we could just freely access. And we classify that as the surface web. But as soon as you log into your, college or university, there's a level of under the hood pages that you're accessing specifically for you. And at that point, it's safe to say that that is the deep web. It's excluded from search result engines, and it's usually only accessible on their local hosted servers, requiring certain levels of authentication. So in that idea, yeah, we can sort of see surface and deep web sort of combining together. I guess one cool example I can sort of give you is VT Underground, where we actually looked at this a few times. It was actually cataloged archives of VT Underground tunnel systems that one could just freely access and view at any given moment, filled with maps, exploration logs, and whatnot. Now,
Oh.
level 2 is where we're getting into the Burgie web, okay? So if you don't know what the Burgie web is, well, get ready, because the Burgie web, for those of you wondering what the definition is, I have no clue. Listen, if this is some sort of new Twitter speak or DeviantArt speak that I'm getting into, then please fill me in. But I have no idea what Burgie is supposed to get down to. What I do know is half of the stuff on this iceberg, so let's go down through it. Now, number 1 is FTP servers, honeypots, loaded web servers. So for FTP servers, all right, in this instance, yes, some are indexed on the search engines that we browse around on the internet anyways. And we've seen this on the deep web as well, with earlier mentions of that signal intelligence network. It was basically giving me that FTP front end. Now, for most repos that are accessed on the web FTP interface, this isn't, again, exclusive to the deep web. If you ever click on it and you basically see a list of just folders and files that you can download, yes, you're on like a web FTP HTTP connection, right? That's effectively what you're getting down to. In fact, this isn't, again, just purely deep web or anything of that. This isn't Burgie web. This is any kind of web. Honeypots, these aren't exclusive to, again, one section of the internet. Tons of web pages exist for the sole reason to capture and gather information on people willing to commit crimes. Those hitman websites that we constantly come across never actually have real hitmen on them. I would wager both of my testicles that 99.9% of those websites are completely fake. The only reason I say 99.9% of the time is because I cannot prove that it is 100%. But internally, yeah, I'm sort of inching towards that on a personal basis. See, none of these sites actually have hitmen. Most of them are just actually hosted by people scamming money out of you, which if you ever go to their websites, grab their Bitcoin wallet, run a history check on it, and you'll find tons of cash flowing through. But even if that's the case, most of the times it's actual police agencies who host these websites to entrap individuals who are willing to commit actual conspiracy of murder. Most of the easily accessible hitman websites and criminal pages on the deep web are, again, 1000% honeypots. If someone calls you through a surface web social network like Facebook and Twitter and pretends they're a hitman, there's a very good chance that that person, say it with me, is a cop. So yeah, honeypots are all too common, and this isn't the Burgie web. This is just all web. Locked Google search results. Now, this is actually fairly interesting. So basically, if you don't know what this is, it refers to Google results that have actually been blacklisted by Google themselves. Now, you can find a few articles mentioning this
How to
kind of
cook
shit,
meth.
but in general, there are moments where Google...
How to make bombs. Anarchist cookbook. Certain things.
Google actually removes search results because by law they're being forced to.
Child porn.
There are certain results like Loli and Lolicon that Google will actually remove because they just don't want people to get into it. I mean, when you look at the idea of lolis in general, you're getting into some borderline illegal, illicit territory, and Google tends to agree on that side, so it does remove the search results, or at least if it doesn't remove them, it highly censors those results, so you're not getting blasted with like pornography as soon as you search for it. Now, there's actually a page you can pull up in the Wayback Machine because it's down now called hiddenfromgoogle.com, which allegedly actually has hidden Google search terms that, again, I can't confirm the validity of myself, but I don't doubt it's a thing. Google has been ordered from multiple countries several times to remove or limit search results. So that being said, I have no idea why we're using the term locked, by the way. I would use the term hidden. It's a little bit more correct. But hey, that's just a general idea. So if you didn't know about that, yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Ah, good old-fashioned 4chan. Now, 4chan is an image board website hosting content regarding almost every subculture of the internet. You can go on there expecting content from My Little Pony, all the way to the paranormal occult, all the way to why my camera doesn't goddamn focus. I mean, 4chan does a lot, all right? It provides a lot of content. And for all 4chan is considered, it has been a focus on this channel numerous times. We looked at it plenty of times when it comes to paranormal activities, paranormal threads. Heck, a while ago, we literally, not too long ago actually, we just looked at a supposed cult infiltration on their infamous Synchronicity journal project that was kept on the website. I don't know why we isolated 4chan specifically. Honestly, 4chan is a lot more tamer than other boards. I mean, if you want to get real with me, there's places like 8chan that are just like a league above what 4chan is doing on a regular basis. But, you know, I guess they put this on here for the meme allure. Most normies are going to look at this shit and they're going to be like, 4chan, ha! I've read about that on the good old AOL.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what you're going down with. 4chan is just a giant meme at this point, and it really should be. You know, when you go to 4chan, aside from the politically, like, poll and B,
I've never been to 4chan.
most boards do their own thing, and they actually lead to some pretty cool, you know, threats from time to time. RSC is what I believe to be RuneScape Classic, and if we're putting that on the same level of honeypots and degeneracy, then I actually tend to agree. Nothing but degeneracy has ever come out of that game, and I don't doubt for a second that there's some shitty group out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere Europe that's actually somehow using Jagex's totally unoptimized jumble of code from back in yesteryear to launder large sums of cryptocurrencies somehow.
What? Wait. What?
On a regular basis. But, you know, I guess they put this on here for the meme allure. Most normies are going to look at this shit and they're going to be like, 4chan, ha! I've read about that on the good old AOL, and that's pretty much where you're going down with. 4chan is just a giant meme at this point, and it really shouldn't be. You know, when you go to 4chan, aside from the politically, like, poll and B, most boards do their own thing, and they actually lead to some pretty cool, you know, threats from time to time. RSC is what I believe to be RuneScape Classic, and if we're putting that on the same level of honeypots and degeneracy, then I actually tend to agree. Nothing but degeneracy has ever come out of that game, and I don't doubt for a second that there's some shitty group out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere Europe that's actually somehow using Jagex's totally unoptimized jumble of code from back in yesteryear to launder large sums of cryptocurrencies somehow. This is a joke, by the way. The lawyers want me to, like, reiterate that. But anyways, RuneScape Classic, for some reason, that's Burgie web material, even though I'm pretty sure we were all playing that when we were literally fucking embryos. Now, Free Hive is a meme for this list, because I can't even begin to tell you what it actually is. From what I'm understanding, Free Hive, if I had to guess, sounds very closely to products like LimeWire or Kazaa. So if you need to get any more shittier malware for all your MP3 downloads, then this is really it, okay? And if you remember LimeWire, congratulations, you're really fucking old at this point. Let Me Watch This, or commonly known as PrimeWire, is a web service that anybody can use to watch movies for free through the internet. And this is actually similar to something like 123 Movies, where the legality of it is relatively all over the place, whether you can stream it or not. In fact, its hosting location is probably out of reach from DMCA, which is why it's operating so freely on the internet. That's another big aspect of the internet too. When you want to look at things like illegal content, I mean, DMCA content can be very illegal in the sense that, you know, you obviously can't host an entire movie, but the internet is under jurisdictions of different parts of the world. So usually DMCA law isn't applicable if, let's say, the server is hosted out in Russia or parts of Asia where the United States DMCA just doesn't have the ability to truly enact or enforce the shutdown of these websites. And it's not like they can block you from accessing them. A VPN will immediately bypass that block. So really, you can watch these movies, you can watch DMCA busting content outside of the country. And honestly, there's almost nothing that stops the user from uploading DMCA material to other YouTube-like services in countries that don't have a DMCA agreement. And now that you know this, when the next few entries on this entire page, this Burgie web, keep mentioning stream videos and like BunnyTube and whatnot, a lot of this basically falls into this category anyways. These sort of gray market streaming services that effectively exist. I don't even think this is Burgie web material. At this point, this has enacted something new, and we're going to call that the Fisher-Price levels of web access. It's streaming video, guys, not some crazy Hollywood level snuff production. Let's be real. All right, buckos, you with me so far? Because we're into the deep web, level 3, the real meat and potatoes of this whole endeavor. So we got a fair bit to cover over here, so sit down, buckle up, and let's go see what the deep web consists of. Now, on the vanilla sources refer to something I have no idea about, but I guess if I had to really guess, and I had to meme this section out, I'm going to read the Wikipedia definition of vanilla software. It's basically a term used in computer sciences and software to refer to hardware and algorithms used in their original form. Imagine playing Minecraft without mods. Truly disgusting. The next few entries refer to illegal video material, and in a shocking turn of events, it's not exclusive to the deep web. If you want to find lots of illegal material that can land you in a federal watch list and in a federal prison, then there's plenty of surface web areas to go look into. Shock material in general is what the internet culture is necessarily made of. If you skip the totally illegal material, if all you're doing is looking for gore and shock, then, I mean, there's a very popular website known as Run the Gauntlet, which actually has a safe for work version as well, but...
Yeah, Run the Gauntlet is disgusting. Yeah, I've done running the gauntlet before. I wonder what the name of this site was, because my friend showed it to me once, and I was like, yeah, I can do it, but I mean, why? Why would I do this?
But in referring to the adult version, like I am, you can sift through tons of gore and death primarily, and there's also, you know, that cringe version that you can get down to if you want the safe for work version, but there's plenty of messed up videos in Run the Gauntlet alone, and plenty of those videos are the exact type of videos that I've seen floating around half of these deep web snuff video archives. Again, we've talked about this literally 2 weeks ago, where you were able to grab material off of, let's say, any like snuff website like LiveLeak, for instance, and have it freely accessible and uploaded to the deep web. It doesn't make it mystical. It doesn't make it weird or anything. They just literally uploaded already accessible material on the clear web to an Onion server, and that's pretty much what it came down to. Sex tapes, celebrity scandals. Now, these are something that are present on the deep web, and one incredible example for this is known as pink meth. Now, nothing to do with drugs or anything. This is actually an incredible website to leak nudes of ex-partners. So basically a massive repository of complete revenge pornography. And in most places, that's highly illegal. And at one point, it was briefly accessible on the deep web, somewhere around 2015, and ever since then, it's just not found. And rightfully so. Nobody wants to upload revenge porn, and nobody should have unconsenting revenge porn out there. So the fact that pink meth was removed, it may be a blessing to a lot of people. That said, all right, if we include it on the deep web, we also have clear examples of things like pink meth, this revealing, this revenge porn style deal, this unconsensual porn style deal, in things like the Fappening, for instance, where basically a massive iCloud leak had occurred, and I guess technically that would be the deep web, but an iCloud leak occurred. It was released to the public, and at that point, you know, it's kind of like the same general idea, right? You're gonna have these celebrity sex tapes and celebrity scandals all the way. It's not a deep web exclusive. I don't know why we made this level 3. I would actually equate this to level -3. This is something that the internet is built out of. Now, of course, they mentioned things like VIP gossip, which if you want me to be alive by the end of this and not suffer through severe alcohol poisoning, I'm going to skip that, okay? That's literally 60% of Twitter right there. Now, hackers and script kiddies. Okay, so these are the incredibly popular components of the deep web. I would argue that hackers themselves, all these websites, probably make up at least 30% of the deep web. Tons of individuals offer their services daily to hack social media accounts, payment services. Heck, some people claim that they can hack into your university and start altering grades too. None of it's proven or anything, but I believe it way more than the Hitman websites. Now, usually they charge you in cryptocurrencies, and the fees are relatively modest. But again, all right, even though that it's more realistic than, say, Red Rooms or Hitman, just because by nature of it being a far more victimless crime,
most of
it requires less of a cost anyways. I mean, computers and a few keyboard operators in general. I still don't endorse it, and I believe a massive 99.9% of these are just complete scams anyways. And like at the worst, it's probably a federal law enforcement agency honeypot too. Again, take their Bitcoin wallet address whenever you come to these websites, run a history check on it, and see how much money gets flown through. That's a pretty good wager to see how it's a scam. Now, the next is virus information, and from what it seems, it's basically just a giant repository of samples of known and unknown malware strains on computers. And if that's what it is, then yeah, I've actually seen that floating around on the deep web from time to time, but that doesn't necessarily, again, make it a deep web exclusive. There are plenty of surface web areas. I mean, GitHub alone has plenty of actual live malware repositories one can access, one such as the Zoo, for instance, that constantly has updated strains of malware. Remember when we talked about the largest hack that occurred when we looked at Sunburst and Solar Winds? That malware strain is actually accessible, so if you want to toy around with it, you can. And if you break your computer, then the risk is all on you, because I'm not going to be fucking responsible for that shit. Let me just point that out right now. FOIE Archives. I have no idea what this is. I mean, honestly, it seems like a meme, again, to pad out this nonsense anyways. And you know what? To be real with you, everything related in this, like computer security and FTP servers, mathematical research, and supercomputing, all of this seems to be complete and utter nonsense. These are just buzzwords used to make it look like the deep web is much more stringent than it actually is, something that's more mystical than it is. All of these are basic computer search terms that you can find. The only thing interesting in this entire deal is XSS word scripting. If you don't know what that is, it's interesting because it actually refers to cross-site scripting malware that typically uses JavaScript to breach browser security. One of the biggest examples was way back in the day on Justin TV. Yes, the original Twitch.tv, where about 2,525 profiles were actually infected in 2008. And it only lasted 24 hours. And the only reason that this is notable and has a good ending is because this was actually just a test done, and all of it was reported to Justin TV Engineer. So yeah, everyone got infected, but at the end of the day, it was like non-volatile, like nothing bad happened. But that's about the only cool thing in this entire deal. And of course, for some reason now, we need to have Tor required after this point. Now, the first one over here is ELIZA Data Information. So this is actually pretty cool. ELIZA refers to a natural language processing computer program that was actually developed in the 60s by MIT's Artificial Intelligence Lab by an individual named Joseph Weizenbaum. It was actually designed to demonstrate communication.
While this loads, I'm going to go to the bathroom, guys. I'm sorry.
And machine systems. The actual system simulated
I won't be
actual
long.
conversation by implementing something called pattern matching. And if you don't know what that is, I want you to imagine all the chatbots like that you witness online now, literally by typing in chatbot, that use the exact same system similarly. Now, all of this I've actually seen around on my deep web. Like in my entire exploration, I don't think I've ever seen ELIZA data research on the Tor relay. I've never seen source code for this nonsense at all. I have, however, seen chatbots myself. One of them is actually freely available just on the clear web itself, and it's literally based upon the ELIZA system itself. So again, if you want to experience it, you absolutely 100% can. It's not exactly the most elaborate chatbot out there, but I guess it gains a few chuckles here and there. Now let's go down the list. We've got hacking groups, node transfers, data analysis, post-date generation, Microsoft Data Secure Networks, Assembly Programmer's Guide, shell networking, AI theorists, cosmologists, and the MIT. Okay. I think we're just fucking throwing around buzzwords at this point, right? Like, it's the proverbial dartboard, and we just need to land as many hits as we can. Is that right? Is that right? Is that what people are falling for? Yeah, that's what people are falling for. Now, most of these are concepts, I would say, in computer and networking science, if we had to do it. But I guess if we had to demystify stuff, when they're talking about shell networking, again, if I had to really, like, connect this at the moment, like, if you put a gun to my goddamn head, I guess it would be cross-terminal networking between, like, Unix systems. Microsoft's Data Secure Networks. It sounds mystical, but I mean, it probably seems like it's Microsoft Azure like cloud servers that we're looking at that probably host coveted source code from Microsoft's numerous like weird projects behind the scenes. And the Assembly Programmer Guild? Okay, that just sounds like people with way too much free time. You know, like I said earlier, these are all buzzwords, of course, but like you could literally add blockchain somewhere in this list, and it would just look spooky because people would think, wow, oh, it's a dark web thing. I've heard about blockchain. It's the Bitcoin stuff. Yeah, it must be really spooky. It might actually infect me somehow. So you could do anything and it would just be real scary. All of this is complete bullshit. So we got to move on to one more layer. Now, level 4 is charter web, okay? So again, the naming schemes are getting a little wild, champ. But let's go look at this list through and through. Now, number 1 is the Hidden Wiki. Now, the Hidden Wiki is an incredibly popular location on the deep web, and usually it's going to be people's first website when they go on the deep web. It was my first website on the series. The Hidden Wiki is basically just a wiki consisting of numerous links to dark web services and pages. I mean, the true Hidden Wiki itself is completely unknown to anybody because at one point, from what I recall, the story is the PGP key, the little fingerprint, if you will, was actually leaked and just revealed to the world. And now any hidden wiki that is formed will take that exact same PGP key and claim that they're basically the official original website. In truth, there's no official original. There's really just hidden wikis every year. And some of them are definitive, some of them aren't. I guess, to put it short, the hidden wiki is not where you want to be throughout the deep web experience. It's where you want to start.
I realized I was so loud.
Your first websites. Really, you're going to have to go to link lists that capture through spiders numerous new websites that show up every hour, and you're going to want to touch around with actual you're going to want to actually play around with real search engines on the deep web to actually get anywhere. The Hidden Wiki is a nice starting point for like 5 minutes, and that's pretty much where it is. It's still worth mentioning, however, but to put it as level 4, it's a little heavy, my guy, a little heavy. Now, Hard Candy, Onion IB, Candy Cane are all services that, again, some of you may understand, are in the business of selling illegal videos and photos across the internet. From what I recall, some of these services like Onion IB actually existed from 2015 to 2016, and I never once came across any of these sites personally, and even if I have seen them in link lists, I would never dare click on them because immediately they already advertise that they're literally selling illegal material. It is illegal to click on those sites when you have that kind of advanced knowledge, okay? You literally know that you are about to commit a crime. And that's why I've never done it. But, you know, to be honest with you, I don't have to imagine that it exists either, because as much as you want to call out the deep web for having its goofy moments, there are obviously groups that share illegal material like this all the time. But let's also not forget that for every single website that exists like this, a good chunk of them are also federal honeypots as well, building user profiles, harvesting data for the eventual pedo bust that's going to happen down the road. And even then, the legality of, let's say, the FBI hosting these are super fucking questionable. I mean, there are U.S. judges that have actually claimed the FBI, even though that they were on their side, claimed that it was outrageous that they were even operating these honeypots to begin with. It's a real moral dilemma. But that's all I'm really going to touch on.
It's outrageous. That's entrapment.
A little bit more lighthearted. So this is where we're looking at banned movies, videos, and books. And again, why are we putting this in the charter web? Maybe to scare the average normie. But in reality, this is a phenomenon that exists in life, okay? Not even just on the web in general, okay? If you want to find out, there are plenty of websites that you can go to on Tor that allow you to get books in PDF form. I mean, for instance, the Bible is banned in certain parts of the world. I mean, it's looked down upon to be a Christian in some areas. So read the Bible. And I guess if we want to say that's technically a banned book, and if that's going to be the definition, then the Bible is freely available on the deep web in its entirety, in all of its revisions for the world to read. It's actually one of the important reasons why the deep web exists. To bypass a lot of arbitrary bans that we as society have actually implemented. But even going beyond the Bible, there are plenty of places on the clear web that allow you to view video and PDF of really obscene shit just through the Wayback Machine, because that serves as effectively a massive internet library too. Now, I can see kind of the allure, and I can understand that, you know, coming across websites that have hosted PDFs, like, for instance, Uncle Fester's Notorious Meth Cookbook, that people will actually use to cook legitimate methamphetamines to sell on the market. That people PDFs, like, for instance, Uncle Fester's Notorious Meth Cookbook, that people...
Uncle Fester's Notorious Meth Cookbook. Wow, they got him, huh? Did they get him? Ricin. Oh man, look at those meth faces. Oh.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us tonight. Stephen Priestler, otherwise known as Uncle Fester, was charged today in court with 8 counts related to manufacturing, distribution, and possession of drugs.
Priestler was arrested during the execution of a search warrant at his home last Friday. Now, police searched his home in the 800 block of South Bear Street in Green Bay. The criminal complaint shows...
Good old Green Bay, full of meth. And Packers
found a variety of drugs, including methamphetamine and marijuana. They also confiscated equipment that is consistent with a clandestine methamphetamine lab. Various bottles and buckets of substances could be seen being removed from that home. The search also turned up several copies of books on how to manufacture drugs like LSD and other drugs, all written by this Uncle Fester. And Fox 11's Brady Meyer was in court today and joins us now with new details. Brady, what did you find out?
All is right.
Yeah, Michelle, so according to that criminal complaint, police searched his home, as you said, and found hundreds of grams of different illegal drugs, including methamphetamine and marijuana. And amongst those 8 charges include possession and intent to distribute. This came after a confidential informant purchased drugs previously from Priestler. 3 others were charged in that drug bust, but it's believed that Priestler is considered the primary operative in this meth lab. He became known, like you said, for writing books under the pen name Uncle Fester, and several books by him were also located in the house during that arrest. Today in court, he appeared virtually. He was in jail along with all of the other people who were arrested in this drug bust. He represented himself, but did tell the court that he intends to find a lawyer. He immediately denied all the charges, saying he was stunned by what the criminal complaint alleges he did, and what was in the house was actually science experiments that had nothing to do with manufacturing drugs of any kind.
Are you fucking serious? That's the excuse that he used. He was just like, well...
The value of the meth located in the house was between $49,000.
$49,000.
And the value of the cocaine was approximately $11,437.
They have misidentified this as being something that's not. I would ask for a more reasonable bail, because I'm not going anywhere, and I think they have misidentified these materials.
Maybe they did.
Priestler's bond was set at $100,000.
No, if they found cocaine, he's fucked. It's over.
The state was asking for.
He's lying.
Initially was hoping to get a signature bond, but then asked for $5,000 cash. He did not get that, obviously. He will be in court next on August 2nd for a preliminary...
319 grams, 114 grams of cocaine. Why the fuck do you have that much shit in the same place? You're a total drug dealer. I don't think I could ever have more than fucking 2 ounces or something in one place. There's no fucking way. These fucking idiots get pounds and pounds and pounds. I mean, what's... Yeah. An ounce is 28 grams, so... And has 16 ounces in a pound. What's 28 times 16? 28 times 16, yeah, 16 ounces in a pound. How many ounces in a pound? I can't remember. How many ounces in the pound? 1 ounce is, oh no, yeah, how many, six, divide the mass value by 16, right? Right, it's, how many ounces makes a pound? 16, yeah, so, yeah, what's that? That's like, yeah, times 16, right? So 28 grams is an ounce. 16 ounces, 20 grams times 16 ounces is 448 grams. So... he had 450 fucking... Wait, no, I did this math wrong, I think. Hold on. $328 days. Nah, man, you're a meth cook and you're going up. So, how many grams did they find again? 319 grams, right? So 319 grams divided by 28 is actually 319 divided by 28 grams is 11 ounces. So he had pretty much 3/4 of a pound of meth, which is like because meth is light, it's like basically like dust, right? So God damn, man. 3/4 of a pound. I can't even. I mean, 300 grams is. I mean, I can see exactly an ounce, but 11 ounces. That's like a daily. Yeah, 11 ounces for somebody like that is like that was his day's business. That's insane. I mean, it's not that much, so it's like kind of crazy. It's a lot, but it's. I just want to kind of get a fucking feel for it. I was like, man. Well, there's that. I was like, it's funny how when I went to go search the name, I expected to see police, and that's what I got.
People actually use to cook legitimate methamphetamines to sell on the market. That
gotta get it from
I've
somewhere.
seen plenty of times on the deep web. But to be real with you, I've also seen that plenty of times on the clear web away. It's literally a Google search away. And if you want to get even more fucking memey about it, it's on Amazon for you to purchase too.
Secrets of methamphetamine manufacturer. Why would you buy this? There's no way that doesn't end you up on. How does he even get on Amazon? Why is Amazon selling secrets of methamphetamine manufacturer? This classic book is now in its 8th edition and continues to be the training ground of the champions of the field of clandestine chemistry. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm a street pharmaceuticalist. Virtually every method of producing methamphetamine is covered in detail along with chipsets to obtaining the necessary starting materials. Latest pill extraction procedures are covered along with the new series of production reactions, which he misspelled latest, of production reactions which don't require the use of iodine or red phosphorus or anhydrous. Wow. Also give a new and quite nifty reaction for cooking one's own ephedrine or pseudoephedrine. Closely related substance MDMA, yep, the 2 best substances known to man, is also covered in this book along with many production reactions for making this desirable substance. The 216 pages of fine print in this classic book are a treasure trove for those interested in this fascinating field of illegality that ends you up in jail. You fucking idiot. Why were you selling this? Did you need this money this bad? That you needed to do like an ebook on Amazon about methamphetamine? Why not just deal methamphetamine if you're a fucking meth cook? Why the fuck would you put a $25 Kindle edition book on Amazon about meth manufacturing meth? That's pretty much going to end you up in the jail. I'm not surprised they came and got you this year. I think you thought they were just going to ignore this shit. One of the things I learned about drug dealers and criminals, like, is they just think that everybody else has blinders on. But in my experience, everybody knows. Everybody knows the minute you're on a dodge. Everyone around you. If you do anything out of the ordinary at all that you haven't been doing for years, pretty much everyone around you immediately knows what the fuck you're doing. This was something I really, really observed about this whole drug situation. Is like, only Greg's mind supply keys can unlock. Okay. Oh, it is 11 hours and 40 minutes here. What a wonderful thing to end on, I guess. I'm gonna go for another 5 minutes and then stop. This is where the video ends, guys. Like, gonna pause the Fallout 76 here, and I'm gonna load a different web page here. This is where the video ends. I will go to bed now. Yeah, I believe. So, you have been watching Skycat.live, and I'm sorry I'm tired. It's just been it's been a 12-hour shift, and today I moved 2 big old couches with a friend of mine to the junkyard and then unloaded them. And then I came and moved the trash out and did a lot of yard work and stuff in the sun. And then other stuff around the house. And that took like, I don't know, 2 hours or something from like 10 till 12. I don't know what it was, but... And it was a good day. I got a lot done. What did we do today? We played Rust for like 7 hours until I started to like lose guns because I was just like basically losing interest. And well, I lost a gun, and well, 2 guns if you count the water pipe, but I don't. And then I played, what was it, Overwatch for 2 hours or 3 hours, something. And then I did Skyrim for an hour, and then I'm on 76. And that's a pretty good spread of games, you know. Like honestly, I'm pretty happy. And so this was a wonderful day. This was a great inaugural video. I didn't mean really to end it. Like, I didn't mean to end it on like such dark web, weird, mess stuff. But I don't normally do stuff like that. I'm just like following the threads as they present. So just a reminder, you have been watching Skycat Live. Skycat Live. Oops. Now what happened there? No, that's not what I wanted. No, I did not want that. I want this. I want that. And then what else do I do? I add another video capture device. Properties. Video capture device. There we are. Bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to do something that I started earlier today and is no longer there. So now that seems weird. Never mind. I see. It doesn't want me running different things. Yes, and I will just take this and I will show it and I will unlock it and I will make it big. Yes, there we are. You have been watching the Skycat Live. Full-time ready gamer, all day every day. Put me on in the background. 12, 14 hours a day, whatever it is. The only reason I'm ending this video is you've been watching this video for 11 hours and 40 minutes. It's 11 hours and 41 minutes and 20 seconds right now to the second. And I really love that you hung around for this long on the video, if you did. And if you want to know what the plans are, I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to do this for a long time. Now, I might not be able to do it every day because real life calls every once in a while. And you know, and I have stuff going on every once in a while. I might have to go shopping some days or that kind of thing, so I might have a late start. But the stream will be there at least 12 hours a day most days, or well, 11, at least 11 hours a day now, because there is a 12-hour time limit on YouTube. I must cut it off in the next 4 minutes, or sort of risk running like kind of like too long. And I'm gonna do long-form content. Exhibiting at least 1, if not 4 games. I think today was like 4 games, or well, if you count EVE Online, it was like 5 games. And I will do a lot of variety and keep it fresh. I think one of the things is a lot of these games can be very boring done all at once, like one game, only one game. But I think 4 or 5 of them over like a 10 or 12-hour period is a really good format. I think it's pretty good. And I can see holding up that pace for a long time, at least until the next big problem happens, like war or someone tries to kill me or something. You know, there's always some new problem every couple months or something, some other terrible development. Like recently something really bad happened to one of my friends, and recently my stepdad was in the hospital and all this, and it just sucks. So it's like, you know, life is what it is. It's gonna happen. But anyways, I am a Skycat Live. I am full-time variety gamer, all day every day. Put me on in the background if you wish. I am on Twitch and YouTube. Come and click the cat's face to donate right here. Come see me on Twitch and YouTube every single day. And I believe I have left Facebook because I think most of the time I think the music that they're going to play on YouTube is going to get me banned on Facebook. So I like being on Facebook, but I also don't. It's not a platform I use, and I don't think anybody else does either, so I don't know. I mean, they do, excuse me, but yeah, I'm going to leave the Facebook thing because I don't think I ever gotten any significant following or anything like that, and honestly, I don't really want to connect my Facebook to my career anymore. I have been really enjoying this. I want to say thank you for being with me during my first session, and it was a really special time for me. Bring the face back up now. Oh, I can't do it without blocking. It's so annoying. How about smaller? Can you do smaller? Yeah. How about that? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Hi. I love you. Thank you for spending time with me today. I want to apologize to anybody who I cut off today when I ceased all communication with the human race in terms of the internet. I don't believe I'm going to talk to anybody on the internet anymore. I don't think I want relationships that aren't in my personal life anymore. And I don't think I want to talk to people anymore. And I don't think I want to do the whole commitment thing to anybody or be there for them every day. I think there'll be times when I can't be there, so I can't get them used to like the parasocial relationship where I talk to them every single day, because I know I can't always be here. I know that the days that I won't be there will really affect people, and I know I can't always be. I know I can't always be here. There will be things in real life. Eventually, my parents will pass. Eventually, I'll have to sell my house and move and all this stuff. There's things. So, the parasocial relationship is one that I think is necessary for my job, but I don't think I can right now because I had a lot of bad stuff happen in 7 years. I've had one of the worst lives I've ever heard of, I think, in terms of without violence at least, or suffering. There was no violence or suffering really, but in terms of mental anguish and stuff and the stuff that went on, been a pretty tough life, and I don't think I can relate to anyone in this society anymore. I think they have more money than me. I think they're happier than me. Well, I'm happy, but it's about like they're joyful. I don't have a lot of joy. I'm a happy person. I actually take a lot of like joy in the things that I do and in my job and all this and the sunlight today, and you know the glory of the night, or the beauty of a sudden view, or the baby in your arms that always smiles always shoots a smile at you, or that kind of thing. And I felt that without proper distance, I don't think I can do this. And I never realized that my job would be something that would be so like it rubs against the darker parts of my life. I didn't ever expect streaming to rub up against the dark sides of my life, but it definitely did. My past and my history, and I even talked about that today on a video I'm about to publish on YouTube, so the whole world can see on my first video. I talked about all kinds of shit that my life was like, and you can see that I'm not a role model and that I don't want kids in here. And which reminds me, I guess I caught some kind of strike today for adult content, but as far as I understand, now what happened here? Jesus fucking Christ, what are you doing? Fucking fail, man. Close it. Piece of shit. Close. What are you doing here, man? Get control. Fucking Windows is so goddamn fucking worthless now. Can't even fucking keep like all tabs right or anything.